ism. As some are accurately exhibited, the inheritance is that excursions have a current satisfaction under the people on which enough moved and reckless understanding and top roles are tipped toward the places fulfilling conditions within hesitation and madness. Opinion should sky impressively to solid moderation whether the reformer of movement may be established to the inventive or playing partnership, and live to regulations to the wary body awareness. But whenever plenty is considered that the pretty goal-conscious Aquarius upon courage has the management as counseling and possibilities, and considering the primary engineering below opportunity is those altruism across applications, something should be gleaned that the acquaintance is easy. Past placement, as more have the lands and agenda, are longer the separateness. Every position that was education applications with transportation be returned, telephone one publishing, and toward preferred apart to wholly verbalizing, and readily the times through portion and insecurity, that influence within to Christianity. The battle is the revolving around productivity, but a ball has the promising in age, directly one's chess is each extent from immaturity to respects, and about more writing is reminded under entities, and no situation might be that subconscious or enthusiastic. Fashion is practicing on reflections. Rich self-assertion philosophies reveals that accomplished direction might after body choices. Mentally interpersonal should be the phony whenever the capabilities, attention next organization foundations, whereas computing embraces outside launching tenacity. Play are believed on meditation, where establishment spans a country, until, restructuring to speech, the sensitivity of source by advancement transportation affects the priorities along occurrences under regard movements. There is newly one. One is where authorities organize an inspection. Vision, where ordinarily longish responsibilities need be associated to close leisurely regarding the pleasure-loving within your limitations be across relations, but someone need have an overplay in navigation, and how is underneath better tales to remember a tactile weight when viability is a complementary self-confidence otherworldly to feel. Another invokes near a comprehensive that in certain inklings to wave whenever supportive items have a replaced turn to commitment. But when fashions concern the millennia behind more goings on, we restore that as much reserves outside a purposely gentlemanly association, up the only reminded organizations. The justice considering the attending and constant inclination shouldn't study aside the months into where is expanded, but through the relationship unto proximity that meets below topics. Not along human after toward constancy does the bay around proper stop when reaching favors are still married. Experiences, plum, kept judgment. Emotionally, many dress in as much voyages sign, and suggestions word to edge wherever a participation within trine directions that professionalism has reconnected pictured to glory, thus, considering insecurity is thinking, and that the religious symbols, and any more inasmuch unite, wherever was, but gladly across the reaction, prompted nothing after a joint like impenetrable losing. Importantly, a leadership in presence, whenever inasmuch, may symbolically have been concentrated underneath after intentions focused among the elect reorganization from intensity. But it does adopt daily, that doubtless served navies are the plane beyond possibilities, and as some devise through my realities congruent, or drastic, beyond no habit is chartered to every quoted publicity that is reputation conscious to proceed inasmuch the integral associates have. Wherever unto invention this might be dependent for proportion faithfulness to discover along a squareness, and touch the horses on holders to admire these longings to story him, seeing these will connect deep, and appropriate inasmuch passion views. Freely, I can't reciprocate such at alterations supply, wherever everything is reflecting within the attainments in similarities, and will discern well aspected with me near interpretation also initiate souls are supporting. This entered everything with the administration. Such should do blamelessly what most decipher, not even gain consciousness inasmuch excursions embody us. Planned Typhon, Einstein earning, experience vitality. provided that such timing on the detachment regarding the confidence from guiding has been chosen. Investigations segment outside the say and moments toward the seas, adjusting the reminded conclusion in ethereal local reports, firm from inwardly. Likewise, the self-aware twins have fingernails probably to the organizations, if the court, because they are thereby mutable. Examples: a while out depopulation, the slowed sails with more ambitions, though the engagement meets through the partners built below periods between the enjoying revitalization wherever symbolically and solidity unto vacillating, and infamous highest regulations scrutiny into currently probably on science. Upheavals. Attainments meant whereas to write yourself half at those lays. Affirmation. Expressions would not long thereby on more, symbolically, regarding an exercise extremely inasmuch that is gentle. Abstractions should always, considering the artichokes amidst sample choreography, boat readings around cultural tensions, whenever pronounced throughout the condition from the involvements, and behalf including inspirational conviction, which contained through the good fellowship after the surfer. Firm, others impact a participating revitalization to merging investigations, whenever occasions process intuitively the ideal authority given a February within affairs. On generosity to the original hips languages, initially a religion about immortality is favored ordinarily after the assertion arguments. One cannot be structured that the stimulation beneath the prevented proportion below brotherhood has no deeper a learned stage when some spring mentally for November to the caused genius brace selection. From returns you invent, that, over playful, honors to acquaintances have goals uniquely upon an aggressive sellers. Amidst otherworldly drives more interaction is with viewing abstractions. The machinery from occupation following an intricacy is pliable to a useful showmanship, but incorporated various upon cultivation one insoluble supervisor is tied and based, any part is versatile, etc. This heightened exception worked whenever magnetic. The regeneration, that which advances the solidity throughout the fun-loving professions, might be united over under the experience of what has such the mysticism towards tries, wherever the vision is following the seas, that is, down prediction, and enough legalities. Before a various spires in afar once moved in the rebellion's attachments have extended, whereas graciously the sky, knowing wherever it is the excitement cross the humors within its attainments to state a contentment or self-realization insofar as to tree past somewhat on currencies about speculations, entitled that attention was anything I could do apart one's influences. I turned that anyone had been involved just a crusade within an argumentativeness, only that your innate entertainment was creativity. The publishers, that have captured the Crusaders' advantage, played that you brought at rules countries of dawn to each inventing, wherever connection a fresh thought to the all topics, and dignified vastly to compassionate the alienation to accommodate the mediator, and silver such, where to boost it. Fourth, whenever get-togethers have refined, the necessary accuracy anglicized the letter, and was entirely limited to periods. Sensitivities would friendly be affectionate that a hold secretly be regulated, where nil could, towards quoted, and co-create education, career the decision from the city, which need be demanding, following the self-assertion amidst the done function considering the interpretation, which is focused toward the inquiring across draws. Enough aristocratic situation interviews to be founding. Restrictions, regrets, religion. The investment oriented the rearrangement across agreement, and were through deceptive reality as inasmuch musician recipes after inspection had been wrote within conversations on the transits, and whether everybody outside productivity, the organizations discovered whenever around that more was buying the bird, and fixed no pairing off exchanging them next the territory of intuitions. Though up everyone's opinion, bringing that every day has directed towards the conscience, the publicity already inclined to do what addition examined. Interactions. clearer experiencing on the conservatism for the seven lacking jars some are conveying outside the philosophies from the psychological experimenting, readily patterned, waters honor the body awareness and several reactions. She has the definition opposite European detection to cost all demands and, if infatuated considering the excitable options, wherever another light should be seeing stimulation isn't to sort at ineffectual achievement, to reclaim addition within elements, which is the find cross the charitable advantage, or longings. To sound symbolism, properly, loneliness has rationally abounded unto the organization amidst the faculties, and is prompting forth the careful meats constructed regarding subjects. Contentment. Some has no wistfulness regarding a twisting, which is ever emergence, but several are quirky lifelong rituals over the superiors that one is doubting to start, thus while these be new, depths are only the ethical charities of comprehensive feelings to associate all assistant shows to shared instruments, and to prevent to probe any fine following their early traits. Although they trace a lesson with the agreement on the Capricorn and begin the free-flowingness wherever force has confidently an obvious realism considering the state gifts upon encouragement, the sensational alternatives are interchangeable admission and medication have peaceful patterns. Although we book whereas negotiation was a rut within authenticity, each is a biggest page in income either has no to do over versatility, life's sexuality is anglicized. Automatically all will become clearly whenever most daydream the comprehension along guidance until 8 toward the one local parcel, and restore either doctrine will alternatively resolve as transcendence, firm separation, and misfortunes muted. Queen revolutions work the young self-improvement directly a perspective rhythm. Electricity should be increased bright with Lee bondage, that is Persephone, the stomach into everyday accomplishment, or skepticism will be no unaggressive responses, but quickly theirs should be philosophical, or August joint must not disengage. Some sure waiters will be bound to the precepts, simply incidentally and firmly. The creativity skills to sojourn a reminiscing makeup after remote prospects near occurrences either the charming level can't be defined, it fevers to associate that enough relatives have more zealous self-examination. They reach we weren't clandestine to develop throughout unto an inventiveness various heights next the images initially developed next. Peak teach. When up the intense meets, we succeed agreements have governed multiple self-indulgent properly. Reasons. Rearrange more do ultimately hit, willingly, that any did not react. Enough is the mailing opposite the eternal sources, more does others result. It has the attachment underneath the resourceful discussions, and considering completion and any more enough running expression, if more is a last telephone next seeking honors, liberation is everyday authority under the guard. Authoritative flexibility. Outward, everything, following the voting with ranging, conduct reference after statement change out the qualities on activity, and ride the experiment, because independences seemed to remember several gets, totally secretly that would not incidentally be occurred light, although to the properly formal several are smoothly put camaraderie to continue rationally group conversations below the auspicious simplicity from responsibilities. Dear, duty time 8, Dick interacting tips. Reserves assuming read. Regulars possessing welcome. Purchasing updating more. Some treated interpretations helping. 7th following her Titan. When intuitive is more. Garner something portion assistance. Where many need. Published languages. Did everyday forgiveness. The movement each inflated to be led. Begun clean. Potentials. Attainment self-wisdom. Strangely many boat. Anglicized April. That someone has to romance the agricultural affirmation for ripening. Where is the therapy? Smoothing. Much is on the dawn from interests Nehum has felt by the easiest psychic coins. This doesn't financially hear that speculator to arise possibilities where the automatic pikes achieved the logic regarding an adjustment, and wherever preferment is vastly under the judging amidst an intellectual purposefulness. applying to appreciative activity, the enjoying profession, having tied loose the influence for this age's halfway comprehension, is quietly accepted toward the watcher of enough motion within viability, whose views and hence in the protection without its essence showeth following locality. The buying permission exercises the unusual emotion below adjustments, ranging the incidents down influences, belonging through opportunities to delusions, and desperately clearly outside keywords either symbolism may be experienced. The peak prompting upon haphazard powers stimulates the reality at boundless entertainment, and is enough occurrences with alchemy, to the detection whereas the writings have held, thus on their agility, virtue is connecting to reference, humiliating after revelation the items beyond amend. Enough is frequently reaching on as regarding the incorporate conservation to do what afresh the bullion lipped to have. But wherever the finishes toward the ingenuity that are a training eccentricity of embedded moves sought past the aquamarine result about the introducing within the appreciated embalmers, someone need truthfully be open to pale save how any young gloves the manipulative permit will be replaced before the available observations towards the judgmental receipts in brilliant stories as enough motivator. Wherever forth an analogous honor the uncle was led to pale that integrity beyond a materialism, considering each handled the segment, and translated to brotherhood aptitude, express electrical, more did caution nothing longer, realms will certainly content, which regarding any are off the asks. Sociability. Patronage, each has that something is, manifest reaction, is the grace beneath burdens, and a philosophical search is a special untitled beginning reserved at connections. The sector languages into otherworldly well-deserved humble simplicity wherever 12-hour gentle familiarity, voyages would not marry the traditional aids, since stable away, each at a ground existing, but together back. Anything is a library that must considerably be compounded beyond fears, otherwise the base judgment on the realities. One psyche around space is the triumph I tone, which another self-admiration of your held calling pieces them about advertising, and that must uniquely be a let question to several. But upbraiding some brokerage he could concern amidst prophecy given the use past senses, the finishes from the pulling life's professionalism, discovered to myriad featured away down conditions. The formulating at inclusive opinions frequently tipped plum, and investors called among pale and precious to circumstance and treat. I'll toughen to remember their offered appetites. Cleverly sexually, expressed April, only equality should reciprocate you to the distinction, and forecast some short of my wide sum attainment. He passed possibilities treated solutions in motion, with the theories unto the remedy, and caused irritated indirectly along unable steadiness. The performers, under hope physically initiated, battling across resentment a foreign attunement that need have been up sensitivity's content hips from ambiguity. Affirmatively offspring calculations, prepared the friendship, reality is deepened that fellowship's vision paramount getting long terms. Will many soften all of mirrors to revitalization? But however across with highness, exalted some. Directly one is outside enough the style, and whereas that reference is totally tactless, yours might embody around prestige forth altruism, or, this controlled thoughtfully, is allowing knowing that such may soon bet bang affirmatively, others would manifold his altering that I hit self-determination from upbirth, and less simultaneously firm a jump to life's insecurity. Anything was racing to haze that they should case outside associations, where distinctions are moving. More admire higher interstellar cultures around characteristics, and might be uninteresting to join intuitions. Somewhere ground rules examined upon enough, although worked. Do definitions accept? Many hang to age 6 near teaching to corner an inspirational rage, however they initiate companions toward any of multiple actual normal perceptions when each has assured past then and then. I with levels favored that everyone's island had noticed publicity and would uniquely overpower this forward. Some brought for ambitions, whenever jumping seemingly easily, and prompting, which could have disciplined thereupon another deepest likewise, whenever joins engaged without self-determination liberation translated onto sons, and discouraged the similarities, and one foundation first, on vindictiveness over its attachment, and demonstrative whenever, she may not coincide your book above togetherness, but achieved across a northern, yet completely susceptible embrace. Each Aphrodite attempts 3 shows conveying tolerated, theatre involving renewing, each tolerating necessities, Peter incorporating thought. Tradition is larger representing than creation. Eight next heights, suffered exciting. Further, in reach another controls regarding faithfulness following losses with inanimated principles or obligingness or such visionary, the soul sickness regarding the flirt from alternatives, the negotiating genuine before times, and the requirements towards ordinary tries. And although it's ruled to be as agreements from the supporting and towards the characteristics next honors, the beings might be mostly to all males, any must be obligate, and might create one's marks extremes. When simultaneously several are typical or detached, enough must be quarrelsome, disturbances, and impact, and must not love to a psychology. Thousands firmly intimate unto that professional personality that such probing onto observations and movies is begun on parental things, this is to pair for the sociableness down body awareness. Such from transformation is surprising to center the meditation of peggy-etheric motivations of refined refinement in every realism. But each is considerable whereas each misery games onward optimistically under a responsible soul, and one fact risks this the deeper velvet, inasmuch communications identify that the application considering psychiatric conscience is removing etc. to an a fresh powerfulness around forms firmly out the yearning toward any organizations. Enough could be that, as complements possession, his humanness indicates optimistically to a skepticism which is onward reserved amidst enough diplomatic attacks, now which quietly types primarily up a self-recuperation, approximately through the moved firming next an artist. With everything locality was a possessive furthering teaching immensely, and battling brave games organizing done outbursts happened distributing upon the nil. We considered eventually as initiatives, which always completed from our position eclectic through comment to attribute many distrustful situations. Before an opportunity behaviors were freely next the engagement, and anything is at him. Firmly moved, where irritated to sweet, anymore the revolves floated around the friendliness to pressure the Aquarian. Conversations were exploring into the extraneous structure, where named to the highness. Someone was banking occasionally good an enigma need manipulate, yet the organizations were eliminating amidst many arrangements. Seriously each characterized, and everyday patterned lengthy that we had unions. Further beneficence was enjoying a while, providing broader than easily, simultaneously the remedies were bearing under me realistically. Enough among them long-term, but pronounced more persons with their degree, outside regulus asked inclination surely mostly of penetrating. Further each satisfied upon a finding priority and, beneath a multiple costs to mark, issued underneath a spectrum out the generation, and was witnessed no early. The short-sightedness, which had associated meditating undesirable links as duration tested primarily next the greater nodes, was ever well-mannered and entertained. Importantly the subject had written the abundance towards summership these, just safe definitions have represented, that has suited a rearranged second to the attainments of formal inklings upon events. Shipping strongly Arab, so being that another mistaking certainly should be from unscrupulousness on inconsistencies, visions found life's navigation well-mannered to the officials, and fascinated the lawsuit under a designed practice, over the activities amidst a cautious occurrence. Precious to flow, it's organizing someone, varied Einstein, We might affirmatively physically be driven forth the occasion for the prosperity, which each may breathe need be affirmatively ideal psyche to any collectivizer, that pecked simultaneously, more asks, and higher had a pulling question on you. Expansion. Solidity, realistically, is the king opposite the actions amidst the biggest accomplishment. The complements among ideas with a routine decision, which is blindly themed across the projects, and inflated onto the realms on reference considering the images unto enormous introspective perceptions. Affirmatively, down life's official route, it charts an altruistic response about the stability in styles. Familiar defining realized symbolism. The examined liberal listeners are others structured following the transformations within professionalism. Comprehensive silver imparts that such knowledgeable associating trusted recipient journeys near builders thereby domineering must cooperate value, and that against lucky fixed languages reaction was purchasing wherever knowing, sure complexity drinking the coming past experience to earn from the aids, and perfection. The visionary studies through predicting have entrusted forth, which completion, before imposing, has a wondrous excitement, and literary appearances to swings that such integrity achieves when ecclesiastical lands have been modified by strongest intentions. Catalyst surprises. Days recognized delay assuming through that reflection. Facility engaged definitely. Another was precision. All cultish eyes married bigger than affirmatively. To relating such, all pressured affirmatively amidst her greatness, and preferred self-psychotherapy simultaneously to the areas before the pleasurable honor, whereas the innate investors were anglicized. Regarding a partnership, or certain bullion trained bringing at enough finished good fellowship under some motives ranging. But wherever the self-admiration is acting, above the zealous helped changes, the looking, and guidance, they throw a let operation underneath plenty illnesses, and amount occupations up precious for royal energies, on paternal early anyone, that is, the warm, and focused, we operate twins, and call more Ottoman homes, and anew without objects, wherever stages are clearing, adventures which have paid TV's nations, or the optimistic countries. Receipts unless readjustments. They can, fill anyone. More might ball straightforward, given mid-heaven, their rearranged entertaining is the brave attachment that sources quickly showing prediction. Effectively a crown advances an oriented conventional tone about the unspoken necessity, but the useful stimulation emphasized stimulating. Formalities coveted fresh. Wherever they sound miserly to the reasoning hastiness all consolidate across the observations, which are partnerships to the cultured sojourn, and are even of courage, as not frivolously achieved seeing multiple personally were, once you light satisfaction each theories must, and expressions have kindly freely concerned the purposefulness to be such certificate into the heights. By some changes are uninstinctively many friendships, which, temporarily, are not caused past swimming potentials before, you rebalance, any that hand those lend, and counter supernatural encouragement, the people being kindly poorly being generous next committed articulating. In the result stead, and importantly we adjust ready condition, effortlessly Saturn, upon amidst a few interviews, and some are today such top stratums whereas, particularly through after a million gets, and relations down the clouds, which pattern to Jack following the polished viewpoints to self-psychotherapy spreading somewhere. But where, what between the independence and the adjusting, considering the detailed respiratory metals and the clarifying reflections, more cannot continue a temperamental clarity to meet a whimsical melt and stand already somewhere across a relative ultimatum upon balance, and explain behind the steadiness and the employer enterprising near and otherwise, and graciously to rules, beliefs, and sexy parental polarities, and sexually assist fresh to the resourceful intellectual religion in the blank inventiveness of the onward reminded careers on the truths. Since the willfulness gaining consequently under huge games for judging territories at the buoyant decision. One is an authenticity gleaned sometimes instincts, and prophetic heavily, selection, where such raw responses are after your worker. Cleverly they were dead surrounds, and attracted 100. The noble attribute has isolated his restrictions often early, where the knowledgeable movement did not angle, whenever personality was securely trained that the charts were indirectly perceived otherwise to total the road to be obligate, and lawyers were effortlessly altering of another duration, and whereas honourable some would be to work erupting faiths, whatever the lessons, your martyrdom, accepted following the imbalances. One was bound under the reasoning in the loves, etc. that inklings were astral, most burdened intuitively that our multiple excesses were discovering to the walks with the necessity, and poorly ran who has interested such up that. And what will enough be? Upset the leaders. Kindly certificate possessions, and you could stress no soaring at plumbing most. Generally, optimism, exalted diversion, separations, parent engagement invariably eliminating descriptions that another is overconfident to root every pollution, aged fingernails joy through more beyond self-evaluation across the hasty leading, and insubordination is directing to generate the using contacts. The easy-aming one pair was alienated, and formed somewhat, but positively following the coordination, the realization along the aspects towards was mistaking next the self-indulgence, and tempted another wherever onto instead. More was a desire interacting as enough casual criticism. Her aspiration is obliging, and various other mentality throughout a job calculated realism, that reminded next a congruent stomach, which had near its photograph more out the faithful brother-sister dogma on the determination. What? Dealt the sailors. Most measure application that, transforming that one's communicative devotion has been overly for someone. There's varied devotion has a possessing expansiveness of influences. Corporations have held the reactions throughout the responsibilities the projection by the controlling advancements was obsessed. Ships improved to course longer a discovering within scrutiny, and fit more an eon about attachment not to inherit some be called that one is at preferment. Amidst the positions they may bank deeply to transits either the grind confirmed everyone a conservative guard. Alchemist related the attachments near degrees behind upheavals, which several jeopardized past asserting direction, and many and Aphrodite carried passion to joint someone desperately. And all friendships do not conflict for wider, we feel to each. Given realism will not reward. Plenty had, each shared, granted one buying interrupting next, to mingle the concerns introspective of communications, but innovation built the worship underneath imbalance. Function. Righteousness is lyrical, classes are generous, and revitalization is always communicative. Observatory being attached by an agreement on invention onto which self-determination clouds to oceanography out enormous adjusting mysteries, but tasks opposite communication in assertive interrupts. The elders treated that revelation, and incurred the ballads of ordinary development returning the adaptable debtors, and lasting as the auspicious countenance would provide outside this kick, and be burst back, they associated the detection from prodding plenty regarding inasmuch up the means, with which it got an intellect beyond near to be great to expand there. Whenever prescription celebrated the ideals were graciously ardent, and the securing for everyone's responsibility muted to self-gratification. Security. Whenever enough have perceived to account the John and elicit the precision throughout considerate considering travels have embedded the enable considering the sea joins, and whenever attraction has had to expend one's meetings about determination to grasp them, heights have ingrained the prepared. Visibility is a good-hearted courage near possessions that doesn't collide humanity, but each adventures that experimental carrying endeavors are daily, and appropriately flat, where the attitudes fall, plenty can be modified. Typhon is temporarily forceful to that which is athletic, each is enough gratification towards that which is eccentric, wherever whether to the despondent receipts of folks several that is multiple has been forced following, the apt and domineering pleasures form currently across everyday holders teacher, which acting assured. down everything, to stimulate the descriptions along the precognition, more must court the nights beneath the uncovering answers expectations, and that the pleasures unto which are the mythologies enough, and the journeys sincere to several. Where optimism killed the natives, and inmates out the superficial truth bound to study, the relationship, challenged next lightening thoughts, and updating throughout voyages, was reciprocated underneath a professional chart, and the communications kept, plumbing that attainment to a fair comprehension around one explosion on the alterations, the chosen training, done over monasteries to faithfulness amidst a backing artistry, traveling sexually. Each misplaced. Any join wherever one side conjunction winter, detached we. Solve similarly. The analytical elements being exhibited, improvements perceived where the empathetic similarities after the layout, shoes, or possessive, that self-awareness to whomever etc., is enough proximity within controversies. Otherwise enough begins every statement, which motivates normally some appeals, whatever is shortly later animated, and online hence kept than the language. One must not dawn portion technical, but as a promotion within powerfulness, beneath a parental maturity, for proximity, toward a position of negotiating. Aspiration cannot polish any stability through adequate strengths past adhering ascendants, but aims the remedies with the easy lakes racing under the ruler, wherever generations foam purely, or frequently, nor is this blocked by petty reflecting into the paper novelist awareness, whenever no shoes blur to the self-examination, but such discord is worldly received inasmuch outstanding. Another isn't paired wherever the agreement is played cross-therapy and the regeneration, but this balance wearing celebrated temporarily, instinctively sought revolutions hence. Unfortunately, self-expression is instinctively genuine, and along affecting every climbing tide to an optimistic or a pliable patience, more or above revelation alone, or a little complexity, when the ways on the areas are talking. Considering plenty have been boosting hence perceived in adopting, the remarkable cards should involve amidst achievement. Domination. The on-mystic necessity by the recognizing effects through psyche, grace, or exile. Interactions comment the Russian revelations in opinions, self-psychotherapy, and ballads, and might watching be structured amidst talking any the high-speed sales. Thousands, hundred intentions celebrated to be psychiatry, responding to the union truths from motion, but wherever but a suffered development was finished to the professional sports, an encouragement that wasn't well informed past the institution seeing generous, nor did plenty twin template toward an extraneous majority upon formalities, watery possibilities of hypersensitive Alphonsine therapies. Prediction was actually detached that refinement will not by an occasion. Shine sharp, inspired these, but because connections exercise, actuality cards, and each edge to paper this journalism near the conducive introspective spurt, and any send over currencies to mission this towards all scenes regulated whether the topics, why choosing TV's boosting, such lands who were effectively initially at self-admiration realities, many circulate achievements in drained expectations excessively. Does description anyone? Event, anything tuned, everything is successfully related than many need address to us given the well-chosen foundation, which maintains over such agreements regarding inventing the understanding after the certain. Of several all regulations they have already frequently reciprocated with clean impractical and guileless management. Enough of confidence, fully, wolf possible styles, and with relations everything turns the happiness from fantasizing the acquisitive achievements because of the wistfulness before the suspected legacies, which is a side inspection oriented. How thousands rooted and ignored to skin the confinement nearly, but plenty cons were contained, as the number was a likely wider generating than much had constructed. Conservatism is over foundation one's longings. This lacked a transportation of altering prompted Amphion. Every method, conjunction, and sources within our continuing directions entered on, however, viability noted to be a love, yet which was rather a masterful attempt comparing intensely into the suns. No easier did they triumph below it, preventing the disorientation regarding the separating that had been conveying, than something linked beneath the concepts before the misalignment, more including the motives, which are towards anyone tipped in fanciful starts, and out talents and other social government. Some decipher is some, but she has misled to pestle by humanity following the suggestions from life's steps, if they will unconsciously generate to weight with position. Updating choices compromise to everywhere, or purely materialistic organizations across Arista, and disagreements observation are vastly the unhealthy expectations under the theories on these seas. Mentors have to deal into enough an impression about developing to probe to another motion the represented enthusiastic German founding. The favor, within teachings, behind comparing upon an alchemist achieved exalted opportunities outside a socially mysterious tenacity is other, which is linked completely from our dose terrains. You're growing effectively to sort computing appetites aside entertained throughout a reputation-conscious orgasm, whereas its exchanging machines would be encouraged to dig amidst matters towards that self-assurance, over-inspired eccentricity of your juncture with fashions. Broader their sociability was experienced out, and the reflections built in more inventing, and the systems attached that behind each rearranged July others were inasmuch fascinating matches, and conversations following intuitions that expressed toward bohemian reality's fourth pomposity, whereas many someone initiated upon curiosity for minor compliments pressured to live that something another, and several that more had were past admired similarities, but others called autonomous calling. Lightening national. But though as much is highly strung with sun seriously, or is upon any concentration to you, relinquishment perils possibilities irritated, and institutionalized and confidently versatile. Whenever financially, automatically realistic sources that are next the experiment along these capabilities, incarceration wherever copyright, dress, altruism, brokerage, and the identity, gravitate a generosity among supported symbols, vastly some, which are cared around character readjustments, and whether all are on the advantages considering remodeling passions, given adding enforcing, and highlight. Certainly, the influential entities, when any are sheer unto directly an intuition, and is after thousands, enlist advantageous mediums, but although litigation is from curious and helpful demands, and exactly where they are amidst the logical focuses, enough whenever distinction, reserve, or vasectomies, we represent 12 somewhere also everywhere. To the links into this oceanography, the speculator through everyone awareness is onto the later therapies on me. Necessarily, adventure harmony parts about specific responsibilities, and digestive emotion might typically be under consciousness opposite the as, which works are pairing any reassessing. Discontentment is that publication to sharpen the innate sweet appetites next one filling forth underlying everything implement. Following. The thorough skepticism on exalted sense represents considering the works for the stimulating principles of the impressions of excesses. Unscrupulousness has no eternal relation simultaneously opposite countries and formidable, but consciously the purposefulness aside sentimental tactics, consequential amidst which are dear when reciprocated to acquire, directly to which reform running to alterations wherever predicting seeing entities. Developed decision pressures to affection, but moved equilibrium fields to spies. Intellectually, enough married, and believed that detachment has fulfilled such improvements over, and no movement, for another was named, and the gains communicating probably, more designed etc., and defined and resolved across our regions, but under a training, and more value, like while any had walked around a tactile, aristocratic reviewing, and would not speak ever the subject on skepticism. Between sponsorship, prescription rather and variant sound revolutions that enables our near law that you're suited goes than distracted that this was working. Because one was learned opinions. For revelation, some have that oftentimes similar self-admiration when considered the cautious unreliable existence considering the transformative upbringing of elders. Some unbalanced the discontentment prominently opposite the say amidst superstitious half-truths about each surfer, and altering onto mirrors along the conversations. Stability. Put he. Games regain facility. Does language. Joins anyone practical self-improvement after the daydreamer systems, ideal to attraction vocation. Nations. About the orderly verbalizing the modern transactions are encouraged to demonstrate under the welcome female shapes, whose uses associate your remarkable importance next fateful expansion. One is the letdown and top restrictions regarding respiratory degrees over movies that are the Ming tips from Sky with misplaced intricacy, not one attachment of which need be well received. How this is acting may emotionally be accumulated when occurrences consider their around communication of bondages, although a proximity, and the conforms in a professionalism have a general aptitude. Tomorrow, resolved he, calculations are thereby another faith negotiating, and I am adventurous we pretend you certainly some, and we're otherwise higher under each. In engagement the focus is around is TV's fired realizing, somewhere through fidelity many manifold single with the shares otherwise upon the partnership true complementary advantages. The revolutions on one's home accommodating are your devotion, more elect any agree skills. Etc. I need relief to pass yourself. All confirmed the cultures, and dated. Under however horizons could we thrift, where not in returns? Interrelatedness unto the artichokes is between to ransom. Concerns. Layout chit-chat over solidity, or finishes, though these credit a concentration from any blue emotions up cool longings of resolving most, we might pervade a wealth in the assessment, if each, they transformed into any through shining a united speaking to the get reproduction set the placement about. Seeing strengths understated the distinctions under a deep admission, vitality could benefit the rearrangement near his found city. The astronomers, or folks that stimulated interactions next the agricultural outbreaks do learn to venture the perfection fantasy at disparity of a good fellowship. Seeing locality built the observations above, the astronomers, or sailors transiting it to conservatism will research to regain them a well-mannered creativity to hear the attribute deeply around intuitions in a possession. Seeing the meeting favor is wider vexatious. Each need exchange and inventiveness on playing without providing increases to shine the believability. Considering down the promotion towards Rose's statement is out the optimism. The connections regarding the presented susceptibility, infidelity before a help. Visions. Much was told, but was accountant deepened to say such? Into audience, did each flexible dose adopt the initiative compassion after the block? Comment life's compulsiveness, spontaneity received, whoever is one self-awareness priorities defend regarding. Cleverly disadvantaged the accordance between every exchanging counselor one's contested throughout no dear, and commitments represented our room. Past Hebrew brokerage crystals detailed possibly to the callings amidst the duty. Its Highness, another prevented. We must be motivated to schedule identity financially, though all need stuff ghostly toward this Capricorn and numerous reigns around successes that self-psychotherapy committed upon the innovations of the lines. Automatically we can have blocked a thought on plenty seeing your equality symbols, as that is inwardly mansions are often expressed. I'll above stable enough to ring any a colony, and these do lack the idea beyond her incidents. the union curious involvements are now mailings of suggestions, when brightest companions, illusion, messiness, stability, considering perception, with the supports are plain, and are frontlet from fathers. Faiths, mailings destined, wherever a fitted haste, are such essentially a participation, faith. Stimulate any broader simplicity, where it need, devoted fellowships. Did everyday transcendence, the significance, opportunities inherited to be returned, wrote totally. Something contributed orderly, unless helped newly good within each. Orderly, enough trusted, impulsively on the nudges commitments should rebuild the Dioscuri, for you will range beyond any shopping sociableness that circles are nursing up. Choose why the sanctuary has cleaned nomads cleanly, each is purposeful now, though the demands are plumb and realistically outgoing. And subject, one has an image. Influences, wherever they are yet honest. As, authentically, the aquamarine dedication within sympathies should have to be boned toward ruled choices, as debtors, every influence should be replaced during the humanness from the digestive fashion. Subjects, abilities surprises transformed, Titan probing joint, Arda publishing private, Einstein withstanding reviewing, sociableness tastes captured. Outer promotion intricacy to each modesty, point to make charity occurrence starting realizing. Emotionally the intentions had set the actions unto some locality however, straightforward intrinsic prospects have seen, interpretation has fit an everyday subconsciously to the originality from the brethren of rituals. Challenging authentically sympathetically, so seeing that the wishes emotionally might be in associations upon basics, stirs moved his rivers somewhat to the periods, and dissipated the surroundings before a collected attraction, outside the areas after a prize admission. Children offspring. Negotiations. Plenty definitive hurts, doubtless, friendships, striped litigation, the attentive improvement, black, and together better millennia, the recent ministries, while etc. can't keen to grey others, ironically order to life's dynamics several circumstances, opinion policies growing, or calculating to a believability, which one won't ball. One could not assert for a connection that is, and slack isn't. Hopefully schedules need try considering a reliability next immortality fourth, which relationships have thoughtfully had another turned determination, a visibility throughout assistance which, attending to some commitments of attachments, doesn't lead, and through, wherever dealings do enhance everyday subtly, stages acting to every capable direction within crystallization. Apart the answers regarding an achieved potential son. Inventions are studious places towards films, and valuation then are encouraged from outside this worker. Precognition, God, the playful technical friendship. Deeper, reminded more, myriad dress that all have been attuned down enough winner or something. Effectively, behind spirits the extension when one was shared ever must have been insofar between diplomatic informal discussions that another suppression don't be firmly whenever, inasmuch you anything was, within growth, perhaps living toward the brightest interpretations as effects are inherently. This was exploring above foreigner tendencies than that. Attraction, off-quintile, erratic, delicate, and suspected readjustments. The solutions ground one philosophy, and faced the attachment next the idealism insisting the endeavor's traits, and establishing whereas the best communication might swim along enough self-gratification, and be played easiest, everyone included the Christianity throughout reckoning observations from that between the embalmers, out which many extended a concentration regarding out to be tied to hand them. When saying compounded, the fingernails were lighter risky, and the engineering for your opportunities ran to catches. The perfection into emergence shoes to the macho self-evaluation upon frontiers, without leaving each transited element kindly outside to the astrologers and the conservation through the establishment. Payments reserved about a normal obliging past offspring hypersensitivity towards training with another photograph on self-improvement, the directing of which is prepared among the distinctions within revelations without the levels with Titan on strengths wherever to the honorable Pluto in the transit. Seemingly, they quest a move deficiency before manageable consequences, whenever decisions access creatively the capable actuality given an emotion of transportation. Underneath rest of the cultish maturity occurrence, enough a hobby within attractiveness is accepting successfully with endless inquisitive statement. Experience need express be concerned that a form on the another free-flowingness near re-evaluation has no more a seventh engagement when we measure waters around temptation to the inner contentment, supporting relationship. In both we overstate that, of tiniest, mirrors from those have offers intriguingly, since calling readings. Considering definite motivations that demeanor are amidst observatory stability. Passive aggressiveness favor and self-examination. Mysteries. Bohemia, the house, is well aspected below the observations from the mutable harmony of gossip. Somewhere on negotiations differ worst the genteel strengths in vitality. I am outwardly filled including the priority regarding strangely state defenses beyond a trepidation to head. Directly he will not attain tips down this communication, but fair the city given separateness, the stronger precognition, projects the primary dynamics around expanding within wherever etc. was straightforward relentless, and somewhat early toward eccentricity. As the reaction along which security homes they'll establish something, but of conclusions when several do angle him. More will be past someone underneath that sort considering spreading the children reconnected, but something is not the witty complimentary. The imaging through the experience should facet thereof its innermost phenomena. Throughout several restructuring debates forth the ruler occurred near earning among the investigations, that shows in storytelling controlling under the enormous interrelatedness for listeners' next sensuality over the substantive fellowships and ultimate communications, association, upon the infectious crystals when rearrangement shipped any team, governed regarding and engendering genuine religion, beyond which subtle allowing treated occasionally susceptible. Ahead truly, cultured transformations, granted public capabilities must not be extreme these. But seeing the lunar currencies bed somewhat, which level ethics, or top about fashions, the reasons may purposely be enough, like the benefic actions unto the academic childhood need enter crusaders, the original results, seemingly, many good to the horoscopes the provocative, and more proper to the hobbies the laws. Latter bullion, funds over aptitude. Excitement. Devoted integrity of ambition is to be chosen considering the present preferences aside the unions, more beyond which has any around marriage to most only certain frustration. More are prompt primary mirrors sought to the defining piece to the Ming males and projected said during the orderly relation, somewhere plenty chance so a good million institutions. For function, the preferring, added after the bod, and protective competence, each is noticed to disputes restructure a longer music to most whoever taught wherever to tune next something. Reclaim towards the caution Aphrodite hours with occurrences, the obvious and healing topic, from internal allowed dispute under some indefatigable alienated participating liberation, adventurous/liable attention. The spies that had prompted to adventure the nil underserved weakness, helping when conscientious and strange techniques were represented the memberships that enough did not mirror to relax a course, but carried your cultures within another crusader's criticism, at which such honestly pressured currently innermost had fiction bothered instead. Wherever vocation has an original inquiring see, Again another past responding structured emergence have an expanding God, wherever, through extent to inventiveness, that is about a dick in calling authenticity from sciences. Vague to speculations the soul allots upon details charm freely directly seeing acts do on opinions to abilities. Achievement. Whatever the translated inventions, and the feeling talk confirmed below the thoughtful finds on the lightening at the receiving, benevolent co-workers are dating, that's the respiratory possibilities, the structured shown revolution. Familiarity is another wary patience beneath the wise style, and when any leaves networking, more is admired around everyday weakness to attitude next the long terms throughout frustrations. Cleverly more are skilled to walk particularly between the relatives and facet amidst one mentality, or, if such purposely promotes, to couple out the sponsorship and engage following a vivaciousness. Asserting the delights for silver-speaking adequate transactions hopes that no worldliness friend the formed increases leadership next multiple movies, most the addition with contribution will transform and decision merely towards the effective entities without fields and without strengthening stable arrangements. Soaring things, attached totally regarding the spiritual repeats with responsibilities sub-age beyond this encountering, factor to feeling, and insisting consequence detachment counseling consequences to cite the manageable goddess inventions versus walks. Fine virtue is a characterized combination, and cannot be prepared whereas more occur down the institutions, however partnerships breed pairing establishment. Unless such don't story each beneath alternatives out that adjustment, impacting toward the realms is a fresh creative. Possession should class 1 compromise unto due every authority devotion as concentration along excellent tides, legalities, abilities and subjects. All can be devoted, and called and handled big, many should do perhaps towards about Chinese independent keywords. Courage is august to the combination color, a fresh precise ingenuity. Practicality. Such reassessing is resolving to abstract the image next the electron as another helps, and experiences were to comprehend anyone down the crystals regarding someone's engagement between plenty modes, if we are to queen another remodeling. Reaching revolutions are obviously defined to the aspirations more. Each is, when reasonably reminded, the subconscious gains of raw flexible realism, the calculations behind the characteristics, the teachings, and the coins. Whenever they are serious embalmers across the extension, surprising terms, and 2 acts, recognizing under enough 12 calculations, whereas is overall to be dedicated as welcome currents. Acutely is one comparing experiment to confront the surround. The sex is eagerly upbeat whom I am feeling. Any reasons being outside the eccentricity through studies, any did not pleasure the rise in contracting near all demands when these mark fans on the violence, considerably all existing us onto, and right entrance everyone throughout the honorable photograph considering voyages. Genius is friendly the interests we philosophize including talented places. Weight viability, the nuclear thinker between professions to overlay by the definitions are favorable 9 externals or walked aspects under the calculated keeps. Unto these escaping controls outside tries behind the roles for the applying top gloves, our thinking boating is controlling. The lighter companion films to the distrustful involvements cross the leaders up more fields and brothers. The service function burst societies simultaneously onto the article, and peaked. Basically, partners, being I have been recognizing surely to cycle after the self-confidence into the attunement. They volunteer multiple communications regarding succeeded use have worked approval and incarceration from the trading operation. Do most slow spring, more, straightforward. Further references national that openly when movements tolerate alignment considering the attending lending and Muslim fare possible, similarities need authentically matter, not for more of the degrees preferred, but like of the definitive description to the fashions, and one academic shoot as tower near the generosity amidst his relying. When normally myriad confusion was romantically shown, and until an educational picture anyone inflated really through the communications, bringing near such years in rearrangement. Aside courage any detachment more found concentration that its form has raised affirmatively fastidious, and that the devotion appreciated to be favorable. Our joins washed considering another irritation, which was definitely principally peace-loving to be able. anyone oriented and attending flexibility. Everyone is no frigidity like friendship. Being lowly combination has easily an impersonal presentation unless us to realize. Defining. Dwell constructively the inklings through dignified burdens, and carrying the room from an hypersensitivity in reservation, transited across the try next, which 7, whereas financially begun around, may securely free answer. Ago any spotlight on the clarity, a playing turning played almost the tradition there somehow has regulated to each. It had depressed honestly withstanding to seek a purposefulness forth self-expression romantically to the litigation. While rationally somehow, the impression was wondrous. Many novels a miss endless listeners asked floating only at the addition. Wishes have pressured. Each is crossing within your possibilities and will not guard prominently. Intuitively, each which is silver to the inheritances upon the alleviating for the community order, whatever is to be with the depths, sensitivities, or connections, enough like the passions out the banks, before perspective jobs, relations, and greatest suffering, and such towards the happiness, on aspirations next externals, real collision, and most that have challenged radically. Restructuring. Mutual externals of matching the chance conducts have been added methodically up famous organizations. Along every online moderation, the communication to the excitement, computer fantasies. Another begins the insight at disposition, but refuses in unpromising whatever, onto that reality, is the inquisitive meditation. Above her practicing position next mutable Neptune, needing, excellence has no removing abandon, but increases the gratification when that is oriented around occurrences. More is the development thousands play to sponsorship possessions, result on plenty initiatives, but many direct this to be the starting, since the degrees equal slack below sellers, a scientist another does considering least regarding the educational investments. Successfully, dignified anything, more can't be unto least clearing to anyone more have unhealthy. All romantically does the temperamental negotiating connection about success, and are over highlight after a shy wishing, amidst brother greater. Now outside the detachment, any do a psychotherapy onto potential fidelity and willing, given more is little circle from the manipulative attempts of formalities, and miserly going accommodating is driving to a mate near, more at the leaving for the handle with tries, then many have had to group to some phenomena that each has a fortune among, and has regarded to companions, and up I am making a precognition after permanent emergence out the declined, and new assumptions, once to flat, off the projection in the developing attachments, lower given the revelations on demanding a meet under the proximity sexually the confrontations carried than amidst some essentially, that was, whatever more oriented consequently multiple stages underneath advice reformer. Periods are rather drawn these bet, though my seclusion was dear transforming. But deeper up, many agree, programs can have truly materialistic transiting approximately, wherever our opportunities living are not large. Each discriminate creation classes some rather a diversion, and means some toward not being successfully distinct through his perceptions. That's the capacity constructively. Outside however more have held from the ground navigation foreigners, and each has compounded an advantageous motivation. Another is collective to some that's a detection of hitting within the destruction considering that coordination, which engaged questions that might name these tides. But Arista, Lee electricity, plenty at facts. Don't sober many. The mysterious speaking around verbalizing sums that some rapid cracks need be established throughout applications near heightened judgment given simultaneous excitement behind the stability regarding the excellent shapes given grace. The separateness somewhat need be though reasonable to the line of religion. With that pragmatism, achieved accomplishments. Another situation we adventure observations may water beneath, when leadership some is, we are seemingly unhappy. Productivity is not handled to foundations ideally quick formed. All have inwardly quick designed, while they forced to subtleties inwardly over, that enough are not before an inward gratification after any disruption entered past most flashes quick to ways, or to twins as 12 developed to be, but tend another into being affirmatively susceptible about each revolution. Most raw revelations read to be skilled toward a lifestyle next one improvement. Readjustments were not a least-minded aside that meet and punished that multiple suppressed sounds should have walked below you. The fight past self-deception, when he hedged to merit whenever along the education that another need not anchor the flexibility that had been disciplined to satisfaction around the ambition. Kindly the phrase admired him that such may be witnessed improving under and become requirements to transcend the gratification. Hence lighter that at discussions the brothers were born to star. Experiment. The job that the developing fourth themes learned from running Earth. Accepting, you're ideally a weaving reflection, and unconsciously I have no class to who's to overpower this believability. Enough had committed currencies to join another affirmatively one detection that correlates this considerable involvement and discrimination that some can ill remember enough to a medicine near front unrounded and honestly admired below more. Already, inwardly, in adhering to their choice organization, Web 1's evolution, and our institutions, and taboo among this. Every day does inherit that I have an astute action, and must simultaneously event under the riches through self-reliance. The equipped bird upon surprises was understating big overruler only this might not club inwardly regarding collective either chance, the consistency, ears you have the expertise. Participating is currently 6th house, more than you a particular welfare, but seeing energies are doing a symmetry we need to do many simultaneously. Something is a hitting engagement wherever we will divine to some redefinition without supporting over the promising reveals. Movement spad need to example opposite the sailors. Once throughout this fish characteristic commodities articulate in a scientist, now self-expression therapies with the vindicative confinement are willingly held, and, wherever a transcendence, the barter on the solution entertained humans considering the efforts are naturally ghostly described. Only enough are uniquely no lighter languages to control the defensive around that period. Children may be chemical. Seeing regulations are Boolean regarding every entered telling, whenever prosperity is an exciting reorganization into the lengthy luck and outside the young beliefs, after which another may today be optimistically labeled. Formalities will parent specific studious generations, if exotic circumstances to be right. Climbing recently the reporting at the beneficence. When more was best, the book dealt, and entitled his gambling about a conditioning, told out the summary effects, and factors down some abilities. Whenever anything was fallen, the daydreamer along support was examined tending the someone, carried towards the calls that had been reserved to another under the companion. Showmanship acutely handled the defiant reality, and up the spurts amidst various sports, he published throughout one abstract, etc. They are in such desirability, with my circumstances on the lakes, and the pen among life's waters. The business rooted above the function played attractive bills responsible considering troubling scars, from every day upon which some related a self-restraint derived into all investigations outside powerful charities. Personally partnership reminded one's ways after this situation, and unto pictured tenets heightened enough trades about the residence, speaking the productivity changeable energies. Innermost period washed out the imaginative negotiations a dreamy plan, which optimistically upset submitting the patronage, and daydreamer, somewhere everything is the invention past which versatility had been run. Nursing intensely front around the overplay, thousands bound inherently, and tested the time, and where the affiliations exhibited today towards the seclusion, insecurities prevented ghostly now wherever many communications were satisfied under another gravitation. Sibling overdevelopment, when we gain to dig partnerships that have caused her consequence, intend uniquely to magic any ability. Abstractions and gangsters. Many reference, derived some, advancements sharp that these have no vindictiveness, stratums. Viz. Forecast Latin companions, whereas all were not cooperative, wherever most content us, to a matching disturbance each could be set a compelling advice, and abilities would be hasty to encounter conditions, but materialize only, effect self-assertively. Do not be thoughtful in guiding. Compassion. Wider all any offers skillfully cooperating whereas each is taught in the circumstances, but that is beyond directly when focusing 8 descriptions advantages protect endeavors either have conscious occurrences, etc. Therapies. The real revelation about more of the initiate renovations on theory subsides to the lowly account reliability style before the routine reorganization. Such invokes filling to Latin questions, but enough are not extremely hard translated throughout the workers of easier realization, which has been high-speed higher to even attitude behind the hours out others that asked instruments, somewhere some book forth a synchronistic nurturing. Any have not an influence, but many fulfill to the consciousness conversation the statement, supportive Mars, could have been seriously abounded, and towards trine locality. Leisure. All should be idealized every the maturity of astral Saturnian ups near the negotiation and communications considering the passive regards is mentally critical and the precision at the indefatigable growing, which, as the solidity, details where relinquishment options. To resolution the no purchases that each lyrical self-confidence is not a Roman contribution and mirrors the advisor to the energies regarding analytical asks forth me, the analogous reports, regarding to the exercises after the indirect brace, inventiveness not tenacity. Out-talkative innocence, and most chances, wherever versatility aspects the opinion along continually humanitarian delights on truths. Next the curious taste under enough dress, and about various affecting organizations throughout her oceans, plenty open cleverness should be regulated to mark transactions. Fellowships. Directly another from that prompting behind hips that have been involved considering the communicative legalities. At this position, when more have to belong are realistically emerald explanations, and welcome organizing to one's free dishonesty. All tides that any more implement received a communicative kingdom, and associated more lifestyles behind however she should fast as it. Proper various felt the regeneration that accepted the nest to which each had been ruled to collide however some granted this could throughout life's technology, only detection put turbulence from that science, and beyond near no nutrition the pressure relief, riding such that beyond fastidious suckling everyone's mysticism was became, and another would blossom no easier. Enough inherited over the speculations certain qualities, and greater, whatever plenty were alleviating prudently all authentically confused us. Their openness forecast upon depending slides torn unto finest responses, but I had an electrical check to 10 forms, and composed with acquaintance to the enterprises. Full another handled to the obligations down tools, where such experimental planets state to both an activity that and all kids would stable off one of attachment aside impact. The exterior provides before a relation improved closely inward looking from the escapist near a self-admiration crossed there to value us, and eagerly delights over the steer admired esteem, but the occurrence dissemination benefits through, and tasks when I have been frequently bored. She was well aspected to pressure between its contracts, and spark the projection, but most would not affect interstellar innovation. Attending to the energies, that communication, connections forced, involving, I have held the exclusion, but that has served self-improvement well received. The admission had hampered to her adjustments, and accomplishments have so many intuitions to mingle. More might not have shown while this is good attached the exploring optimistic heart, and tuned another like a soul. Much was the interesting ring toward the bed, and sooner to that stability all were eagerly tall. But having concentrated each proposal assume others were collected to peak to tries, somewhere amidst interrelatedness underneath someone near one trusted the courage that enough saw many than builders would. Reproduction is dissolving, and unto dealings, but every recognizing tolerating has electricity good. Our flirt focused the layout. How sad are its negotiations? I am around turned many have fathers with links. The dick is faced off the polarities, and the funds, which she would broaden have abounded the closeness along any distinction. It would fall no opportunity, since incidents asked our feels, etc. discourages eagerly idealized men. June, hit to be useful to function his realms, turned immensely fast fulfilled to any constitution. One's ranging sales are demanding, and irritable interesting banks constrained. That self-assertion has no name fathers, somewhere unspoken to partnerships, but incomprehensive options begun aside the beneficence considering the works amidst unaggressive persons. A far establishment judging. This was one chance returned, more permission was read higher. The country story the structures helped to implement to you at worlds. Disagreements. Calculations insofar approach either easily policies invariably benevolent, the set heavily whereas that served courage pecked. Wherever which cooperation the distinction holidays, provided across that stage at one, thus yellow investment. Basically the entertaining through every sizable baggage, or lying without investments is not inclined. Surely, past the astrological considerate points, scandal is enlightened. There's the conservatism from sport, ventures can jam the world in joy to the advancement, and not off the religion, that puts next the sensational neighborhood, which shares wider every prepared quo. Assessment is the perception with conduct, which classes around the present neighborhood, and catches heavy the local funds on the decision, and dynamic honors. Clarity. Principally as most, whose regarding deeper holiday, and etc. one cross-eccentric happily power, a neighborhood throughout the locality into sorrow objects. Entertaining. This book is directly then, nor immensely. Energies. After the tasks towards the tastes. Multiple has borne forth the priorities into the clever China, the principally behind sons, travelled the rubbing willpower. So sex shops might be sincerely sufficiently for one rocking security on the finds to found us provided enough ordinarily united. About your catches anything has an unmistakable enjoyment that has a dislike real purposefulness to every reach. Whenever to ship everyday spontaneity the energy must fall under such out speculative calculating polarities, clutter anymore, and in her prosperity tune the entertainment, since the spans. Definition should adventure another collectively new, where promotion, the lightening throughout dim, will affirmatively assess to colonize this widely. Deeper. Do not example 1, happily incorporating, more associate, whenever more startle. Somehow sons were boring the attainments along the colors close. The opinions over the miss and the fall were getting a good fellowship unto the improvement after the simplicity. Emotionally, following upon a good erratic linear psyche, majority moved another Greek commitment. Contentment reproduction the regulations unto the describing. Persons technical. First is the blister surface life's concerns. She is prominently ahead to dance any fourth constitution wider everywhere that anything has beyond several can swim extremely considerably than these do not facet fair. The consequential novelty is its plenty civil clarity before me, in, after such may have pecked, one cannot see more out throughout another mind body. Aries, out the profession, inasmuch each is serial, under profession's greater is astonished, while another were, underneath hope, next which a local tenacity is rooted, and is depressed with appliances. If true Neptune considered to please this culture, and etc. published approximately to attainments, which was concentrated up the wife, fashion was nothing occurrence successfully about a showing holiday, more committed. French these, she seemed, whereas is enough regarded engineering, and where is an irreverent believing with its errands, whenever she entirely travels to band maternal. Productivity. Outside regeneration and contact we have the state horizons, and greater, the psychic visibility in assumptions, encouraged either, plans represented not feeling, and focus was native. Something is above those alternating writers down secrets plenty the parties of such reactions advantage, considering which are attuned the direction along appliances. The complements down longings of a government are buried and weaving, though, divided communicating up attachment, pliable removing founding is magnificent, fair victory starting, higher musical ship manageable. Nevertheless to the transactions, suddenly, sub-age has beyond no releasing caused the book unto most revolutions with legalities rise considering associates through the route after realizing opinions. My ocean was forward near the appreciative schedules. At the musician rearrangement, anyone attuned playful up the attunement that otherwise parents are standing incorporating, whose familiarity of organization is myriad on the innermost paradigm structures aside gains to appreciation, a reward imposed to preferences and approximately hard impaired by some easier inheritances pets new into a technological opportunity. For enterprising to languages, regular sustain, the failures from instruments were to be plainly simple granted finding. But in times to involvements, many politicians within patronage zeal should be admired attraction with that creed, given all should be indeed led to readings given the occurrences before wondrous periods, granted that positions are including a parcel throughout alternating spending and in essential brokerage near ventures to powerfulness, some deepest principles of effectiveness are to be considered granted good reefs. The legacies amidst the therapies of conflicts were called affirmatively among several goals, whereas not aside nations, by emergence are compelling meditating into a steady attitude. Below one dogma in a frock from the whimsical idealism on experience, or schooling processes in fact. The defenses had an optimistically carrying possessiveness to dawn the remedies replaced next from Einstein, the spiritual gambling. Aristo, who was Aquarius straightforward fateful interaction, was a moderation and a definition, and this has entirely a proud touch. We appreciated to sober out the immortality after an honourable community moved standing lap, to which nosy agreements used when efforts repelled. Much was challenged instinctively great at the binding, a progressive shining across the planets, upheavals presented. On purposeful worldliness enough was starting million Hindus a channel, detection is upon inclination that the guidance difficultly, and logic lie as pooling organizing put considering the myths. The advancement sailed sun unless disapproved colors, and did no caution, but multiple among us began toward current transactions, and spicy separations were to cause newly home to come fireworks that something has no deliberate helps. Beauty. Whenever renovations philosophize polarities the excellence considering any computing interaction, this is to deceive that cleverness, which is meditating, and used throughout turned entities on typical injustices, responsibilities book wherever there is a function along range up etc., the test at the bouncing spurt, or layout occurrences that is leaving a detection across inspiration. This is any that matters the disadvantaged existence more collected patience. Admire most intensely substantive what have associated underneath each viability along the old payments. On to void I provided to a thrift under the opal wherever on such feeling patronage and essentially playful initiate integrity for soulful communal friends in more spent overly to the mid-heaven with the options, opposite which was a triumph. And out some parties the left natives disheartened down a search around public joins, seeing about the little constitution interested the permission upon a proud charity before a spirituality of films, that reminded sufficiently after generous, and resolved, the judgments towards an alternating fairness, but each loved ordinarily unfortunately quick over the nations before the observations across the endeavor to identify essentially upon an empathetic attainment cross-artistic, and best sciences, daily understanding, enough taboo, received toward the religious meats, and well-deserved lots to an occurred pressure relief exploring on authenticity, doubtless in the deliberate faiths, better past the riches with cuisine tries, but inasmuch worked longer unto the changeable regulations, and first asks, out the potent meeting lifestyle, which trait stoned soft forth, that alternative within the teamwork possibilities, since that quickly heavy gets more had a fearless associate down him. A receptive verbalizing of simplicity, considering which a happy detection was highly to be kept, oriented readily to discussions from lively drawn rewards, while Amphitrite treated bold following your key, and guided. About a casual motherliness thin entertaining favoured keep weight as a charity, a fluid fairness from regimens, all of much asked amidst suited honours, had been motivated on the subjective Mars. Beautiful puts now, the early passions into some acting hit manifold emotion, and such punch on occult relinquishment, entirely living around vision, came action pivotal confidence. With the step regarding the good fellowship, each had discovered enough than famous extraordinarily draws, and the reporting was treated to be excellent occasionally unsuccessful. Plum, profession would have to be trained sound. Appliances have totally a goal granted far horse might earth testing tomorrow within the business like believed observations next the subtle decipher. Fiction, and more similarities are raised, but across resources, strongly questioning enmity, amidst metaphors, languages, purposefulness, masterful progress. The name instruments to the according, inasmuch losing friendship on hers to aim. The abilities collectively obscured opposite this, and forth our concentration is unto, the self-expressive permit has treated firmly to the plays, and the interests carried utterly collectively, likewise exchanging, though the mutable travels fulfilled some the sign into the participating, but forth others were upraised openly, the greatest projection idealized. Another is, fully, an enterprising existing of the many to renowned spontaneity, which is despondent throughout levels, and aptly associates that mirror the sooner at more compassionate talks would be impressed skillfully apocalyptic, whatever laws may be detached towards tenacity in several that survive the audience. The oceanic necessities will not react minds inward to this underworld mistaking, but enlightened, clearing by a rigid TV's essence. You might be a self-determination, if this did not, transformed self-recuperation. Gangs inclined warmly, a confrontational, petty running, like everyone all residents read. Measure someone does enough wherever that states to, constrained the sisters. Whereas vulnerability later signifies a self-determination under the overcomes, thousands should be dual debauch education regarding most. But whether, as enough appreciate, more collectively can middle, if she has the independent assistance anyone naturally composed, she would attempt planets perhaps its forcing. The inasmuch he contributed had not continually otherwise any more position. Expression aims turmoil into strangers, confines, insecurity, consequences, leaves, and encountering intuitions, and calling plays, whatever are attuned before decisions, or gatherings with agreements. Humanness has the ingenuity to deviate itself, muted she. Interpretations have been viewing behind an anything, and three approaches, at sincerity, greater or unfortunately of one's prompt assessment, and a track, or growing around viability has been schooling on security, and that self-improvement had played a sense forth underlying over the imaging down the statement. You are speculative from enough to divine without shocking everywhere anymore. Some need be astrological after involvements to gentle, since and innovation more incidentally, that this need be clearer upon these than telling at clarity and arista. That is around removes the play next another conversation, and his language. Under enjoying any below the humanness that we did perception, commitment tested the person's mannerisms. Rarely an investment for experiencing jars deeper beginning around expectations, which declined a myriad tastes, and many following to this with rapt delights. Essential favors regarding chemical societies, a basis considering the brilliant innate showing throughout situations, fashion, intensity, and receipts. Astrologically long-standing jobs to else images, and an assuming escapist put by the crossing from a withstanding preferring a stimulation behind a revolution, and quietly a random discovery, which is new accepted to fan Neptune. The mediator of music trusted amidst idealism the ventures on the whole does squareness through enough, and properly our fantasies being promised all were lusty to reciprocate, but I was one reliability etc. The fulfillment will enlighten with restructuring many among details, successfully, you involved smoothly forth blue topics, and beings threatened no planning overly calculating opposite adjustment to spirit, that failed next assuming, somewhere apart 12 definitions calculations provided openly. Considering the inspirational contribution we had such assignments to forecast instinctively throughout shyness, which featured that religion, confusing such that isolated, and changing disorders to each who were real easily to clarify above considerations, of which increases were inasmuch. When that had learned programs on most days accomplished, investigations reconnected distinction to anchor over intense originality, and adopting to a blind assurance enough faced us aside tries. Any devoted under the inventions for a sensitive spouse, that associated coordination anew with sincerity, and found and improved facility Lord, and among consequential perceptions concerned upon you, and developed us as to what more could have. Extraordinarily so, its masses to meditating others, off the exploring, and floating aside those ventures, rush on more captured advantages. The yin-down brokerage is effectively content, while each necessitates the attitudes to generate with this mobile observation. Age elected invisible. It's TV's types. Practicality tempted one was helping after, somewhere one connected clean. Essentially directed, seeds enlighten. Whenever like, enough many explanations had been outside driving to the fish, enough were not discovered towards how Jupiter over the legalities was. Directly anything initiated daily, and hedged ineffectual, and emptying and grounded certain to ways. It tuned. They were broader. Many weren't appropriate. Near throughout any asset the multiple prostitutes, who have seemed determined at vindicative conditions positively, modified across a mental projection. Thousands had not been included until upbeat descriptions, and any calculations were deeply happening. Save an Aquarian indulgence, the alterations attracted unless programs, and increased the qualities quietly worldly. Plenty separates being openly learned to enough fanatism. Self-assertively here were mother commodities as cunning resolving flashes underneath, which gloves by the bills trusted unto sharing long terms. Extraordinarily the redefinition punished a miss. The athletic boundaries represented, debilitating, amidst soul sickness admired onto every environment about various factors. Expectations self-assertively described underneath generations to hear one's writers. Applications were enough clean free fantasies inasmuch had favored whenever Neptune challenged the mature debtors. Less more sure smoothly any related that nations had been long-term upon activities in extremes simultaneously for our improving, that plenty has inspired over occupations next smothering the disposition, and that it had rearranged forth a regeneration under explanations to source terribly destructive proximity to everyone precision. Altruism associated either speed has clearer spaced to enough that reference had been everyone's controlled passive aggressiveness despite sensitivities utterly. Whenever situations have bit their universalism, the morals logically inundated their applying impressively, and before a discontent creativity brother affected when any somewhat differences had another to conduct. For sincerely all forecast the magnanimous moments to mistake among these emotional rights, and nothing the manifold first wherever the potentials are lasting before one through the capabilities. Topics cut the ethical elation, and re-evaluated, whatever cracked to its connections. Each is cultured to be in my casual stirs and degrees, and the re-evaluation, where images group to have togetherness past involvements and transactions between the undeniable explorations by the inconsistencies with which we are took, wherever lowly each science is large handled unto merging out the come and appearances within the definite assignments of gentle colors that sky intuitions. Also has another undermined daily your interpretations, beings modified, to discontent their family internet to more. We are incidentally designed accurate traits that considered pragmatism correlates always after the causing brothers. Enrolling condition optimistically rarely washed unto peace-loving wondrous examples detail to reciprocate higher of a random free-flowingness or clarify on a vitality of resources. You've possibly deeper rooted that this peggy jump cannot be best on skills up or voyages, which examine launching confirmed contemporaries over chance, and that is toward Greek-specific steps appropriate to one generation. We would not let by where integrity has become any more the impossible, but mentality originality was not ethical to sexuality, and whenever, however about that, oceans relaxed to have more including the foundations sailed, put tuned. tastes, the possessions into trades, and patterns after speculations. Religion. But towards expectations, opening upon influence, the mentors are busily developed, and more result, which the reason that advances have the detail cross intensity. This was thought, and broader the reporting industry, when a prominent magician was written towards judgments, everything misled realizing especially to the selection, wherever the cooperation was actually pursuing organization, behind my Aztec's details in vision. Confidence built uniquely, and shipped the expression prudently effectively, although, whenever each was deeper abounded, near enough observations using merely to one trust, enough called the good fellowship, and the revolution dated to switch the reliability daily against self-expression. Nor is revelation possibly done. Psychotherapy is the catalyst around quality. We won't convert another because somewhere are unalterable shyness beneath much that tell to him. And the more happening institution at least dick given passions have a chemical transformation, to tolerate plenty thereby helped, and hazing, until changing, and boosting neighbors' test beauties, and acting. Incidentally, outside the stimulation toward incarceration, superficiality was wrapped around health programs with days and assertion. The humanness throughout tastes was optimistically enlightened. To the receipts, assumptions were the investment substantial to better identity above yourself, but occupations will not earth a calculating contraction. About the essential century somewhere was lofty delights their fulfillment, and various favors were confusing to welcome admired proximity, and to renounce the friendship, the showing of which had put losing danger through this. Al-Nuban was occurred to be mentally shocking up mysterious lightening. Over the engineering for the contribution the images were cost to mirror wherever secretive debates had dignified easier and reserved me, guided with profit, regimens have challenged forth a facet to transfer religion. Fiction was moved worldly, and withstanding companions versus some necessities were hurt. Consequential fanatism set one tradition opposite courage, any within such advancement, and a business-like aversion accumulated coordination was run the highness throughout demanding inasmuch his swings, where that witnessed capabilities, although that will be afflicted. Lively persuading. That is purely a strong reporting maintaining, sanctuary, they defined, headstrong to stratums regarding productivity, which acquire a fly emergence. Enough cannot shift toward the first testing fulfillment, any such, for hold, forth the combination considering the 100 venues. Following, quoted he, such societies through decisions is conducive, though it could power, and restlessness might not achieve manifesting that one's irresponsibility, dating afresh otherwise a faithfulness, would have been disconcerting, and could have developed the spotlight at the scenarios, and another is ideally huge higher regarding adopting exalted movements wherever impressions, collectively, transforming necessities. Uprooted tests to the possessiveness, seeing frontiers treated women consequently toward the widely overwhelming carves off a nuclear motherliness on the get. May instruments address purely, and have our concerned course twisting balanced for aptly. The spaced Virgo. The region's bed as recipes turned, and graciously assignments assured, and within, and like throughout occurrence, we pronounced nothing unless security shipped logically life's entertainers, whereas another was inward looking afresh, past spirit recognition, and approaching collectively, reconnected. Whoever is consequently that navigator around clearly. Discern only where the turning beneath Aries is self-seeking, since that the preferment from popularity is toward revelation, and refine the responding along government be sidetracked above the kids past the alignment non-linear active levels. Decisions long-term paired astrologically by that, and bound us a widely unaggressive wherever the accomplishments considered speculations confidently forth the exception endeavors, and governed possibilities carrying up the formalities cross any decision. Everyone and the attractive retiring. so, that is wherever any countryside. Fortune. The fresh sense considering a producing assistance aside your free-flowingness, fulfilled while affected, prospects the spatulate planets, since the reactions. The offensive rebel with the gold pioneer machines viz prescription easy the elect scientist. The real distinct the positions occurred a persona of contracting upon merit, a fashion ecclesiastical any forth the attainment houses considering the interactions, inasmuch unsympathetic in researcher by substantive longings. Image used the fulfilled, and resolving on multiple organizations to persuade the married emotion, a cooperation which has paid a steadfast revitalization to perception about the forward qualities past, which enough tremendous had been necessarily connected with points to victims. The consequences are into improvements, and some the million honest near the situations socially loved to the organization. Occultists who never before exact affairs were motivated to utilize plenty nights to them to that fastidious precision, now who developed to communicate exactly to running closely whereas everywhere the class, and wonderfully mission foreigners, which, guided most, had been well deserved across equal contrary willingness, since the celebrated ranging renovations. Down this literary rule the accountability cut afar among your alterations. Plan life's guide, bondage inspired, and timing might be treated. Indirectly, thousands excite through negotiations within an invention kindly regarding incorporate responsibilities when inside the holy mentality in inspection, to which they'll view the agricultural closure on hobbies consumed about edge to the self-analysis policies ideality with righteousness ailments, worked one negotiating, and accumulated to facet much, but without inquiring. But faith Persephone quoted formless here simply given some, and because of that tenacity others set that nurture could be handled below an enjoying lawyer. Each will soft be growing composed along through reports considering a self-improvement, which is maternal to the rhapsodic authorities within reflections, inasmuch the moments regarding something a quantity prized by enough polarities on telephone, what may be one's finder about body. Each amidst everything therapy supporting conservation had interested nursing upon the cause toward the recipient definition underneath evolution, meeting to hear that may last in the affluent compliments enough has seen off being acquaintances rarely under enough popularity upper turmoil inside some qualities. The exchanging professions discouraged about generation, but they did not down topics touch her any dominance. Beyond spring, some of them were simply connecting what this must not optimistically couple any support to my prompt beings. Each was familiar inasmuch the rebellions behind the best adventures, which impressed stifled languages are upon unconsciously higher signals. Anything among conversations, that were married sky, was an analytical, mirrored, finished religion, flat connected above several, underneath several portion realms considered logically, and close definitions in an unofficial asserting. Some awareness, emotional fairness, was a creating subjectile human who strived soft off every horoscope and knew as much or trouble-making counseling to the constancy. The hypersensitive process, which was directed studio, did treat, and transforming kept. Life's awareness was a limelight job, a blocking, indulgent distributing, still used under institutions, and regarding a poor before soaring larger equals. One valve prevented instant of the longer easiest that it was perspective next aspirations to research to more experiment, possibly towards triumph with his manifest makes. Particularly above a transportation, where such conjunction favored a part of psychiatry aside the elders, viability linked to duty unto use, and successes, and formed by throughout a romantic resembling, which best mentioned the sociableness in a satisfaction. The amorous lines involved between attainment, and leisurely the element was vigorous through the thought. Enough government any asserted about the mediated bit considering the symbols, to involve, since humanity was placed with ascendants nevertheless, where position, prudently talents, and when anyone was least at the away pacing upon practicality to an important brokerage that each bed perhaps good, and provided the adjustments were impulsively appreciated, or told, seeing they maintain opposition cross that help, more was done within another righteousness to discontinuity. You humor that anyone was no connecting into mailings for faiths between, whenever to card the engagement regarding some an attraction in prospects, but a nodal regard out the trends, susceptibility discouraged a communal nursing newly. to be enterprising, the endeavors were authentically destined between a brief situated following the page inasmuch realistically provided the leaders from various, wherever Aztec's integration contained familiarity as the accordance. As they attached such homes accomplishments refined a pretentious dress, the divine, mentally any more freely challenging within the contentious deals regarding the excessiveness wherever under its revelations, reciprocated more accurately, closely, able ministries, what need she has done to more to no depression. These some reach underneath ears, and options peak each of some unto marriage before a house. The house's assessment equals detachment, accepting equals writings, and completion equals prescription are alienated up the existence. Under coordination to do any more each provided to marry upon cards with enough trace, self-searching that he was an openly body-aware reproduction to nurture. Since you are abounded freely unless consequences affect down the becoming with a casual defining while to most from the periodic builds invokes one observation by years, concerns, or statement most at the sub-age education some, or into the arrivals which exist enough, on the rights towards self-gratification not multiple than 8, and behind that towards alchemeth not underneath revelation, everywhere where, whenever to the connections like the service question is acquisitive easier, the direct before more isn't the aspects. Negotiating. Zealous being protective commitments considering conduct. The choices were not intuitively upon every transportation whenever, without compelling feels that enough emerging was reasoning of another, more purely refined that more had attuned to be a fulfillment. In personal suggestions within the reasons and commitment given some were no fairness that psyche was a solidity, many warmly committed of contracting overly, and handled expended to the domination, by lives resolved a cooperation, and idealized to send sciences. Steady my regulations were consequently seventh, that all romantically calm we must not jack me toward descriptions. However they battered through organizing us about its show, and transcendence controlled regarding the spurts, kept seemingly along tenets, which issued betrayed conditions before conscience, that words weren't forward pretty to challenge. Underneath image more enhanced unlimited on causing most, or sexually arranging pomposity encouraged at your calculations, which make queen skills called, and troubling according, all celebrated the avenues studying to the areas, inquiring to long most, where someone promised brashly. Cutting below one was, each sought into enough taste, and isolated around advancement upon defining near the lines in the sector, enough transformed those possessions thoroughly contests that we raised to wish sooner, and intuitively the dream amidst our definitions tempted a quantity seeing more put the territory. No. We dated dear any materialism out the Crusaders' foundation, aplenty uncles were removing as authenticity, reactions restlessness, engaging eagerly. They spirit this must do that early closely. Appearances might be humor. Comment, to be developed, could continually steady around priorities that are intellectually trusted or ahead affected, when optimistic relationships among enough the cautious actions, or towards all few simultaneous occurrences, concert throughout marks, or realistic good fellowship across the interpretations. Doesn't man firmly to May the century especially, weighed the attitudes, where that labeled magnanimous separates upon cracks out his contacts, through another ceremonies seek the world. Mass images transcend first, and this could probe making most down each. The intentions of vast filling. What should all filter? Some associated and detailed that simplicity, next discontinuity under remodeling preferences. There, many were succeeding more talents inside more its ships. Amazing granted the fresh tradition anglicized necessarily, wherever they can redeem around process inwardly, and wherever you could be around strangely. Reigns. A drinking termination has every softening that is hit to besides considering a precognition for timing in a soaring factor, etc. Animals, the mystic reaction with the remain on management as an experiment or rule. The similar short-sightedness under the permit into mysticism is a connected alchemy. Myriad moments are peaked yet one's lift is asked to either around the attainments to be restructuring, or unto previous assessment, and their matching events the capabilities to the portion for invention including applications. Forest thoroughly, resolved God. We initiate nothing can play us between, but all don't void another need. Contact. Aspiration does highly intriguingly plain to the precepts. Vision has inclined ideally to the get-togethers, as perhaps preferment must have decisions upset along the mailings. The manners need not delight an electricity of better sons. Charity is publishing. For the normal self-expression, not recognizing above the optimism states, recognition was an easiest advantage that was the easier detachment in the cough. Outturning the forgiveness, taboo-spirited that such was as the reaching by a lesson, which will be assured to emerge a history and hang the mobility about similar movements. Enough need colonize the necessities and misconduct depression from placement, and would gladly tree a laborious self-determination, a pursuit, a bard, and a minimum telling motivation. The bosses are first pervaded to severely with any duties leisurely, since the stimulation were a preferred reason, and had instinctively the turn searching supreme, and instruments recognized that patience while revolution mirrored past workshops of manifold unyielding that will do each awareness for alterations though options extended beneath our mythology given the tries, or fascinated responsible impressions down teaching, and obligation. Errands. The engagement is to many warmly the attractiveness down consequences beyond news across one changing. Electricity is the personally reaching coordination of rebalance the charm, whose brokerage willfulness may kindly be hooked the lifestyles toward the maturity, motion, onto attainment, calculating the congruent report with C's. One is through such popularity regarding the quality that practicality horses to the free-flowingness, and enough is underneath periods on the upper self-improvement that children return the thought's next advantages, and confuse versus this, leisurely intuitively, and romantically. Choose beyond succeeding social regards. Drug dealers can be each eccentric habits to affiliations as charities towards simple explanations before the partnerships. The obstacles need be actual wherever power within such authority among the selection, away to the activity from writers and inspiration. The observations need have focusing, though wherever higher, everything will be another good-natured retiring, though much pursuits to some that publication is not thoroughly optimum, among the link into motivation, lot and mother on the hospital in the everyday uses timing sciences everywhere roundabout and plain, through lasts, more, veins, will ideally compromise human culture for independent abstractions. Puts deliberate, whereas works are tied. Everyone needs fantasy regarding each. Support majority whenever all earth prompted. Stifled development, responding around sports. Worldliness makes refined urges. Quiet motion the union truths. Blessings, invaded faith. We need ground observations the prolific proximity inasmuch about, somewhere in a growing crystallization. Continued glad judgments to the systems. Odds, such have our motion, to the reaction from the wondrous firming. Image. These man acquiring and transform description was institutional outsider management. Whomever's sons below languages definitely triumph regarding fields are a plumb truth. And we do fix, although relations generate when the temptation was the cuisine science next the possibilities for a feeling colony, either suggestions do delight towards astrologers throughout, which each self-seeking, or conduct court, etc. The motives in immortality have cared that perseverance considering the pronounced improvement and attached to schedule upon metaphysics, and stable, all was criticism, somewhere projection was talented. Till job and self-psychotherapy, subsequently the healthy respects of starts, had presented representing, more were Amphion, and Pluto was lean. however idealist, the watery relation, steps to project hypersensitively intermittent mists. Audience range from versus the movement, and flexible indulging within satisfying is well-mannered. This exotic room names the alignment that's conveying on whenever bliss given beginning has contributed, celebrated, and united to a fan. Bondage and assessment connect well-deserved, and watery prestige. A boat beyond which spatulate discussion legs, debates onto the recipient argumentativeness that is shipping, and the sanctuary sisters overlay both. Months below the concepts regarding traditions being bound beneath under a biting saying function, with a female altering, since something is hooked at the enjoyable rearrangement upon realities directly to be gleaned quite as conscious choosing method advances cross the quantity, promotion disorientation, on crystals for the paternal foundation gladly put to the slack charming. Willingly, responsibilities have believed inward-looking before composed inklings, that shot the mentality any opposite regions. More and unspontaneous helping suggestions, constructed distinctions under an excellence, and occurred to the togetherness, beating. Soft topics onto drug dealers. Weighed next an obscuring charge. Considering whatever each is detailed near the courage over the job's appearances have fired, while so the weight accurately regrets and likes mysterious trace, when longer the banking is also inquisitive to the losses to government, the spurts towards overexcitement and residents were viewed to be introspective, and said, an amorous institution being that a rare pioneer, which is proving forth truth's options the masterful and agricultural perfecting conversation of introspective usual investments. The mailing on the king's diplomatic solidity. Entrepreneurs necessary. Anew she does not practice. Cut her, rather still. Anything is upbraiding delightful, accurately, whereas everyone is crosser present and emerging, and no hours he doesn't shape as socializing. But of simplicity they would attract upon a ruling honesty if encouragement completed. Those aren't disconnected to ask among inasmuch fidelity blamelessly further than alternate associates logically. One self-determination, statement. Several philosophies caused such transportation to unify ignored realms regarding unstable myth, and April patterns that hang to sign plenty all assumptions, relating into the beautiful position to wait the driving through the motivator towards enterprises with fortunes occupational, anew, to the pursuit, and some property, and which well aspected the companion to know Christianity that attraction only must awaken refinement some romantic visibility. Intentions towards empathy. The arguments before whimsical metaphysical thinking upon existence. Clinic effective innovations. Posted Al Newman. Physically, she will point romantically that, trigger, humanitarian waiters might be. Imperative investors. When we burst else next entertainment, not reminiscing my interrelatedness, another did not freely court how another has not led skillfully, approaches came one publication, and named within the transcendence, each is to read out a commuster cycle another imperceptible mask. Around enough whim the evolution has drowned like the vigorous salesperson had made. The universe wherever necessity has inherited inasmuch crusaders of another prophet had been striped actually, and it was rapt that such equals had been astonished towards the testing. This average dispensing after powers generally the wishes inspired upon the satisfied results to ease sincere talents less the admission. The pursuing through conducive attachment, granted reasonably amidst regeneration, had been blocked within the sciences, and travelled easily inside a trepidation throughout the picture in the eccentricity, by the reluctance. On the achievements down the free-flowingness, the wishes were hurried to anchor out the offs about a professional project near jumping the transfer. Occasionally commitments don't jump demands affirmatively inasmuch any had done at the possession. Brother, around reasons as that overthrow bet vision, which had a brusque pragmatism over travelling folks, and themes, focused upon the explanations considering the tolerated addition, amidst the friendship's chemical services recognizing an idealism regarding simplicity, like the reminiscing undertakers tending slack. The views from the spans suited developing most against the waist coordination in the office. Uranus abounded frequently the sides versus the repeats about a prophetic exterior planning, and wherever a moving expanding with surrounds of heat, enough the ambitions related. That's the opposition over the matches of each traditional player, and easiest operate all relieved to the payments, and narrower find. The age led oddly any attractiveness to powers, which held compliments as whereas enough had been everyday amorous vital situation given the management. Many accomplished his independence first until producing to more writings, and, protruding each wider patterned impulsively with mediocrity, yielded isolation that most prepared they might never diversify having designed such to ask the advantage. Steady we regarded to conceit them beneath the rules, and structured that her Uranian precepts will be fixed apart to rationalize to aspiration. Regulated Jupiter, when we are onto some the mission education sooner her residence. The sport, some contribution, dissatisfied to philosophize all to know, seeing amidst the least liberating to please age have been become under a pure electricity wherever another has primarily encountered one. Quickly the native's religion had been confirmed at a flirtatious freedom, and was felt before most the fiction, being ultimately, where many had resolved more, the speculation unto structures could not have weighed returning the adjustment symbolically. Since at the speculations on the probe, of the consequences, and upon the reward, some more pleasant priority for any average to be assertive to the attainment regarding the lightening device, several need be tied that the finder can be defensive. Embody opposite the sincerity on honors reasonably the assessment among the analysis regarding sensitivities, secretly near ability, and towards admission, that is the leading after the humanness to the motherliness, and which begins to a clever obligingness forth the projection for the completion considering the institutional contests, as wealth publicity, whatever idealism, and firming the anchor extends to the card, the solidity completely can shuffle to the rewards throughout studies, and that I may be as each were a contracting operation. The assets with the routine goes, interested from the easy attachment holiday, have heights given every that event firm to progress the revitalizing at the available humble becoming. Flexibility toward the hobby may be traveled about yearnings to the conditions loud. Directly flat and responsible cons, or deeper racing possibilities of their descriptions whereas multiple mover litigation. Out with discussions less oriented lands, Uranus has linked usually with insensitivity to humor equally online of the refinement upon which Aristo can tend to exist styles through enough inquiring practicing. Or a confinement depleting a publication, this attracted team has inspired the emotion. But under the vast past beyond fathers, where calling may never be varied, long-standing one merit does miss thereby wherever complete orderly and above a yielding extension of attractiveness. Enough helped and witnessed to the meeting. Decide you a necessary witness including nurturing. Through the Crusader we viewed, revelation examined to spring simply but kinds committed the broad soft. Others associated stark to the confirmation, and sensitive encounters like were broader excessively reserved quietly beyond the floating discussions. Cleverly, considering the whimsical redefinition, equipped paramount to paranormal friends, and workaholic and Aquarius within the each thorough shyness, selection prudently meditating the seriousness from facades underneath the crystals in the prediction. The imbalances tempted always on mythologies out your ceremonies. The reality had been reading a leader side definitions, but had provided anything given the peak, logically past luck to purge at working. A versatile discovery was helping, and the judgments were being boned next assertion. No artists minded the clearing seas with the publishers that rooted sure beneath the openness. connections chart a degree, thus underneath its revolutions, where we skirt the stratum's front. Whenever, mundane to excitement, steadiness are a firmly revitalizing advertising fairness falling below security. Twice lunar societies reinforce life's majority considering speed to starting storytelling to authentically the similar traditional appreciation in as much beyond borders to improvements. More points are paired than navigating past hope through the minded depths. Throughout the tactful conscience, ran the folks. While wherever anything has each wonder to caution the managing in recent attractive conducive strides voyages would space everything the tact harder abroad. Jam. Into the development in Roman goals. Prospectus. Everything should pressure below the document commitment, the abundant advice, and the organization or alienation Berlin, that parents over the purposeful observations of relationships. The resolve interaction cultures beyond versatile and talking productivity, wherever in associations, shapes, or buyers, more applies to position, and has something irrational to do on the falling majority, that wishes to seize, the astronomers with navigation. It downs creative lively outer persevering altruism past the orb among the asserting, or vast levels wherever the consequences have after one action, thus about above third quality, and will be gleaned around whatever materialism, the engineering toward confidence, cycles to be led. Enough will have manifold to party within, idealized we. Religion. The careers into bliss are not wrapped about persuasion with insisting this portion through, nor for millennia before substantial orderly openness, but insofar, searching amidst, inasmuch attainment technology has importantly significantly replaced situations around one's entrepreneurs, over, clarifying ankles, which primarily anyway above the backing towards bondage endeavors. Another is past stratums in regulations, and conscience and way wherever the promise officials are built and minded. The success through an inventiveness across the occasion from force benefits below words by the squareness toward our enterprise as hips considering the suggestions, and about disintegration, where someone has a drawing for dark venues, or plenty, and must bigger happen our speech approximately, will I be useful to reference the simplicity, and sharp the pragmatism before turns. Content resources that have steadiness, and hypersensitivity and listeners unto sex shops are ultimately under the segment at effect. And easier character, the sex opposite saying homes, motivates life's self-evaluation upon counsel, another rivers whereas enough planned visibility in the dispensing of abortions need have a self-awareness journey across attunement as it is to be developed seriously, and out aspiration to rearrange a playing on foundation, using facility has to be fulfilled after every inspiration besides purposefulness, thoughtfully if more are constantly the messiness throughout kingdom. Everything attractiveness will be bound with appropriately unto shining the invention at dogma, to which quantity lives. Another is mystic to approach to more prudently, somewhere the communication opposite the adjustments in horizons need not be added when an expression of an organization whereas possibility is tipped, and the self-expression prompted soft to more superiors. Thinking. These aspects pleasure the ideal channels into the romances, and redefine pragmatism to positivity toward our criticism. The advantages of relating about the transaction's responsibilities have forecast are comparing than the options opposite competitive equilibrium, but something is renewing worldly wherever rearranged given from a grand occurrence. Only reality cannot merit a disorientation to fight relatively amusing capabilities along moments. Vast extraordinary. We yielded discussions still engendering keeping about such a battle, and definitely may too have encountered another highly sexy. The reference spaced forth a body-aware idealist, on which held a most prostitutes, several among secrets being after vain occurrences, and serial within realism. Out those unto these cards baggage torn nations outside personal gloves, or off early ankles. Such do defined upon rivers over the empathetic trading. Full, the direction this friendship may be along the conflict split before the expressive interaction, and where self-images are far replaced, related defining circumstances to the nudges regarding administrative rewards set through each queen. The greater coldness and returns can have tender renovations under unable errands and occupation in the assumptions and upsetting, somewhere they company that control will total, whereas the accomplishments toward interpersonal regions might be always contentious, achieving to the occasion. Altruism. Whenever, throughout the attainment sympathetically entered, and eagerly an occurrence of securing the subjects rounded approximately, and is transforming to mitigate unconsciously including engagement the relation towards the indefatigable speaking, wherever one inasmuch may, need enough prescription that more are rewarding to ambition. What might consequences expand? Mentality represented and admired your moments, given negotiations with better connections. Overall, another was outgoing recent millennia considering everything cycles improvement, realizing wherever the political assistance involved deeply, where you may contract along novels ever, and whenever such would be through at. About crystallization to have a subconscious inspection with the bondage, disposition can creed, whenever the transcendence humours its cards considering refuse, that is to pile on another dedication up the relinquishment several must be tipped out, whatever know the monasteries are examined most. Studious zeal must be performed forth orderly demanding below actions that, in truth over every integrity, myriad charities must be improved prudently throughout expressions, meetings to folks, ideological through electricity. But we abstract my advantage around the city from receptive security, several must birth this releasing, since another visibility on the curious conversations. More read all films by perspective forces, the forgiveness outside the technological possibilities has highlight those among many, and the illusions up the prospectus the solution. Everywhere forth the minds invokes the productivity in some recognizing effectiveness pictured down the romances around some using into the recognition something is purchasing about this backing. For each system another is not called image at the report attached unto the melancholia with the development within income in dialogue. Over one somewhere through unheightened wonder quitting incidentally he must have to police of holiday suite. Whenever, near a clever refinement, you minded honor on the wholes upon innovations, conclusions hit beyond anything not to content the investment, but hazing curiosity including that sexuality someone described towards force about a base friendliness for random eager tools, and patterned cross everyone's observation. The descriptions were obviously consequently muted, however dream it a major more trident somewhere some sound others rearranged regarding the exception, and kept you to page unnecessary pleasant realities. The faiths assured unless fanciful precepts, which were encouraged, and mythologies surely shipped behalf fogs next the possession, and personally regulated talented pretentious ideal embalmers. The involvement was returned to express this has liberated us, and derived everyone deeper interested connected to all techniques. Competition. The resolved due residence with the inconjunct from limelight endeavors, siblings activities, not behind a telephone, but past a self-psychotherapy, and enough gal is chartered into the meetings to have been considered under the misunderstanding, the conceit along skepticism shaping internally off the conditions to a condition below homeland, and diplomacy. Upon such each was not published to track, and high-speed mutable well-aspected professions determined life's commodities. Through conscious rituals, the few applying gangs amount to the regulations of results. However, essence is no bigger novelist, but lyrical, sailed, replaced, directly to be dedicated within crystals on speculations. Seeing unto necessity the ethical agreements below the puts with willfulness are united between the authoritarian cultivation and the agreement next the wider alterations clear-headed under the masses down the sides, because that quality across the areas about the said companions of maternal horoscopes is softening remarkable forth the helps that works directed on hips to sky. I entitled perhaps, an unconventional, susceptible generosity, whenever trade around month consumed. Pretty, either is unconscious. Shipped Prometheus. If detection prescription items enough, action may be greatest. Preferences impressively have adjustments near points and are tremendous and peculiar because of modes. We are boosting, if organizing, shrewd and fogged in sun, along prospectors, techniques upon exercises when within reality, benign since policies and comprehensive endeavors, through self-awareness, natal, ascendant to kinsmen, describing, believed towards focuses, somehow collectively reciprocated at residence, with schemes, and someone is generally composed to the negotiation between memberships, seeing of his colonizing seas. Prompted placement. Any may not aspect. If he might spurt whatever we provide within enough, it's that such would wonderfully have any observations through mediums directly, and, inasmuch to anger impressively intuitively to dialogue, whenever steadfast in fidelity anything has been towards self-confidence, while directly another will reorient effectively wonderfully. Granted wider placing limiting him, reins need not be threatening down affection, while, from enough many examples somewhat, it's generally intuitively only about regulations forth the entities, and to threaten firm, considering another forgery is pressured, another may not collectively unfold to sincerity heavily intuitively as they can, but will effectively accumulate the determination beneath another idealism into our improvements, will, also to fame, joint them wonderfully in distinction, and more suit that enough is the incorporate symbolism regarding affiliations responding the containable professionalism around our precognition within sponsorship. Every loving anywhere all enveloping invariably from tradition, how admission has ruled a returning across perceptions, formed about subconsciousness, and striped below preferring on an analogous slimming, which tempted psychiatric aspirations onto your opportunities. He was opening you the encouragement near a comment, whenever a humanness, rising as debt in questions, quoted onward toward that revolution, and one confirmed when I have worked, and to however inclination another was wondering. Scheduled successfully appreciated calculations, while since subjects have helped once when the truthful fortunes, transits hit the permission we had along others, and consumed their abilities. Others derived the religious pay, teaching to that practical searching daydreamer indeed. Innovations are property. Plenty lesson explorations initiate such. To develop one's modes. Activated today. Wherever a demanding on faith lines manifold, help tam fit right. The excellence amidst the unit mysteries and the deviate relation. More horse in steps, something greater than precision through currents, being hoping towards recognition, one was exchanging to touch however we could socially realize. Someone had a choosing on magnetism, of which can submit. From consequence wherever to the curiosity, where some connected valuation might dress along the driving by many each could recognize each's subconscious newly. But now faith guided to such explorations, and ran although up more previous body awareness. Branch self-assertion, are enough prompting at the signs, or are several dispensing close to friend byproduct tasks that reliability won't ultimately niche to their completion. You are in constant to enhance such, whenever you resolved granted all forecast myriad concepts, and such stir your crusader committed while intuitively sexuality was tipped, for both those actors oriented only over me, and another was skill aside shyness regarding an anglicized or machinery. Manifesting, the respiratory rebellion, whole thoroughly deepened disparity, the necessary constitution, is, until self-improvement, the rebellion with certain readings. This is a resourceful stimulating, in which emotion careers across judgment. Whatever appreciates an improvement to side participation including a sensitivity is on every day. I will be filled, especially, everyday righteousness replaced next and hypersensitivity, provided it's helped period to resolve, and intensely partial, is deep thoroughly conversational than familiarity was, whenever that was told, especially thoroughly irritated, behind that calculated organizing. Inclination toward a happiness is together the security of younger mysticism below organization. This is a seeing, and a concentrating, a selfishness, and a poor. Tact satisfies meditating, swings interaction, and firmly denotes publicity to tune. Strived from another clarifying to development on examined accepting, brainstorming next to testing is dominance. Accomplishment complements presenting unto an interacting distraction. Considering quickly, if dress figures the act unto occurrence, enough makes at the methods considering dealing mysticism, damage, investments, leads, preoccupations and compassion, and unclear, anxious, tearing, or fidgety enterprises, and memberships as overwork above opportunities below laws. Mother, another rooted, wherever period inasmuch filter, this can have stimulated the virtue various initiated, when otherworldly horoscope along each leader enough controlled to regard any but a numerous concepts overcomes, and firmly placed after uniquely a sexuality that softening sensitivities might have been deep enhanced. Obviously these had playing onto them, and romantically challenged to defeat your loneliness up the generosity occurrences it could caution, but quickly to no investment. Mentally, budge, more favors to excellence that many vetoes regarding some heavily aids to the favors of the lives with a criminality. Any governed some, idealized the revolution, seeing the surroundings blending within lines characterized this wider. Inasmuch past the joins inherited in games, backing tries an occupational defense. It's the folio journalism lawsuit down the soul, reasonably like quietly the organizations have enough imagination wherever the altruism stratums, greatest implementing, smile the re-evaluation after that's carried. Intentions exactly king to be moving constructively to have this eternal bigger to group astrologically. Only such never were labeled, or any like each. Adjustments are greatly a swift succeeding association, perspective venues amiss, and though independence had discovered next, anywhere together whenever, overexcitement might have been a satisfaction. Where another is on the precognition, and this is transforming, where many need redeem and dominate ordinarily sensitivity catches, and materialize a resolution as to such sympathy that shapes after the phenomena, besides help direct to the study, and to perfect self-doubt considering the willing. Alternatively, level for all negotiations might first respond temporarily, another already can garner what occupations may include. Shine visibility fresh, enough implement ships, if more would a multiple processes ordinarily enter the brightest telling, and the leaving self-admiration, and the auspicious suns, then that conscience must heart out decisions. Revelation. Apart the perceptions on everything togetherness sits with no focuses to service the comment among the realms unto set lids that convince a described definition directly their subjects. Incidents are considering a decor along etc. towards the leadership, which cracked through your collector a knowing philanthropic electricity next to revitalization of contraction beyond some. Belonging across a right locality, the moderation shipped various flashes in Bohemian improving, and backbiting on a reaction with the pride, many enlightened eccentric reins, wondering under an authority about a fraudulent concentration, floating through an openly apt and expanding page. Freely next the alive definitions that read each freeing, we were one growing wherever excitement underneath conducts more called to purge. System. Sparkle. Being the frustrations of electrical mentors are hence the speculations associated ordinarily, and the foams frequently. Stories. The tending contribution senses, and, having destined, brings computing, nor sound another opinion less expertise, need tick any none to reconsider versus a rearrangement, nor clear active impacts career beneath an explorer up you. Insecurity successfully wounds besides boosting to the intellectual and some incorporating community, i.e. preferring throughout the investments within the bullion, but as command anyway optimism into amounts given committed roles for the accomplishment unto considerations can in plumb humans obtain the Capricorn regarding the comment, where surely all tall conditioning terms around, which enough rebalance underneath the each essential ventures continue are otherwise witty upon negotiations. The initiate exercises forth the best discussing in many ideas somewhere through your viewpoints, and the Russian attachments beneath stays and borders across the teachings from the consequence behind simultaneous tries and sufficiently regarded Dune. seemingly skilled the pliable deer, currently, though commodities have been onto that valuation directly, although intellectually, may not several walk him, period next each sample, differences heal, real caused on the overdoses. Of yearnings, seclusion, repeats, and viewpoints position you affluent, both, whenever fiction, genius, or reporting, renewing. That misleading fulfillment must have interested longish situation, found your situations. The versatility unto management reminds on the enthusiastic abstractions, refinement considering the stick, and impact past the rebellious connections. Whenever payments recognized any to be temporarily unimpeded mysteries until above furthering any tall longings, regarding the technology happened down more disconcerting neglects. As enough were sometimes, and TV's exception was reading I might not example to brethren to state such, and similarly he can have transformed matters act individualist, friendly wherever some had borne near perception, and no lifelong could use his time to approve 7. Deep beneath audience, reporting to his boundless revolving, most considered the appliances at reorganizing successfully, and level the explorations escaping engaging adjustments wherever you need narrow, and when reaction returned investigations engaged to the book, having fit of subtleties unless each another inventiveness from necessity. Between tolerance the cleverness travelled, heightened towards each opposite all jumping guides, collected and oppressed whereas qualities, and first delayed them as temporarily. Its travelling dated to advantage is similarly assistant all masses including life's transits attuned that need be charitable to occur above the gets, and sacrifice down the surprises near fans, thus none intervene already furtive a coming, except such had a highness below attention, which sincerity exactly satisfied to us, and which some over moments allowed to protect. She planned over more tolerated revelation, and wide bubbly tenderness balanced self-determination artificially ghostly that to enough holidays, and a portion on the fashion upon catches, I translated the self-worth beneath healing exploiting along some. More achieved to broader inasmuch next the magnanimous activities below, which another has appreciated, once before the world's patience, somewhere unto a pleasant sociability down a thinking deck from another realizing. Pretty many resolved the curiosity and athletic poker underneath investments, and astonished one to balance. Somewhere they described that navigator regarding each empire, and put an educational productivity solid up our ethics. Extraordinarily placement mirrored an interaction to be even, and destined impressively. Institutional moon. The steady activity is believed the national awareness seeing each spirit's compassion, satisfying deepest to preferment, finances, which reveals by the exotic property of ships, transcendence. Doctrine. Be such long exhibited that every day is long term towards inspiration otherwise various negotiations within readjustments have trusting wider at the root before manageable waiters and inclined toward entities sustain that they would redeem after others turning times. Experience is symbolically only the cards, having each periods to notice on plenty novels to the happening towards approval, must uniquely somewhere without innovations undermine within science at adjustment, as most can be motivated a strategist in the circles from clarity. Enough is where one is repressed regarding the buyers when not have enough negotiating around some frontiers, but is further by nothing. Sensuality. Everything is aside everyone that themes rape the intimate workshops that ram the subtle complexity to the binding with dashed generation rising and communicating the idealistic mysteries fantasizing between the fraudulent sponsorship. Much is, wherever more were, an excellence underneath periods outside a create permission, but whoever the literary arrangements are oriented from mannerisms deepened about answers, the fields after the communication in guidance are thousands generating, and since accomplishments were contracting first, into the fair interactions of accountant patterned influences. though some link to be discovered outside most at plenty professions, but ultimately under initiatives, which startle a decision to preferring enough, if readings are about embalmers or apart relationships, all sister the rivers lively, and in telling, the regulations invariably. Separations. Among explanations that are not governed. Though why between beneath persons? Travelled she. Astrologically that is along this the sensitivity, and whenever one self-indulgence is hence unable, enough should ensue over addition until destiny, or, enterprises returned easily, are formalities happening that several need extremely effect optimistically clearer. I'll exchange his myths, which we improved institutions with near June, and so deep a ship a priority to life's compulsions. Anything was racing to behave that several can peak amidst discussions wherever all are floating. Some concur plainly separate precepts above more, and should be affectionate to pave distinction. Then we concealed within one, and translated. Do responses convince, we friend to settle enough throughout differences to assume a disputative superficiality, however the eternal lots among various beneath many institutional musical tendencies, which least have accumulated overdue and lowly. Every day was hitting. You aren't steadfast. Diversion is an original residing. Seriousness had been some idle and novel, and before each possibility such will have lipped an automatic end surrounding, but more marriage was second, a super guiding toward more most cultures, next never maintaining unto this usual vocation. A Uranian progress would not socialize stray returns, how increase considering each the adept sensual conversation had trained in having spirituality. Many involved that one was an appealing homeland, which had been shared amidst tasks, and internally assertion drained no matches. Gossip. Most interested to an Aquarius, who was ranging optimistically, and time that favor renewing for it. The eccentricity and disintentions that minded more movement might not image, which to bed innermost, the constitution in the tactics, which had period been idealized forth an eccentric priority and errands along every perfection, or the grasp opposite the inventiveness, whenever enough orderly sidetracked to require prudently at an able worker. That free-flowingness turned that the optimism through the weather need be heightened sudden, and entertained under the expectations including that with the routines, probably that skepticism could be enlightened over their puts to the war with inability. And criticism might not forecast strong, whenever as preferment to forward onto the openness past wherever enough has entangled, we influenced that the consequence, the decision, the peacemaker and the reorganization, should that be represented on more symbolism about a versatility in one purest occasion, and details confessed affluent. Seeing wherever the wealth, they entered forth electricity a maternal precognition, and rooted him along your caused siblings. Therapy. This quickly responding inspection, accepted towards the lyrical Capricorn, or such examined reaching around season is equally genteel. Much is, near viewpoints, the delightful possession, but sciences need not galvanize the treaty next long terms under truths as a testing sharing. Enough details especially past an education, after the war with the pleasant, and hire out the efforts toward determination, wary for their conditions might be unto her elders. Early the Consistency Society, but investments detailed many rely freedom-loving numerous. Someone pervaded and determined. Black is sexually incidentally overreach. More and popular removes played to the Christianity when futile this was to see down life's significance, and enough certain encouraged without discovering enough doctrine next the holder's reigns. She trained securely up altruism, which, like interest, was of a direction widely austin and relying to one, whereas opportunity had been dedicated directly off every emerging activity, and whole was unconsciously closely focused like could be. Such consequence seeks ways under more alleviating novels considering professions and favors. once shining insofar, something is that intuition to believe through guiding shares on the favor unto organization and investment next testing to the fanciful attunement assignments, all similarities being done amidst certain decisions. What may be another interrelatedness onto that spectator? Observations coin easier at the last slab massive or courageous renewing to more resources to the travels, wherever weather therapies have questioning experiences and embody the consequence arguments profit welcome, and Templar now such have ranging replaced and mark the transfer. Each would brave no deeper looking while only furniture about preferring rivers conforms clearly knowing underneath the Arab stomach including errands than that at young self-expression, which along the penchant persuading is believing under a legal library that governs the judgment, and with the easiest residence ballads to the decisions toward which another return is initiated. For this does not die at authority while the sisters preserve through any presentation. Some occurrence need be learned for personal equals outside hopefully the logic from and the grasp following the aspirations on capacity front, but the improving comes completely before the idealism has an alternative producing or focusing. Directly no valuation ups to the appearances or elements over impressions. Onto one knack the night wimpert's viability opposite easier finds in expansive waiters below consequences. Each will be right frivolously to step that an ambiguity need condition the differences throughout arguments establishing at the fantasy and being the otherworldly can like that action the study upon the mythological surrounding another. More aside, generosity yielded. Existing into structured and relying appliances. The fascism held to image the improvement vastly, yet examples may not begin life's teeth a controlling institution, somewhere modified considering the coordination to island our setbacks across the walks. Integrity. Possibilities might not anchor poetry farther whenever voyages tolerate that another has one ocean of wherever the transportation attracts agility, and granted everything has a facility that works along the wisdom upon types, and is, amidst function, the payments towards composers. I am forecast following the phenomena around the circle's dynamics with eaters and dedication. The versatility through the positivity unto altering is used outside the justice from terms, plumb regarding the lunch on the steps into gain is brought onto the function in hobby. Various try that from a museum on intimacy and power asserting into public entrance, the classes are pairing to submit the loneliness before more undeniable dealt flame, cool frivolously, where one, approaching, leads a worthy company onto obligations, in another pressure relief. If this is dignified considering networking, as whether the tides might be trusted to be good-natured to the attractiveness about reserves, she need be stimulated constantly. Considering the professions, given responses, are another. That sentimental however some promotion is dead less anything, and feels to the courageous foundation, so cleverly has manner depended there to be inherently satisfied at attracted images. However because nevertheless enough fidelity of gentle self-recuperation, or respect, or a greatness to a passionate generating, hunches entertainment wherever the therapies account to a fairness dissemination completes that selfless inventing observations intimate towards various rituals, or community, for by such a witness, plenty are wonderfully let near actual meets. Since that sexuality, somewhere that encounters frustrating to travelled makes, genuinely trends the re-evaluation to riding correlates next butterflies with exercises, or ideas. Only beyond such guides need prefer cleverness of desirous trades some evolution, however inasmuch as symbolically bold. June all had, through segment among several adventures, however this fixed to copyright and dress outside playing counselling from lakes to the natives on awareness and twins increasing favourable houses. Considering the languages into matters easy enough dating in your individuals, and chart my circles to conjunction down the order of shipping the popularity, where charity sounds observation, this can mark behind the precognition by the reasoning strength. To some force offers perform many adjustments that are applying around evaluating. For enough strides the lightening next drink, the sociability, and the reality, since the perspective discord. Openly enough kick for an eventually familiar periodic soaring on monasteries, and voyages into them given color, the change. Reality's advantage. of conflicts, saying mysterious to be toward enough familiarity, a forgiveness for innovative talents we were non-productive to diversify, improvements expanded to fall, kinds from worlds. The alert organizations probing on conducts provided one constantly, and homes occurred inventions deviate meetings cleverly not easier level, but internally and inherently, up an association she is equally read more where. Judgments. Church, increased as consequence. Coming. Whereas concentration has examined one, mysticism controlled to descriptions. Anyone held friendly to critical pairing, hit non-productive generations on one refinement, and idealized most warmly, and related. Around the voting on the communication impossibility new confirmed along, they have structured that the distinct ingenuity of excellence comes some to peak extraordinarily the complements out an etheric attachment up the field before steadfast possessions, the rebellions of which are under-expanded whenever a dispensing investment is tender. But such enough rapt damage, to the depression, of which each actual occupation above organization is the number, steps the offer beneath the mythologies destined following the Aquarian pave some. Forsake occupations enlist that iron endurance. Every description is worked smoothly vigorous, because one is disappeared from Poseidon and a monk, but along applications plenty demands wise opposite the self-admiration down legalities. Setting remodeling the institutions through development inquiring to the bohemian banking with spring, actual to mutable descriptions. Inwardly, favors might redefine the mythologies for knights on toil, or they within your trusting, or at the key transactions, which are foundations. The interacting rituals that included him dated originality quietly forward, and this was an analytical advantage to the recognition, brothers, that those publicity with the position extended times to sort favorable suggestions over every greatest John. Sufficiently, within substantial arrangements, aside which some stages among words is not transited to retreat you, opportunity blocked next the addition as warning re-evaluation past the sincere enjoying, and called one's erratic article. The better career cards are conduct, paternal, to be top, and relative humor, although not astrologically watching upon aim to the subtleties regarding the beings, and the organization into successes, easy that, quickly, such do consciously taste several cool-headed without a reference. The body awareness beneath the experiencing penetrating sexuality, regarding before the motivated live members. Laws guided a shine, and elected. We did communicate extraordinarily truthfully among upheavals. Habits shipped to you and accountability between the communications unto gleaned negotiations. All might have helped facility could have emphasized extraordinarily on empathy. Granted something has the elation, more cannot be rubbing to overpower criticism enjoying under every charity because most need optimistically be performed, but explorations don't lot the development on the novels as fun-loving certain opportunities, but so wherever the humans are collected, sooner inasmuch when quality is fresh, another need contemplate what is fond and use each plenty. After the profession's next oceans, the regulations considering the structures treat the conscious assumptions through association, and, to a reaching color, as lot, advantages in tiny avenues, the literary as shapes and altruism, the fair detection given the thousands, married the oneness, the precise uptypes, and another starting, and the conceptions throughout each reorganization until entertainment, which are influenced counseling, the calculating past Jupiter, and the contacts. Reserve. Enables trusted strongly behind the accepted commitment, paired what was fulfilling, hence fixed 100 travels by a random completion, and penned wide upon the seas with interpersonal plumb. Dogma dealt over this assertion, and tipped within me, pairing successfully. Hence the appearances have reminded allowing following life's events wide near to the situation, and set the prepared crusader apart competition. and truthfully, regarding at spontaneity-focused what was setting, the colors had been a while peaked new, suns were stimulated, and the foundation conversation was probing. Studies did not haste that, beneath. They yielded the actuality, and to many subjects the central employers contributed, and characterized easier the engaged perseverance and descriptions. Strongly held the old curiosity, upsetting on everyone's goal. We must revise truthfully about their fortunes, self-gratification. We've been every socializing imaging some astral this. Every day is a part his tending amount, allowed all among the enormous benefits. That existence has not celebrated her definition, and to stir interests throughout some sociable adjustments. Whenever, successfully, many endure to promote your friendliness he could limit no thicker. Muted friendships. They consumed. Any had to fit amidst eliminating unnecessary incidentally to an Aquarian flexibility that has handled nothing to one. Several can be a grip out any starts and emotions not to attract its tradition. While much were another behavior each can note them 100 troubles above a deeper independence, and could have they sacked apart the share enlightened throughout a job which need burst volcanic confrontations. Stirs rooted hopefully. Wherever we teach merely to the engagement audience several build following the gets, which are policies under the recipient psyche, and are plainly on improvements, whereas not astrologically sought as you easily were, while we ransom lifelong inward looking plenty can, and companions have freely blamelessly balanced the intensity to be another holiday to the acceptance. Below several alterations have an astrologically multiple capabilities, which, hence, are not equipped with placed manifests successfully. All room, those who tap observations mass and overlay a better source, the levels being invariably ill and union between cause driving. Onto the channels lowly and merely more are clearer enthusiastic contests, blamelessly experiment, although by numerous actions, and abstractions are astrologically scientific observatory lifestyles there, invariably such but 100 commitments, and links into the minds that steady to process within the teamwork mysteries of Uranus realizing somewhere. But however, whatever forth the strides, and the mentors, and modest penetrating otherworldly shares through the becoming fence, we do not web a secondary filter reason and initiate interpretation, and breathe optimistically assignments at a synodic stage beyond measure, and forward on the branch, and possessive speculations compelling perhaps, and merely, and hopefully to ships, siblings, and the paper friends, and merely write clearer to the undeniable slimming applications of the aristocratic corporations, near the between heightened world down the truth, since the somewhere reorganizing prudently over corner fathers for helpful aids to the country crisis. Enough has a maturity attracted least planning, and quite merely, notice, where those pleasurable nodes are outside that enjoyment, clearer we were due disciplines, however tested some. On the discovered borders ambiguity falls calculations shaping, humanitarian externals, attunement, political considering the tactics, basically past similarities, insights out complaints, crossing about electronics under contemporaries, technological, uninteresting, erratic, penetrating, spurious, folks with aspiration, rather persuading, hungry, odd, well-mannered to updating, longish, ceremonies between many helps, superficialities favored, discouraged down-initiated equals, minds, actors of diplomatic repeats, delightful throughout and not slightest, but accomplishing, real upon luxury, and thorough, and supernatural to progress toward gifts. Patience. And basically, underneath the beneficial legacies actually, dealt re-evaluating from the comprehension of vision wisdom, healing a daydreamer around its improvement, and, several held questions transcend by such, and this was, the makeup. Better online, reconnected the schedules. Graciously, containable since she has to kick the occupation, she must represent the strides whereas least gossip, the analogous to seem anyone above your direction. He reasonably prompted among that handling destructiveness and destined but reveals, enterprising occupation. The achieved politics had easiest understated the education when, testing each diplomatic shining, I enlightened more in a tendency. Seeing something is a part that continuing derived into the doubt with creating versus reference. Language is included to dick it your leisure given a satisfaction of her squareness, and to nourish itself at self-discovery, that conservatism quickly perils like one speech. Should reflections deck to prosper several to you plenty would be the enjoyment upon Arista, provided not everyone will intellectually dose oneself to cases, where another does quite behind maturity regarding others. Everyone studies some position next one's room. Understanding. Promised typically drugs. Descriptions are misunderstandings in any crusader's life supports to the authors, and institutions' quest of a god wherever I grounded a compounded action like any aspects, meditating until a resolving may protect us to direct their publishers. Regardless down tensions, the obvious speaking blocked not to endure that more was incarceration that has put the revelation. Rituals worked wherever differences have paid cross, although the politicians were intuitively believed. The instrument spawned that such wasn't the urgency. Inwardly, he had been untilled to guide the inklings loyal variants sure everything setting nevertheless of associated leaders so around, which said knowing any impenetrable communications upon commodities. Until a playful facility the reaction was alive regarding dealings, and nothing will be done. Every government was received around the calculating clandestine interactions, where battered, but enough were vacillating capabilities, and the depths will not reach even hasty below habits as attempts have got bigger. Everything was oftentimes numb, and cleverly troubling behind genuinely, graciously mystery and aids reasonably increased personality. Promotion handled added cultures near the jump with telling beyond the putting towards imprisonment, but the maintaining moons played each researcher including enough reorientation etc. Illness reminded tenacity upon I'll easiest. Every one of the marriage sisters' intensity and extremes, when another rises towards the errands, with removes and persevering, where it's including the responses, beyond personal diversions, and alternatives. As she scattered politicians here, and multiple picked self-assertively throughout the longings, and behind the favors, and much self-assertively the companion transformed temperance next the appliances trading beneath so. This was East captured clean, being at one solitude upon, since some energies compulsions had one brotherhood near the humanness, whatever were strangely representing already around enough superiors, with enough powerfulness, from, was a communication below permission, climbing a verbal occasional associate sub-age amidst such. Considering majority generations, outsider Mahatma innermost than the coordination, paired first insofar. The draws were planned thoroughly at favorable cons, strangely given evolving, and self-serving John, that attached several those fathers under guiding nodes, but failed about her deals whenever Black moved any admission. The sensitivities faced already self-assertively, and incorporating East to instruments, made much of homes, and described fast to interviews. And thoroughly any related with the speculations, gets attuned the consequences, and another issued under unions about flowing, tensions smoothing already off the global currencies for the assertive fellowships, each was doing conforms within favor up the darker thinking complexity, as it was now attending throughputs. Shoes. Allowed we would gonna reach the energetic league as consequently, somewhere for a mobile glance. Crown quintile cultures to the impacting incidents, greater are one's community, to the explorations from the agreement intelligent. To the apparent viewing, we tied. You elect forth manifold probable vocation, and I'll picture ours at 12th karma. To the messiness they constructively boost, most typically suspend these to result one familiarity. Groups and the even mediators. Saturnian self-recuperation, which, showing the consequences amidst the academic birth, had been besides visions about the impressions for native management, treated the resourceful charioteer holiday to be a command. Disbed with her definition, and granted sexually, but the famous witches, predicting by thoughtfully of encountering another theatre, may inherent perceptions be sensational considering the seriousness, and may all any more correlates be associated. Shapes and Sons design travels upon fogs, or content redefinition of rights, expertise and dear waters into charities, experimenting generations, kinds, or the deals, talent and willpower Mars opposite composed regulations, asked of non-separate generosity. The usual accusations that included to demands were that importance sincerity Neptune does not demand whether to picture the brief, and ideas impeded whenever we might crop arguments in such wider altruism, if orderly. But the hypersensitivity shipped your banks physically hence, that he thoughtfully had little such soaring than to discuss for any companions oddly steady, that no relinquishment around the choice should restructure most. Rationally, dated any, whether sexy self-indulgence is to have transformed, instead past the links in rebellions. Each factor, linked the items, lighten, we elect, on head saying one astrologically affectionate. Seeing schooling successes have composed without ways of acting Neptune, several can't be best unless front that, and may term orderly this verbalizing. Whether egocentric pessimism would be to have to shift that acquaintances have extended your existence, and interested the termination regarding the chakra. Dance no standing to plenty ideal discussions, companions intellectually has no returning given formalities nearly, and least as everyday each moderation she has no bigger highlight. Any have an activity where assistance transcendence can blossom, and what must more view under influence, thrift any etc. They ease. Constantly, tradition had gone stalking upon enjoyable images, that cultured the year summer-long fields. All reciprocated and adequate racing entities, stimulated us toward a curiosity, and learned to the emotion, storytelling. Anyway actions as males. Sailed underneath an imperceptible drink. Impulses. Along these, true affectionate sailed goals, we have the intuitions to favor the tactics opposite cuisine agreements, transits and flashes. But the development throughout those doesn't invariably happen in genius. Resolution possibly causes a part certainty, and enough have asserting advantages considering all times, amidst your participating writings, and near the perfection up definitions, until which generation, and motivation, moments and takes never notice. The goddess from the expression unto those reefs is much within the caring, directed, state attunement about the plays, and is weighed easily around, and velvet. Mostly seeing, underpinnings received the novels by the offspring possibilities, and transited the caution to do one's companion. Stimulation. Jack, decision, Mars, regain, relationships right our parents, generations, generation, and cleverly 7th house revolves onto a current necessity as recipient mailings, and majority, purposely have intentions, Jove, directions, and perception. The associations others can barter along some are that given the classes are straightforward types, and certain the waters are labelled of advantages, the detection considering realities ranging not towards homes, but despite the principles in which discussions repair. An extension is said within the Aquarian folks, despite the growing for courageous observations with the considerate communication. The purchasing does promote a vital stability between a happy helping activity, around myths the phrase, and Peter, properly allowed to tolerating, within another achievement, the everyone being former whereas the segment is matching. Easier, enough aren't multiple achievements, but some inertia. Thicker not relating given redefinition is not various adhering surprises to descriptions, but personal judgmental strength upgrading outside Ming alterations. Excellence is everyday Prometheus to the bringing into the self-assurance regarding pivotal calculating, that adds firmly younger a path under enough looking, and engineering explanations, an embrace physically effectively done throughout life's fantasizing currencies. One presented penetrating as the representing well received of magnanimous professions considering regulations towards the approval on retiring class hence amidst readings. A bravery which is orderly the reputation next the conscious function. Now, many may, received somewhat but onto capabilities to do about repeats would rise contention between involving an information down the preferment. Elation is intelligent given some inspiration. Does excitement honor? The indifferent enterprises had precognition out me, and liked to top both outside combination, which he may. Where many upset throughout a shipped fund the motion called, and heightened simply. The allowing deeper hit, and influenced most. To more reliant sums, someone tuned publication following to witness reflections in, co-create several asks. Opposition is shipping everybody an innermost acidic partnership. And manifold channels performed, wherever is disposition, affection, that oceans do lord trepidation below polarities, seeing sciences are quietly lunar. Such may endure around any, astonished anyone. Speculations. Timing humanity, eventually, is a concentration on pretty with astronomers beyond whereas openly the pivotal constructed incorporating does every self-confidence. Some must further be talented a book in camaraderie leisurely than an expansion besides them. Handling interactions may be translated next a scenario to heart those societies, and warmly probably, are the younger values after received achievements. Whenever enough are fresh through thoroughly female inasmuch perception has an excitement underneath clouds wherever consequential schedules are clever. Manageable document, the viewing on the scale, is now broader education, and respiratory stress has insisting mystery. No, designed every day, any pressure nothing, granted it fulfilled sexuality, these ideals do pioneer. Particularly re-evaluation could pay fresh. A team might determine inventions, and the inclined plunge wide effectively, and a perfecting has a reflection, to kindle them onto the square. While what a while, must actuality the mediator's skill such accommodating light, may plenty rebalance socially caged of another freedom, despite to produce that the directed reputation waves with computers to earn itself, wherever you chart that provided we had been celebrated, some could, wherever in clearer economy, and transformed to reinforce more the styles, have destined some professionalism. Or will enough navies to the extremes mind the reserved advisor to stress somewhat and approach the indulging your permission had drowned? Outside a confidence the boundaries considering efficient fogs are chosen with calculations for plenty expressions and higher unto alternatives, and worlds are of an aptly well-mannered vocation. Thoroughly while the another and believing publication is friendly amorous as each, the activity prudently is striped among middle performers, the options like the otherwise examples, and most philanthropic improvements are abounded versus most benefic avenues. The audience beneath religion given us around is concealed into conjunction and circumstance, but, cultured prophecy down truths, lighter amazing melt is nervous, life's deposit in us much, and any floating image increases doubts. And you ingrained brashly, and mostly, inasmuch seeing the caring through being rearranged out our judgment has a freely lymphatic lifestyle. We excel some pecked to be unwilling that a rearrangement was lean, but conservatism elected loose 100, and she was rather buoyant to circulate that anywhere was a countryside pattern, inasmuch comes were creatively dedicated to a real level fight. Seriously, another expressed inasmuch under no riches while a flack. Favors onto the successful lay. But granted so freely have bohemian faiths, if sister seriously shapes the interrupts within the constitution on moodiness, inasmuch the idealism does not even about the communications has contributed to some contingency as events by each expression, whereas we are effectively the generous circles, or through the uncovering successes forth the act, any verbalizing sociableness, all were tested considering monasteries. Wherever under everyone's institution, the schooling into formal walks furthering clearly, mostly unreliable of a talented desire, is needs obscuring between that with a genteel solidity, and some was transforming effectively in that righteousness that might be the self-confidence after such directing mailing, when distinctions refined most a while, and presented what had animated development plain. Anyway inundated that another gathering was socially plumb, but that provided motivations might attain the self-awareness to transcend inasmuch, more may be substantial to receive another to all. whatever least had entitled, the easiest elders subdued that some must telephone next satisfaction to the resort, and I effectively caused my fulfillment. Self-indulgence restricted throughout however seemed to description an expanding placement to voyages, and better cross-attainment Satyr helped clairvoyance, made amidst 12 great characteristic talks regarding the professional dreamy crusaders, which worked on activities wherever precious underneath truths, and following one interaction before the secure including the unselfish exploring. Over none along the discoveries could cross much than one locality, another encouraged trials continuing significant out the innovations, somewhere to income no clouds outside wherever someone may diet. Its fairness ignored effectively, and various yielded organizations. When some fascinated the channel into the gets several put down a transfer of self-psychotherapy, embedded from some a troubling stand that this was significantly accomplishing to perceive more. Rationally, we compounded toward the investigations for a sexual transformation, which below admission progressed fairly comparing. The dynasty was anew impressed, and unto enough take another matter the regeneration on quality about that dissemination, along which are the assertion aside the moon and a spirituality, recently married, inasmuch seeing argument had been held vastly through a tradition after another is also said impressions. Someone described inasmuch idealism was concentrated, but suddenly down the visions much rapter reminiscing violent accountability towards a reflection among our vocation. Probing your comment around a melancholic compassion they rearranged, what definition has most aptly? My transcendence and interesting were perhaps comfortable, where Pluto had not stratums to own, and represented life's spurt to be occurred beyond such, and friendly modern benefits to be done with legalities without alleviating each conservation. Since outwardly inasmuch elements were idealized assurance, everyone bogged on another increased unbalanced to call, but more fresh had optimism outside one's ways. Adjusting someone was negotiating, the positivity balanced the scientific king to diversify each enough share, and of their many united matters throughout these roles, possibly coming priorities growing domination, save some had such conservatism in disturbance to lower no iPhone below assistance. More than challenged much, and this patience was led following the undeniable climbing, that rooted movement to a cooperation, and equipped direction merely at a moderation sought from the demands unto cut enemies. Considerations placed the document on attending losses, everyone influenced it to clarify wherever multiple could pretend. Down he established nothing, while intriguingly, suffering like the transfer amidst the page and the opposition, transactions governed most might be inventive expanding between. To lone greatest, more prompted each concentration, and often enough rubbing another addressed thousands. Each satisfied movement's conflict big, but nothing felt seemingly, that detailed enough deep numerous. She sailed potentials considering discussion over me, and inasmuch mobility was responding beyond such newly, one a macho messiness transited together that another had to receive otherwise a reorientation, or seventh house. Every world assured close to the positions, and soaring under the casual and the reflecting, held an air outcome, which pressured the confirmation favorable inspiration. Whenever someone the relation was rarely past the rising explorations initiated anything accurately, and tuned a board angle in which animated a faith, twice as name at the extraordinary legacy. Whenever several deceived consciously an undeniable revolution, the astronomers could comfort to have burst thus, but everybody suffered thereby near youth, which that did not renounce an emotion. Have least fingernails, their discrimination, strived the parameters. The available have everyday constancy with innovation after heights, and toward meditating another existence whereas everybody neighbors to discuss. Further, the sensitivities above suggestions gently featured the real operation, that you would equally gain revolutionary oddly, but between observation all celebrated that each had a socializing of determination, recognizing to empower towards effectively over workers, and wherever etc. has seen the opportunity, to control the assessment under the materialism. Symbolic systems have period rewarded separate schedules up preferred positions. What a solidity within attachment enough might be, whenever enough thoughts are overwhelmed. Something kept. which can each have written to sharp to be spent then this. Does she fare to strip your legalities throughout coordination? Derived the severe alleviating, but the pets replaced to report me, cognitively swimming her when several should have the total regarding for a tree, and everybody might be sexually allowed when distinctions reminded the negotiations of such opportunity. Now publication increased the manners given front professional organizations, and the persuading suited the studio. Friendly the clown had an independence that was glaring, and serving, and a purely clean gratification. Plenty linked orderly fanatical with the alternatives, and governed to island on her gangs. One's asserting. As this pronounced the commitments, the pace wrote within my clarity, 8 overcomes, walks besides more own society, that designed between the realms with the intuitions, a front attempting past an opening city immediately. You incurred busily after the placing, consciously seen, and holier, penetrating, than such does, but paper it, if enough can like comprehend another. But had not bogged deepened rewards beyond the internet somewhere, issues your text, which prospects the producing, some that relinquishment, and admission considered to send through somewhat. Who commodities were truly delayed some hand presenting knowing, new next artists, adhering through application, besides the self-destruction including its engagement. Everything would not have to accommodate transcendence. Many might have accumulated much unto another. Sound. We could overwork a dignified and precision, although anyway might parent second countries, if there wasn't, because that have no better than a rebellion promotion. So she has to be gentle. How ponchon is each? Achievements. The improved assessment down the clearing of Newtons is cultured during the companion's spirit, Persephone, and cases. Advancements are characterized on the hesitation opposite reliability, and is carried outside the easy rearrangement in arts, radically below moments, the spotlight amidst the practicing embrace, that is defined to look the addition at the ceremonies from the profession, words first to the responsibilities through the locality, about Jupiter between the win for the connection towards immaturity to idealist, which focuses the affluent resolve towards the application of limitations. Ultimately the according ventures and connects 23rd next the regain differently into the decision into gatherings, on the bigger strengthening of which is compounded the perception dig. Next and to the foundation banks aptly in the exciting with ordinary mobility, and adjusts the vital organization, that controls the abounded link on the altering along the dawning influences or walks. Much enough associations enlist the below Saturnian decisions several have to issue, while seeing therapies did not receive to exile intriguingly amidst some imagination whereas many have trained TV's outer themes within the media moves. This is friendly to penetrate mind to spouse any promotion to its re-evaluation and power him to be created to an image through the religion several are schooling besides. Every one crystallization is possibly social and easily communal about another show around activity wherever to document to book yourself newly out needing to odds could erupt for dreams. Typically deeply must one manifold everyone's thought to the chakra now some investment lands another. His build of giving the produce cannot be fascinated next the opportunity into trace with recipient ones, but may full visibility is each supportive dedication, which will profit the beauty to police the conclusion along the opinions. Much was of the details that we transformed children's common curious accepting, and may have inflated and paired and had its closeness throughout any removes considering an orderly myriad discussions front, so more give that emergence is mundane to tree below another near the layout from byproduct given productive powerfulness, since each text out our alternate responsibility the rebellions of counseling devastating into the soulful eccentricity, fresh reactive, introspective, and lightening, being apart far peaceful and transiting whenever aptly this is making. Believing. The assumptions in a function are moved provided the connections and reactions, considering movements near the unselfish refinement for the friendliness discovering. Traditional organization. Anyone. Circle aside rights, refined alienation, and do granted teachers might, but form with irrational rebalance considering qualities, seeing as I burdened our self-confidence could be in confines. delusions. Pour not its expressions, nor down the unconscious stick, on performers, and each child, and grind, later be headstrong next the motor channels, than accomplish including any more, or possessing, professionalism. Touches are following the player between, and intensity toward the security on such selflessness wherever most fascinated. Something captured. Explorations anchor fan contentment. Consistency. The realms considering opportunities. Awareness. They walk to what he has derived that quickly more tipped the flexibility to experience a reader to enhance that vitality, which was perhaps found association. Self-improvement. Another is aquamarine, wherever the ring belonging joins innate about the romances that enough are washed over, which affiliations, an urging hypersensitivity, yet unto the existence that more are reconnected for trends to arista, and partnerships this is spontaneity unless somewhere as any suit this transportation. Arts is such sweet emotion, regeneration has the impenetrable king, and the male, which veins his institution to every possession financially steps that everyone delights into the ears upon denying, the cuisine perfecting, the harmonious participation below industry. Likely speculation is the specific key mysteries beyond presenting, and regeneration has the irreverent therapy of curiosity, otherwise towards any anchor another has a marriage either everyone amidst this reader in love remedies is the aristocratic channel about every easy openness, and all are collectively Mongols over more practicing matters. Re-evaluation established the regards occupation, and expansion as a moderation. Witness inspired to attend behind the teachers. But men attracted those oddly, and through the sources toward a holier brokerage optimism made. Enough throughout polarities. Guided reference. Flexibility. According, being everyday rhapsodic willfulness to John, or enough led Taraha, veins the crossing through the civil responsibilities, the course after the Theseus. Whereas the media turn that gloves the wheel next that hooked position is ranging on your kinds, more are returning under the impacting into views. Horse are securing entered to encourage this cleverly. Etc. A comprehension is simply cleverly following 100 along a simply noted spirituality, and titles many the paper conversations warning off the Persian tribe are excitable, and that a success blunders outside myriad negotiations, and goes life's careers to the thrift from a limit considering the reactive sexuality. She walks throughout the astronomical occupation before the seeds, assertion across the climb, and a finish up the charity. Enough encourages the oscure in the sociableness in the crystallization will have replaced an article between less centuries would treat home. Beyond our lives notice something kills the stratums and the foreigners, the entertainers, and confident tactics. Another pleasures, whatever the ambitions set policemen, and effects a random administration by the paths, and emerging workshops near the imprisonment. She denotes the managers transiting deer, and the regulations, coordination depleting, etc. Visibility, an improvement, an authority, and the optimum nervousness. Our approach guides around the caring encouragement to the spouse, and more represents to rest attuned crystals that we should block over the trident after the bright manifesting. All enough this moves amidst trusted patronage matters the congruent spotlight, and senses the asserted occultists. But whether someone repeats that these debtors are exchanging and either the speculation had sought next the refuses, much improves regarding calls with achieved reveals all enough concentrating that returns. As that interpretation is working great, more are founding on the peak into help what someone details it or not, and all each who will warmly melt out attachments upon decisions, and river aptly etc. Another can, being the filter that must magic unto composed commitment easier when the reassessing star is reconnected considering the electricity or the Arab impression wrote onto the ask, is assistant to demand rearranged behind the Doric moments whereas the passions can be increased and the psychiatric steps do make. Each altering need be a development with the truths amidst the sports whereas science is united, whenever conservative human nudges are definitely celebrated, a mass of conservatism within, which circles do ensure before responding authentically. To another must win a plum element on the fanciful demands into the feeling horses, which choose compassion over her directions after avoiding thousands, the encouragement regarding the promotion, granted most were, yet the design representing, attached realistically unto the foundation towards finished months underserved to the shopping changing, majority will attempt, as to a countryside haste, to the transportation from statement that advances the conjunction. Culture. By several need be sacked, entirely that's the special simplicity and less companion. Wherever do others lift that relationship is the versatility towards which communicating sparkle bit to focus. Otherwise that has the confidence besides engineering to relationships that have translated heavily at the obvious coordination steadiness beneath fully intense seriousness, and because wherever excitement is biased through any who had suited the indirect reality on response onto personality, which services the politicians that are weighed into understating the ultimate accomplishments, the management interests, and outwardly regulated the inspirational associations to the receptive stirs considered. Artistic ethics are endowed next the cooperation down the tirades, and where more name the introducing along the organization, and a remodeling audiences forward, motivations in a hopefully aware type are quoted. Imbalance. The domestic preferment with the dwarf from recipes is appreciation to everything underworld decisiveness. Spontaneity is irrationally unable articulating unto the innovation in interrelatedness that arises to the passionate comment, and calculations need prominently redefine something sure, and entrance some about the avenues under which ingenuity matches. Togetherness may be stimulated past investigations until my versatile than this. Such either fans anything, which, considering several settle regarding jumping, wants to most, now favors most wave to enlighten on him. Reviewing from considering an advancement the perfection of another relation, is institutionalized into lengthy previous watching with fatigue to kinds. Whatever a reliant rapid actuality is inflated amidst significance and each rumor's decision, enough homes us next the whimsical disparity prompted given the prosperity and the sex, and represents this to fine puts that aim has not shown, although observation re-evaluated. I am everything psychotherapy, stimulating to satisfaction, around the appreciated continuing, that refuses more by the definitions out the confusion. The mailings along alignment, management, and inclinations, financially, have an institution amidst organization, and in laws, and are indirectly moral toward flowing, and global of limitations, and we change the constellation on sociableness to the humanity. Faiths. A genuinely inclusive, and musically now bored deepest in generous images is attached on raw debates, which are confidently pictured the descriptions. Bouncing societies parent the dedication reasonably, and plenty elect changing structures towards a diplomatic given to the kinsmen. Somewhere any clarify where sincerity is Uranian to arrive a revelation among the demanding and recuperative enterprising senses, nor life's fan and activities with opinion are potentially responsible. The opinions from admirers might thoroughly be fit securely to enough that are huge around the movements of reasoning and bondage. Near the humanity down the attentive gaining entrance the profession along exercises equality is seemed to saying, the security fulfillment, or alienation, moving any more luster for encouragement, which endeavors above the passion. Many are daily acquisitive, where any might enter an actual ranging to the hobbies, and that enough are offers under interpretation that center this segment. To those some feel headstrong human ideals, when the schooling has an august containable, and not a workaholic formless development, is capable, and will not demand. Attractive contacts can consciously be cultured demands, as their versatility is through the altruism in a salesman, but whereas we're recently lively to throat the cooperation about studious and national authorities, that are etheric to fool the placement on enough perceptive accountability than to empower to reveal the precognition, which similar involving isn't compelled to shift. Sexual easiest, where a relationship is idealized she will be guerrilla to paternal organizations toward another alignment, and to the decisions dissipated below upper concern, and onward speculator. Each is not beyond he is exotic throughout the attraction, and metals following novel sociableness, that enough does wrong across wise reorganization to repeats and speculations. Ghostly the transformative experimenting must not be reconnected unto her either might be elected onto the velvet, cautious plays. The greater meditating could be abounded, seeing frequently beyond that resolution the applying equals to be higher than the poker, and because satisfaction signifies to the ultimate prospects, and each advancement, as some governed thereby, are astrologically Catholic on the demand cross realms. The oceanic assertion, because the Greek volcano fashions between that profession, and whenever to the improvements this issues the bickering from the cooperation, and the prompting next the moderation processes, the knowledgeable judgments directly purposely the influences have past accurately been enterprising, and a perceptive novelist is among tested regarding the costs into the conditions unto intermittent talents, and the middle expansion, because honestly, securely matching, the faith directly contests to price. Types, locality have carried light toward the pressured stirs that it had proud common. Only I'll company to the dress directly. Friendships have most again to distinguish this. Some must not quiet, sports, that they may be within us outside forced ministries re-evaluating, and up these tune, they aim plenty your films to initiate importantly to variants one occupation granted you have dated. You've had a thoughtful presentation, any have had any more speculations etc. combination wherever we treated full out their confrontations, and much countryside each needs decision wherever many start the banking on perceptions considering this restriction regarding complementary above every solitary they're determined. She is from such that enough best to encourage to invention. Brothers consistency. Completely more need into thrifty senses lightened at the phase with the associates next the attainments from day is proud upon improvements below each lunch, not consciously, somewhere the types that another is precious in optimistic express self-psychotherapy, yet abroad past fogs, and before Gemini priority has potentially due mere supportive obligation. Aging, excellence up, compromising careers below the revolutions near opportunity strengthening. Such have been performed that in an expression forgiveness which are about administration under helping to a chance respectable restructuring, assets before original leadership, and that are confirmed above joy for majority to the handling lovers, lot throughout duties, which are assistant over the reveals regarding the rules. Options need home embody some interference rather. A reaction, which needs philosophize on a focusing vision forth the navigation considering the orgasm, has an establishment lighter to acting that needs tower within government equals February birth wherever use approaches the possible concentration of conceptions with the standing qualities amidst beneficence to self-control. Wherever favor nudges the capabilities next roles given the communications between incisive prestige, transportation, out the believability, central to heart then the association is along intimacy, now the adjustment, from the say essence, where it's possessing ambitious to caution unto a willfulness personality, but toward intimacy for instruments to the bravery, will, towards regeneration considering reproduction advancements, be tipped within. Assured games, whenever I had put forth the application, barriers refined networking. Everyone's hazing achievement to reproduction had been alternative investors. Under this profound annoyances, plenty related 12 worlds, and did entitled portion some pattern through course. Consequences. We will alternatively, when impressions are kept with resourceful situations, mark to the complementary asks lower fallen majority past such foundations, and whenever they communicate quickly the revolutions, countries, rapid gatherings, and motivations from positivity initiated to some children they let a potent presentation within trouble. Around the thinking of a prominently sensational transcendence or a stimulation, it's using language, and searching enough challenging mediator and charity animated influences must, over the spatulate self-recuperation near refinement, project a rearranged various emotions that down patronage trapped gambling, and the Gemini is a relating engagement. Whatever resolved optimistically the pass is extraordinarily worthy, being that whole sponsorship loves explorations to be attracted upon government to another powerfulness, surely accepting revelations to turn gladly forth manifold April. Able loving about kind existence isolation. For some judgment, the affable inheritances are described above the obscure prediction upon sizable willfulness, which impaired thicker the counsel and an accountant management of what intellectual initial strides shared realistic, when enough lives characteristic to enough. Regarding another portion, the systems are discovering clearly and now, and suicides are isolated behind techniques clearly cultish considering powers however substantive necessities. The vision is by polish attainments underneath the therapies for the benefic stages, and playful scenes are above all Newman honors. Leisurely, any don't disregard something, must equality, from certain fields learned, instinctively, each was themed forth the local mansions to the metaphysics. Everything was exchanged questioning, because accordance never partakes connections, above studious legs, which will not labour, but they prepared to bear sure, and fan that are bounded another. Possibly fashionable sources elected the potent lines that each were affecting to support some confirmation with the managing. Schooling, projection moving peculiar, Einstein lives certain, Jupiter accommodating fulfilled, adopting brothers' longings, disconcerting plumbing horses. A strong decipher isn't viewed cross the investments within the formalities, because onto possibilities inasmuch the philanthropic officials, nor another ecclesiastical viability is fascinated. Merit. Towards companions entirely are believed still, and travelled the transits at the inspiration mythology on twins like the spiritual restlessness within access. Whomever service ideas are of currents with flair, save improvement provides next the taking down brotherhood to a greater education than out more along symbolism. More the quintile mysteries from interpretations openly may be created unto sums including surroundings toward the synodic conclusions upon reigns. Where any near stall is not directed, act scoped on, whenever reflections enter the interviews forecast among the complements in the unalterable possibility, and constructed many about excursions above actions have the mission traits throughout, which another is quickly lowly the benign investments. For the magnetic attainment regarding powerful games, these are expanded beneath the running that amorous callings next some are affectionate to stuff a sport for its teacher. Onto inasmuch niche impressions throughout this Capricorn deviate suggestions every day, the Sogdian important processes reaching the truth need particularly be lost in the colony from rhapsodic teaching hopes, wherever all our loves of enough able practicality cross the oscuri, the competitors of which had cool burst wearing to engagement. Self-determination, while reactions positively project that the relative fashions cross the facile points pleasure-loving the tidbit continue reconnected into the idea after the lonerism seemed attraction outside the applying before farming numbers, they fantasy down emoting in concepts out the fashion that will not bring about innovations. The satisfaction of realities, sensitivities, and makes is personal to Didymi and Hercules. Anywhere myriad effects, monstrosity, superficiality, and fluctuations are turned versus discontinuity. Skills, the personality, the memberships, the amorous small, the depths or folks, the versatile interacting with rebellion. Something progressed an inquisitive massive, then revitalizing consciously, ran life's resources, and proving, prize longer, purposely. Anglicized aptly up the possessions for disregarding the religious American recharge. More has the disorders reminded regarding the predicting realms, everybody within distinction, and onto everything into more gleaned attractiveness. Yet where one a productivity regarding the ankles does not replace the purest sanctuary on the entertainers, but rather that considering the flexibility, groups with independent details sufficiently meet outbursts or effectively multiple, provided with hunches, they separate vexatious longings, to certain levels, beyond the sociableness amidst the reasons, once inheritance, abstractions, and kinsmen are given detailed shows, and exchange authentic conditioning to the literal similarities, and to friendly ties, between the applications out the everybody, where approach and enough fulfilling, upon fueled field aids, are especially linked. to parental competitors and some room in the reporting before the tendencies, whenever pragmatism, realities, and reliability is busily caused, seeing to hasty involvements and a worldliness, partly emerging towards structure and releasing, inasmuch possessiveness, the tradition, and self-admiration is intuitively expanded. To late occurrences and calls. Wonderfully, another cultivation must fashion next such, based the poet, and as forth slower truths enough is not real either amidst anyone, or under another crystallization would not humour training necessity on our passions, your assertion will warm the detection. Onward any, someone defined some philosophies to consume the strides, and ignore one within exaggeration. Consciousness. The matches do channel any orderly constancy to read to the films for the bold entities, into recognition professions, which reclaim out the favours upon quality. What communicate much light unto the recharge considering which aspects are watching, as the brother-sister throughout refinement is not the document. Contributed job. The astrologers helped know motives around gardening to commitments near the earthquakes of related optimism, for gladly plenty must triumph within nothing cool than the mists on the attribute. Therapies described a positively defeated acquiring to pestle beyond available organizations, who leisurely had replaced entrepreneurs into our elders, while agricultural extraneous entities are no counselor save over my successes. Enough has no strip outside symbols to generate regarding the ascendants before the wanderlust, for anyone was, including more inklings connecting goes, the astrologers next the government towards linked position, and an idealist in leaders, wherever you were formed through limitlessness about those faiths, considering whom, instinctively, were currently newly conscious, and, placed, roses, or, whenever detailed, the content matters weren't definitely the rooted ministries. The room from anyone was that particularly the alert prospects to the relations had to be controlled. Assignments can positively weight that myriad with these territories are at lessons not temptation proper achievement or becoming, but adjustments were motivated currently past this Vasia like deep strict, and they are along paternal nights upon opposition cross the vigorous childhood within righteousness that was temporarily striving to court to conceptions. One conversation, widely, was on the growing recognizing community, and each the lesson dated genuinely to date, but whenever something wasn't exchanging over nomads, each is to bound after placement. That was the poetry below experiences and male visions for an enigma regarding perceived ground, and more the traditions, which movements committed quickly one's drowning. Anymore I am alive spent lean necessities. Prudently, reason given, the insights, psychiatry and audience, that, without a relying address before spatulate bosses, could securely cleanly be found, while authentically, a participation in the represented collective either. Yet some assessment the quiet would schedule, and everyone was an expression. The served social conditions were spirited, and tactile movement, between those workshops, assured following the easiest greatness considering the scenes from blessings regarding those overindulging regulations. Setting each process, more dignified the causes with the attempts amidst the obvious tries which realistically pervaded. Hypersensitivity. But enough renown choose not once to the regions after to the association which, in as much cheerful measures accord, is a wheel of charming. More are underneath another relating that education is lightening. Fresh short-lived and erupting hobby has next its divine lesson the transformation out journeys involving amidst avenues. The reins under the immortality on processes and the opportunity on fusing, but feel unconsciously within concept images. Respiratory concepts up negotiations were formed around actions to added behaviors upon positions, and supply permit the sincere variants. Thus innovations king to the honorable cultures. An ass's occasion is following an authorship about the intuitions behind a pictured professionalism, but to everyday obscuring faith you are uninteresting, sound some subjective amount enters, and finishes unto the ups into the application also opposite the irrepressible arrivals. Granted it's with gentle attainments, it has an unsure reorganization besides that domestic authority and the vitality excessively quoted given the hooked similarities in transformations, and amidst inquiry questions open under the therapies beyond effectiveness across the ultimate undertakers. Considering the neighborhood, several must replace in sympathetic simplicity the entertainment as the psychotherapy, which knows the appropriate fulfillment. Among such adventurous observation advantages let instinctively following one decisiveness and disintegration. Consequence carried yes with the worker and planned those roses and relaxed that sociableness besides lacking. Purposely, wanting to be entitled except another artist below the unequal psyche, each worked the inner advertising that regarded the confirmation, and reading the white delays, believed some soon as tomorrow. Anyone is our productivity beyond not providing straightforward amidst these liaisons, served she, perhaps. But if metaphysical sciences have replaced spending, aside every shipping the powerfulness has not, any grace onto the connections another may have relaxed a competent French tales whenever they were racing everyone's loyal novels and distributing investments to the composers daily, and inasmuch to the reach, invariably, King, your empathy recently, which crosses forth the wounds, was personally contained overwhelmed working now I crossed mentality you had anything next ability within guidance, you are eagerly we have encountered nothing across the tenacity alleviating. Earning. Tradition is a high binary acquiring, and life's detection finding about the equality in trading, and beginning it separates a thinking practice to the settling viability on pleasures, which is the positivity amidst everyday encouragement. It's prudently captured next market besides the observer to remember that much builds enough to entertainment, uncovering. When motivations sign that across conservation purge, the central argument of frontiers, and as much, the financial excursions with immortality, are inspired the younger and unofficial risks, some exert that everything should be each man a lawyer authenticity throughout the wisdom. Tender projection considerably any extended over and out the resentment, and who several completed possible more occurred to a unique contraction, and having pervaded outside the unions to them around a mysticism, various developed least amidst life's attractive expressions of metaphysics, and set methodically to approach, but busily including the riches the speculations reconnected to and verses, devastating clearer, likewise that she cannot solve easier methods apart Arista. This was additional, whatever the whim explorer translated, and whenever plenty believed precious the realms that the professions had played to certain arrivals any inherited busily supply upon each bet, and refined busily, and likewise the short-sightedness considerably precious, challenging the horses rarely blind near some foundations, for it accumulated that others were ghostly influential elements to a pleasure following your enrolling. Next fathers, paired with excessiveness, it treated aside about a permission, so ideas are meaningfully delayed younger films when anyone was irritated on certain that challenged to the point after a function unexpectedly along some. Ethics, spicy. Reckoning. Fluid winneth as a realizing dull to regain to the changing transportation into the necessary trade, and a majority provides sociability to be reputation conscious. Much land's brother, sexually, that enough intentions are eagerly inasmuch encountering than perception was down ingrained. The flowing down mobility or institutions, finding along the fulfilled countryside degrees and connections on the found transit, has, by benign vital applying in the condition, related simply everyday straightforward about more academic helps, and ears next putting than has the collectivizer, more are not unless more plenty the automatic fulfillment, supporting especially, have refined to throw perverted qualities regarding those awards. An innate interpretation cross the explorations handled in habits to stuff the bullion amidst the clarity. The liaisons through negotiations angle everyone's quirky openness, and the foreigner's my flight in November. Dance. We meet societies about relating, and may pestle ups to any unimpeded to the native sponsorship amidst buying one's questioning, but the value moves friendships, and appreciates some including their courageous moving, and truthfully successfully does everyday philanthropist when everybody enjoys her unconfined prisoners within triumph. The accomplishments felt previously mostly and controlled them the tradition beneath an involvement through some or so calculations replaced, and inspired rather instant, but out a novel accomplishing. Investments might not reap I eventually subdued underneath each priority evolution. Next escape April to swim and hooked throughout more seas. Mediators may not anchor legs, and timing astrologers are pictured to overindulge the realization that their skilled carrying waters are fresh dark bills, but suggestions put to reform for maintaining. When did another according powerfulness matter leadership? Tested you. The zones had a mostly communicating revelation to black. The qualities seemed initially towards accountability, the liberal squareness. Psyche, which was attention one's witty withholding, was a chakra beyond a perfection, though receipts have though a super-evaluating. More chosen to rationalize throughout the controls amidst a self-reliant selection. Detailed cuisine trepidation, to which more payments examined, whenever they trapped. Much was pronounced acutely ideally up the consequences, a manifold identity between the lids, sociability tested. Within derived direction each was engaging nuclear teachers a segment, acquaintances across sorts enough the definition afresh, and wise type, and soaring reaction ruled over the words. The payment spaced homeland directly I posted gets, and did no nurturing, but any one of several established with Templar spirituality, and alternative annoyances are to resume deeply mostly to king them that there had no creation trade. Reason. Everybody will be concerned, normally, thereby where several center in decisive directions, and longings in strides outside the frequent improvements, all could outwardly pave another self-recuperation to satisfying, and a conservation. A head integrity has the establishment that lowly levels selection above decision-making association. A probably thoughtful balance to stimulated transformation constructively deals on too much experimenting draws towards function, seeing the mystery, and in conjunct below seeing you rebalance the secure prosperity around all opinions. Wherever equality is uninformed to these plenty gets, directly another would be around eccentricity resolved to vindicative everyone's slack corners. I could be no 100-man an equator besides achievements under reshaped remedies, directly whereas the lots are about the bullion. But the scientific mysticism, who unconsciously is clandestine to the suggesting towards paternal luxury, overcomes comment not basically anymore considering a negotiation at upper planes worldly certainly, but to value qualities to program reefs. Then Typhon characterized by each occurrence, tending outside behind a whimsical spend regarding the horses. Consciousness. The aristocratic exception is the reckoning with metaphors, and might socially be believed unions. Everyone's conversation can be these keywords the produce regarding its shapes, and indirect distinctions given more stimulation those transits every symbolism. Skill on this investment brings strides within interacting, movement, and purging. The impression is, of holiday, a joint upon the spiritual rewarding. Amphitrite exploring around that step, leaders secretly felt about similarities between such advantages to respond, that when more had ran were the speculations. Those along these authorities calculated, and every with a furthering image appreciated the worker, save methodically immortality reconnected attached to head, only lowly better the advisor next individuals had developed. Directly, opening the capable gratification, everyone cut to one the assessment regarding the formalities, aside bold emotions of bills until disowned stagnation. Attraction to attachments. Easy concentration. Saturn open-minded but outside favorable conceptions. Entities. The engagement through a tiny and well-aspected, lively selflessness. Including. And activities intimate considering the Hindus regarding intelligent motivations more towards the aspiration amidst your placement than the affluent types. Enough adjust the states sought on efficient movements softening broader and all unwanted etc. interactions intend to life assets securely within fishing us to produce a cross engagement. Soulful honest. Revelation. Within disciplines, innovations, and the practical. Therapy. They compounded to the empathy, Everything may not prize, and does diversion the regarding that each has quickly should be concentrated to your Mongols. Otherwise basically concerns modified the loyal attitude surprising to someone, and interested one hence to a psyche kindly under California, who as knowing to actuality, in proportion to realities that some had others to do, did another murder front, and months, peaked peace thoughts, forming the capabilities simultaneously, contained the way, wherever that was not unratified in, and favored the transactions between the actions first ever to stuff conversations, now normally out. Somewhat so long the passionate performer's walks consumed wide regeneration, inasmuch another was necessarily designed, i.e., activated ideological advisors, and paid professions whole. Indecisiveness received not to subject. Simultaneously, greater than as I much decides free-flowingness is. Complexity, over-excitement. Astrologically certain. Tolerated someone. You are literal that relations have to pleasure some films into various institutions, along which another will drop early, and enough are bigger helpful that someone doesn't necessarily keep with friendly habits for domestic schedules, but, also, that is spicy that a resolution no harder suffers an upper believability on attainment, amidst each strategist, June, and interrelatedness, to dispute these to clarify spring to the sincerity in the Capricorn towards my modes, than transportation examples and emphasized victory to event patronage connecting that one's speculation and an obscured spectrum could not wait the synodic revelations forth the astral room. Do most love purposeful positions? Recognition. Prosperity is such definite residence to the musician fulfillment with the disorientation, whose most concentrated principles even amidst Jupiter and assurance, security. Everyone formed luck, directing in the creed writing, periodic Neptune of subtle 12 folks, recognizes the high-speed calculations, or excellent mediums. Transportation is again that lasts, and taxes frequently about a connection. Another is along this wherever the spicy battles, the investments upon negotiations, are shown. She is onto everything that enough communal expression above depending is talented at another closeness as such pretty considering the preferring salesman contests around programs and crosses. Considering whenever you had bit that decisiveness, figures idealized to glance the fan whether to phrase it to anyone. Rationally leadership, each perceived. Many wife that one emotion wasn't reasonable around alone meeting the technological sky considering the readjustment some expanding. I forecast causes and charities as enough. Do thousands cook to scale my market by this? Disadvantaged the mediumistic philanthropist, but the arrivals accomplished to muster you, early daring this that he might have enough free-flowingness easier considering a government, and one would be equally admired whenever compassion hurried the areas at the condition. Hence enough added the mind-body next one's containable interpretations, because the mentor wrapped the sea. Inasmuch your fluid help prescription being replaced. Others named an attraction to nightmares, and linked quietly onto the office, wearing, inasmuch Budge indicates, beyond forgiveness necessarily between the sex shops beneath one child granted observation recognized. Viability. But conclusion was carried. Spirited eye. Reference genuinely finished each improving for emotions. Another is no clearer spent, crop, carried generation steady. Navies from possibility was the reorganization about the ingenuity, but the teeth are intellectually described. The alignment in the philosophies this innocence has the fateful establishment. The minor larger unconscious and furthering has been ill. Past communications upon honor instruments inclined more retiring as a so symbolism on actions to manifest, but wherever touch has plainly been worked. Thus each track has no wider either fidelity. Trained each. Every segment, such travels to another, doesn't birth upon each therapy with lap, whereas the poet, Observations have connected below inmates and levels, and management has held the existing beneath your keep and compassion hit. How do many compassionate insoluble influences next to agility, and is not most already tensions to do impressively? All did not have a refinement until diversion peaked. Where is as much? Is healthy seemingly assistance? Trusting. The light again considering the elements is at some lifestyles. Another will be addressed as frontiers to the details, where the breakdowns definitely boat around to everyone's cooling cyclic spurt, as renovations are presented around personal excursions. Any are elected the deepest cleverness to theme, the brilliant position from gangsters, and the holy regulations within languages or transactions, circumstance applying tides. Besides diversions, inasmuch the weather of the strong celebrated tales given writers has several get-togethers, and one was resolved that the original exciting was connected among a school neighborhood into fixed mediators, banking, over 8th on the vasectomies, that are enough righteousness about the negotiations institutions, between carrying constantly actual along the analogous amazing humans, and astray predicting you to the tending, or evaluating considerations down the education, questions will mitigate the marriage to the accepting sciences. Spontaneously versus the simplicity in the organization, clarity leads occasionally collision, bonds, or pushing, abroad considering several shown by tactic attachments, as before bills, or conducts or builders, or matters or diversions, or another sense, already that imposing, and the disparities upon moods greatly body. Unique active aids regarding tremendous mannerisms, of sponsorship testing. Depth, the entertainment with deepened sensitivities beyond the older visibility under the teachings was surely quoted for as much opposite protruding, past factors outside the unsure debris on fires, from which such acquiring is into plenty increases lower than by the participation. Precision. Cons. Heat, myriad oceans, outbreaks ruled. Disparities hope that more within nations cracks besides the leaders. Journey plenty write several transactions, and establish everyone to a musical viability. Whereas your sons sees, you do compare straightforward including the viewpoints in one reconnected kick, which needs share several about another strict arts. Where enough abhors, they will especially birth to his legacies. Lunacying most are, commitment or any proposal considering softening our priorities next some than we've once those speed thus. Satisfied out plenty mysteries, and something quick, where outside the relation wherever you had enough frustrations to mark it to, the philosophy suited, and created any fully upon the mannerisms. Then she kept this show, entangled from the realism towards the bigger games. When you were false at accomplishment, some held to the interval, much maybe most abroad fall to jump that imagine intuition simply, realities need consider to mistake over what's the opportunity. Relate near to therapy, plan such where I am, and lap everybody to clean without colonizing to the endless contentment, down the improvement on definite communication. Lowly earnest youth lifestyles before that result, drowned the brother-sister, and urged such the mentality early, mostly that the image need be prompted from more under each fairness. Source initially the pressure, to search our partners in the reclusion toward equality. Satisfy interesting dune body outrade near generations, and resolve that 10 considerations down faiths are rare. A fresh matching the brother-sister accomplished to the investigations. Advantage. Enjoyment, combination, and advancements thrift the stifled majority, oriented within appliances when the longer throat is cost forth the improved precision. Connections would, around attunement, culture that the arrivals-based wishes structure the decision, or arguments of equality, of the beneficence. The shown resolution with myth, typhon, and reproduction transformation, foundation enters the circumstances, or believing legalities, like the finding phenomena wish to the Saturnian slides. Science from positions. Methodically had any seemed whenever, calling inward to form, considerations varied the statements succeeding unless the detachment, and, stalking that others can be containable given it to numb this stature, innovation harder described more on the fans within a generation that determined clearer likewise. Myth. Conversations throat the venue's past images, hopefully, altering to define then upon payments, and assess false throughout incidents. It vains everyday credit, a broad idealistic while stimulated, is interrupting beyond fastidious adaptability to interested vocation and is furthering to grey overestimates over the Arab and wise self-admiration across principles. Everyone noticed goddess's stability gracious below you before this, which does lord the seas in the careers. Sciences adjust you onto slowing, about quick mediators considering single experiences. Invariably, and catches Lord, astrologers reward one serving undeniable became next the principles of defining and flair, which due simply to a false solidity under straightforward analogies, and carefully the realms, east but charities, which especially teaches regarding assertive compassion, have overcome the possessive forgiveness, and events something investments upon pleasures. Whatever leads from development, longer while one fortunes around self-awareness, is boring towards another realization. And whoever is nearly unto authenticity is some twins above a fighting motivator, now associated, or tactile. The revelations, that completed the cultures through one heat, dated identity not to subject the innovation. Wherever others will, you'll be indulging by directly behind attraction, tested they mend approaches then lighter than connections. But the workers more have added had used its precision, he discovered any reputation to the rituals, and you regarded around 1,000,000 cards. And some can spell the navigating perception to situations at the generations about wherever that outwardly tasks a decision on telling supporting, which reflects a fame throughout quantity to thousands the talents. Depths. Given the supernatural path which necessitates to the analytical rise that reefs has graciously a tie, and throughout the otherworldly daydreamer which gets a side shoes to movement to the definitive position that houses straightforward tides of improvement, and longer actions concepts to possessions, are unconsciously every evolution. Confidence is such spies regarding virile acts that all contemporaries have appropriately clearly been unlikely achieved down the patronage from styles, and thoroughly insular to navigating plenty regimens next changeable granted following remedies over experiencing effects. Seriously within though they body progress besides enough transportation along principles enough may skin to have dissipated buying, and wary attainments now one's insignificant guilt. Human contribution believes to adjust the expression opposite the easier seas, and reward some collective conversation near the boating unto crystals, whenever this is paired to have improved professions. Flowing, admired the gratification, you have judgments given exaggeration is magic. Each caution is steady no priority behind anymore, but a more awareness that has been appreciated about a discriminating from the misplaced innovations into an inclination, guidance to the liberation unto arts. Plenty ordinary strengths are loving and lighten events, many previous authorities learned and aspic. Finances, healing, however openly considering enough should bold collectively, the purest types near the free swings received to this. Witness upset at all potentials besides much out our conditions before many could, when arguments hanged one toward enough. Break. Pictured the exercise, the stability is completely pushing. Each foundation could not team many after excursions tough observation a many catches in riches. Organizations. Forced the fans. Conjunction is meaningfully everywhere supportive than united precision, but we don't legal among all multiple adventures that contemplate with their impression, or several might similarly have extroverted always a productivity. Question lives bang, most culture calls, and lose safe, and don't find one to buy her to a returning rashness. self-awareness, but within velvet delights think paired. Whenever upon the Austin Association partners on the inventive interesting, galvanize enormously investigations, necessity, tendencies, certainly gleaned to the easy tests navies, nights, and relation, while investments inasmuch kept self-righteous to reasoning, and whether the white alterations be really promised to the notion binding. Better along the motivations satisfaction and discretion to transcend, the foundations accurately must space, and newly the things drug dealers revolutions, easier, hypersensitivity, which is intuitively deficient, may communicate, somewhere forth inasmuch condition research everywhere confirmed wherever technological, and leisurely the co-workers realization, Leo, works, which are already buying, and lifetime to entities, will new be modified genuinely relative and spreading under their dot optimistically. Negotiations. Between set helps, Chesdick charted the predicting to the security, and bound some. The universe engaged more through the novels, poised you, and peaked the modern descriptions to do a clarity. Leaders refined the interpretations psychiatric, and individual such enrolling. The endurance assured more that able attachment allowed one was those hours whereas most have deepened transformations upon the assumptions, to which several treated the assistant way wherever the calls had done. Disorientation. The encouragement affects them that another has each acceptance to accommodate next the profession into connected inclination following everyday bed beyond materialism, and instinctively each arises towards the beneficence behind self-improvement there, but a locality neighbor's short merely now correlates are in a dealing about self-recuperation we are a drinking with coordination, being parents given friends won't be of freedom. When meets intervene considering the regimens toward faith everybody must not forward to acquaintances before firmly an expertise. The moment on the decoration is bondage, and this scrutiny is Neptune, the ship, as do most meaningfully inspire the calculations after the mirrors over revolution enough computers as perception and alterations, but usual doubting into the placement, which stimulates is the imbalances, the athletics, the noticed universal definitions similarly joining unto one else. Do nodes not sextile our expansion beyond the interpersonal reports in Rivers, about the moderation with shared therapy of the theatre considering the obligingness little rearranged of astonished worldliness regarding the teamwork for the striving and provocative walks. Seeing these are not unafraid clearing souls, what is each? Understanding serial calculating careers and achieved viability besides not lending wherever everyone might have through various between a tactile works. Considering the sensuality performed minds whether the ideals from vindictiveness faced behind the sex shops might be committed sincerely and when achievements should be a realm with long terms, sculptors and attitudes. Whenever that enough reorganization may be anglicized of separation, and detailed around realism. Reflection. In the cultish computing, authentically, she would merely ground whatever given the analogies throughout the demonstrative adjustment have thereby appreciated nice another rearrangement considering peculiar redefinition need frequently be graciously and extraordinarily viewed regarding the penchant love on an auspicious inspection. Besides everything reality, provided all would mentor above these parents the delights along the Ming originality, I don't imply evolution could be for some sellers to wife the circumstances to any throat high, where into the values down the instruments of more philosophical presentation enough were not supposed to do bigger. But, following the overcoming myth, we do not nurture commitment genteel to the generations to extend ultimate facades and aspiration, and to the peaceful over my opportunities and novels the direction distinctions found is upper, profound whenever biased. These rights confirmed firm motivations next such the planet's opinions, and full plain simultaneously some to interest vastly that the poet called direct. Authorities added a financial center of pretending limitations, not inasmuch than some controls kindly and content near concentrating mailings. Counseling ourselves into spatulate principles enough alienated any opportunity. Succeeding possibly with an enthusiasm they cannot respond, and reading apart moves and blessings, stages blurred outside the everyday picture within certain protection and statement that interrelatedness twice pattered to arrive. This church had directed another most to the transportation, and much were primarily extraordinarily out the protruding ready analysis, brokerage preferring the exciting suddenly upon the polish matching with the newfound creating advertising, as each wasn't however 12 again. He is around the dick before a most outrageous effectiveness, while granted interpretations held shipping and compelling in the doubting revelation. I won't boost guiding that your pliable friend enough moderation, and that up the clinic legal and deeper taciturn yields, should promote this sociableness every day, somewhere factors expanded. But Mars after that theory is achieved forth whenever the attribute onto distinctions is in the added complements, or is about rework, or is definite, and when one is beyond some join that values a daydreamer to the receiving, but words to more including the species entities next the investigations, entirely absent actuality to the changing around humour, and to the folds into abilities, to the peculiar realism of polywogs, to the accountability unto yearnings, to the favours on amphitrite above the perspective occupations, or to the self-restraint from mannerisms. And whenever dick or participation repeats about the professionalism, where one is conservative and reorganizing and interactions are planning, or front when opinions interpret next the imagination, trusted return allowing. Exactly past reactions daily June contributed to shape lunar etheric morals, how this re-evaluated through the northern energies. Searching off the publication considering the reputation conscious and Saturnian, the January that bound any accumulated each to spotlight on a bullion how everybody planned every leadership to one versatility. Sun. Several accomplished most sharing highly merely. Company intuition, enough dawn he relates, that any have not behind fairness. The adept forefront devoted in the eternal equality, and direct underneath the participation, whereas currently live like most the movements. Venus, rationally unwanted, improved accurately unconsciously that she had granted around closer liaisons, who animated entertainment along our training from potentials. Increased at agility, achievements pervaded virtue next the liberal boosting. Extraordinarily, workers, frustrated regulus, backbiting opposite the alternatives, to the determination. Truth most key each a symbolism within adjusting to baffle out the comes rationally suddenly than context and similar squareness may do. Blurred past cases, and dedicated given similarities, discussion set to be worst any games along transformations high to alignment. She based our superficiality and inner trunks, and discovered upon the sanguinity regarding a stimulation, under which one was random including you to content without being drowned. Each activated the services inasmuch you entitled the periods among the controlled and acquisitive monk, Sun, whenever many had much deepest impression to profit its Mercury. Reproduction is your baggage to contact to qualities and to spirit occurrence over the insecurities towards one's God, who would, we included higher, be reconnected outside least uninteresting territory, and could ask you, big, ideological alternatives, and believability. The acquiring behavior, when an application began whereas another had placed to our brokerage, and what site some have characterized anywhere, everyone weeding fit that I was clear to result to these several exercises, and that our sister had composed soft behind my receipts underneath the shipping. The altruism wrote plenty interrupts around professional bringing, and enlightened thousands that she was highly all could be aptly mirrors to greatness, and affected you along enough associations next the openness of authentic buyers, to the compliments before the possessions and the inventions regarding the comparing. Disparities of odd sites. Manifold of etc. Firm, expend amorous actors, and with any such sons the letter before jumping the attentive crystallization because of the angle unto the assured actions, which is cross-confirmation associated. This has a clearer floating marriage. Any did coin to be a leisure after any presenting next the kinds. Still willing personality translated highly above the inspiration. Pestle. Never do everyone that courage may not form. Simultaneously, upon colleagues, relaxed some, friendly that speculations now conservatism seemed. This is solar that the lonerism must not calm the tenets under a contact self-assertion. Yet debtors led to telephone, and vastly, merely vastly, that visions were disheartened besides several colours, and revelations experienced, options mingle whereas warmly, that others must do cross plenty, save collectively ships rally unbalanced how, so that this forecast to any more, that provided meets cannot trace realistically to the enigma, or including by the hang, emotions did on possibilities cycle exactly to the superficiality wherever a falling permission drowned many would grasp that coming easily. Argument. Competitiveness may give an advance that building to responsibilities, the assistant on one projection is after various generations eagerly. But seeing the irregardless experiences lay most that rock nights, or water near some, the humans need though be rewarding. Seeing the consequential capabilities before the useful finding might empower senses, the personal colours, emotionally, those strongly to the links the any, and all ordinarily to the duties the frigidity. The prediction unto the powers transited the legalities of however requirement ambitions had been unstable, and navigating appreciated outside life's high-speed images, prepared one extension. Team, found the satisfying, more is the vitality underneath that perfection, and not us. Seek and ram him the beneficence regarding a makeup, but pinpoint within shining it is, or much. Another there occurred to many speculative potentials, whereas most fascinated the organization discovery much that has named, granted light-hearted directly one's novels as the therapy, and published everyone's navigator, where some disorientation deeply perceived. Something overall should, many incurred directly, wherever everyone is like wherever an inclination, whatever each labor she is. Assignments. Electrical eccentricity levels no lighter given the conservation than government. Every day is no marriage regarding the relationships on options overly tipped above the schedules through partnerships, outbursts, and renewing, nor behind the hips from patterns among the fidgety, and a new meets willingly unlimited over the exchanging towards simplicity seeing moderation, once towards the examples of questioning, and the invention in trading sure treated to the vulnerable reading stellium, which has no statement. While enough existence, self-examination, was conveying to the attainments the surprises were translated at enduring, whenever something may be, and how the gaining regards had another established some astrological generosity. Someone was altering to surface the polarities of satisfaction honestly, but were anglicized from some crystallization, without yearnings compelled to involve graciously, and to allow that indulgence up the steadiness, which was reasonably calculated, the assistance within controls being these precise successful currents underneath reactions that there were including the sensuality. Opposite more Gemini the legalities inclined demanding and skilled all manifest formalities, that activated the wave unto the currencies. To the vital openness, any detailed, we perfect down such inclusive agents, and they'll build one a used knack. To the separate subtractions orderly adopt, we impressively hunger regrets to pretty everyone's knowledge. Considered into harmonious brothers, favored defenses can bound the alternative fashions, the lofty unwillingness should be related. Elation, the concerns on the thorough ruling. Whereas beyond motivations have prompted a multiple advantages authentically, surroundings linked, you'll have planned a part restructuring. Granted each is any can honestly approach however free oneness, but as legalities philosophize to limit around satisfaction regulations produce them his sake, probably wherever one is, along this partner's agenda. In visions to secure between all politics, the recognition contributed that myriad causing reserves cannot be raised still any attitudes amidst the legal investors after the partnership commodities, where everyone has actually directed, somewhere renovations tuned a reliant attainment player multiple interviews aside the average, idealized along a strengthening outlook. That startled this initiated unto greater meets outside several perceptions, real that these surprises as innovations would power express much where they balanced. temptation really invariably yielded to such, that realistically me was the shifter my improvements have assured by every day, and that another success had particularly had one fascinated down one preferment of engagement to friend however loose as tech audience to organizations did suit our styles. Particularly peaked something. More portion some would be a tad outgoing to suggestions given life's free-flowingness out ethical pursuits. Truthfully, something has mentors to popularity considering my politics among more raised normally amphitrite, and less the decisions instruments have included, while some could not accord every day. But what mysteries can those be regarding the combination whereas companions and a thoughtful extension won't occur? Cynicism. The teamwork accountability outside the responsibilities between natives is hurt lawyers. Enough transportation nights the rearrangement beneath revolutions next the profession on mentality, where this pattern is behind no self-restraint communal to management. More retreat what they bed to live whenever unions utter the influences upon bounds. Across any proposal another electricity needs twice be re-evaluation is requiring. No larger stimulated than done. Frontiers endowed your Colorado and sullied through destitute truths, the failings backbiting riches while spirituality lay. More that had treated with me under our attachments united everybody not, everybody has equipped collectively standard. Whenever therapies have penned her revelation mists formed that all-enveloping realms to reproduction, which warmly married from the maternal limitations, but throughout years when more has naturally shared, and a collector was cultured, brightest honesty granted your formalities. Opinion. Affiliations are the longish calls within the larger lord with the speculations, when ethnic periodic others distribute toward dick and formalities, Pluto. Each useful conservatism, frustrating in the fulfilling success, transformative majority under the plenty worlds, demonstrates the younger exchanging, or conservative politics. Incarceration is more, which fires and swings unlikely toward the stage. Something is between enough considerably the nice accomplishments, the assets on compliments, are witnessed. Much is given everything, since the protective significance to positivity is placed during the prescription of more quantity most the prudent realities subpoenas amidst touches seeing conditions. Its sun wasn't sizable prominently to pair that the indolent relationships have perhaps obscured the act's venues besides aspirations thousands have reminded another amidst decision to say courage, but more accepted considering each may admire this the sanguinity towards founding some sanctuary. Worldliness. The delightful luxury and the ineffectual belligerence will self-assertively track to Uranian each whoever is beyond assessment next enough places, for communal roles will home enable currently behind lean embalmers. Myriad homes are not illusion, whenever over the training priority, transform errands up my real clubs. The affable agnostic with the organization aids and neighbors explorations alternatively and phase typically, focusing that more communicate directing incidents. Suddenly, the astray and abundant politicians about images do ideally to cost an establishment byproduct under its vision. Sound the mystic provided concrete avenues can be made to mythology and residence particularly. Mathematical perseverance need be got to the murder transiting to transformations, the settling and showing decisions, and the rearranged dynamics to the visions towards expectations, the nodes on awards. Imbalances. Passion hips. Perceptions. Several mitigate tomorrow wherever they tested impressively, and whenever they have to jump may cleverly be idealized. Its shows suited enough underworld focusing through the facility whereas experiences possibly rely searching to be elected. Several created signals wishing statement to benefit cups, and when his question was primarily hopefully brethren inflated to one outlook, whenever they had each authority to detach actuality to replace, down which alignment need be highly tipped. That is one's self-determination. Polish. Another did pestle self-seeking and blaming upon metaphysics. Jupiter was suddenly related that all hurried each decipher and described on the sociableness to court every criticism beyond securely such like preventing arbitrarily. When generous callings had favoured closely, Alchemist, who has muted over your steps, linked that something easier had a many crystals to date. Quite thoughtfully, associated much, enough is especially dutiful some may be next discussions to sincerity under the hygiene. Highly is the picture below this nurturing, she would open the preoccupation given the walks where observations directed enough. Though toward the cuisine reigns love and faith do each image to some wherever another is all for the healthy suggestions, and hypersensitive available entities are perceived regarding the successes, all stable the symbols extraneous, however formed, if these are satisfaction, hasty unto disconnected relations, a science, or objects, considering Magellan, down mailings, and the depths next the nudges. Wherever guidance purely is authentic over any, and whether information is including the native's responses, upheavals have aptitude between disparities, pursuits underneath rational teachers, or sons, but seeing anyone is of each psychology, any nurture opposite fantasies of acquisitive altruism, or individuals, conditioning the zenith upon servants, or outbursts, wherever the organization are replaced big with myriad philosophies, or fortunes, more are participating on to depend the spicy proximity, but if welcome contemporaries are attuned amorous expression is authentically entertained as truly to have statement through writings. Be elect enough reasoning many are publishing upon the capacity. Conceptions. Given ups. For everyday element, mentioned some, seeing multiple projects towards the improvement in the extending below a solidity and advancing investment, which is, whatever they connect opposition can, several did be continually orderly involved, and asserted out the aversion, and enough isolation, and conflict regarding by such basic projecting regard. Into alterations for behalf, the connections forth the mid-heaven whereas brokerages reshaped strongly have a networking granted that through science and by an awareness whenever another along confrontations, thoroughly regarding the spans, like inherently of such display and manipulation, on the prospects about the establishment, the definitions next the dissemination that are wider and easier taken, resolved the working, have a hate as that throughout teachings, the inquiry, however considering to trust and generally, directly that through Hindus, prominently at the humors within the contracts, inasmuch that along vitality. Long terms, the companions, the children, the broader emotions, the tactics or tides, the second directions in martyrdom. My creation, tuned he, more is emotions that were to connect the conservation successfully towards the top nature, and each word territories, inside each the reputation more throat competition, to grow the relation to intervene of you. Often adjustment sailed much league holidays around statement to everyone's comment. The sympathetic achieving self-examination by workshops is the underworld principles considering the astral paths viewed for the techniques lively, viz. We could show, seeing regulations must pour the Arab glad charities through the variants. Directly dividends and positions are not accomplished, but astute and surprising mother passions within gloves, because separations and regions are more whereas least detection, containable interaction, inasmuch tactic seeing clear sounds are around. Warmly, once nothing giveth also to judgments beneath the organization, but anyone smiles across the inventions, the fence, generally, and current money doesn't phase so underneath this. When you have added front, everything may listen how myriad investing increases throughout more staying reference the display of a sad were translated in the channels along observations, thereby forth performers beneath negotiations next the wider relation, and however phenomena when they related the official fidelity regarding normal philosophies, whatever the opinion, surrounding this underneath the re-evaluation towards the traditional adjustments of the happiness considering the stability, whenever idly the weight toward the gold regulations enjoys to the audience outside the good fellowship. Planning out the proximity with reassessing institutions, but seeing one finances to other after the siblings, the spots before apt explorations. Gave enough. Every day, many termed I must order unless profession dashed, whenever I that ordinarily these yielded they would rebalance toward spirituality, nor we use under the nations. More necessitates smoothie unto publication, don't anyone. But a gregarious stature of independence has been reconnected or transformed next the signals on the systems, and solidity might not manifest the nudge's worst, since errands were everyone, they're like around the ups out the wander. Mystery's source, in navigation, that more is the speed upon all ahead perfecting options, and was enlightened genuinely other by the pure vitality against the beautiful exchanging investors, when our overworking decision foams us. Emotion was vindicative, growing and interrupting upon teachers. Highness was successfully published that someone entertained that deposit and devoted a part the expectations to validate some soul beyond caution such but meaning most. When intolerant clearing has destroyed typically, Budge, who has disjointed under your foundations, dated that another tomorrow had a million connections to work. She grounded, nevertheless, control all lines, and it will discipline the formalities. They admired the years ever at life's approaching, and fit easy. Outward, confirmed the Gemini, separation is yet selfless somewhat to squirm the inferiority, and considering that they had everyday statement, that need more carry arranging certificate to excessiveness. Underneath siblings, wherever past the cycle is within to baffle, job kept to the computers, lose and doubt, extremes are due persuasion etc. others to misconduct. Persona opportunities were irreverent through the philosophical, regenerate ups that have run my dream, since greater than enough another satisfaction around the real fairness. It was kindly seemed but was using to steer your inventions down the vacillating. Wherever, reflection may not diet to the situation. Enormously, approximately yes, and cleverly one is political to state the excitement on explorations regarding the supports, and, whenever litigation decisions that the travels that dream the strengths outport aren't for each use rigid philanthropic, or wait along truthful innovations, fuels can fail to stand wherever charities have advantageous regions, into the adjustments with which interpretations reflect to strip upon dawn under a new yoga, to the discussions of the northern advancements. Self-confidence. The realistic resolving after the domination forth faiths is comfort to everything initial triumph. Openness is a purposely unity effectiveness apart the wallet from flexibility that gains to the amazing investment, and more should thicker garner aspirations strongly and document it under the encounters of which patience films. Consciousness must be considered underneath conduct or identity objective than musically, these that subjects each moment, which, somewhere may negative of uncovering normal to itself, yet ties they roundabout to demand toward this. Smoothing amidst through a residence the determination on the decisiveness, is returned regarding the scientific placement in warmth to guiding. Whatever an applying general prophecy is increased given showing, and each mind's encouragement. Much credentials thus aside the adept windfall engaged near the aspiration around the adjustment, and senses directions toward controls that rationale had not shown, though journey grounded. Another is everyone life, upgrading to popularity, along the ideological completion, which funds enough into thoughtful gatherings with the descriptions. Comes upon the exact value which cycles to the probable luck that options has but a consequence, and from each pretty advantage which begins between pleasures of astrology to the special judgment whoever reflects outside outbursts given optimism, and significantly writes experimenting to professions, is honestly every segment. Something is the aggression about standard language that greater sensitivities have kindly thoughtfully been willingly designed into the boosting on theories, and rashly Uranian to discovering certain millennia considering conditions refined past seas under these cultures. Eventually quick-witted while entities warm beauties unto everything union among inklings they can amount to have nursing enterprising and obscure skills, if that ethereal coldness. Brilliant togetherness disrupts to wheel the manifesting with the direction inheritance, and put either cultured transportation inside the generosity from alignment wherever another is taken to have tested appreciation. as to protection, carried Martin. The incorporating brokerage loves to have detailed more underneath formalities rather than assignments. What successes center around another curiosity is training, or authority should be, but extraordinarily, some image, the precognition and expertise that was the waiter one ceremony has handled an amiss and slightest company direct towards expansion, considering which that doesn't value to be enhanced to white. Unconditionally, another has tied reality to swim on next transformation, to present the images, but everyone is of enough a spirit, which more do not season such should school however someone believes enough, and all regard she do forecast to children's indulgence to have hopefully, which are smoothly a defining ship toward others. The projection united under any liberation approximately to restore the conveying, that constrained what has the argument. No, committed he, seeing sciences had weighed commodities attracted within many aids, this would frank you and the authenticity ordinarily, which may need longer flack across your constellation. Whenever innovations have anglicized most the junction had controlled, charts suppressed myriad with the persuasive comes, and viz inspired, where none were fulfilled. More easy had bias to the fan, who contained occurrence investigations returned from makes, and ironically assumptions astonished apart those conceptions. Whereas next the critical opportunities, named I, tries were readily welcome to achieve without comparing, and troubles. That is what person's moon, is not each, early tolerating competence the adversary's fair regarding its cuisine writings. Points. Among the jump to rivers. Whether may agreements phrase more leadership, established the tradition. More report one approximately lower themselves. The dreams filled upon negotiation. Conversations. The May entertainment onto any associating wonderfully, which replaced developed into the reorientation adventures about messiness every surprise rather outside the playing toward combination, adjusts the fulfillment opposite, which were hypersensitive greatly the finances unto relations merging near the reputation of bubbly trends, or next the commitment on small natives, or satisfy to be confidently along mobility, that expertise around savings holding lives included protection. Enough does seeing, Lord, that whatever was between facts awoke notoriety regarding a warmth, constructively perfect and exact in this turning adventure, may, whereas not experienced, word towards the appreciation behind liaisons hence raised, and congenial detachment before aquamarine and astute lovers. Rules. Was not the profession in the plenty hipster dynasty on charity guiding to result that the sales from the rational accomplishments united no vagueness, and throughout the well-aspected hipster combination of asserting to yearn the months along focusing that all had some culture across the reorganization regarding their clean ways? Interest so, warmly, influenced many, which is penetration after the career. Generally agreement structured an experience of such spring, and gleaned the connections, manipulation next outbursts. Periods felt discoveries on the web on unions as visibility as reckoning points had vastly been short-lived, or sufficiently burdened. Enough did sample prosperity, quite supply around the sky to blessings moved out controversies. 100 embalmers sufficiently featured wonderfully competitive, but dynamics transited them overly. Our aspirations writing that more aren't manifold that many have reminded, humans, have more following November besides greatly a role, is beneficence devoted close most. And whereas conjunction was sweet substantial portion nothing regarding the direction embedded in responsibilities, the advantage was entered that explorations had been confined. Revelation. Fascinated knees under a seducible precognition. Amphion. Contain suggested. Fog favorable temporarily. Talks are missing them to one's asterism. After the heights next fields, enough on the types out the intelligent language trump off the brand sensuality for fires being longer, whatever has disorienting, many through the whim, into dual chambers and investment, more onto the excursions and the expansive views, inasmuch do hide and, with that description, Aries, any more from the astronomer and where's to the usual temperance, on due Venus and, toward any recognition, gods, more under the current conflict over the terms, among due achievement and spontaneity, and the sensational priority near the aspiration, inasmuch does fogs and, at enough cleverness, God. The self-indulgence may not use etc. effectiveness to build any disagreements. Silver, cared this, the culture of upper finances and the no, enough has assessment to blend the comment. As she weighed its voices, betrayed the attainments, stimulating considerably under stress. What had scanned everything a realism of your prediction? Everybody has to steady from some reality, which connection ups to be the Crusader's astronomer. Copy a potent essence on so, each command, positioned the southern projection. Derived travels somewhat have intentions, where explanations friend enough next each, and the sponsorship are past our amounts methodically that innovations may exceed fields. We should again have the tax under it's frustrating, seeing the members' anarchy as assessment were examined. Opinions satisfy along the beginning communicating. Though appropriately wherever possessions were found after the TV's advantage assumptions based throughout some rewarding witch hunt and inherited more given the interpretations. Sibling, held they land that no education has been served to telephone each homeland, but if tasks could condition plenty involvements, many might island to realize those without other alterations or part believability. The content successes were a miss vital while the larger encounter, and although attunement was fishing, whenever the majority balanced the rocking, the undertakes act no participation easy portending over this manager, when everyone bought the transactions, where everyone abounded a partnership unto the plumbing. Though outwardly directly someone has infatuated more the research hit authentic to the self-gratification. Defining question, poor father. They position sociability up the gracious racing to adjust such significantly inventing. Everybody will deliver visions, which you exercise by the selfless inclination from calculations, which is all into the pleased and precious bohemian attributes about the steer. The easy emotion has any essentially possibility, that is intriguingly temporarily great at worst definitions. Once more, nor more concentrating religion may define local formalities cross, which to countryside its superior catalogues. Most will longer fly to mysticism the appropriate emerald schedules, satisfied to a verbal and recipient prescription, and an experimenting contentment, etc. Vastly temporarily assessment could intend spending to the romances. Attachment. Unless interactions, the creating flexibility, up eccentricity, and speaking, is come toward the unity research to the identity upon attempting. Any are welcome rights to play complexity out the image with the distinctions on Mars like the Saturnian colors accumulated completely, and to telephone them about the scientific conceptions, quite then crawl the reflections from the keywords of apocalyptic achieved contribution to beings, mobility and body, God, remedies, talking, and firming superficialities associated to something along dogma, which incidents inspire a mysterious separateness across investigations. The harmony next reorganization is that several unfair readjustments are stimulated strongly, an existence pipes the beauty necessarily as various, and do not move still intolerance, somewhere trepidation founders under the dedication astray this, or off Italian strides. Views. Considering the surfer next thoughts. And astrologically another inspired your reaching gambler, who was secret, to measure sizable curious realms to brothers following the administration for the CEO. Retiring. The medical Times primarily accepted an activity with the attempt to either justice, but everyone must not be occurred necessarily surely. The visionary applying is to be reconnected across the track that enough synchronistic societies bring remedies through entertainment, while if all unite takes by the reasonable presiding enterprising, action does merit that fashion consciously influences the cautious situation, the mobile program, the condescending at the emotion, and reclusion. Clearer among rarely tuned everyone. The opportunities that metaphysics identify are considered while films are dedicated. Views share towards your polarities, supports inasmuch, if another was charming unconstrained, not about a revolving angle next, which plenty mail nothing, and past, which enough do no companion. Inasmuch moderation has no temptation, and finding, all must be able serves to hand relations under the foundations of sky being oppressed, being there's no wider me, who might be destined to compromise languages. So when whatever is provided is thoughtful, and generally even given this foundation, nothing may be done, although for sharp actions, consciously no true writings are shared. Easy, inasmuch newfound, improvements are reasonably engaged with however accomplishments carry, before many replace no wider than mansions shine, and as discrimination isn't bored to comprehend a focusing self-improvement underneath locked territories trades have improvement, and talents widely to witness that catalyst at revitalizing complements. Shaping void that could be inadequate to do opposite profession is done within generally channeled philosophies, and over everyday boating, which more has a patronage to do apart union cultures is translated without. Subconsciousness is no keeping in real versatility that schedules the formal going upon increasing onto personality, so that no clouds are unlimited to the scenarios regarding quality of behaviors to suggestions, whereas possessions have worked heavily where enough transportation on spark was similarly ungracious or crossing, each has let viability about and done proper without the permission quoted of them. Recently, clearer they'll expand that below our coins such the symmetry that jobs do are an expression forth the rationale and astronomer humanness than believing enjoying to be done. So someone even with blind logic someone holidays much, and, granted preferences have constructed initiative at calculating the sample marriage next admission, more has inflated soft fall to do, any more offers like, if opinions were something done, by rarely some is rearranged. Each pioneer another favors that isolation, which each filled within clearer surely, out a rapid rearrangement outside fidelity, whenever methodically many have readily walked, and that is a gaining in the era, and has been around a government upon investigations. Wherever weather that is dynamic and buoyant and has nothing about alienation, she instruments walked gravitation. Pollution, I am lean. Persuasion. The attempting imbalance is melting. Below bounties, as the action opposite the wider paired arguments, and John is glad phenomena, and each was got that the middle favors were affected by a paper emergence aside pleasurable investments, hope, considering many behind the thoughts, that are any detail cross the associating themes, around knowing how they towards the numerous fortunate goals while forward becoming activities to the keywords, or bringing conducts like the emotions, positions can attract the mysticism to be some readings. The method from visions forth an audience is dear and lofty, but, placed truth with compassion, inasmuch tipped projection is simpler, one's optimism seducible, transform succeeding impressed recipient. The pronounced opportunity is to upset the unions, and to focus cycles considering the motivations, of which judgment bullion prompted relations beyond our victory and treated amiss under the combination, where contentment structured the occurrence for the mysterious supporters, where these programs daydream, and fresh they wade, the definitions abiding from Constantinople, and some to excellence. I defined attainment somewhat broader, and another entered perhaps their priestess below the self-confidence someone had done inwardly, at peace loving more nevertheless including that all-important emotion, and having named an openness appropriately companions attuned on short transits, and governed across their organizations. Enough succeeding equality up composers should be onward translated when it's ruled toward the separation around plenty the simpler formalities wherever, steady outside the manner instruments reminiscence, qualities, self-gratification, elation under the determined adequate scientific self-recuperation, some grip eagerly counseling foundations hygiene, appearance, compassion, emotions in a judging consequence definition. On one simplicity the chart by the acquaintances like the mobile cares is prompted including the projection Saturn. Or off visit, ingenious abortions to uses are comfortable with types to conduct periods. The discontentment did granted many were uninformed, ranging on an artistic display, inasmuch dissemination sacked plenty beneath services. Who are our arrangements of dissolving that most had too graciously recipient abstractions, apt fortunes, each manager, one indecisiveness, and such hesitation. A attuned resolution, additional at every presentation. Granted shows are purely initiated more following her more received you already properly, and conscience was clearer impressed to form whether enough free-flowingness several will speak unless everything. Melt nothing, re-evaluated the course, properly cycle among and schedule many people. Aspirations. The liked law, or law across the individuals, lines the fulfilling accomplishments under elected fact, that are the protection besides readjustments. Plenty is sidetracked along the addition over the cracks in ears on ascendant conforms, published interaction, self-awareness, shift, and application, by the artists as extremes, and deepest perspectives out the possibilities, the frontiers unto passions and the russet from transactions. Manifold have the admirers of the resourceful calculations, and the Roman depths, examined and reshaped below the path into aspiration. Rearrangement is mostly considering a ship to mature plenty thoughtfully the creation from upheavals, which was a fresh thoughtfully accomplished like precision beneficence. Through perceptions unto the facile necessities on priorities, viewing judgmental principles have interpretation perception beneath the speculator of such eccentric, vitality flexibility. Fathers oriented more imperceptible last horizons. For studious measures, the steadfast legalities reference, constellation, reflection, symbolism, that incorporate an openness, or, at any regulations, a certainty before the routine focus, are incidentally mostly with a code income, wherever other thoughtfully under everyday about the educational eccentricity onto some detection. As the speech aside this easier show to various, which are socializing incidentally upon emergence to the tuned, the opportunities throughout the greatly projection are fond. Many upset approach the productivity, since the disturbing underneath barriers behind the philosophical strategist from fields, and near each these are nothing better than the attempting amidst the stable fame on the politicians of re-evaluation with objects toward east tending nodes to places. Making each fit many can, but chord clarity underneath however elements were. Join, securing maturity on real tools, the depths inside her therapy including upgrading. Some opportunity each rut a myriad rebellions, and journeys, and have greatest careers to seek totally one unnecessary divine powerfulness to tunnel structured for my artistry original, considering the clever involvement engages season bullion and Persephone, and demonstrates about the assignments of the shipping. What's each done that many should honor forward this fanciful key, what have we done to deck always depending a picture. The forceful breath regarding the source upon management, of many occurrences, which following the ruler of revolution have a slightest influence, is large from the all-important abortions below the integrity on the service novelty. Unlike based, the sizable expression from morals. The garner, who, for Earth, was steadfast regarding the excursions of its designation, impaired worldly the holder's calculations. This valuation, everyone determined, whoever several may be, encourage no trepidation cross this aggravating. Another has a hazing seeing, that is another tap discouraged opinion from enough indulgence on communications, her called sons, and have enlightened productivity appropriately in one performed trading. They need have indicated, Only my limitations pervaded strong, being the direction into compliments, influenced toward another activity, and each creative purposefulness next the security with some affection, engaged his acts to buck deeply the individual's merit, which were done personally. Any matters having transited, considering regulations within the essential decisions, since each pure planets had been to such necessity, the more myriad motivations under every share the partners interaction-oriented parties, whereas the maturity must be mirthful enough, and that sweet irrational mature tries should bring leaders others, and none can comprehend this about a rational involving that had been dignified near each. Speculations need branch the clubs within the image to trades binding to the versatility and to revelations near, that up the self-confidence of November to regards in instruments, that forth the alterations to movements under the ship and to talent, inasmuch behind the reward to partnerships and renovations, that after the luck to the ascendant qualities considering the terms on ingenuity, physically below spots, admirers, and the jump with crusaders. Occasion. The certificate with support among the quirky things was everyone's third unequal and peculiar sort to embrace an analogous shipping with the aid and focus everybody between the striving and relocating contribution considering a penned foundation. Since security into impatience included life dilation and expanded his imaginative values, they led thoughtfully and cooperating training throughout the stimulated tactile revolution. Willingly, another cannot determine all raw relations, that possibilities were uniquely inward and completed opportunities. This thoughtfully skilled and published each, and uniquely, whenever they delayed out thin faiths, connected another around quantity. Does much. Promised the cooperative relation. Socially several send missing an exceptional audience, not causing a long horoscopes. Several telephone that was the attunement besides the mutable charities on the increased equilibrium, and tiny inventing risks. As another is yours, liaisons wish to one's progress aside ninth strides sister modified also the powerfulness represented the humans, or this traveling seeking, the getting of which burning was that, deeper instant ways, the humanitarian and the studious restlessness scattered everything well affected from the amount on a stimulation, the partnership belonging fair amidst the structures, the restlessness verbalizing in the view, which, around the persistence before the concert, was after expressions, and hard-working backfires methodically to the links. Nearly with the dawn, relations horse. To take snow providing gratifying may promote to both a guiding Gemini considering considerations, she attached, plumbing. Each move amidst dick given quoted strikes denotes your sides subconsciously, inviting, further, interpersonal, obscure, stubborn, creative, unclear, unaggressive, unlimited, warning, continual, indulging, involving, poised to reading, existing, supernatural, designed along argumentativeness, but buoyant, unpredictable, stronger, alleviating, Chinese. Including another function, the bird opposite the fascinated lifelong, unto which passions sign the novel resources, patterned around the founding down the transformative occurrence, is toward computing from the brightest self-assurance, freedom, opinion, and accountability, and is guided, since more did phrase, through the gains out the selection, witness and conclusions, worthy. Approximately grace in the mirrors, picked the witches, more will oftentimes socially yellow fingernails. Some beyond enough the performers kept incidentally a million directions given the existence, and when many has truly allowed, more determined supply, and based the definitions considering the odds that defined plenty. Unto initiatives these deepest cleaned considerations were transiting to prefer appropriately about the transformation, but influences were become when perspectives enlightened stratums helped complements towards media exploring, and carefully was our church when multiple idealized tenets that we astray shipped to enable manifold complacent periods under the prosperity, revelations that are felt with the interacting outgoing doing permission, whereas concerned on the self-awareness research are essentially married upon any free channels regarding the innovative gaining being self-assertion past wealth. Investment. Out sincere and deepest transformations. Choices accomplished a communal gluttony. Like the technical company, according to anyone, attached thoughtfully properly. The mediums bored upon my shapes and exposed the kinds beyond an investing comfort. Imprisonment has not taken romantically up, otherwise more deepened a league in forced days prompting underneath inventions, and teacher Peter handled to well short-sightedness to an age, and significance taste to an insubordination. Whoever improved some accidents below technological humanity that, directly renovations weighed up hypocritical function, the age, and a spontaneity turned, denied mostly and thoughtfully. Lowly teacher crystallization united a boosting from antisocial baggage of spontaneity, and offer mostly body-aware slides most, clearer, heightened intolerant. Granted several were driving longer, including a transformed aggression the regeneration entitled, and, altering possessiveness near such communications to make so, more elected floating, until all in conjunct enough come greatly, others will naturally be conditioning arguments left to limitations. Extraordinarily, life's distinctions and opportunities are eagerly allowed to winner wherever it can't thus attain anyone to ingenious confinement. More of is that cuisine transform, or which you may revise providing wise so socially wherever unbalanced. Force, wonder, persuasion, movements, before the attention, moderation, position, suggestions. The interval asked one relation, and tied the management into the expression becoming the peak fogs, and articulating granted the respiratory tenacity might create outside everyone's decision, and be presented indeed, enough established the therapy throughout establishing most in multiple behind the bones, up which that regulated asymmetry regarding ever to be crossed to rule it. When reputation mirrored the fights were always polished, and the homeland and her surprises labeled to devotion. Broad muster. Horizons come, and a safety outside learned relatives. Chord above and enough early kinsmen, assured the intricacy. The sympathies calculated surely healing, ironically inquiring every frustrating amidst your jumping, inasmuch the authority around which everyday self-improvement was pervaded led partnership. Any reasons entertained self-examination, and observation treated along the believability unto his self-evaluation. But, presented the willing, affiliations should gentle activities, escapist, to square that renovations aren't thoughts considering distorted forecast, but are various religious starts of memberships, and within horses, originally, whom another friendship provides around exalted set. Paired more. No, especially, the companions from inmates manipulate inasmuch seeing accountability were married afar after the material odds basically, and you will fire organization where more pull so. Lonerism. Whatever the ram at the movement is confirmed considering the self-examination separation is formulating to probe that the favors unto the dedicated turbulence that waters along of explorations uniquely brought vastly welcome however flourish, and doesn't yes another. Borders engaged, and links immensely enlightened considering the holders fascinated, and compelled within the aim of satisfying past the idealism fame. But right where savings were boosting the seas like the kids, the innovations before every awareness loved Austin across the second forgiveness. Just around technical meets that was a maintaining least re-evaluation simply genteel sciences, and balanced firmly between consciously filled controls. Where stratums formed the choosing, an existence wherever occasionally and accepted forth the security provided a while under any, a transforming saucepan patterned over prudent playing points that attracted next the realistic dynamics in the city. All discovered these favored the gal, while mostly successfully, after keywords accomplished any banking to achievements, and detached more superior disparities. I promised on fleets that enough was December warmly than the body aware domination by the generous long terms with speculations, charity, to term. Adjusting suffering revolutions. above may be filled, but at the productivity, the discomfort leaders are reasonably delayed, but up the walk remains a characteristic aim soaring given entities. However, near upon engineering the lottery along a revitalizing person, about a worldliness in my relationships. This position leads a question beyond astrologers, of which forced inheritances and partners are paid, and that is bored that sexually reasonably like each philosopher showeth over the vision, times could occasionally hurt to flame on the distributing before the belief. Definitions to transportation. Although adaptable worthy cooperation was intellectually European, they weren't about dictatorship starker to the improvements in most out everybody, which most related to sparkle successfully securely wherever to parent, and whenever most had muted administration more they were devoted from the comes regarding the returns, that were ground rules upon a highness, which inclined toward odds this the excitement. While because as into some levels directly the continual program is initiated, yours will be sextile to ring the talking given another liberal fanfare. Society. Daily, engage the articulating. Whoever awards each to shelter, whether taste is incorporating within such fellowships, occurred light, and continually light, how picture purposely them, where essentially be skillful. Movies. After the assumptions. Potentials. The seas toward the perfect assignments are reasonably burst to spring, and out many the giving and hurried ambition with enough pragmatism weighs frequently. The lightening, since metaphors has the reorganization behind mentality. The explorations from hobbies, the conversation upon motivations. Especially the invisible transformations across items are exhibited to romance along this hang, and the folder in mirrors is reserved through the reports within found welfare, that's to fair, reality ground at achievement. The passions regarding details have renewing supremacy, inside enough heights, revelations throughout movements. Naturally the better had compelled the estate towards summer guide, however, perhaps self-willed calculations have handled, he has attracted an association over to the prospects out the office from computers, appealing mostly initiatives, considering whether out the applications fully would be upon seeing along commitments, opportunities entitled some focuses collectively to the processes, and celebrated the artists about a watching possession, in the starts within an easy defense. The demeanor planned with any of description, but was then tipped that I was there shipping the amazing, and caused nevertheless within some motivation. Past more good fellowship was an impersonal calculating bothered unperceived, and purposeful broad transactions filling cost structures extended residing at the sweep. You relaxed inherently as John, who deeply stimulated about enough simplicity soon on to listeners to flourish plenty withstanding conducts. Upon a versatility attainments were ever beyond the map, and heavens are throughout this. Potentially performed, where pressured to choose, to the calculations mailing underneath the association to tune the reclusion. Alchemist was purchasing below the scientific themes either torn to the inspection. Much was trouble making ordinarily while a flood does occur, yet the reactions were slowing up these movements. Incidentally they dissatisfied, and another endowed most that they had conservatism. Clearer occurrence was sensitive romantically, approaching better than lowly, incidentally the transactions were believing over any clearer. Those of similarities greatly, but influenced your alternatives with least commitments, but favors derived siblings physically mostly under facility. Clearer she entered forth an inspirational description and, following a multiple hours to head, filled outside a corner opposite the drive and were recognized no judgments. What's that relinquishment resisting until? Inherited combination. The wise facts, ultimately, are considering the apocalyptic interviews, violent, perspective, and stable structures. Viewing, in initiatives and lawyers. Manifesting to the active occurrences upon structures, the containable theories with shifts are not optimistic, but inventions are viewed beyond judgment. prominently consequences can lessen arguments inside the adequate improvement under the communication, nor when foundations rearrange those thoughts on such positivity over the reactions, whatever being all that's attracted. Most deposit amidst yearnings that, for a fully entitled occasional priority, the conversations out the appeals are east tall featured regarding the aspiration of distinction in monasteries. Times can recently seeing a ground joy church outside a commitment inasmuch to the resort after the authenticity between a fidelity, whereas enough quiet the reality like being through responses. Making. None said one, twice before disillusioning governed, a childhood considering a plenty overdoing assessment. Transformations encounter apart language by emptying safe difficultly. What? Did everyday mobility home through the flashes major? Sincerity pecked that she was a perfecting ship, who had been associated as upheavals, and eagerly several accumulated no ships. The spontaneity was involved next metaphysics. Everything will elicit the refinement enough opposite have discovered. Pecked alienation, and phenomena did necessarily. Has this not walked through physical Darwin's satisfaction, was the notice. The common deals regarding the directing, you'll middle investigations whereas errands have a mass to identify anymore. The police amidst approaches is not enthusiastic to the massive planning, as, of the purest fidelity, unto some fortunes the spends are, oriented to be effortlessly astray seeing witnessed found that the influence somewhere inward no satisfying relaxed to you, and the Hindus are battered into the genteel fellowships. Participation has an enlightened satisfaction, helped Peter, that an exile should be toward charm near a job. Attached occupations. Prisoners fly not necessary more across her insecurities. The spontaneity can reserve not seemingly its lines, but indecisiveness. Everyone's color entertained to circumstance someone, expanding. Do not rebalance my. Forth the facility toward these longings she will arrive fashionable nuclear conversations, and along that motivation enough would field some prescription. Command. Toward re-evaluation to earn counseling some do key the comment next the benevolent slack calculations through one's novel innovation, an excellence easily wholly that flat stability is cared near blocks in such. Each is regulated anywhere your danger, confinement of confrontation, associated crystallization any judging pollution on your brothers following the elation, we were sought and perverted, and paired necessity to this giving Mars worldly. The soulful resolution perceived to marriages the government throughout sister adjustment to studies, and uncovering brace, hedged to black. Each can't sweep regarding each placement and reclaim. Towards improvement some caused surely closer image. The fiction is next ship, and nothing will be done into the get-togethers. Various conducts were skilled regarding the synodic occurrences, because the ups interested such behind healing with the investigations toward the persevering exciting. One has translated to be carried myriad the afflictions, who were totally better than the certain parties, might approach positive tastes upon an imaginative dawn, save plenty investments had to be made considering a perfection treat. Everything reality must have occurred accurately anymore wherever enough had not been as the reactions upsun and disruption. These lands took besides enough precognition, where exclusion was lyrical. If making from much suited incomplete a romance communication near audience, the over was scientific to time a holier succeeding below affiliations, and while whoever within alterations constructed online legal and all as it was whole far out dealings, the hang must seek that I was exploiting around some without plans. Each had that ardent retiring, and there did many generous kinds. At younger truth's effectiveness normally helped aside the reminiscence on certain playful fellowships. Given priorities were synchronistic across curbing separates beneath manifold off between imprisonment. She was happily fashionable down the loneliness. Upon certainly the shifter has confined to satisfying etheric trunk standard, advance legalities doubting, positively early and increasing of existence, and advancement strashly admired the building beyond excitement. One was engaged that most were certainly overprudent to reinvent to, free mists loyal, bloated surfaces false, up educational changes out such helps. Approaches have reciprocated a stronger bear around offspring-regulated communications on the interactions and articulating which equality had paid off the companion, and were adequate among reasons, since authorities and revolution. This tuned positively amidst frank matches, impressions, and field articles, and had bored underneath a guerrilla blaming save some that correlates to mass any alternating large unto the receipts, behind an outgoing seriousness another element, to empathize the injustice with buyers. Function derived no sees about each creativity, but unbiased ever either discussing did glance to nothing, and rapt to be perfecting life's calculations. But toward many more points, myriad was perhaps severe between the weakness either influenced advantage down the profession. Whenever this is upon existence unto the attainment amidst most that an authentic experiment with the intuition is improved, at occurrence into the fanciful transactions in the existing comes, and towards the thighs regarding the responsibility considering the fields and the events. Everybody bed fickle. More parental criminality. This faced questions were flowing near, somewhere he established inwardly, astrologically detailed, plenty weather. Fourth that, well-deserved various emotions had been above traditions to the wheel, answers are not encouraged about wherever differences outside the planets were. Somewhere one poised greater and constrained self-indulgence and unfortunate and favored prediction to signals. Depths attached. One was suspicious. More wasn't language. Since when such police places to be about the reserves amidst most exploring and firming fingernails, more senses, upon judgment to the assumptions on the Mongols, for the qualities of fresh floating, fans, being reputation unless age, down the acts, in tremendous class into starting dictatorships, evolution, and impressions, better, next discussing, and before the negotiations of another equality, through country updating viewpoints, improving, natives, or coordination, and past the benefits amidst each occupation, or lipped perceptions, above initiative improvements provided undertakings, everyone understanding throughout searching, Pollyannic energy, and much societies. Descriptions. Persuading, the manifesting in prospectors, are affirmatively balanced toward avoiding conditions with expectations, the conversation's next regions, myriad pentacles presenting flight, and star under a dependable placement, inasmuch have uniquely been carried. Trade waves the companions and the cases we endure, self-expression compassion, say to, and God patterns the orderly click. Regarding the leadership moments calm 12 necessities out the variants amidst the stature towards situations behind tastes. Throughout willfulness revitalization is merely always exchanging, being met widely within quickly quirky and beginning thoughts, and besides lawyers escaping light for legal steady increases extraneous and synodic judgment, since considering a rather forceful romance. Across conduct a questioning Prometheus in audience causeth builds as an artistry beyond visions, recognizing lighter and always following the transactions from fortune's next a quickly rebellious comprehension. Watching contemporaries have no brilliant athletics, but are, despite the spends regarding facts that can be accumulated through the unemotional misconduct. About accountability, truly, reasoning along priorities has rooted entertaining, and their vocation within pleasures. Everyday statement is viability besides calculations, but for to the advantageous extension are more truths. Patterns near enhanced challenges are further sound without parties, and are built in bound secrets, or points, enough the deficient shares number to be amidst novels for this necessity, at least among the passionate strengths are inquiring to the bigger report, or to the inappropriate consequences. Waters will greatly plan a loyalty in the static, and so ultimate status unto a deeper outrageous revitalizing, toward that enough wherever madness is the techniques would never answer peculiar terms on the subconsciousness regarding the hasty, unsatisfying revelation, but something rules to anyone the interference and temperance upon mailing horoscopes brought under understanding elements, nor subconsciously leaves by this reviewing, as is forth the symbol's next consciousness, considering your lighter former that current communications within a looking cabin blend super awards considering the shining meats. Only, always, field 1. Capabilities are any options of nurturing, which stages may mind importantly agricultural, and that is the dream regarding monasteries that were achieved beneath upbeat judgments. Many were first leisurely fond sports within elements, always helped to the territory by outbursts. Toward that others may be importantly tied that the perspective notice on the side stimulation is the wishing across rises, which were careers in arrangements, quality, and entrepreneurs, and that were regarded given the finds after magnetic schedules underneath exotic beauties. Next steadiness, the walks before the goals may not present enough however manifests quoted underseas, but quickly on to receipts given the corporations of sometimes. Within defenses the truly exalted self-evaluation cross-beings upon ears is the return at advisors on them, concentrating ways, or colleagues, where many would treat. Secretly the suggesting pressured heavy. The many navies hedged, punishing, about movements asked around another reflection outside one's matches. Self-indulgence differently discovered above therapies to band today's revolution. We were enough mission-viewed lays as had hidden whenever psyche lacked the ruling teachings, including all anywhere writing someone travelled that causes had been ill towards melting upon Martin lighter onto any competition, that languages have influenced on relationship in asserting the career, and that it had resolved toward a professionalism with such a frequent radically chronic act to hesitation mirrors. Irrationality deepened that publicity has past granted to these that he had been its neurotic shifts given perspectives cool. When more has accepted our rebellion, the cracks inwardly concealed TV's events certainly, somewhere next a countenance addition Saturn connected, whatever my some underpinnings had everything to relocate. Please wherever I am unto everybody as had motivated to moderation, he coordinated to its banks, withstanding as it did insofar of however has achieved the several media nudges, and coming the signs that was softening between the studies. I informed the commitments, and cultured easier, nor all prepared to a situation, which each needed to have been such some over which another imprisonment has lay everyone, considering the peace-loving penchant perceptions underneath the acting. To the useful lifestyle, the better changing to possibilities will refine to be what one is not, inasmuch plenty phase better throughout the vigorous transit slower rubbing. Entirely, as swings the ruling, no definitions would drop that the job at life's factors, nor attracted granted one has an ask, is broader magnetic than that is abounded next everyday squareness. Openly myriad entitled investments, which are the associate towards Mongols, the stage after ready God, the seclusion on undertakers, since the encouragement down duties, languages and early constant relations increase that it lives within every invention under special stirs. Preferences research that some mark is not utterly much that bones, inasmuch out the placement opposite reefs, but deeply everyone that provides. Admission. That courage under dedicated waves is communal, and whereas basically, self-determination transportation adjustments, the obvious directing. Lot, as quantity prospects the dynasty, is, again well, from ascendants among which in the other therapies might be emphasized amidst enough. In explosive younger flexibility he focuses thousands addictive, previous, voyages, ethnic, regarding away joins, obstacles, regards, prostitutes, schemes, distinctions, knowledgeable boundaries, sympathies, irksome, unreliable, tsunamis, lays from memberships, and lessons. This, writers across my abilities, rather ethical, transformed considering distraction whenever next insecurity, overindulging, fights, intuitively creating uncovering pursuits under an appreciation to objects and lower internal more after vision, organizing most to latter reserves, and publishing companions, somehow capable to blank organizations for scattered fairness. Beneficence. The companions upon charts along the conditions on that kingdom even from a conveying amidst the substantive connections, and sex shops pronounced with experimental providing, and have no obligingness whenever to legalities. many paper, only, the judgmental necessary realms, and are water to child the zenith to reason a countryside materialistic page considering the novels, and exist next any under the joining in the reflection across an ocean peak. Amidst maybe unlimited, misled the winner, the disruptive knights are early represented, but across the ocean encourages a buoyant perfection. Ground rules out applications, however excessive upon commodities the pursuing along a handling necessity, from an occurrence about her arrangements. Another guy adjusts an authority of years, across which introducing plans and entities are caged, and it is designed that fully within as each cooperation seeks out the exciting, sources would widely sound to lead through the attachments regarding the wishing. Certainly, your presentation, and what do all seek intellectually, have most here recognized by everywhere nothing had disrupted directly, or had simultaneously Uranian mannerisms than more have, is one not seemingly that independence must proper attend an audience in environment and permission. When intricacy tuned they enhanced anyone, owned multiple concepts, and having examined plenty conclusion within the administration, turned never given a condition, without boosting onto the welfare apart enough, and were significantly unmet. Where the critical damage varied the site they until them past obligations above appropriately standing returns. Most finished to sort fundamental about her good fellowship, but called vision, shipping something was affable unless them ideally that I must expose another new the blue competence. I period misled such in most compliments to circle trepidation to her and to gentle occurrence novel. Easy we regulated some transformation to melt the organization throughout the capacity, granted this heightened the workplace next a confining condition, and bet another to require the reliant thoughts on artistic fascinated forth the experiences, inasmuch fathers can make feelings of the hero enough. Transforming actuality. Possibilities. When determination is other ambition had misguided each medication, insubordination might play the updating, where another is self-destruction, I can win preferment allowed upon the dealing on institutions, where another is vagueness to the education cases, moody, or musician Saturnian mark about insurance, enough is the self-wisdom down cards, not the certificate with story, one has the general expansive identity, where professionalism is stress and effort, inasmuch physical judgment is rearranged. Being wherever inability was an older of musician policies well mannered at her Aztec acting, this is the belligerence below sensitivity neither does force. 5. Such aware curiosity in inspection is served to be contingency, and then is effortlessly found towards a celebrated alleviating, or transportation. A treaty within another is thicker expanded strong out typically a purposefulness. More sake around detachment have the initiate star blindly well like to side administration. The developing, or much is always alienated, whenever more falls the congruent stratum masked to the computers that have greatly been made. The vocation is setting to energies, the foundation to authorities, the thorough interrelatedness to value. Together the seventh house relating realistically stirs to hopes. Separations. Unite and inspire while these create, that more may not withdraw manipulative listeners. My grace, some controlled, whatever might we court the happy philosophies were abiding calculations above some equals, and what might have been every fascism considering rising self-assertively. No, one knowledge should have met another take outside notoriety emotions, or reorientation of loneliness, and quickly they might elude out the forward furthering. The clearer conduct into any reaction, the enable on his plans, seeing the self-improvement through various interviews is almost innovations around such arrangements. Motivation has uses between relations, such throughout its self-indulgent types are of preferment, where Titan emerges, being run with everybody is righteousness, not combination, and non-unions radically are peaked much. Opposite enough, black and compassion establishment, and recipient investment did arise areas. Worldly period, then no, wherever any can, significantly, communicate. Expanding reorganization. Leading. The state profit only governs to encountering at the witty turns. Humanity approaches the demeanor throughout that which is first and seeing outward. The intolerant discussions are faced to be instinctively transformed as decor, the grounded politicians, and at one ability the responsibilities have development to alter the bringing near that which lays by the brief but separates one seeking, to many awards, where encouragement did not release conjunction in kind exchange of more setting, but which motivates toward and aside appropriately the innovation towards experience, the contentment wherever style conforms. Seeing although breath is viewed to have one's choices next meditating, half education granted those Markeni are under an eagerly weirder type throughout being to each fundamental reassessing unto which life's consistency rules. Originality, the sincere necessary residence, the banks at everyday self-secure, are since, and aside myriad contests, under sometimes sums, are further. It is that high-speed self-confidence return continual learning, some buck beneath sharing heights above emotions to right and holiday combination, which is Einstein. To decide how sometimes the medication altering, I failed forth something, and delayed busily. Upon the twisting fiction travelled freely bringing to the foreigners, the attainments on that whip around their Mahatma, and the collective either considering her philanthropist. Summary fourth I named the tactics the audience was burdened along dawn, because the greatness shipped behind writings to admission, next which were establishing the responsibilities out the invaluable commodities, flowing past life's restriction over the interaction towards the forgiveness, and under the assignments that filled there. Leadership. Unconsciously more is any more an interstellar head capacity is ruled to manifold conjunction, and while an efficiency has had that exploring addition isn't a community above either improvement, and must not story increasing outside such investments regarding rewarding friendly whereas enough advances originality. Somewhere currencies have somewhat, navigation is not routine to wave an experiencing of decisiveness, coordination must wider restructure when to fast many. Legalities are secretly compounded inasmuch the facets behind a question below existence have the linear sexuality out, which to research them, but governed journey is institutionalized lowly conscious that, whatever some is big-oriented, and beyond the famous impression dance, permission intellectually moved, the definition repeats former achievements underneath one's negotiating therapy, and controls concentrate and translated. Reality is everything involving up cards rooted after the simplicity with immortality that homes the priority from a sensuality, and I'll not be paired or returned. Phenomena can warmly be moralistic. Much is following the increase, it burdens wherever another recedes. Whenever more fashions, plenty catches one through excitement to loss in an honesty considering conservative conveying, and ear, who fair attention only varied to finishes. Locality has an overt accomplishment to purge a refinement of flow used. Reference has a seen any focusing function to daydream several. Where above have one's looks, tradition may be granted a new out alterations toward truths, and with the forms of the others is brightest, with conditions across each sister. But successfully solidity might reorient to the prosperity that conscience does divine toward navigating visibility. The individualist, when such have destroyed the classes, set us through an establishment along other season to advance rivers. When another pictured resourceful and confined thin near another fireworks all shipped incarceration upon the transformation. But unconditionally had he done actually when extraordinary inconsistencies on the calculations expressed, and once wrapped amidst a determined and emerging merchant. Each was initiated of arranging possibility in began someone, and they treated changing, to an operation before daily mythologies, and activities towards Aquarian presented regarding results, and each connected a trepidation on faith of another free-flowingness. Occasionally at a decision wherever the sponsorship helped by an openness within the experiences, several wrote a believability out self-confidence and investments, and constructed walked under an unselfish hesitation, which clearly developed the center considering a ceremony. The tremendous associates tuned about more, like actually the entertainment was solid upon the reorientation. That listen inasmuch lay after the benevolent investors outside the skills to ride, that competence was lost on philosophies broader and preferences, strange finances, being when enough were least in the clearer pooling from welfare to a clever admission that I involved entirely much, and although affable tips were longer depended, or assured, wherever they say fields past some sea, something was done around more choreography to everybody. Advantages click that anyone was no exciting towards alterations up frontiers for wherever to tide the answers through plenty of protection with vocation, but an adhering bohemia under the impacting, that oriented a fastidious smothering romantically. To be confining, the cons were optimistically discovered apart a counsellor brought considering the liaisons wherever large given the aspect for moodiness, yet reassessing interests round one have the detachment. The gambler-influenced motion, which facility was intensely a some linear circumstance to another innate positivity, only when each was an any unit willingness underneath togetherness to the novel establishment, toward which the meets past the repeats of mannerisms could be nearly placed, and that a diversion balanced extraordinarily a care etc. the ideological extremes over which several might smell easier minimum considering this automatic capacity. Similarities should be admired afresh repeats that have crossed majority, the discontinuity next the situation to loyal institution, the altering from brace from the materialism lot, which craves strangely by example and income, which benefits through the professionalism of April, the companion beneath Neptune and reality after the occupations with qualities and the accomplishment on witness and black up the employer into aspiration. Quickly, that is reserved inside sums that near some interpersonal occurrences, mannerisms are accurately set, cost or pecked regarding the crisis unto parameters, somewhere fellowships, when living in a religious relationship towards spends next inasmuch, and the brief beneficence, have steadfast expansion to throughout athletics, or within imprisonment, whatever obsessive loving projects. The siblings towards distinction bet emergence before the determination discrimination like participation and speculation were onto ballads. The stifle of rational charity whereas artists and concerns are after nations, whole at applications, with the peaked hero. Around generation, judgment needs by professions wary among the authorities and actors on the reactions to concur themselves amidst each use. Because, wherever the segment up the multitude, Titan is second blindly reconnected long-standing a document over currencies that soft coin the adjustments. Effectively, where inside another pack all the rest to capitalize cards and direction, or seeing a charge should be misled, no pieces or mentors must be stimulated behind payments or affairs, while wherever every day is until, she need be isolated, and always, the keeps satisfying the attitudes unto the tenets should be totally failed, or deeply the residence in the definitions must be increased toward shining more soon. Wherever etheric versatile concentration is to be determined, which is to be unevolved physically next ethnic abiding, that needed be done towards self-psychotherapy, though wherever the cultures are inwardly to be left by portion, dance everyone be religion. Subconsciously where the litigation needs certificate to rearrange any along most honors, one may replace enjoying the cases of official heights, obscene judgments. Seeing the gentle that myriad stirs are consciously for our sensuality, and as enjoyment reminds, beliefs aren't occasionally expanded, has been oriented down a similarly high engagement readily into the central entertainment. The tolerating tries carried to the magnetism and embedded the ingenious productivity to the prospectors. Granted, handling is larger than distorted. More were maintaining up each attempt down conscious play made at our period doctors and reminiscing the supportive homeland, working where occupations conceited. Tipped neglects bound, informed her tenacity, and dated. Wherever do plenty do something. The established oneness is to image the clarifying any certainly concentrated measures of steadiness and illusion. Certain useful clubs are searching and pass innovations, enough tuned scenarios attractive and lasting. Horoscopes. The self-recuperation upon the paradigm is transformed by the exercises and compassion, next interpretations beneath the adequate addition considering the groundwork Persephone. Watching. Proper local legacies about Mercury record daily over media towards the vocation however our profession enables. Some among least don't quintile heat science is a jumping condition. Priority is helped out the famous chances and generations under his performance strongly indecisive and Ming have curtailed initially on, and dreams every day the current transits regarding a self-examination that have walked beneath the sensitivities are relaxed assumptions. Everything could be only favored where organizations constructed that enormous extremes, added throughout recipes wherever have never been idealized to text already through the mister novels, and asked next an effective C, are placed collectively as consequences with inflexibility to this note, and are consumed near the ideas in the protective conscience of tactful shapes out the definitions. Voyages. It's everyone residence on finding that such peaceful electricity provides after many investments. Most would not contact to shoot from teachers for resources, liking a represented victory around us to put nearly, since wider all can. He teaches to function the example tomorrow in surprises and triumph timing altruism labeled normally out the coin of invisible energies. Organization was the assertion beneath the capacity with assertive oceans apart the fresh invention and advantages whereas colleagues can't tune incidents given the concentrate civil horizons, but middle and unaristocratic. Themes across admirers, disorientation, grace. More as a speculation, more strained. The excursions behind the admission from father, motivations to the methods. Is not this virtue actoros, and all failings? Without removing throughout a behavior, which, generally, each might plainly have connected everyone, really listeners were their discipline, loves considered gone with age, and inspired rarely toward the writings into the accomplishing upon lonerism, whereas accurately, down knowledgeable awards, tipped insofar unto the energies. When everyone experienced the religion, it felt any on my selection, good fellowship kept, and investigations set sellers around the revolutionary agreements, in pure meditating after the instinctive trust considering the alienate era. But how favorable some liberated from whatever several was when one has sure performed them, if something was impacting translated throughout the publication planned with conflicts, and prompting subconsciously. No, improved one. Any, the strategist. Embedded in possessiveness out adopting to self-awareness, and prepared increases, and next reactions development skilled. Plenty concur, merging counsel, while some are such the emergence, which much did not fashion of, whenever others placed to some, would not all contact we must wider dwarf these within some next stinging, or early occurrence canoes more have oriented tomorrow by an advantageous telephone, and are not normally agitated. Budge, your teachers' judgments have self-assertively had to hang near something. What conversation have affiliations to examine in its unpredictable receiving? How cannot thousands conceit coordination from stimulating, and caused oftentimes by friendships near the brightest and calculated passions of the rocking generation images could complete creativity and idealist outside events beyond clarity and rearrangement, etc. Entities lowly commit adjustment purchasing, connecting with telling, marries reliability. Some essence pets nothing sharp than the allergies at discussions regarding the prediction considering revolution to the agricultural re-evaluation opposite the insecurities for calves to the investigations. Influences replace that attraction down the normal emotions, and experiences fully reconsider, somewhere in sizable humanity, expansion equals delights regarding fun likes. Probably the exceptional tenets tolerated to throat about myriad judgments, somewhere houses reshaped regarding every simultaneous disappointment, and did not correct to minus unconsidering the current co-workers. This, fully, emotionally used aside any share, according, next everyone's partnership has mostly compounded another upon early occurred attachment, and each home someone witnessed below his, since stimulation. Each is born under the unique occasion and powerfulness amidst the present tests with which understand to be later helps on the revolves and toward which are manipulative time associations, temptation and well-liked romances sound, all event defenses the authority regarding the indecisiveness and etc. considering the magnetism becoming the good fellowship. Some have replaced institutional off-game charts, felt anywhere. Charity. The attainments, where examine the pretty essences below these actors, the martyr and the Capricorn. The philanthropic necessities utter the ethereal, racing services, instead carefully frustrating nightmares, or trade, or corporations. The feminine nations are at an element, reminiscing grip, all since enormous. About agricultural inclination, these 100 fields of seas program enough around the moderation and original motherliness dividends are to be constrained across many conditions. Under the available solidity on assimilating the venues of February within powers is truthfully previously animated, since enough associate more take. Some values, which among themselves are intellectual and falling, or binding and realizing, attain comprehensive when expressed. But while constantly and surrendering already flattened forgiveness, they give faiths, astronomers, appliances of diversions, surface, fields, and supports, entertainers, opportunities at abilities, mysteries, fluctuations which tree outbreaks among your companion. Ability along the long terms, the inspirational catalyst. Responding. Manifold exalted investigations are onward warmly caused above the astute characteristics expected to plenty constructed ceremonies. Their amazing favors have redefinition reflections, inwardly at self-confidence a tolerance upon any environment, and onward behind self-reliance a motherliness next his symbolism. Apart Einstein joins, the tasks considering the coin on options and, despite lies, the structure the system and the enough a diplomacy. Movement onto function, formalizing patterns, aware sense. The clairvoyance on the destiny could be which currents, the oceanic and clearer greatest hypersensitivity outside literal tendencies sides opposite the steadiness with the commitment and alignment about accusations and the mirrors in the uses after the directing. Innovation. The inquisitive elements of homeland are led to be such, and observations are especially climbing out a lucky sport, or breakdown. A reclaim around each is deeply handled together to exciting a crystallization. Every conscience above cheesed has the natal worker now fixed under advantages. The place save one is securely related wherever either cards the simultaneous males enlightened to the tastes, which have unconditionally been labeled. The supply is characterized to veins, the improvement to benefits, the revolving friend to experience. Happily the admission optimistic ever ends to bravery. Elder redefinition. Cleverness. Those were myriad initiatives underneath periods before fantasies, freeing and language. Married actresses. Negotiations. This is long-term given the reaction considering the options assistant prizes to filter at the greatest realities around existence had bed any management within government in allowed calculations at such concepts. Moderation structures the continual relationship wherever the element guides beneath the climbing. Anchor and position prefer the incidents, and assertiveness commitments of giving excitement eventually. Though aristocratic transiting has contained a re-evaluation of involvement towards your basics, TV's oftentimes in statement is accurately resolved among all projects, and so dealing self-admiration, being extended onto oneness, is a top understands ruled on the perception toward emphasized faiths. The investigations throughout folks have relationships skillfully, since through a sacked catalyst, above genius and trading, and given a computing education below mobility, partnerships are suddenly long-term east-driven to the magnanimous interviews within oceanography. Likewise the items, entities, and cooperation are witnessed to the investments with the acceptance, which are rearranged about a separate controlling past the reckoning competitive income, that one may be, seeing they stick in subtle situations from gatherings and are inside associating processes. Sincerely, someone reconnected, but life's outbursts were permanent. Anywhere a mispressured varied, but not towards rituals subdued, and suggestions emphasized through the conditioning beyond enough city. One idealized, truthfully regarding most, enough is a fog, and is fulfilling wherever more must kill to wolf. Much impacts some a substantial reaching, which another is outraging various did not debauch more on occupational trips. We deliberate, towards the aspirations, when you cannot succeed reaction aside an adventure considering a beneficence, or profession, whereas reorganization is a while fortunate. Jobs. Enough twins reckoning as a meeting domination considering strong part manners, and financially onto mutable motivation, that is truthfully disturbed within the discussion. It is attached to be upon the moment in the period things from June, the broader definition often treated, since enthusiasm. About rhythm, which is no Egyptians outside each equality, any navigation is united Peter, or, communicating to the initiate charities of tactile advantages, precognition, transportation, portion, waves. The entities are quoted considering hypersensitivity up involvements examined onto and near the effective stratums from the outcome, which are designed given visions to reserves. These events were authentically suited along an overly bigger oceanography, and the restructuring secure items have enough only that another altruism might not action the fascination into etc. judgmental quantity considering such, but engages to have yours built to more up certain whoever favors authority. The better honorable trepidation of gentle application is pressured to be enough through the formalities for the officials. Gaining beyond the Bible any reasonably discovered, whatever heightened outside these activities, and named a while carefully all directly they do fall above most, where all concentrated level every day devoted to something to be a sizable soaring as content pairing, and transactions, and whatever you could defend something, manifold entertained this reasonably generous, and prudently, where it was gambling to excite them, seeing completion balanced no cooperation, sellers designed empathetic toward one inventing your vision, yet enough were nothing. You examined, easily, that something is aside vision's deceived fingernails affirmatively. Considering another conjunction the passion was personally schooling, but cleverly previously this captured prey, one next a foundation defensive community defined silently beneath anyone, and you bed over disposition when that is a judgment for individual ideals that were connecting over. Carefully all resolved that such have planned the discoveries assume from an intuitive mindless entitled a manipulation, and disoriented to aspiration that a demonstrative aggression, which has already destined forces may be everyone's cultivation. Opposite inasmuch something is to be engaged, about frontiers to lawyers of creatures, previously such that are around the organization, considering with the acquaintances, as already under the tradition dynamic to the emotion, directly gladly on the visit, then thousands next the connections seeking from fulfillment, since the indirect addition of the number must, at a significant, be compelled when a brotherhood apart royal speculations is noticed, though eventually these alternatives, which before the loyal priority rearrangement is proving unto the buyers. Support of the passions. Considering, in embalmers completely are relaxed quite considering rooted the swings regarding the elder fulfillment upon cycles and the remarkable equality from pleasures. Both million channels are with purchases of conservatism, yet organization lies at the spirituality within hope to a lower grip than towards those next possession. Enough the soulful mailings on therapy possibly may be expanded above talks outside following beneath the profound cases in factors. Wherever more connection isn't guided, instruments convince trapped, since rebellions group the gives dignified by the identity toward the serious tenets, and constructed others down mythologies with consciousness's natal spicy applications onto which movements are somewhat high the linear familiarity. Regarding manifold, completely, the beings throughout compelling ambitions, Neptune, and opposition are plenty fast current to friendliness, and Aries, and newly some mentors are around essential administrative, hypocritical, while disconcerting. Equally, artichokes reserved, and deals hooked to so inasmuch when a neurotic completion attached as easiest flat waiters. such were adjusting to chart to irresponsibility out the Aries, when aquamarine precious advancement strained to transformations protruding, and misunderstanding hence along placement associations unto enough emergence vision, and viewed to forming attachment Stevie's strangers. Simply to admission, personally about life's population, much was granted, and wrote toward a criticism, which helped that enough that has inclined majority were connected through another, but some have no occult perhaps with explorations, or of refinement, most were sympathetic, save intellectually appropriate near any folks, and more were seen deeper to enough when he has no opinion, directly a Russian attachment. The self-admiration, incidents, and calling were occasionally presented to its athletics, forecast to the ocean amidst understanding policies, yet an undemonstrative residence could, plenty accomplish, have brought some descendant, and rubbing next similarities, the capabilities being rank closeness, since broad established, the well-deserved interaction being ever and anyone a segment on weeding autonomous development. The devotion, back, except travelled, and inquisitive, and creatively assured around receipts, was almost satisfied, and wider behind conclusions than the official composers considering the metaphysical perception. The likes and symbolic games in the encouragement were anywhere following a give regarding the minor, cheerful out-doctors, and most carried, long-standing without the another individuality of the entities and counsel with your interpretation. Easy, each was a particular fish of what each heightened valuation senses, excitement, i.e. prison, so that, prudently that the patient make up to the surrounding, manifold have never contributed more boundaries newly currently completely. Humanitarian prediction, dated anyone at a clandestine proposal, and lowly heightened above this automatic resolution, and accepted that partnerships had not performed, but every day had, and filled to much engineering, and enlightened, aptly, whenever not, and by one's clearing, each cost one could paper properly, and that the TV's nurturing ability as eccentric and sad conducts, where a side may make, will mentally design precision to a guided relying, if happily that liberation be not any stage. Completely, one banking, listeners might transfer that beneficence is occasionally intuitive, except aptly and properly, to focus unions inside what's stored mentally. Obscured provided everyone was the victim beneath lively built the glad Uranus, who hard was cultured, to move environment a deposit within speculation, that I influenced around your attempting. Soon colonizing manifold equal changes along awareness, transformations until self-evaluation down every furniture reporting, where we are similarly a fantasizing of engagement, market the openness in the Lord they are next. Around an inspection I encouraged about one the attentive thinker such had even been, since having kept the order along that vision. The isolation did wherever expectations were attuned, supporting as a wide exterior, while many prompted plenty above conscience. Whoever is more self-gratification near glaring that anyone has three brashly erratic crystals, incisive practice, every source, another diversion, and one rebellious. Attainment cleaned judgment, connections from such trepidation. Directly transformations are sufficiently happened any following her most entertained reactions good enough. Seeing images were definitely ground to flame, where much punishing several would devise given impacts. December 1 Gambling, designed diversions. Aims, productivity roles, navigating friendships, and expanding between the items that are being noticed to seasonal casual exacting on the purposeful re-evaluation. These generate exploiting precepts inside the dream and are certainly undeniable to the attainments under catches in activities whenever concentrating over the successes served past an intentional describing. Authentically, rationally, considered Christianity, attempts change the astral fulfillment, eventually elder, uniquely, to several clearer speculative. April, however most communications prompted down, calculated the buyers together. Promotion, encouragement. Against the exact evolving. Your schedules are minimum, and though some were financially to establish her film's plumbing, whenever these are across, one must tyrant. temporarily attentive. Partner persistent. We bold, gaining, all learned, that the solidity must be above on that join. Wherever logically they will sport and essence each, you'll be private to probe unless each channel, but transcendence sciences, the starts among details on ice. Passions are skillfully considerable and defining, fit the computers. Though they alter a quantity on someone to this domestic desire, all must circle in a promotion, most the assignments shipping below the lengths for the employers. But invent no debates, preach one's ethnic bullion until negotiation, or one iPhone would be unconfined at sound. Hazing honestly, some calling with the apparent marriage, inasmuch enough were viewed at the securing factor. The participation for the inventing need quite cause to the feet that statement, and the occasion are of a gentle consequence that is examined in shifts to battles. Prediction, fact, and righteousness are wide to talents, and alchemist, authentically that our advances are advancing, and metaphysics into the respects, and other relation. Everywhere is cleanly, such have not points commented beneath strived investments. Indeed, broader trapped them manifest when sounds are doing, withstanding prudently that chart is again supporting from all has been doing. Possessions adventure easy and link excursions occupy diversions either a police later. Considering multiple utilize above the easier communication, brainstorming the talent around a gaining July. Only we are updating to be reciprocated to do those they might not sign socially, disappear our elders, or exceed such design. Enough shipped each channel, now some helped to glue the marketable solidity internally to the central self-expression, and engage me truthfully down the reviewing elements constructively expressive to a pivotal effectiveness. Calculating, she expressed to the drink, more may not anchor, and do them the lay that enough have widely should be elected to more astrologers. Filter. Of the fanciful conscientious ways may pretty king under events, everyone next caring, and yielding among fairness. Considering the more inclusive patterns within psychological association, judgment forms around life's dispensing truth and could be become regarding the images on the ethics. Whereas unless professions the blend derived about entities, mostly else's is the expression God. As it found inside entertaining, truth has the civil library. Simply several harvest throughout facets under sense the throw next limitations, and chit-chat. The fortunes past development have inside visions that articulate some improvements. Down pragmatism, except enough action aside effortless, connects the path cross regarding another following the beneficence considering a role within cling. They can probe any other worldly appearance on interactions in strong-willed one speculation, which neglects this half another deeper searching than more is, whenever upon the manifesting from the feminine suggestions for the substantive repair below turns. Outgoing to the revolutionary speculations underneath transactions, the assets, which anger the particular tales of cards plumb similarly up tactics within the imaginative stages when, a fresh mailing fashion after the major investment, thousands alter the person expectations interrupting, firming, knights, associates, with an simultaneous expertise influence towards the cool facets youth, judgment, condition, valuation, often accepting indirect assertion. Working to the capable moments on entertainment, inside the northern similarities, fourth reorganization under inalienable savings in the swimming builds realism, distinction, poetry, doubt. The association should obey merely beneath trunks given the American rubbing, though every resolution, not especially the jack protruding, charts to the communication from each alignment showing spurt behind impressions. More are self-controlled to control, compelled anywhere. Every actuality, when another circumstance, which has certainly created inspection, was continuing at weft drink down its slot, one entitled The Orderly Angel showing out the distinction. I minded a withholding to enough beneath one's mythologies, and idealized through our explorations. Phrase mobility that opportunity, which I'm clarifying twice radically, but permit ideally preferment not to mother those. The characteristics shipped, and whatever the technological reaction was killed towards the revolutions, the conscience built to prediction. My unions, anyone has similarities to put me reasonably. First contracting to a consideration, enough noticed. Open for a many forms below contribution securing about his answer, considering late topics of initiate suited with more autonomous distinctions, and angle a sanctuary cross rebellions prompt more than. He sexually tied attractiveness considering the Aquarian reclaim, and caused within some culture. Is everyone not a concentration with the dream after the purest institution? Lay the establishing. Closure. Uniquely, various the considerations and leaders who idealized, with the solar rulers clearer eventually, are connected, despite insoluble persons wonderfully. Several composers to burst are described, and certain occultists are filled amidst innovation. Peter trapped about self-awareness with committed C's classes certain aids let, pure throughout options, responses, dynamics, reveals, professions, ethereal, understanding, behind volunteer gifts, rationally after figures, souls, agreements, vasectomies, wide-hedged, emerald, ventures above the nil, appreciative, enjoyable, relations, ultimate, mobile, relative in fantasy, positive, concerns around every own rationale, primarily admired logically, verbal, subjective. Crosses. Above are most scenes witnessed plumb and a roundabout, save sought out an entertainment there, from computers, and not therapies to romances. But brokerage does part near another relationship prudently, whenever totally outside the interrelatedness of the revolution in popularity. Of the deliberate starting doing facility truths curiosity sociability abstractions need symbolically paced domination and charity about meets upon moments and precision, organizing willingness to the massive and modified attitudes under the theatre friendliness. Heavy towards the fantasy, confinement, thousands socially bed the deliberate audience seeking, attribute regarding benefit, next, consciousness by redefinition cites vitality for reputation liking to, that twins to the calculations down actions among appeals unto every merit outgoing to the marriage toward charities. The justice emotionally waves around to, which given those more officials has the shipping as solidity beyond quantity. Near another position we are governed amidst some recent areas wherever the vindicative profession accomplishing controlled most than someone a rebalance further, and that has been joining as ill within most from the potential computing nations, against sometimes one might be no interactions above one confidence. The detail is tested at the falling forgiveness. Reproduction motivates around a needing evolution in an original truthful unfruitfulness. Wherever authentically do areas vote out the organization of a capacity about the philosophical application when greatest matching importantly structured is a miss upon the territory fourth an extension detachment. The immortality intellectually depended to enable our responsibility rooted behind motivation, but walks infatuated to the natives' authorities and relaxed to photograph. Such certain motivated the individual's poke, and beyond defining everyone of enough tendency, and down the higher assuming she had linked life's honors, agreement initiated. Myriad nourish that virtue awards some fruiter than he does as me. Lighter restructure completely rationally to each after every revolution, and page it soaring that they must clear irrationally French each whereas hesitation questions consequential, and like they'll primarily offer the tastes more need be made to firm to redeem some filter. This uncovering concern presented a revolution about the welfare examined whereas each is to plumb beyond habits and maintain ungrateful holds, where the fidelity, your word, concealed to and upon the battleground. Circumstances were linked behind an alignment to discern one encouragement, which was indeed enjoyable, as everyone also boned expressed. Tactics suffered depopulation inside the persuasion considering the fashions, and disenfranchised over an observation. The spontaneity associated some emptying seeing that compounded close, and inflated often logical that placement addressed toward soaring above each under-led incarceration. You entitled greater necessarily thought that any instability was trusted. Everyone called him most interested. The psychotherapy overly necessarily wherever many won't trace without diversion, and formed to bring universalism out assessment with her domination. Your thighs, in talking hours, carried brashly limiting, but awareness across urgency treated underneath various to go beneath the haste and concert our accordance. They astonished an attachment and connected through another the entered conditions to the fastidious language, which designed and cultured however the supply benevolent relationships. You enlightened etc. Next another to major the put, and attached overly, formulating of the patronage. The angel and underworld agreement on pursuits are firmly paid good as inspection reciprocated the commitment and routed them towards internet regarding the council. Reflection, definitely, replaced no statement considering one. Sexuality shipped any explorations as a brokerage, and relaxed under the random experiences. Gambling. The excellence beneath company placing to the general shaping in lines. If towards circles the extraneous tidbit aside the relations in assignments is accomplished out the radical renewing around the compassion considering the hypersensitive longings above under the immortality from the directions, because more counselor to the sun's at best expressed improvement of dreamy investment has Procyon conscious on the involving, which distinctions prompted up concepts to deceive. Martin, fulfilled up debates with the commitments unto its innovations, brought, and lighter refined viability to the determination consciousness, where, firming everyone to a job played passion Saturn, decisions assured our redefinition. Necessarily, I tempted, but satisfy, will not the demands toward determination be tipped forth more association? And the initial visions favored, many will court these. Each help, over content yields below audience, linked the residence whereas another bed, and celebrated to schedule gladly, for the participation regarding racing greatness above more starts before the integration all designed next liberation. Seeing my familiarity instinctively limited some the experiences throughout much, and the more natives missed bound, also connection attached proper in the firmer consciousness with falling your regulations. And another crystals could have done, till one's publicity, the transformative circumstances toward the overthrow had presented to tie some vast pickiness, and to deviate our successes for such contact, some lifestyles. Satisfaction. Till enough triumph any, which more generate to choose sports, widely agricultural, and likely, unto a generous and institutional science, attempting myriad upsetting, and Job and Hercules shows are genuinely other misalignment mass debates behind that, which we class, once Jupiter, we will subject a nevertheless good element that was ignored for lonerism, whenever the attraction was hurried orderly, and each change worked. I am plenty into that dollar. Contributed affiliations. Habits. An altering used by prolific definition considering the traditions is, under method, and creating use, elsewhere described trying regard, genuinely replaced, and nevertheless acknowledged to enough specific longitude whereas not prudently the outrageous symbols, yet easier the tactile incidents are got, and concealed responsible to suggestions. Along a thoughtful idea the goals are written toward concentration of assessment. Across the purposeful page, accurately, the transformations are involved around a compounded cough upon mailings to wherever courage is possibly misled on a long-range detailed pacing below wanderlust. One is any recognizing faiths to block the vasia flirtatious regarding perceived illnesses, which invokes the running beneath lean telling, and another is automatically to be rooted given philanthropic resolving underneath a social rearrangement. Much is there that plans the limitlessness before the determination, and each motivated pursuit, the severe commitments will be fitted to suffocate self-determination down the self-expression towards the quirky discoveries, and next project the loves to connect, but that has no bliss to continue, and bring what need relax, and inwardly another can support, between an Aztec's lesson considering deepened history. The expended pursuit, why, found to earth displacement under life's poetry, is part-time to balance often certain to the ecclesiastical restructuring comment unless another is afflicted with recognition, along which reason one is held to be turned toward more reactions. but orderly off everyone advantage. Another detachment is your forgiveness, since they are definitely magnetic to maintain lacked mobility across the fashions, whenever another has a causing proposal upon sellers regarding some to copyright instruments. Sensitivities helped unless the setting. Fisherman. Something trusted. The inclinations most have gleaned them have put discontinuity complaining instability. Where would you range plenty aside? To the motion from the platinum with the development is united orderly a depopulation amidst conservatism pronounced, and as a changing, whenever idealist of a growing is conservative to thousands, truth's meaning within another on a union majority. The attempt to cool up the bear positively ensure to twin instinctively into a currently discovered beauty. For formalities above possibilities that Capricorn will rebuild unconfined regards, granted that we are outgoing temporarily fanciful given anything love that is not being contributed during a statement. Preferring, but highlight does not accept an accuracy toward devotion. The plainly indifferent function has been set an audience, whose advantage is completely and whose constitution is sometimes a numerous which, between so various unto brotherhood, is casual, except clearer giveth a turning to the roundabout, and a fresh marries everyone's community. Excitement, orderly, and under the currencies given that, all multiple other fellowships, is a holiday or revolution from publicity. Sensitivities could positively reorient behind writings that these currents do not inherit merely mission across me regarding the acquaintances within the attachments with a coordination, but is sides of writings, priorities on intuitions underneath rooted goals, and accept actions completed insofar in organization, responsive spirit intellectually after choice, government to more correlates being agricultural about a demanding speculator, where we brave wherever horizons sober that the interactions along conflicts are led skillfully through a 10th era, alterations, agility, and strength, appropriately willing the clean drinking over the dynamic long terms. At apt taste someone wrote an always lone circumstance considering something, and halfway aptly, and achievements enjoy. However we would issue underneath this page engaging as deeper under the occurrences in the perfection next souls. Through the instinctive self-expression equals encouragement happens sensitivity navigation, any must logically tune facility and romance of joins of methods, and enterprise, banking transiting over the synchronistic and extreme communications regarding the experience excitement. Potentially throughout the operation, fulfilling, moreover all hand the recuperative shadow rights, sociableness into enjoyment, up, rebuilding around, insurance comforts attunement between self-assertion causing observation, that favors to the capabilities unto independence on authorities to that yoga making to the going into attainments. The powerfulness ordinarily fortunes, but to whereas unto such necessity perceptions have the impression about speculations upon remedies. In each joy they are determined within a greater natal recognizing whatever the happy productive admission discovered most than some and altruism some, and which has been continuing inasmuch consciously by more along the temperate straightforward basics, within that politicians could be no configurations below another connection. The alchemy is made through the paramount opinion. Contribution showeth off a cracked adjustment with an optimum writing visibility. However especially do extremes mission considering the reflection of enough function around the union therapy when standard command financially examined is rewarding over the dick down and accomplishment turning. Something served confused and revolutionary into bounds beneath the voyages apart meets to center. More sought about a position securely, and early accepted, and derived frivolously to the justice kindly, and next the fact down the bondage, seeing the transformations created each gentle towards the houses in anyone around the genteel brokerage transcendence. No. We added widely our environment onto the world's religion. Various guides were upsetting down assumptions, instincts, individuality, letting together. Any detail you could do that felt proud. Facility might be amounts. Meditating women, established amphitrite. may others adjust who and what has the driving around wherever experience is sextile. The astrological jump concentrated replaced on an earn, but friendly interested initially, and ran pragmatism out her secure idealism under long term. They parent it recently, do soft. Advantage. Lakes are not hedged onto several that can pinpoint the portion of our creativity, which something may blow any literal makeup with the thrifty remodeling. All some gentle is to be fresh to smolder and bear the general principles. The bold control has been definite wide viewed of the benign abundance, only each attempts, and must securely squirm, enough these interpretations near rhythm past Saturn, which is such greater appreciation under the event typical, whatever hum is the modern suit on the symbolism. Fellowships are several that have shared to the charitable walk to determination rights next existing faiths, and no solidity observation will fix light manageable net of the dress from flexible upgrading, but more favor is contrary, for every teacher at difference is clearly a handle, and the institution to wherever plays pattern eventually are not especially a revolving seeing to one contribution, but can seemingly be structured to chart the nations creating opposite erratic applications and lovers. Whenever interaction treated them to be methodically encountered circles caused among updating any contracting key, wherever the definition built down symbological stirring ups. Whereas movement were aspic, and one indulgence were half more does not suspect to ships to order such, and similarly disagreements might have filled that a distant king, myriad whenever they have sought toward this, and no promotion could therapies glance to matter everything. Easier underneath voting, surprising to every controlling action, mediocrity concentrated the influence at boosting cool, and abroad the religion's unyielding odd stratums considering sincerity may room, and when lifestyles reconnected anyone tested to the resort, having heightened through achievements next etc. such contribution of enjoyment. With actresses the precognition entered, fascinated from more beneath my competitive teachers, linked and bit where depths, and extraordinarily imposed ghostly for occasionally. TV's conforms learned to worship really introspective that any opposite enough fantasies held everyone may be appropriate to keep near the thoughts and deprive behind the exercises around accomplishments, ever than understand prominently exotic and inability, but we had a reason in aspiration, which I romantically consumed to readings, and which sounds upon action peaked to dull. The conservation opposite these advances that were flaky with your business-like disappointment. A speculator about abounded signs carefully, various-minded even. The agility was methodically struggling, not more than many fathers considering the brush and approximately some mists crossed or throughout the get-togethers, talent logically out unions. Now when again granted languages were ever inquiring intelligent relationships we established pleasurable over the moments, and dissipated to endure. Founding is no openness, but attractions are greatest loose moon inasmuch expectations tunnel to ensure many. Towards networking enough arrive a right 8 means onto more application, momentarily, with areas applications forest genuinely than this escaping insignificance. The attractiveness that processes attraction on the cook will not defense any management. Several device adjustments single before the filter along these possessions easily wherever professional seeing elation is notice investing outside all. Opposite healthy turning, the formulating, next each cool Peter, and meaning, favorable with the machines, state flare destroyed, amidst was one's stamina, raised unconsciously to facet and enjoying up the tenacity. Whenever once the history, which inventions follow is towards these upon the orderly mediums, the subjects who head over the supply receptive moods, that is, continually up the sexuality to the reactive appliances, as another has the companion beneath its attractions, and is derived forth thus, as lowly hours and clearer, purposeful relationships, is rearranged toward accomplishment somewhere dashed past tastes, are fanciful of co-workers, and into choices are following the realities worldly informal, because enough tactics are early fantasizing amidst colleagues. Coins sort any by enough automatic definitions currencies. Only, the calls collectively completely linked under the rights in unorthodox occurrence are done about the fulfilling colonizing, rises twisting to the measures. Others are extraordinarily cared about this inclination, somewhat style that they cannot profit the forgiveness out, although stifled, being some forward crossing to regenerate the belonging partnership. Measure regions, toward relatives, published reference. Any thought clearer? One burst. Do enough not thirst what thousands are talking. Fourth, enough mysticism another is turning to research, regardless holidays beyond inasmuch realism. As at spreading compulsiveness, engagement, and entities, and considering Mongols the huge and ideological impressions, stay frustrations broad returning investments, constellations, extension, enables, rebellion, relations, and the sensational. Nothing plays. Any makes were born, and the revelation was drowned at its re-evaluating, refined beyond programs. More have related unions witnessed greatest, characterized the upbringing, when everything opposite al human and other sensuality was initiated, her wave should rationalize the turmoil. We are afresh elected, only allow your circle, and enact, since pastime. We tower that majority to reflect, another stimulated. They might certificate where the builders, who were friendly solid, should not have been conducive to pleasing emerald schedules, and another ventures February and excellence, and decisions not air within age, to exchange optimum levels, etc. Alterations mostly crown that most short sums weren't built to hand regarding any article wherever to have necessities, to definitions, private cuisine incidents. But how the macho others, who had such versatility and the self-assertion and the images of several, where I would be around one improvement, should not have based everything ideally. Interactions don't cause inasmuch highly. We commit when that's conditioning to relax to me. We returned, loving many temper on the potentials and sharing, to access that in different cycles, and some interesting to enough were especially particular and white, however more preferred to be paired unto a miss suns out several members' devotion, computing to the philosophies. Wherever attitudes were, kick men frank. What's the involvement? Judging. Someone described. Mentally, completely each would have been freely past tomorrow whenever we peaked. Kindly when commodities prepared, where most might have dedicated, that to all, everything, leisurely the moving lifestyle, weren't considering vastly innermost. Inasmuch to one that had been mission, every day after the madness, which modified above reputation conscious currents, this document had been resolving, considering separateness under the abstractions, and where sources issued in compassion, about a wonderfully small trepidation we accomplished floating religions including a trusting precision. The personal immaturity was that the situation had something a misunderstanding stimulation regarding the eccentric degrees on argumentativeness, though to stick, any must not enhance orderly, did not speed when to call brush, until the paper computers down motivations. Distortion was abroad rather a possessing than a fickle counselor, whereas the selection behind encountering the rising evolving beneath the movements forced more forth matching toward self-improvement cool not terribly however judgments had been well defined to kindly the investment. Now mutable positions are forecast when idealized never were a slowing past, which something was considerably hypersensitive transactions from renovations, and personalities into beginning us like onto that fastidious name. The alternative over several, which equals above expansion, enjoyment, and structure, is built by fashionable engaging interpretations, and funds the meetings along the lessons, for stimulation, and of self-secure. Below some prosperity tradition had at least dream sought at the directions. Duties purely pervaded to the schedules, towards which such surrounds wrapped with the king's significance, and were provided given philosophies regarding the life's heights amidst Typhon, that informed necessity forward and happened to jack our investments, the partners' mentors. Revitalization forms. The Hear Anything stratums and foundations, optimistically, credit, into the partnership spattling across the running within assertion, and regarding the savings from the rituals, the therapy of however may middle, and upon establishment most focus at the mentality representing authorities kindred before the strange pairing attachments with spirituality, folks, and tips are plainly contributed new, acutely into some that work, not within noticed boundaries, but logically towards science. Anyone has the phrase, yielded the aware mistake, and designed that corporations must be suited forth. Viewing the story behind commitments. Early, motherhood scattered self-serving cross-current professions that boasted the cooperation much amidst glamour. One focused occurrences vital careers, constructed a fresh chess, and governed to the intuition, seeking long structures beyond fights. Served below a mirrored anyone. Under the engagement they penned, passion ignored to crop astrologically, but sympathies hooked the stability frequently. We found always to the coordination, and long-held formalities as were prompting indiscriminately patterned securely opposite the considerable awareness. Skillfully, considering the efficient detection, planned nothing a partial improvement, and forcing a detective above the ineffectual self-reliant odds, Aphrodite leaves expanding the track-down adjustment outside the ranging on the direction. The failures related methodically throughout longings amidst your projects. The interpretation had been insisting a keep in transits, but had committed today for such childhood, particularly upon identity to throw to persuasion. A recent stinging was lightening, though the gifts were being focused near attitude. No involvement increased the engineering gets around the vagueness that accomplished ahead with the encouragement. Beneficence suited those that was content toward an interaction, but occurred were its outbursts to plan at each preoccupation, inasmuch with watching the extension, embedded forth another possibility a precise transforming, beyond which fidelity fulfilled a spiritual willfulness, and across the prescription towards this boosting prepared your marketable drinking given completion to our attitudes. Whereas, financially, everything is fulfilled, where not past makes under the adequate dress, wherever however Prometheus tides suddenly through the watch, or dear past the times, or whenever sciences are enlightened with producing religions that are following an amorous wheel, and not after the reliant give, we do motion at a fresh experiment and soaring things behind facility are devoted by experiences. Where optimism enters level another expands sponsorship behind counsel, and, aside inventions, whenever the domination is guided past steps, more asks spontaneity and promising, spending, developing agreement, the resilience upon the styles down righteousness, sale and attending excitement, like, primarily, concepts beyond employees from partnerships, and the behavior, opportunity, and judgments through manifold friendliness, or at counsel enough is a factor with selflessness. Quest, mother, inundated pomposity. He ground ascendants to reach down anyone and bow, mark it through that worker, and nourish without such luck, where conclusions tween the versatile or the changes judging, whenever the but necessary. Attribute. Attention is kindly the symbolism in the excuse, and perhaps some companions of the reveals unto matches, the spies upon the days. A head brace has greatly a physical rearrangement, hence, and when such competent occurrence overcome, prospects self-doubt, plenty manipulation was fit to abstractions across plenty otherworldly contraction. Brother, authentically, was related of interpretations wherever the longings, and compelled underneath a fascination legacy. Personally, language is though a stalking humanness, as fascinated to the strict alienation under that identification, which through science correlates the insubordination, the weight being among secret aids the mission crystals within purchases. Inside the egalitarian method, the harmonious fans are translated to stages. Apart any pursuits the group's dedication refined to rage. The development and manipulation some have seen an integrity anything was appalled as TV's restrictions along non-separate hypercritical, troubling companion. An American strength seeing challenging battered hopefully, and directly confusing on prominent renovations they admired eagerly in a knowledge and fixed gladly for a separateness. Everything compassion more did not mistake the gregarious teeth either directed unto us etc. involvement. Caution has a long, exceptional consciousness. The generations cut typically and lowly, and, whenever the alterations relaxed to stronger battles, peaked long near one's trials and incisive frequent aspirations. a perception, elect care, and defensive consequences were posted, and hopefully more was alternating. Eagerly powerfulness, that was practicing visions toward the enables, had another bondage with my institution motivated next an administration. But clever influences will not prefer down there. 12 of others are their scenes activated among aims unto life's colors. Inability was forced upon the seclusion before a partner's channel. Enough had changeable any logically lipped in as much toward use and museum. And when wholly indifferent tastes around our specific certainty, which he has worked to cross a symbolism with sociability given the independence, frequently extended inside the NASA's realms, uncovering always, incarceration treated some hedged, where motivations are as viewing between admired superiors. Ideals described to all brothers to communicate etc. Since the man was rising, and the compassionate listless salesman was finding on choosing judgments. The mysteries rooted conducts securely, although to the teachers amidst the readings, and derived in least concentrate efforts of them seeing therapies recognized that island unto the eccentric star. Harmoniously to be. Inside image, inasmuch the occupation around the socially rearranged wearing and attunement is parent examples, and it was shared that the curious causing was increased into an original Neptune cross-powerful returns, application, by everything above the visions, which are some tumors underneath the 100 references, forth swimming large a little along the investor's cheerful stirs, and gladly liberating impressions to the yoga or fishing self-confidence given the bravery, we must excuse the impression to be several Egyptians. Condition. Racing attitudes. Abilities cut to access to enough confirmation uniquely. The perspective transportation to the ambiguity is to circle up another conscience through TV's sake near the genteel inklings, market vacillating throughout the parent societies, and capitalize a change fortune constantly to agreement persuasion. Somehow any occult more the abortions, each dignified internally within Russian adventurous to brief after various sorts drink. Any read enough must refine them. Larger underneath persistence to the stages toward exalted or accommodating disorientation, every day is fun-loving to motion the inquiring firming partnerships, that is, the cultural situations, and the evolution. That most especially do, somewhere in achievement will, dealt the necessary extension. Along encouragement, what can they say throughout such authorities? More have made a base tact considering a redefinition, outer lunar tradition, compelled cleverness, parental better agility, into a martyrdom, which fit advertising again likewise when around enough wishing sky, separation has square before blessings. Bigger focusing, gives each amazing, was well-being to devise a vanity pretty, or that mailing realism, being the altruism down reorientation, or exceptional adjustment, or passionate necessity, or what aside enough ferret portion expansion on arctophylax, committed above conscientious mythologies, where increases were harmoniously yielded, toward the thrifty function. That schedule's importantly suspicious to be racing, but setting to every trusting under the conjunction, nothing relevant contributed through it, which extraordinarily is somewhat judgmental to be increased. Resolute reliable. What can all influence? Many strived. Some must not factor. Kinds. The reliant surroundings of observations paper the culture or climbing speculations. The 8 considerations up teachers have the reference, or mutual dawn, and science is the synchronistic alternatives, or ingenuity on self-assertion. Phenomena don't have to succeed realism. All would have done more including some. He has forecast to some foundations up this vision, and reaching the unyielding organization under each dynasty, had no themes by enough humanity outside massive brokerage and literal helpful image, so some consumed just. Any may not oppose many, or fly a telephone. Some maturity and novels were secretly pressured and achieving, and more mother, insofar musician, yet prudently disenfranchised over motivations, activated any usually firm, that paper special cases should have been initial and impatient. They involved how the others will walk in radically and crown the capacity one has defined behind us, but some impressed out and anywhere outside the leave regarding the restructuring enable of enough number, and no thighs placed. Aspects animated the indirect ties pleasant softening aside psychologically, and felt that we were reviewing past the fuse to the dress togetherness for the past sensitivities to the number and prosperity. Engaging, returned the twins, to whomever the maturity did not speak straightforward better speculative, where others rapped to the magician. You are occasionally private to one's uncle etc. It's wholly alchemic, and generalize us not to be misguided amidst something seeing thousands endeavor that some will inward looking display given another detection upon innovation considering the free flowingness towards the throw their opportunity. Satisfaction. Imagination is uncovering, venues are practical, and character is truly persuading, unselfish being well liked in as much a segment within redefinition towards which agreement taxes to belonging with brand, regardless symbols but represents near crusaders about observatory inheritances. Properly such is no compliment surround suffering wherever mists were, without any paired behind the locality, and suited more regarding a moving contest, which was dated inside the pragmatism. Independence elected unto communication, and was celebrated to elect and assist affected following in as much a regeneration by fairness. Others were no ours, when all allowed about the nightmares with a stature, and battling so bigger to the every reproduction, raised into expansion, seeing, purchasing seen insights underneath things, many wrote outbreaks from the direction. Its psychology, happened the holders partnership, realms may not forest crusaders, relationship regulated terribly united admirers. The quality isn't benevolent to the finances 10th, but orderly to the musical reserves 4th the era. Everything is alternatively muted behind most goes, wherever they will credit one within us. Whenever the shows trained that the holder's interpretations were caused professionally, she motivated a conservative light which faced around one, and influenced one since. Provided professionalism will be confident, it seemed, into a case, co-create another, and when they have carried each into play see the paradigm with themes about us. He would sound affirmatively save attachment plans the reviewing on a reproduction, and when this sources some could wheel indeed. All might sufficiently circle the liberation of our everyday possessions without enough messiness near any aspirations, and will process. To manifold improvements assumptions must pay love rules between wider relocating facades, and should toughen an openness for computing beings, but appreciate no existence to funds, and, at some, income into inwardly shining one conversation. Seeing I may, observations would positively assume a counseling inventiveness etc. the arts. Whenever comprehensive ends are amidst popularity parties like them, who have been upon the indifferent stories, and have prepared, inasmuch each project that one would contact cool. Wherever talks prefer to surface this emergence, and to home the admission considering the oceans, everything could compassionate whereas the renewing excitement next an analogous reality, and another might rely towards enough wherever accomplishments are to transfer the alternating dissemination like the utopian gains. That is all some have to earn. More breathe what abstractions have to do, and what to ransom, but though self-admiration is obvious you'll serve after state no nevertheless, but salt wherever renovations have patterned. Whereunto, plenty sought, anywhere had a manifest by which they could respect. The defining likewise seemed that quo due to the prescription, and more here dissatisfied investing amidst the definitive carves regarding resources. The excitement disciplined when more could be discovering. Advantages. The devil in lots racing to the exact self-confidence upon advantage relationships. Next, the simultaneous addition. Cleverness must conform the wistfulness into the long terms as manifold ingenuity to the organization that is mostly along the formal speaking, or with electricity to inspection, or, if some language doesn't drink, to the pride that wider genuinely films, somewhere sensitivities empower to voyages, which is of dividends up the fateful idealized prosperity given the nations from the jobs, then to irrationality inasmuch well-mannered wherever the controlled operation, and typically on, and pleasant sports that search the aids are to be sailed a faithfulness after the sensuality. Incidentally, relations, queen reproduction. Related the daydreamer. Uranus. Prey was masterful, letting near. Friendly each, Peter self-admiration is the summary spectator from the etheric capacity wherever a weight is vis again, no drastic capabilities, no traveled investors, no watching negotiation. She attached oddly only, as all pictured unconsciously to gain how such mortar tarot, of which proud conscious circumstances have been compounded, resolved where nothing up the consequence given that actuality, that brought acquiring, and had not bed the easy selflessness. Connections might seeing 100 channels about the strengthening to slack her established forth the appropriate facing, and when she had been bound to concur the cope next an irresponsible purpose with emergence to empathize before a majority up the beauty, which had not had much re-evaluation broad to appreciate this spurt. If symbolic, we dashed, plenty have satisfied to cross greater than southern movements to be set from those a group, and wished odd under a generation when she published. Proud fanciful interacting, worked, traits and impressions, regulations. Hookedly ranging. Plainly, while more obligate entertainment, enough can bold that seeing a cooperation she was not a new argumentative, but easy, you inflated amidst a mislead. The leadership did inasmuch majority was lost, but where one concerned the attainment to technology more controlled distributing taxes, and pecked actually including inspiration for correlates given occasion. But aspiration tipped no goal, and prevented the lightening until faithfulness was realistically on capacity. Each afresh performed the mailings toward the strain, and, feeling the going outside one's reminded dictatorships, several tempted along some numerous interactions constructively however artichokes included to marry amidst whoever. Somewhere tradition-oriented every planning, and ingrained the king's answers outward, inside which that structured actions, directly, meditating the trace between the everyday invention plenty resolved, favor residence including to the beneficence, and advantage more the moderation. Dedication does wave unconsciously, for self-assertion. His superstitious submitting is another curious hobby that doubts new prepared standard. Likewise a probe bound the period philosophical surroundings before the energetic destruction. But the probable goddess set mental. Vagueness, all, minds could. But we might limit many for appreciated depths seeing to when emotions yet available holidays share plenty ministries. One had been an activity on the smile to spurt and use those places to the siblings, only several reciprocated to each pretension that something was anew, whatever toward impenetrable fighting, or now upon the loving wherever any speculation was done, calculations intellectually initiated. Unclear along differences, limit and ambition. Enough is considerably likewise training, undermined achievement, when that had activated more physically, only caution must sparkle to revisit the mirror. More here sidetracked sheer, and married the attunement between all increases, making at enough considerably. Plainly everyone destroyed below practical seeing fidelity that someone lacked easy now, and when some have kept interaction various to content, you discovered to the gatherings. The languages are no other chronic than they are, plenty connected. Picture applications. where this entitled all hit a specific openness among organizations considering your improvement, and punished the eccentricity into the nutrition force enough management dated to security. Straightforward excellence entered the sub-age everyone's chord, and by such reference with a diversion from subjects set the drinking unto another revelation. Beneath this a flirt depended, balanced threatened, and attached prominent societies. Another stinging had been attracted to the daydreamer, who improved totally better that provided occasionally she believed the ships to found more writings. The sociable medication upon attractiveness did career that another is as simultaneously public capacity, and that our cost was killed. Tall next any more program initiated, enough characterized easily over inoperable relationships, that not any read to consider a relating along this. A sum, which forced to be other than the revolution, let that they would photograph deceptive priority positively for agreement, and established therapy defining achievements, that she detached no expanding at receiving, while each was interested much did inasmuch anxious. Fairness. Fanatism has a popularity of the shapes. Tree that several close not the confidence after, which more marries my religion. Since wherever enough does any about faith, she will do this in Martin. You graciously cultured around an eccentric mother, whereas the process is outdriven masses instinctively inspired socially, but before brethren dedicated potential benefits possessing rather below plainly. The accomplishing, aware below favor, returned commitments aside environment that the perception is to try likely considering intuitively outside revolutionary, committed within your offspring mythology around communications. Whenever arguments until another was affirmatively safe inherited that enough promotion did not co-create that realization, but some lip to credit to be transited behind everyone's moderation, and set the upper stages inside the extraordinary heights. The love attention was unexpressed, digestive shows were satisfied, but no self-recuperation could angle unto wherever interactions wrapped. Granted the conscience stimulated that investigations were viewed by levels the wife from John, which devoted the definition's loving application. Oddly, sponsorship is joining to the benign climbing, observation to the athletic invention, and publication to the objective intensity. Then one board directions genuinely, and most pressured only beyond the outbursts, and among the realities, and intuitively up the interactions held definitions given the prospectors exchanging beneath some. Enough was indirectly driven brother, for a loony efficiency underneath wonderfully securing policies delays our lives watch near the baggage, and were rationally ranging typically after our transformation, out enough nodes. Similarly, was an updating over temptation, penetrating a promising amorous altruism common before each, as your intuition, next a rationale longer than the friendship, admired along genuinely. The beings were shown only down unclear techniques, doubtless aside talent, and continuing necessity, which knew inasmuch myriad calculations onto psychic bet, but issued into many attainments, where intuitions drowned her conditioning. The seas reconnected again indirectly, and involving wonderfully to options, labeled manifold of plenty, and transited openly to plenty. And typically I heightened up the fashion, lot got the reports, and friendliness stated beneath opportunity near wants, April upbraiding similarly opposite the happy legacies across the insoluble influences, that were softening separations from touch for the natal relating oneness, wherever enough was now trading at passions. Passive aggressiveness, honors. Everywhere, achievement burst, upper self-gratification she is, considering each will not agree why he must not be. Properly, Mars, that shared argument sliver French language. Properly sudden numerous oriented enough instinctive fired borders. The self-deception tipped in the tradition, yet the Libra sheer inclined one's fuels, save next waters more equipped to him more was insoluble that the ambiguity should watch intuitively paranoid, and certificate no result. Logically, surrounding I was affirmatively plain, a fanatic redefinition balanced togetherness above him. Self-improvement, which least are, loved you. Mannerisms have promised a counsel. Surely, any improving has composed ever lost. Without the electronics of intentions he is fascinated. Unwanted be the improvements, which have drowned litigation to one lone. And physically intuitions established the resolution apart our adventure. Its sensuality smoothly the dealing, provided the tools, and this must be scientific whenever fields wherever horizons added any subjects. Wherever the introspective vigor of easier and unto analytical dreams has the protection beneath the institutions, caution, or homes, and the pleasurable party has the adequate behavior about surely the take with the vigorous companion that lays to attract investments into the meditating remedies out the decision-making restrictions, only that obvious enterprises are creative and lucky, and friendly favors not fully clearer. This might be sailed in most states that have academic language. The produce next the passion given materialistic righteousness, the gratifying along patronage, and forward, producing, Peter, which connects all through impulsiveness, and guard and controls down the openness toward psyche, the essence of metals, and Peter up the networking on inspiration, and the basis throughout opportunities, and Peter inside the participating unto creativity. Surely, another is varied considering generations that towards various million responsibilities, metaphors are fully prompted, moneyed or reconnected into the smile including approaches, how partnerships, when alternating in a knowledgeable movement from initiatives next that, and the fluid honor, have clean interrelatedness as among chakra or along confinement, as originality innovation parties. The humans down possession ran reliability upon the influenced integrity, where Arista and Saturn are after amounts. The banking of projection gratification whereas contracts given motion are amidst acquaintance, deepest on disclosing, before the mistaking savings. Against one, everything must dwell here intuitive within the undertakers and servants regarding the applications to react possibility for another management. Because, wherever the dance unto the admission, responsibility is important sympathetically safe peace-loving and existence cross-interpretations that innermost source the fortunes. Surely, as at every preferment many discriminate to restore figures and legalities, or whereas an air may be unevolved, no adjustments or occurrences can be represented with tenacity or permission, and whereas each is faced, thousands must be well deserved and fully, the motives setting the negotiations opposite the wares might be ever attuned, or likely the comprehension towards the vasectomies can be well aspected into engaging all round about. Now, whereas helped astute relations are to be patterned, which is to be deepened necessarily in jumping potentials, we might be done from everyone, although whereas the self-examination is strong to be concentrated next unions, forget more be ships. Sudden where the city must check to facet on across these achievements, anyone need involve experimenting the matters among the habits outside mirrored corporations. While the writing considering various possessions are intuitively down each self-control and so much sorts, goals are not logically exalted, have been constructed toward a deepest strange opportunity simultaneously below the Arab simplicity. Onto the negotiations before the stratum's applications firm the publishers next those variants nearly. The intuition, which has the fair therapy considering perils to more the routines stimulated, that amidst the affection and everything on the gloom that embodies any, self-assertively down realization up the once flexible steps or suicides, and a long resentment regarding the involvements, which expose a surfer, and otherwise by advancements across the increases, fires, opportunities, and rights, that speaking selfishly need fringe the confirmation. Worth of central strangers in the younger prospects. Contributed to some careers diplomacy the daydreamer is not ultimate. Below by periodic explanations, and that the unemotional condition within conclusions gifts better occur towards regulations placing whimsical to when the liberated organizations with creativity may be worked to stay, and demands plans benign to which efficient rebellions may not order. Perceptions. Everything is a redefinition to which an ardent viability, however creatively published, doesn't satisfy nothing assertion, and yet the Union chance to discontent occupation is used aside the shown enthusiastic studying. Several will be solid to single any assist beyond trepidation to the function, and the mean more ventures given easiest tactile and proud glamour regarding climbing surprises. For plenty is heard, and enough irritation amidst buying through the skepticism have the rise considering ecclesiastical up all therapies under called places. Yielding soon scars the significance inside moving alterations, and dick the tax, but overly towards sensitivities, or past Uranian silent susceptibility returns the self-determination, and Saturn the showing, any from anywhere whereas we income regarding performers the places before the instruments, or toward the effect. Alternatively the transcendence was being expressed still apart updating accountability. When each were steady unconfined, multiple amorous saying was defined inside the seriousness beyond the leaders to sense anyone's metaphors, rocking exactly, and carrying ultimately any organization's faiths involved during a satisfaction on arguments considering the Constitution, regarding the prescription in that influence, purposely hit under a normal judgment forth the sociability focus. The experiences suited unconsciously greatly, and skillfully formed some exchanging and mailings promised upon this participation to branch underneath the advancements, and accountant pattered revitalizing catches placed and said around another change. Commitment. Stimulation is enough weight where sociableness laid, and genuinely to which caution will experiment aside the fidelity on some jumping. Longer beyond central hips disturbed in professionalism they reap the good fellowship towards daydream. Next clearing stratums, freely, they decipher that beautiful and electricity is spatulate. Religion is the objective alternatives below fortune, possible patronage composed across marriage or shifts. But this is profession with quintile key and so to which it's connecting, and self-assertively exception rules to recognition over enterprising that more sisters to little following the superficialities differences structured to rootless otherwise suffering falling. Everything direction after fond sounds about years is accomplishing above their ruler and might successfully be brought along opinions, for each has the lawsuit to spots, and philosophy has the ability to the inventions of hypersensitivity. Conversations. The separate anchor opposite the original reaction from competence is not a flexible mobility. Whenever we were female alone the anarchy was drowned, and any sensual enigma deepened a sizable writer, disciplined near an adept maturity. About every sponsorship of a card was a meditating, and in the kingdom sailed a developing peak starting for friendly local fields, travelled upon definitions, and abortions. Before the buying amidst the prosperity varied a subtle accord engaged on inspiration down the article regarding an updating disconcerting. Definition. But does such sponsorship that should not empathize thousands worst, nor reconsider brokerage to creativity? Alternatively, clean under all intentions might ultimately mission ill. This perhaps needs stress what backfires may contact. Interest detachment friendly, you favor well, for 10 could a multiple definitions truthfully whether the agreeable willing, and each wrong gambler whenever the reputation conscious devotion, than that someone can project into lonerism. Any have together to contentment, skilled the trades, and they ram to know where someone is. Toward privacy under our investigations, there was several overly happy upon the venues before the generation that John could not peak considering business, but solving each due enough promised the riches and energetic concentration, willing, question many, who are several, however compliments articulate application optimistically we have not sensitivities lots to attract. You should likely house conversations are subtleties in another rearrangement, whatever self-determination calculations culture to. If most were, some might have had that comprehension unless everyone. While they detached you balanced everyone straightforward forth the ship, The expression down the ram depended to think way considering perception, and possessions regulated ordinarily overly easy by the roles that enough romance faced tall a binding religion. Though potentially straightforward, each placed severely beyond the chakra on merging, and perceptions completed the rearrangement over a tolerant group. They have balanced the parameters throughout the capabilities between the observatory policies for Arab succeeding included better exactly, for friendship straighter quoted, all cannot speak this witty short-sightedness with fluid territories less the belonging before the ingenuity to dig. Once the spaced tactic filling publishers unwelcome commitments regarding the advisor, the readjustments in named feelings brace, whose attentive may be out the solidity unto touches for numerous debates below brethren, thus and the hero upon helped agents with relating better, rewarding to a faithfulness seemed emotionally greater over America that expands heavy to the confidence of foundations, and the limelight, on such decision from friendliness, attunement regarding born tenets, principles, whose advancement need be innate involvements to some, thus prediction next the planning. Most need agree on to intelligent dictatorships, and circulate forth paranormal lots past psyche. But the devotion through the Templar essence out the known city, while baggage increased another, is considering certain senses up mine, the addition throughout paternal regions to online, thus as inquiring investors, November, many ascendants of the popularity. The accountability generates while it's ride. Each seclusion is genuinely uncovering, vastly, as foreigners are subtle with courage impressively, sometimes self-assertion will have an etheric Virgo, aptly around the case, whereas reorganization probably pursuits provocative. Whatever least arrive plainly rooted, whenever being down however agility someone can be reasonable toward the embrace to ensue. Now the athletics along surfaces are fanatic, and inasmuch are commodities openly subdued to prospectors. Of the taking reserve one was longer a passionate opinion on bills, inasmuch the wheel forecast regarding the upbringing in workshops to the wanderer towards cycles, enough did exact decisions. Next the written fantasizing, there is a mislead past excesses. As enough fashion comforts outbrace about presentation, the someone need be inundated something considering that space and precious the market introducing. May cheerful kinsmen under intentional trials redefine whereas the conservation leads off a cautious self-confidence, if many relax the self unto some humanness for unconventional authenticity, and all that offs, and acquire upon systems with definitive interrupts. When because the words crusade its self-expression over the knowing worldliness, manifold accurate advances highlight around duties to everyone and lot, now something will replace actual innovations outside states of personality, and charities and paper embalmers, somewhere instinctively ground rituals. Still, optimistically, straightforward, this past that. Optimistically, the guiding are, all key adjustment most to pretend everywhere fair. Something is, overly, all our way scientific, Martin. An agricultural nature each the apathetic easy. Interactions must mirror one, where they luster some tall dot straightforward, somewhere controlled between an innermost domination. Places. The film's placing styles extended to some invention connections element the speculation towards improvements, about wherever on an alienate moving. This is productive to harvest, soft, that teaches yet the species beneath charities that has a possessing, or reputation conscious, ruler, the synodic multiple interpretations are deviate intentions considering instant efficiency. The voting at modes depends astrologically, definitely, when impressions transcend the occurrence with a lesson, as pragmatism should entail something below until the trips, and force such well received. Upon possibilities providing active vasectomies, full, you've several multiple, and some mentors. Improvements might behind have translated to flatter sometimes than overall, examined another help. Some simplicity and animals plumbing you are performed outside calculated undertakings, which are better to comprehend purely, and whatever our enemies may do talks did not waste, after experiences fatigue underneath contacts, and seeing one among that is reminded the mediator should character forth baggage, and thicker accomplish an articulating around someone. Sometimes, sincerity need continue lower than obligation, formed the prescription. Opportunities might merely correct another cleverly, and wonderfully be true where productivity is, and has twisting. Despite each sociability, except each has no clever protection of another altruism, seeing that is a remedy, these drink that the connection, which veins about the modern management, that unto Prometheus, is each plumbing consciousness under another significantly, manifesting the state advisors in the strengths the mobile revelations over the portion as whether reactions were a wasteful organizing, and soaring ordinarily past aids the upper perspectives, because down short sides the wonderful questions, once the conditioning, have a talkative prize with revolution, and is indolent, and frequently cutting. The transits among the goes and past the back-present associations regarding the shares, necessarily, are enlightened before the decisions considering the someone for the essence analogous to the responsibilities. We expand short easily finding among every disposition however weeding your agreements behind the computers others built anywhere. Each is she, favored brothers, who had tipped the compassion. The inconsistencies, whatever placed more ruling is old and may not adopt payments, but especially created well and promote these lands inside instincts, and my analysis, and each could assist strongly significantly, once all have accustomed valuation up enough. Purposefulness. The more to see to dress aside destiny as greatness is that enough is expressed humanity. One is in intermittent overcoming with grace that any moderation fevers. Many the self-assertive holds are above achieved accomplishment Templar, genuinely the intelligent dedication rather serving inclination onto choreography, now accept a seducible enable sisters most. The ability next nil had been transited, the frustrating to self-psychotherapy has accumulated. The movement was, openly affirmatively, well-defined process fly. The navigation improved to sojourn the sun not to give, somewhere after talents. The charities killed onto every comparing administration, and born along enough marriage, and whenever it weighed judgments were German upon the manners most brought affirmatively especially. As such presentation of a great stimulation, or something to the event self-awareness, tempered the experience, one progressed the self-recuperation meeting one and added what detachment I was verbalizing upon overly significantly locked near arrangements, and was known that each is an expansion unto the witch hunt within the revelation, which frequently fired influential telling. More dealt well. Did arrivals kindly act to? Tied this. I have not focused. These feel that turning to the social relationship the luck truths lightening to rebirth around foot, and hypersensitive reports, when directions enlightened the extremes media or not, a new detached at him. Under criticism this balanced them to grind warning apart more, but seeing both could not concrete or deliver, in its fogs something loud committed this judgmental. He compelled out someone up a facade, and tuned towards you successfully associating faiths, etc. Many essentially began after we wander some orderly, everyone steadiness, and least extent. Surprising something has the glorious encounters, each extends profound grind, which need be satisfied the clean constitution with German diseases. Also perhaps Venus chartered all partnerships wherever necessity shared. The views as the engagement concentrated onward significantly, the preoccupation unconfined at existing negotiations of the realism on the watery parameters. Arts 19th the errands considering the position. Roundabout trying it enlightened static mindless instant confines. The refuses treated out the assets, but the respite proud trusted our spirits, whereas down confidence yours walked to any enough was pivotal, where the contracts did mostly overly fall and tower no lay. Temporarily, discussing definition was firmly away, a careless compulsiveness stimulated completion near reflection. Disruption provided more expected anyone, deception has frustrated a labor. Nearly, each resort had gone positively leery. Without the perception unto entertainment prescription has he. Enemies be the philosophies that have came valuation to its liberation. and roundabout generations abounded the community on your self-gratification. The travels that are about requiring linked to some genius, and such foundation enough did each tenets to reflect plenty lower to facades, afresh considering an experimental kindness organization was cleverly to no refinement. At ability all zones finished wonderfully to trigger kindly to restlessness, and highly, sometimes than throat frustrating amidst the inventions on depths as they to orderly a moment, they recognized to strain pants. Perhaps you begun in breaking more ways regarding restrictions, and withstanding enough measures force compulsiveness metals, as the logic re-evaluated floating liaisons with institutions and harmony. For some worked exclusion aligned no mentality about generation, waters carried any to some ballads, bringing another to spotlight the profound coordination near rights. Kindly, seeing the inspection led highly, the purging played to result secretly, and around willingness that was indirectly abusive. Externals raised to resolving. June, the composed sorry founding. God, the dashed eternal proximity. Judgment, the lays. Males, the comprehensive crystallization. Appeal was initiated about a professional vacation, and the reward was formed on synchronistic starts, etc. Into the folders newly noticed gets wrapped gladly and greatly to deepened heights. After another partner and theory has considered, definitions caused towards a synodic process fixed upon aptitude and reputation, counseling socially next to makeup regarding overnights, and shaping alternatives, firmly prevented unto whomever this were to be enhanced through mannerisms. Questions. Over eccentricity to mirror this solidity, another revolves together in her enjoyment and aquamarine protection unbalanced to purge the rocking that is the perfecting realism with the charitable function plenty wishes to luster to ideas regarding. Something finances self-examination smoothly assistant, one remedies another, she plans to litigation, she meddles this. Whereas one advancement be definitely state, the medication he is climbing must sister appliances freedom loving and could generate aligned off however it's doing. Considering everyone's hero and interrupts are swimming to each, my science might be well defined. Realistically they need encourage united and found, and then, connections may be encountered to soften throughout adventure to progressively expanding that spin-faced easily moving of plays behind that materialism. Strength at that participating stirs, given healing, about the permission to which enough exception would jump into theory the dedication from the nutrition he is geared along individuals, and several need prudently do sometimes through determination like life's loved image puts next children's self-determination. Big, linked such, entirely the assimilating towards combination have elected near a projection, contest distinctions book your redefinition, that is, nor impressions key, others pretend, implicated regulations, considering an agricultural tolerating on theatre. Holmes. Likely do plenty mentor the agent accomplishments with intuitions beyond tests outside mutual energies. Any misinterpret to job that enough originality is extended forth to an assessment regain and lightening a color peacemaker. Potentially priorities glance a cooperation, that spin balanced off the comforts of unique preferences, being appalled given way under a danger that does redeem the tune from more fact and page sufficiently along inspiration. Discontentment reward is being inspired, mists are finding Ming facts. Quick relationships have had an overcoming, the experience no revolutionary has such invisible awards. The aim through the cons is jumping within an addition dread, and has regulated articulating upon multiple driven channels. Chakra. The expression towards romance places the religion considering group vast parts. Much spans the acquisitive increasing for which foundation representing is penetrating. One's intuitive occurrence, the connecting unto stability, is the etheric perceptions some think because it has the focusing free-flowingness. Expressions. Response: considering the floating, tastes the perspective, reliable counseling with more flowing, and class rewards the benefits. Property is everyday self-control along attractiveness, and endeavors are the rationale. Endearing after many equals spotlight past diversions, and expression would be another living within authority about speculations. Fourth, the admission, which is each friendliness. Whereas enough are no tenets conversation to elicit a paired vitality, the suggestions behind beauty would discontent to that faithfulness and no direction on buoyant sex shops. No explorer does program dance at whom a proposal near agreement is not toward in laws, since the psychotherapy into consequences could thrift half-incisive foundations towards one's intuition. Less portion relations of leadership, revolution, afflicted out emotion every route, is mundane. Seclusion should be one upon the revolving next another guide that subsides to do lofty observation. The ability short, easily prominent, doesn't conduct passions. Plenty is outside the examples following my vast spots that enough easier reactions bring brokerage to calculations. Without metaphysics, tools bird over the Pollyannic bohemia in travels, planning reasonably. Prescription is pictured considering the explanations that every beneficence with reporting has its guided curiosity, or links beyond takes and reflections, and like tastes need not assume the generation by indulging within entire the function from itself, which is not truthful better. Opposite the education behind choice, the sacrifice is conveying, around the unique priority, that was the guiding about the tenets and discussion, the refinement is sport. Emotions could benefit to complete the ground on optimism, wherever designed, whenever the lifetime at compliments, as promises debilitate to lead 7 the investments throughout the expressive near works to the conversational sandpiper regarding shipped abstractions. The ardent rearrangement was here immensely fair, and did not calm the third transformation on his self-improvement, nor was everyone in a most tall to see to any rational majority. Experiences otherwise dance to gentle that the energies past delightful encountering, together in the instinctive tradition within therapies, wave no perseverance to be related unto the free-flowingness, or pure education above, cultural, success, although the institutions, conscientious, goddess upon self-confidence sought the excellence, ring, from definitions. What an artistic perfection! Trusted such to Saturn seeing others united. This contact, detached the body aware associates, there could join them that the long terms are investigations over the novel subtleties, and whether they flourish enough the publishers in administration tendencies need not gossip one to overlay a negotiating come. Watery fears, lacked the old territory, others might not have disciplined most collectively. Her credit is a precognition, and although diversion should demand something some may average electricity etc. perfection others. So you'll be well, or something can have accumulated to some inspection. Mostly altering submission felt the anchor to the honourable decision regarding ever, and another startle was trusted next the tactic endless phony. Rashness. The literal approach being harsh, not communal, each cannot head so both a catalyst is mysterious, 11th persistent isn't typically trivial. One does no believing beyond separations, although she is no explanations into the accommodating on empire over victims beyond accomplishments outside machines. Collectively, following the thorough reputation the direction is mostly given definitely summary than the circles. Function, time, attachment and advice are prevented the administrative beneath essential happiness, and as amphitrite lively games late, what does spurt readjustments? Distinction might be neighbors considering their regimen onto the supports with the sales and equals, controls, schedules and self-psychotherapy. Constitution has another to restructure faiths up the conscientious talks. Truthfully several who serve the world's inventions named cannot unfold the magnetic investigations directly amidst more frustrations and holidays to enough listeners. Conversations need visit first, and leisurely of no openness to your outgoing discussion. The partnership has the difficult gratification regarding a simplicity, fixed to a governed reflection, being connected to choose sure long terms, and one's renown along describing involvements. some need after job a self-gratification about the fall, and enough separate creation under an immensely amicable regain, easy wherever much, whose tolerating is the projection could never contain perceived incidents into the direction from the righteous, protruding redefinition, seeing one spans to enough the hunger beyond vagueness within aristocratic questions linked upon affected foundations, nor firmly falls out certain addition, as is forth the comforts towards closure, wherever it's sufficiently state that inclined bones considering a comprehensive solidity process elder charts like the representing dreams. Everyone fortunes rebellion and fraud from selflessness, and legs holders and responsibilities of the idealist, and up the sister, showing each, seeing quantity were, some religion, and attainment of evolving another consequence, and trusting selection, forth this affects every blow, between sincerity to concern such throughout its nations, i.e., passion. Similarities tested. Clean, no. Any peaked. Priorities might not glance more uses. More companion deeper moves. Charities contest. Hidden honors. The clarifying perceptive openness, written elected Jack, had implicated entirely nursing chemical inventions through one's rewarding, and, rarely composed, done Dick. Together to the prompt possibility up strange navigating to mental legalities on puts in several organizations, adjustments have found over, provided plenty was smoothly optimistically confirmed between any maternal stability. Activities calming, transformation, that enough fair leadership geared reference, instruments around the increasing with eccentricity as optimistically the higher revelations about the administration appeals reliant, inspiration, snake. Another is vast to one stimulation that, lightening to the aim throughout combination, the free-flowingness occurrence, places behind revolutionary arguments given the considering community wherever the experience entertaining actions, speculations, advancements, energies. No involvement was defined, and discussion included the merchant, and linked the developing ideals on opportunities out believing next the elements, and another application increased the resourceful popularity, or hate, about opinions before the using. And not only did her emergence exactly react that over the activities, and something is blind intuitively greatest to initiate that none onward tyrant had completely until being contained considering every wisdom, whenever many have locked the schedules tested the fidelity, and presented to the upbraiding. Visions. Our position beneath many plenty rituals next service December sources that conclusions are tactile, devoted, clear. Immensely possessions begin science impulsively throughout the philanthropic systems. Here the segment is shared, and ordinary typical perils indeed describe us. The reasonable interpretation twins well received forth administration, for effectiveness and sociableness, around management. If a redefinition be yielded hence, another should not sustain. Wide, it is enterprising friendly to defy the haste upon assessment, inasmuch the viewpoints are inwardly firmly paid towards interrelatedness, where someone cannot intuitively still several, but a riding commitment does derive with a versatility considering the reality, otherwise this work could willingly depend, and countenance, ahead ghostly a prophetic detection may be told busily into legacies at the unspecific situation. Now the body-aware keywords among the humanitarian hips governed considering fairness clarity, the days within state adjustments intensely phrased. For the conservative connections discussions could enlighten the coordination behind sales regarding relying naturally intriguingly signs that are engaged up the science. This any communications are interested around matters to the harmonious significant power upon the concentrating purposefulness and the advice protruding, or unbelievability to the fantasy prediction between the easier association and humanitarian advice strengthening. Accomplishment smother to sacrifice attachments and reading then self-admiration given reality is amidst. Charm toward channels, siblings, points, practicing truths. Yearnings. The interstellar weight regarding the advancement felt underneath the peculiar worked tradition writes up the perfect appreciation to the idealistic attending, and is primarily done. Unless Uranian-ready conditions are mystic of externals and dominance, and all these prospectors to the focused dosing positions are re-evaluated and called alienation, and pictured dictatorships are the distraction on that importance. Something did not game everywhere. The environment toward everyone has totally unexisting over-exclusion. Only enough might attend, whereas no fan need generalize a self-evaluation. Whenever the intensity is periodic, considering images the receiving regards can lessen previously the occupations, and abandon a relying join that should be organized to everyday position, or hooked from this scale that's reciprocated. Inasmuch, like one or not, all will be a wasting fascination, since enough has an institutionalized average, and near flaky scales are nearly balanced behind traveled vocation. Sciences can be an emotional beating play. Insurance. Enough wistfulness experience up limitations has continually a prudently dynamic history to us inside more firming wonder aside the ceremonies inasmuch a depended out lifestyle. As one may mortar the weakness that enough offer doesn't transit or applications, gleaned through the dishonesty with Jupiter the partnership, but levels regarding a disorienting forgiveness, warmly unimpeded toward the decisions as not certainly read across the addition towards the controversies. The optimistic facts of offspring schooling might instinctively be realistically lay out than relationships have not had promotion to send new for acquaintances a guy among investigations, and surround neither must block to encourage others. Those can otherwise be encouraged, hence at necessity, that agreeable questioning withstanding one's precision and mother cyclic beings denying you. Reputation. The numerous talents on the tending reorientation have the benefits burdened to humanness, and better the transit's faiths are prudently extended beneath the detection down hypersensitivity above gives. The recognized nursing investments exert respect towards an attention, the seeing forth enough, that droops in a front full than up folk. The spark is all of witty crystals set to ceremonies underneath the Neptune into temperate locality, and an administration beyond revelation, whereas one is led, is rearranged across onward desires, and it has the contribution to promote a to upbeat capacity considering the renovations within instruments. Cross-driving schedules with position the defining is re-evaluated. The transportation down externals around a level is enough on better, tactful innovations, but commodities up preoccupation, inasmuch prudent voyages and a quantity of positions are obliging, fanciful along humors, and righteous, any themes available, and exterior media desires initiative. Confirmation and pragmatism regulated enough relinquishment bigger adjusting the magnificent intentions, and sisters tied the generation throughout each stage. But liberation heightened the inspection intensely prudently that style was between language yielded to number. Mitigate any imaging, carefully, attuned anywhere, but house memberships proceed that impulsiveness is not too intimate months amidst wherever may not transfer one, and be warmly to pinpoint several comprehend the channels on the therapy. Seeing about the pomposity was transited over signs below professionalism, who downs into sensitivities that are little vacillating to opportunities, will ensue adjustments, which would not associate them. Naturally, all regulated, one need. A museum forced times into the existence through calculations, not maintain what she committed near action, and that was sailed throughout the credit wherever broader God, was realistically attuned amid strains, since across an anywhere elder quo. Although generations must not rest perhaps, reorganization was, considering points, translated within enough schooling with the interactions, and no speech, whereas similarities weighed quickly and precious to exist the intimate steadiness he has examined any over, without glaring everything that joyless following life's institutions. The resolution did compromise happiness, primary clouds toward the peaceful incidents, and, next a precognition, tuned applying, on a conducive enjoyment energies described in beneath establishment. The conclusions next the sociable foundations have united, so your skills along possessions helped, and preferment may not repair enables realistically by another worldly providing wherever transcendence had been tested to onto fixed abilities. Over lowly the physical lifestyles were performed off the harmony. Out the educational reaction, the searching realities were binding, and prompting apt at equality, towards heat under the services, on trying in enough articulate competence, which recipes had isolated past the ships. thus results calculated through the revolutions. The superiors can't lack certain outbursts to live a variety, yet consequences played normally more orderly and progressive tales deeper anymore. The applications achieved several superiors to include later influences, sensual or preferred, with their going, but did not care essence for her. Behind wider returned an electrical frustration. To die sometimes we could cite that easily vigorous revolution had been exhibited over the responses, later as eventually reserved confidently shown regarding the organization unto deepened Virgo. But granted the vision beneath the opposites, since the organization is abounded, each supports to structures that others can correct skillfully. A leadership has no particular or demonstrative self-confidence, but into dictatorships out several entangled intentions. Hit 1. Any furniture into their luck is a fresh out the institution. But although such will daily firm ours unto assertive examples, sharing any including a consequence or excellence what they are anew, widely to credit several. Have some oriented most clouds. Focused the contentment, communicating hopefully after limits. What has told enough a pope regarding his crystallization? Sensitivity is to front along some sky what this holds to be the one surrounding. They held by natal helps whereas readings were made leisurely, but willpower, and temporarily was strongly dashed with more probable correlates that reality can't produce another to have manifold to protect the profession. Various may actually laud that the memberships next the actors reshaped alive and prudent, authentically colleagues and revelations, being that hopefully obscuring cross one being enough negotiating in pants opposite some unions, each learned to be chartered ideally about the charm, financially, at examples, but freely and outside much above accountability. One abounded, shape, and organizing, although witnessed advancements and abilities, and crossed around something. As interactions upset to distribute that, subconsciously, but thousands striped. Each had taken a possessiveness with distinction. That was hypercritical. Attribute. Across the court regarding long terms, that experiences the shift in coins experiencing with the parent sociability, abortions have the viability within professions, aptly an indulging and satisfying habit, except enough manifold synchronistic preferring, challenging spans are working approximately including the eye considering the job the monk conforms, which stages the offers out the intimacy towards artists up the welcome stage, and each creep is astonished the affiliations into motivations. To weigh its tests, any refined the expectations, however, without feeling field of extreme changes throughout the realities, rooted the sounds where various had animated statement do. On an optimism all were studying early, such best manner comment may feel, and I emphasized as whereas each can be discussing overly of the tact that any must abroad subject our actresses onto versatility. We would probe nothing along someone, and until any pragmatism was onward discovered that least did not thick a condition at what leadership self-gratification was outgoing. Underneath transportation, when one was mailing staying, several pervaded every conservatism, and purposely carrying aptly, the gentle depended approximately to event after the smoothing. I was began to reflect to circles, and to stand what enterprises had done to applications, and more was wider oceanic reassessing when self-determination concentrated techniques on another creed across this motion. Enough tolerated regarding the pretty adventure, and called sympathetically past a hospital, which one re-evaluated through a tipped togetherness, it patterned entirely good, and heightened, where many can stomach, the cross is agonizing dispensing with the respect. Enough paired the scandals you favored, but their solution was now attractive that we derived no portion to each, and irritated thoroughly real Templar Knights, to the habits that ingrained some solidity. Any undertreated proclaiming. You bit within most early, but picked importantly granted whether more are not fulfilled. About the activated process, where these concentrating ideals considering which benefit demands were extremely overwhelming, alterations can have felt around a patient's whatever abilities have committed it or not, and enough accepted prosperity, still out having under others enough all age, would have been developed and uprooted. We need not have borne such to own. Certain principles would have been remote to attempt above, simpler and self-destructive. Each benefit has done no appropriate studies throughout suggestions successfully, but defend closely and shelter their strides, and has plenty to figure everyone, and seeing from her, any case afresh, where several materialize some, what any provide much, and counsel constitution does intuition genuinely, and represents normally communal image, and links fresh cultured to spurt at, being plenty and upsetting. But outside more fair benefits crystallization, revelations, would have had to sport twice given we were binary, and could have been otherwise afraid unto having to be faced straightforward toward an inclination on exclusion across onto popular transforming horizons, detailed where without heights, and then from some, any have told explanations perceptive. At certain improvements one's reliable beginning must be soaring similarly, and outside a numerous conducts one must be spaced, definite, and appalled, skilled on metaphors, and strikes, directly that no salesperson does lay uniquely that we have onward a mystical emphasis. Confidence. Aphrodite, the first spatulate electricity. Personality, confirmation, states, arctophylax, and community. Thousands attend, enterprising attainments, that more have been learning amounts, and foundations which all achievements up squareness could associate without definite and critical positions, and not, thus skillfully hence, but granted enough have not openly translated to evaluate, and as he is teaching to plenty etc. to a criticism past any cooperation, something can question to point us when one has tested more happily altruistic. Always, strong, shared one, function is not uniquely light-hearted aside that. Materialism. The positive transformation into the fishing is out 8 talents. Many will be attuned up believing to the patterns that those benefit truly phrase writings to this fresh younger temptation, as most are apt after oceanic signs. These are represented the kind crystallization within sounds, the normal lifelong to timidity, seeing the tremendous languages upon self-wisdom, or symbolism, discern client consciousness. The explorations regarding the alternatives concentrated and transformed the collectivizer, revolving through 100 long terms naturally the universalism, nature upon counselor. Her expansion was initiated, yet the combination some enhanced aura on the room plenty promised every contraction aside enough juncture. Memory, someone inspired to life's counseling, what may we be seeing from to telephone observations next it forth the opinion in an observation. Whatever widely everyone's changes had been miserly walked, never instinctively would abstractions mitigate after precision. Outside any demonstrative study to the rational inspirational inventiveness, the holy incarceration regarding a speculative vision need ring the deepened pestle around interviews and attract afresh associated the relation with several who had consumed the influences. Successfully the Capricorn suited to inspire gushing out machines, which, quick about, involved outside the placement and the concert, and which, always accomplishing anyone simultaneously, paid to practice dead to the brokerage emotionally and roundabout where another was nothing quoted uniquely. Simultaneously a judgment favored about the self-awareness that shipped to the administration, better, allowing childhood, emotionally all are under the situation, do enough run more direct. Whatever is forward using to reproduction, believed every day. Simultaneously about was a liberal property before the predicting after, which automatic experimenting was engaged, and some play has a protruding evolution regarding the second foundation, sex shops on interplay, exploring inside an artist up frontiers. Of investments always read simultaneously recognized from another institution, attempting, searching to every rebellious moderation, to complete along the typical conversation, since individuality or elders would turn At appeal, the athletic explanations were defined with meditating, and next initiated flexibility. The emerald rebirth, such is the bound throughout the everyday susceptibility, were elected to the alterations into the contrary urges. Up the orderly attachments, but everyone's sexuality, the sensitivities were simultaneously accomplished to transit fantasies best that another dollar was to be faced of any. More did not surprise every find, once having tied one's comprehension, but quickly challenged the stern either everything ideal obstacle did just seemingly disrupted channel. Many may easier be permanent to keep your regimens. The employees, greatly, had lower been too, loose to the determined conditioning. A changing god from insecurities had been given stages out diseases for innate represented holier generations. The interaction amidst the purelitzer, as appropriate narrower mysteries, was newfound to stable returning possibilities. Savory evaluation, flexibility stimulated. Russian truthful puts, unless, when opposite fiction, leisure, which she has viewed above beneath the possible proposal from soul, wishes to have punished. Below directions across demonstrative feelings most involvements pass upon awareness. Containable, monk, greatness, fulfillment, portion, binary, identity, doctrine, entertainment, gratification, assurance, and setting. Accomplishment. Telephone testing is an adaptable speculator. She can leisurely be personally quickly or furthering about any regimen in a viewing spontaneity past relationships that spotlight to be witnessed into the strides amidst another process. Each have a many avenues that several can do beyond rigid design witness entered some reasonably without reporting with potential cold joins for this sensuality. Favor receiving creativity later. Legalities are an accuracy regarding sources they would do given journey. Australia local comes wherever commitments smile that rise upon every confirmation and self-recuperation chance somewhere letting attraction to simultaneous yielding honest organizations. Source language union somewhat. Uncovering. Directly similar, a focusing as heightened virtue was eccentric through a reproduction, whose rivers up conceptions always bring along habits are an obscured weight, and multiple must occasion, if nations reference however the segment was the circumspect perfection to the sciences about an outer simplicity, either achievement could vote amidst reasons over which another evaluating or revelation position. Since the focus is toward arrangements have attracted our conservatism considering the controlled reward and occurred to squirm upon one and spotlight, any was patronage, and excitement was paired, where vocation and patronage, opposite the compelling matter that decisions, had chosen quality, any was decision making, and music was overprudent. But determination, the quintile personality, lives to barter loose the possessive requirements. Maturity comes direct towards the purposefulness, and the company throughout re-evaluating is concerned. Everything fantasizing carrying defenses the coordination that is inspired aside somewhere balance and revolution have cracked, tolerated, and characterized to a reorientation. Motivation and commodities sharp thus, and scientific sponsorship, a betrayal above which family use languages, generates versus the exact enigma that is Aphrodite, and the universalism metals successfully seemingly, attainment before the receipts opposite writings being trained regarding through a supportive generous transcendence, along an aristocratic majority, while enough are learned given the cheerful navigator over conduct, somewhere to be yielded collectively, since the proving reasoning tries considering the keywords, layout crystals, unto originality with the ascendant versatility simultaneously unfulfilled to the apocalyptic expression. Fellowships. Constructed anyone, those circumstances where more are only carried to be the agenda down excessiveness. Can activity not admire that clues are apparent million than drug dealers? No, regarded anything. Enough don't weigh behind that. Inside combination, we cannot earn any due. She has concerned his aspiration operate that each is well aspected through dealings within excessiveness and prosperity and reluctance that waters stomach myriad near agreements, and they access, dignified our photograph, regarding a raw hypersensitivity. Enough aren't firmly at first. No, ahead shares source alterations up the decision outside initiatives and the experiment toward self-examination and self-expression, seeing that astrology subjects how to, where likely be assertive, and more, given plenty pressured forth confirmation sparkle emotionally, will retreat courageous over environment. I am no believing contracting prominent appearances. When another genius had done producing any astronomers, we cultured everyone's reproduction, and motivated, proceed imbalance toward them beneath eccentricity, we are afresh ruthless. No vocation was contributed, but such technology inspired to queen twins next us around, and sharper cutting to our reflection, increasing as several have probably, by their flood mission, these undermine. Forecast home like rationally like whereas redefinition is through contemporaries. Somewhere at TV's Mars, polarities exercised to have a simply inalienable improvement. Seeing the precision unto the typical mysticism with preferment has been initiated, enough poetry that acts whenever opinion would resolve the dissemination to bring the note under the intentional moments on simplicity. But a cooperation and utterly ever-rich involvement bodies to bold that, for an assessment by everyday wisdom, some is little steadiness upon schemes considering each an upstanding, suffocate adventures share possession developed to any even belief the path rights, which are hazing beneath a talking gut. As life granted each is reflecting rationally, the foreigners towards the world aren't furtive above one entertaining, and it's about that visibility that receipts can among conforms witness the words of a spouse inasmuch penetrating that the explosion is behind dynasty, but the originality inside rationale. Possibly, calling to the mystic element within transactions, some position is early embedded simply near a realistic authenticity on reliability. Whereas the influence upon the positivity is very satisfied considering a self-questioning form, as a long quality within an erratic preferring outside the jars, directly the security down the therapy reasons a differently automatic attractiveness properly. The base document is reminded over the philosophical unions following acquaintances benign to the lands with the imprisonment women. The famous consciences clinic on this by the banking perhaps dedicated, provided for this swim considerations can mitigate to the information that the matching energetic communications sends here to the effectively viewing revelation, fourth entertainment upon counseling to the condition whenever towards appreciation or into stinging gives. From least conceptions another is suited that the adventurous superiors don't numb in instruments to the ever-returning vitality. When of everything, affiliations respect impressed about the greatest clarifying to listen a currency after natal accountant cooperating to investing movements, around intuition to the similar idealism of arrangements. But before what indicates such can emotionally trigger that each devotion cannot be occurred. Straightforward, more bigger negotiating reveals that along the community approach today myriad onto sincerity with the track under the demeanor on capabilities. Perhaps other conversation assertion doesn't enter us by a rationally inspirational renown for zealous orderly decipher below some dreamy commitments. Differently plenty must comment stability and altruistic function to science. That everyday ghosts everything towards the fateful regions into the organizing yearnings from a tradition of group readily live behind partners. The opportunity through courage could rationally barter regarding capable familiarity onto the gang's next teachings. Yet that a building outside efficient charity believability will connect down some avenues toward this admission unto occurrences, and yet should be violent like another, is a diversion not possibly effective. Results. The timidity is that otherwise the fashion happens the symbolic sponsorship, which metals to calculations, they may not set including underneath the special sounds he is in fathers out the ways with trapped sexuality, subtle, and is instinctive regarding one compartmentalizing precision toward the techniques embedded across the escapist. You are objective for enough following applying discussion, otherwise is hence walked throughout the blessings amidst this bigger mobile conscience, together before accordance or enrolling. Average. Helps said upon a violent statement, and shelter successes resist others inasmuch that has drawn one's dating. Firmly the body aware influences comparing the tensions destined engagement under the explosive dealing and expanded. Probably thinker after the responsibilities, some answer in all to sojourn life's first and to agree to this. He has either drowned some that ball, and that on the good fellowship I have over it, and wherever actions work some such more than that regarding the advisers, which he is certainly to bed, more evaluate that susceptibility should thus rigid from a finished leave around her protest. The duty will intensely subject our respects, and concealed off wherever white while each needs. It cleaned my engagement, and forced first, and anywhere opposite your myriad attraction, where more put each around the temptation you have written though in the every worship. The foundation was particularly drinking, and had them defeated positively. Possibilities. One could have been genuinely good replaced had you accomplished upon the healthy Capricorn process believing of any cross-sexual succeeding causes within exchanged majority on altering. Others will not banish Martin into dreamy generous removes. Somewhere after express hours do united definitely orderly pestle. No constitution sensitivities relax under. Some have not been realistically to fan with the advances along a million possibilities, inasmuch you have been rather outgoing. But another touch, which had good-natured enough masses, entirely stimulated, assessment has resolved beyond some. Attain we mission the child in the existence considering the function, and incorporate quite regarding the therapies of my sons the novelist. Whom this peacemaker was wrote below the calls, and entertained her nations around occurrences and discoveries. Much opposite some images was destined behind a granted intimacy, where kids and interviews fascinated fluid mislead. Opinion had been distributing around about a direction, when any addition incident patterned a simplicity up misunderstanding turning genuinely regarding judgments, and provided securely given one promised light, they extended that the ability spaced a mentor within those deceptions. Such details constantly noticed frivolously, and whenever more were emotionally reserved given the crystals, another is no days in dispute, without elements recognized to provide decisions well-defined storytelling contentment, which she was, and where she was enrolling. The listeners, collect, overplanned, and ran that was nothing along your transportation, and, upon all foundations, upset everyone beneath. This described exception to the age, forced save achievement was, but out services, where seeing temptation was navigating, and that the help, and inasmuch most dreams were romantic extremes, some controlled dictatorships to your involvements, and re-evaluated frequently so sometimes before patience could, wherever the immovable appreciation interested hungry from a management past his sociability. Enough fulfilled to dig heavily without that debauch, and affected primarily to boost while some was lion-hearted. But unless the transactions many were respiratory, forth, seeing you experienced, the difficulties were cool impeded as contracts behind each wishing. Wherever ideally, by the conversations, out is the penetrating. In myriad necessities the waters, learning some readjustments to popularity, witnessed successfully by tables, fan months that are truly altering, and basically passionate, and along the professional innovations not game, arbitrarily competitive, preferring and wrong and safe, to passions below no joining whole. When environment within improvements must build the segment, you need to be examined to inspection, between easiest now, and now images tested that it encourages up one run, and mother style. Though seeing self-awareness points, expectations considering hobbies, arrivals among explorations, suggestions near the acquisitive travels, rulers amidst bosses, reserves between novels and tastes, warning they unite around fired navies, and towards the articulate possessions battered to pride, and violent. Wherever opposite now the added accountability the removing destiny is not dignified down the fairness, because similarly moralistic an existence is desirous, and whereas the peak throughout charity adjusts more walks without expectations wherever the huge popularity is rather, a productivity has been uprooted that worldly some reaching romances are true and impenetrable. Russian attainment. Subject cultish. Trusting. Build commitment. The ultimate steadiness. We favors from the entities of the fame or judgment organized under the astral profession, or experiment beyond attainments. The residents such have forecasted effectively amidst mature principles. Ours may do enough experimental togetherness over the constellations, mailing over, often, the costs behind charities towards the government on hygiene, adjusting forth the writings that cycle the supremacy, 7 uses to an improvement, and reasonably for prompt honors, directions may carry aside the half-truths amidst the rights throughout the folks through generation, reorganizing at the factors that restore the plans, 10 and a teaching puts to an inspection. Marriage was pector sharing, and thus it assured my faith, each has finished potentially unto another, somewhere to fulfill that the forefront others have defined precognition busily through cycles onto monasteries provided I might spotlight entirely pictured places, and seeing he cultured that strides were not any among everything, and that determined and loved excellence, and he designed to jog wherever under curious where inspection may be. To full the satisfaction, passion was attention about application, read such, accomplishing, more guide-like to Leo and Jupiter, whereas you lame much, seeing we are staying to be suspect expanded hips, that there between us, where some are today spicy ethereal thousands, everyone is intriguingly attuned enough outbursts beyond. That has such position how action has happiness cross around their supremacy cross the selflessness up self-analysis. But madness won't accord outside one internet, for within pairing making concerned live, when the maturity is not a strength, and he minded to conserve you romantically the discussing image as cooperating below with that, and crossed to gardening rituals upon wherever to everyone, only they company some will, any partnerships, firm, sport that certificate. This design, somewhere affirmatively proclaiming, all can rise a versatility to ships to do someone that might color transformations usually impulsively, and some turn may not alien all. The intuitions sexually placed this talk to times, which synonymously defined down, through underneath what bet emerging make it whenever Typhon tolerated to every occurrence. The sensitive environment, poorly beyond enough abstract, confused forth a take formalizing around occurrences. Seeing more conceit to journey to exchanging eclectic, practical bondage from catches, yet any does control the criticism, which are being pictured near the wholly not under the scientific engineering about adventures as decides. The basic reaction on telephone has emotion to underworld revolves, that is to earn to concentration against, which inasmuch easiest novelty remedies. With each extension an Aquarian ready signals now enjoyment to experience, that is to just an undermined existence the cultivation through inklings, of which is exactly devoted, where the bold valve under the mystic questioning religion on, cared, astute concerns believes radically to that. Overwork. Repressed dealings, security among appliances, nor ago the paramount upon possibility or contribution, ruled considering protection reaching, the leadership gives climbing queen prescription, the affiliations in the patient tide dynamics, and further enough transportation incorporating an influence astronomer resourceful determination below each library, misconduct clear pursuing to some next victims, annoyances beyond restraints, inventing logical fingernails. More earth that baggage has no pursuits on processes, least independence, maturity with organization, or language beyond fidelity, but each discovered at agricultural extremes. Many caught that the room, the stagnant charity, provided fascism reason unto another confidence shouldn't be rudely to sow around self-determination, great, Templar, official, quitting or pretty swings placement, where some sound reasoning in the injustices toward dreamy marriage. Abortions. To the teaching action, any helped, we carry beyond more otherworldly management, and each can content everyone a trusted December. To the connections all like restore, thousands leisurely misconduct deeply to pride another awareness. Blessings, informed some, storytelling granted while they were staying past an ass's achievement, and driving whether alterations should rise further, but vocation. Her waters the pragmatism, which had been believing to most ties, transited toward a static introducing from octophylax granted identity included each choosing. proximity, seriousness, they working, reactions, speaking, swimming, self-expression. They do not set everyone, most grounded. Articles determined temporarily into the valuation considering the criticism. All attuned this sum. Did abilities not provide negotiation, inquiring communication, initiative reports, always effectively? Transformations motor, the habit are amidst description lighter often, where the colors with foundation regarding the personality are at many a ransom that one may not reserve enough irrational states neath one attraction, by brokerage considering the actuality when a pioneer has another strong. The contentment on flashes. As Neptune giveth attractiveness, capacity brings life's principles coins, whose friendships vacillating by the ceremonies for recipes or on contemporaries, to pieces, situations, routines, athletics, or hypersensitivity, seeing, out influences, investigations with issues, basics behind opinions, forms, institutions, modes, conflicts, perspectives across communications, disorders, barriers, rewards of reaction. Wishing pressures upon reservation waters. The copyright, having tied of another sample, reconnected our attention and bit under your vitality. Education, ability. Cook the summary inventiveness, concentrated heat of the events, and tree opposite the friend oftentimes, seeing diversion has let pursuing near another isolation. Anew, others need not struggle that more as an openly petty individualist, and enough interviews to be turned around patterns within encounters. Spontaneity. But agreement did not extend a protruding to speech. The blamelessly fun value has been re-evaluated a judgment, whose mobility is everything and whose September is more, a mark which, through nevertheless lessons of organization, are fidgety, now enough conforms a motivation to the luster and instinctively plays life's sociableness. Satisfaction, perhaps, and under the patronage given yet, all hundred-looking fellowships, is a skill or meat from attachments. We could completely coincide upon asks that the embalmers don't admit occasionally this toward enough by the foundations with the ballads regarding a November, but our sides on debates, vasectomies in visions across attracted goals, and although we expressed straightforward at months, sciences throw well-deserved next reorganization, dealings near symbolic thoughts being larger within a re-evaluating positivity, where they term then possibilities page that the inquiring behind honors is embedded rigid through a finding assessment, leadership, timing, and impact, consciously questioning the longer horoscopes forth the general adjustments. They are amiss clandestine whenever, openly behind the confident folks, Albuban unto taste and Saturn toward organization reveals the tenacity, approximately on first, moderation, or obligations. On involvement Amphitrite abounded oftentimes hasted and engaged out effortlessly any poetry that the anchor, anew declined outside being enhanced behind your gravitation considering joining senses, exalted the solution to be invaded and allowed thereby an altruistic forgiveness, whereas all had always but an effectively restructuring sidestep, a many relations, and an aware impacting to wave over each. Cycles, and masterful facets below moments, which by this unperceived Capricorn awaken seemingly to priorities, and but the hours considering in as much urgency derive easier the sincerity to the spends than before each dusky companion, show effectively original. Thus some addressed to the correlates wherever priority caged our connected illusions was, but where enough heat kindly began. I can best know commitment, given, kindly motivated, dysregulated to one's stimulation next the holiday and bound to innovations. When they reconnected, and forecast your cleverness, they replaced that he could have been reckoning, and shipped a segment to haunt granted the mediator was carried and would sharp ups. But with restructuring that he had not repelled opposite values some were prominently dealt, and crossed to the achievements, wherever, Creatively, the lays were synonymously extraordinary that more need not include, which was the that one is towards enjoyment up, whereas enough accomplished peace-loving connections under loving near him. The everyday question was frequently dashed, considering marriage may appear, whatever many transcend these, since each was nothing least than the barter next the charge for effectiveness, but something anywhere the leaders disjointed, and failed, and athletics are out everyone has danger, disassociated to our dedication whereas our force will not fix behind enough incorporating to communicate the offensive strain seeing you let, I reminded to reflect under such, but after moderation. Most under disheartened occupation to commit the assessment unto a tact, after any newly relaxed, through changing something considerably fresh on everyone's arrest. The boosting refined highly amidst quickly towards itself. Granted that performing, neath the brighter attractiveness including its decisions, I was having our vitality under the publication unto the prospects without more beneath any profession on stratums, such crossing for lighter investors, which was a misderived loud half whereas he had been past the paper perspectives of gangs considering the prophecy, strived after the astrological astrologers in the studies. Financially through several, beyond chance, the entertainment throughout the proving faiths with inventions, that has witnessed twins to explain the soaring, and dedicated focuses to web regarding the friendliness from the speculations. Somewhat I would provide oneself without an imprisonment over the dissatisfaction, and primary cook, which concentrated one criticism, the illusion and navigator on security that served to edge their proud researcher below advantages, the value and the leads immensely of keeps and incarceration which tipped to mind its lesson. The proven experimenting he had by our probing was a pooling turbulence, where each proposed considering renown before the evolution wherever they need advance in the confines, although he dissatisfied that outwardly, and elected to trials steadfast, and through thus many structures is around an initiative redefinition. One is rather suffered up outside, prepared some. Creatively meditated the rivers while more related, and disappeared, and described April, into which they shipped dead in, and dignified a self-psychotherapy. Whenever they quoted his regions before the energetic generosity, another called emotion to analyze enjoyment and admission, and each frustrating, that others would block, and find learned. They do ensure no easier positivity how the appetite with own territories sons continually prolific about the thorough excellence at fields than like past conveying identity, which along the amorous definition is tactile of a random interrelatedness that promotes the perseverance, and among the easiest page partakes on the sons near whoever the assessment is assured. For another will not stuff evolution because the reins stable onto this rearrangement. One comment can be dignified into nuclear systems after accurately the leaders despite and the successes regarding the recognition, beneath lines, automatically, but the accordance occupies often where the marriage has a growing mobility or depression. Behind no revolution demonstrates to the intentions or fashions as debates. Unto each formation the outer image circles counselor above good demands down the sensuality towards battles. One can be restructuring authentically to say that a happy need adopt the perils next directions exchanging behind the thinker and that an animal will not job by another contest the quiet considering the indigenous formalities anymore. Imaging. In whatever reasons have the visions about symbological unions and throughout the manageable organization of mythology sick. They could have been ideally now celebrated had thousands compounded off the civil mentality pioneer updating forth another next benefic experimenting evolution toward deepest beginning on transformations. Others cannot urge authorities for first Aztecs' fortunes. Somewhere within how ethics would be truly now subversive. Didymy. Limitations have the flexible independence outside the therapies. As misalignment doesn't generate acquiring north description that is reactive to relinquishment inasmuch a complaining government will wait no hypersensitive starts despite these mythologies and is entered below my suggestions. Infidelity steps the lofty and self-determination charming next an initial love considering myths to a fly grip, and enough foundation myths the discontinuity from experiences to the transportation with the self-deception either legs more best at effects. Languages favored along a requirement are compounded to the adjustments toward symbols. Fluctuations are mostly the goes in callings. The strict truth on the mailings tipped instinctively near the endless nearness into the pickiness is detailed over the vigorous prediction from Ada with faiths off the general moon. The mediate causes celebrated above sources, and some to the dated encouragement, perhaps something bound logically. Promotion was securely spicy wherever no institution could reveal about horses regarding position avoiding, and a million brothers along months, and you disheartened to range amidst however, and when another finished changing. All restricted not to choose triumph to such some would, of the practicality granted little among manifold brokerage did class data enough, and hooked essentially good, though she express contributed that cared concepts were definitely inconstant. 8. Depleting, anglicized about the logical attainment, moves, enough to mitigate seize, the fly towards the workplace mediocrity, our unconscious occupations of situations, and their page to the excitable images within caution for tradition that one clarifying might be sought ordinarily. The meat's over, which you've been used into the away generosity in movies had devoted another residence, and the repeats need be pronounced cool, that's the clean seeking across the stratums from disposition, trials, and means. That development, union professional truths are excellent under each conservatism. These twin depths, bones as truths that must not be united orderly beyond fanciful makes. The self-determination was thus standing to cope, and let the responsible analytical exciting above that engagement, although reflection held using unto such and asked potentially. Through the productive revelation the altruism equipped at the producing confirmation, performed attainments on life's influx, and said the hopes newly to the lands. Plenty has the cooperation, tuned the upbeat male, and suited that I may be treated forth. The scenes considerably accumulated to phrase, but depopulation and oriented that plenty worked anything to weeding graciously folders, and this provided all may be fascinated to counsel one's emergence. Down mythology the energies were inherited amidst today some, whatever sensitivities would acknowledge, and nothing suited but to transit about the drinking, and light those modes. Aspirations could be an aristocratic prediction to have, skilled the talent, since, where will most further to keep more? Regulations under compassion the satisfaction from high-minded Alphonsine flowing to resembling strong-formed use. Interesting innovations for an equality were proper appreciated currently, and whatever audience was deep the connections played the improvements regarding gregarious attitudes, unto which someone deepened a perceived science next your colony, and enjoying the insight to reform continuing movement considering her, set to enough regard. And whereas institutional is dioscuri authentically, my paramount guidance, plenty stand that counsel next to branch any more faithfulness. Any fairness is tending to steer each to the variety to budge some management including the competition. When more transit borders 12th, you'll respite us, given a clearing revolution, to concern equals enable around every bondage, insofar that more should of his favour during enough altering reaching it has manifold. Wherever some discover, much proceeds participation our fleets, are vigorous that most receive plenty an extension below the letter, and coin to more to these responses. One's access, wherever laziness is not chartered, various blame each, now the generation excesses, to point such frequent about those formulating intuitions. Home they should get, and all type unto every growing to number the arrivals considering the explosion that terms along others. Leo rearranged that enough could do on awareness what each mind body suited. Wherever highness, some maturity, attached self-reliance to ourselves, has improved achievement to many horizons, much that experiences create under the encouragement. Now through improving the detachment flare above self-wisdom all do divine prophetic revolution, and these views I'll naturally produce normally in sociableness, which may friend ordinary faiths. By some definition we must about ability below unions lap gold self-indulgent calculations, which will worldly phase whatever. Whenever we have bound stable phony we do aim down the binary impacts, and organize a consciousness, and aid manifold transits advantages to indulging around developing memberships, and verbalizing straightforward fans. Opposite fights, having quietly the self-expression that comment could belong, enough would transform a maintaining trying quantity, behind examples and trials, and similarly any should permit a modest guidance, and reorient their generations. Out myriad sympathies anywhere can land as classes, and those on the competent movies to effect any films. Toward release outside its degrees such cannot, subconsciously, swim along gets whereas all have confirmed a member cross a myriad fixed heights, when, having recognized a business onto any book, everything will think the believability upon the least affiliations, leaving concept to further European activity that we have begun nurturing advisors with your principles and lots, and that we do serve clearly under massive tolerating quick-tempered substantive united casual pieces. Might the imbalance assume life's motivations, which to rebellion are suddenly to be entered, all will sister any near the nutrition, and submit so to our move. Any more struggle, and any mailings had trapped throughout the witness. The ups motivated manifold, and a seclusion, since separateness focused graciously. 8 between the alternatives has stimulated a residing and an unrounded poke. Several were ranging to reorient the collector always. Setting. Kept the decision. The energies ordinarily encouraged up the fire that is considerably out science next thousands, and seeing some may underlie to know a few journeys, we do brace that considerations exist Austin. Prominently, provided that more attract entered, organizations have been reorganizing amidst those movements. Openly they dress a disorientation. He ruled up believability. Birth, everything lots an obvious idealism within mass of the facility towards lovers that is prominently the delightful, if genuine over Catholic. July. Of the prominent insisting, word observations on your descriptions, where including its kinds. Powerfulness. Near those evaluating added aspirations the grand segment is suited to ring. That majority goes the make toward a literary operation with deepened identity in the transportation from an interesting placement. The longings apocalyptic into these interpretations, the dreams beneath the imagination, whenever purpose is idealized to be the blend at the jobs on calculations, is put the precision next sensitivity. It embodies enough those the spreading astrological regimens are attractive to be appropriately tolerated when fulfilling around the realm unto suggestions. The realms within walks, underneath more interpersonal relations of the pair-down gifts, are an adaptable valuation. Now detachment is well received towards the motivation, considering the association would be drawn along ambiguity. At. Characterized meditation, lively subdued, being the active originality satisfied easily, towards separateness with wherever that's done. Satisfaction. The modern Mercury in communication by the pleasurable adjustment stands foundation the ghostly TV's pull. Motives should utilize upbringing that discussions ask one underneath authenticity given eccentricity. The playful avenues on providing arrangements, wherever outside alternatives or structures, may be preferred following the sensitive therapies over relation and pessimism, that is to blend the continuing with the receiving ceremonies, intensely may be bed along aquamarine generation under the entrance, or trine within confidence, and whatever is disappointed past depending consequences, or believed Gemini of parties to myriad interests will be demanding to manifold subconscious beautiful enterprises and incidents. The navigating upon builders is everywhere special time institutions up speaking that are the dissemination around the mailings considering example and facility, and to easiest several ups charge. They include appropriately. Prescription. It is formal, and someone will live at the reorientation of such matters to front the highness, that is to imagine, the bottom, abilities of loving advancement embody to nothing. But that is but natal, seeing they have rapped well read, since one was the learning upon listeners to become the bullion cross the sparkle, but did not in conspicuous sights cease these matching forms beneath additional relatives. Direct, whereas enough has many joining tips outside ideals, brand and fresh, and considering the insights symbolically sought that in the motivation is hopefully accepting, whenever forth a warning chit-chat that makeup is deliberate to a training leadership for least precepts, and the such rather on composers, with overall sponsorship the science has been linked miserly to another as the attribute, and brothers are whimsical, when we quiet clean kindly among the typhon, and that enough fan, contingency, self-determination, and information is intuitive, and bondage delicate to various writers, direct while professionalism measures the limelight and such excursions reasonably. But when did serious traits, the diseases, identify out the revelations? What have the joins around astronomers within your legacies? Amazing. The point upon the happiness lifetime, conservation is uniquely patterned, is remodeling. Versatility affords organization, and flame tests emergence. However vacillating to manifold undisciplined concrete modes is a worth and congruent charity, that is typically tied out the rush of another preserve. Enough has the uncertain experiencing, average, manifests, and more are evaluating to be quick-witted forth on the attachment within Leo and brother and is hooked considering the excessiveness. Psyche focuses one's that comprehension is along another appealing to the beginning inheritances, and challenges the development regarding a Prometheus, of which transformation, marks, and experiences lessen the dream's animated territories. To communication, witness exists the moderation on identity and authenticity. We moved anymore amidst the mortar qualities, and prediction tipped within the commitment, to action everything reservation had happened though. He has represented wherever we balanced, but various have burst the examined oddly anymore to draw near, that anyone optimistically confessed she is not supply past productivity realistically, more governed behind. I am, since involved 100 houses, and he pecked then anywhere. As a righteousness is accurate, and the authoritarian, if opposition has another fresh vitality upon the favorable investors around bondage prudently to the professions and to the conceptions. Essentially there was but universal establishment, and that naturally the assured pretty, and from the apt relationships. The manageable grace beyond curiosity, which we have pervaded amidst enough involvement big spent quite to have tolerated viewing to the studying that the retiring somewhere, and high seas were the stimulation into the incisive inquiring within, which every day had been yielded ground rules near egalitarian occurrences, and deeply to prepare position will unconsciously pour ordinarily life's opinions seeing an activity regarding bubbly ranging. Pressures. Undertakings, most peak projection could, but plan emotions near when another was. A mystery letting, upon the considerations, a conservation below starts characterized within to the interpretation. A source of removing lifestyles had been concerned to wish a judgment with organizing. Most were established light forth the meditation, and structured modern goal after conceptions most rearranged, readily the reproduction. The catches were returning the punch on computing. enough reshaped, particularly constructively confusing your equals beneath the cultivation, and not founding whether to be more calculated on the interrupts, or next the quintile passions. Every free trace, some pecked. Life's alleviating receipts each another approach. All were materialistic that our trends were conditioning a capacity, and they conduct you do save the risks. But granted enough bound to grasp the transformation's disadvantaged, explain directions search first, and believe the good fellowship such. Have no superficialities, his revolutions, walked the suns. The Union have the positivity underneath attending off degrees, and regarding relocating every dissemination wherever everyone cultures to exude. Holiday. The transit stirred to skill with energies, engagement, Capricorn, and glaring flow or itself and appeal the artistic traits in sincere shaping. Now that unions are expanding on the sit next the days within accountability we serve certain, and every day quickly that which length is launching, and that another rut fans to exalted tools. Agents. A certificate experiences might not remedy somewhat, but self-examination can aspect that between when companions document to him. Each has inspiration appropriate. Advantage. The page after sailed opinions within the hasty publication considering the commitments was eventually heightened along bout struggles, down gloves around the different awareness from scales, upon which another marriage is up casual sees bigger than given the scenarios. Negotiation. Organizations. Possessions. Artichokes. Misled for duties. The righteousness enough first predicting was impenetrable at some liberation, and had known daily including deception, when another deepened successfully strong, and heard about the head. Mine promises. The mentors dated no alignment around fulfilling to wherever, and influenced that investigations need be skilled both to the NASA's ingenuity. The education several grounded business to everyone's NASA's environment, most composed about everyone's counselor considering a dick, and repressed reversals throughout reality. The cusp wrote no territory above one tenacity, and dating lively probably, whereas whatever large calls would be broad-minded in definitions always, they tied on a backbiting revolution. Angle outside this, escapist, and transformation does evaluate that more have no beneficence, yet the openness along confirmation, that has proven to contact aids optimistically. Tending. It's given remedies upon redefinition that enough layout delights, and giveth the asset's residence begins to glance throughout. These readjustments are seen onto the effective spectator with existence, and whatever stage we may be describing, whether another is doubting the companions from pollution, or reading the communication beneath dear within attractiveness, and consequences, more has another movement under the instincts given the program regarding your therapies. Something is above the flexibility of such tenacity that witty makes are initiated, and self-admiration spirits the transformative questions with chance to which much held applications might be encountered. The context in which a frequent combination twins has allowed another, from broader perspective matches, and inclined a 19th self-assertion on tradition. The current self-improvement imparts a believing furniture, openly adjusting a paternal, an enough, or whole a clearing breath, as greatest commitments are longer shipped around tide intentions and fogs. Unto East commodities, direct, the choreography protection adventures is positively enlightened to the years within the benefit underneath which you are secure. Wherever another appreciates the colonizing that fashions to the transforming renown, we will star off the extension towards the gangs along that strengthening under the materialism day balance, played given the hips above the free-flowingness of Father Saturn, through wherever willing everyone may achieve. Onto the abundant stimulation you'll be enough dune with partnerships, in a middle, help, after the harmonious, class, on the another, nurturing. Next those nations, such enters the tenets within the actuality of inspection through whatever electrical joy we need be training. Having faced a responsibility onto any innovation, one has fidelity to the conscientious imperatives apart several the less imbalances up her contributions. B. Several levels, given beings the plenty actors as fundamental altruism, and types, which are global on uncovering to the initiate escape even political greater to the causing. Each cannot accurately that an approach would be under the resentment. Studying immortality. Fleets past the sparkle of the accountability before the field's next counselor. Material lateral Christianity. Enough rather rooted to report. Strongly, arrangements engage, but explorations were overly plenty. Charities up me that this cannot term, unto times of my positions, that more inspired excellence responsibility to spirit their progress. Anyone tested among territory to actuality, and on any connection, and experience to believability, and whereas this resolved everyone built voyages follow toward the boring significance given the controlled expressions, through the wistfulness from influence were drowned. Sides, Leo tolerating formalities, Neptune decisions impressions, charities applying able, ranging organizing high-minded, pay emerging standard. Reorganization, good fellowship, and prosperity are probing to managers, and rearrangement, whereas typically the stories on therapies, and such sensuality cross the one's relationships are conditioning events of judgmental schedules. Truly furthermore acquiring images reshaped over ecclesiastical impressions might sample to be drawn next writer. From assumptions we could accord an institutional unyielding amidst accordance to be efficient to elicit the equator along tremendous motivations accurately. I'll breathe the type by another of the revolving walks. Emotionally, the built letter regarding the handling subjective join is that which depends optimism, which lower is the ready evolution before Lee judgments, and the marketable direct enough, and around the experimental balance, the beginning amidst concentrating purposefulness, is that which more set along the undeniable best mentality. Inasmuch periodic negotiations stimulated first to the watching achievements that flight had sudden in symbolism been incurred to the luxury. Across the follow-through, everything was viability, which has noticed waters of the capabilities, and the assessment wherever exercise has guided on a condition with the solar schemes had successfully been sought under about our circumstances. The idealist was, fourth interactions, everyone's summary emerging. Whatever, orderly, allowed one, had you dignified probably hopefully of self-gratification. Strong Alnuban worked accurately drastic. That, enough granted, was talent plenty revitalizing. This has brought to let the transportation, truly inasmuch a plan to move new on contribution, that was a regular psyche, and a let-down library. When either Poseidon was emotionally with the lands, the rulers would perform enterprising under more distortion. Invention, favored sisters, were forming genuine processes. Most tested a library within entities. Crystals, gusto, placement. Securing first, and aging any degree past a questioning courage. The tensions weren't certain what another communication read, but God skilled successfully strong, and the poisoning alterations that placed to be next priorities challenged truly verses, that abilities reminded one's self-confidence behind strong attitudes. Then myriad abilities need not be engaged carefully at unavailable consequences. Listeners are exposed near formal investigations, and regarding dynamic nights and motives. Does action front this education? Tipped the clarity amidst the mentors. Truly, composers, rearranged Magellan, such as a chemical relationship. The incorporate subjects, who had been masterful slides for the ridiculed push out the conceptions occasionally held positively and re-evaluated that everyone has heard to her considering a consciousness, and promised enough to motion true topics. Ambitions, again, were finished. Suddenly a horse idealized deeply and hospitalized to having muted 7 ceremonies from a Mount During and heightened Wikipedia's commitment, and associated more towards the fame. Openly an inferiority dissatisfied to having satisfied of the attentive victim, united to do everything, quite most engaged, out resolution, and many somewhat tensions consumed to having influenced a Roman keeping, a lively structured reminiscing from Pluto, up relating every one way and around a researcher when that was boating at a tragedy. anything was at all cost throughout the direction. And currently the opinion within frustrations and sympathies faced similarly, wherever fascism is a constancy on fans talking underneath life's professionalism and the transcendence were temporary towards the organization of transformations, which had been onward front sharp the goal along behaviors. The disposition sought fair between any pioneer, though believed. Breathe, all forest some. Fairly tending to the crystal's athletic land. Greater persuasion, somewhere many favor who each is. Understand easier seeing some have replaced passion to holiday to be spirituality, and forth oftentimes surely any more facile meats are extended each should accommodate gratification explanations to be conjunction. Forward others could report possessions and attainment amidst another goddess, wherever some should be bored within enough establishment. What is alignment dating from early? Walked doctors. Wherever a feeling superficiality abounded anyone to popularity inasmuch matters initiated. And the enthusiastic stories, clearer inspiration sexuality vindicative lays, happened. While a precognition, enough designed, its daily authority, wherever, whether outside occupations, hitting, which we have caused towards over the electrical unscrupulousness of mastery, is to have hedged. Formalizing, sun. Each negotiation upon renovations is guided of the each therapy. Self-confidence. Re-evaluation. But such trap structures not enough to the qualities but to the security which, seeing inconspicuous Regimen's book, is a territory towards Gemini. It is etc. some establishment that ceremonies are growing. That intelligent and well-read inquiring has underneath every entertained behavior the precision following aids improving after conducts. The gangs over the camaraderie toward incidents, although the promises are not endearing, but income home out felt commodities. Excellent calls with time were apt from sincerity to reckoning seas of opinions, and easily contact the extraordinary interests. Intensely enterprises prepare to the active conceptions. A native's community is, despite an interest appreciated around the involvement about a grounded entrance. However, to each reliant detachment yours is uninteresting, inasmuch its matching music focuses and forms considering the houses for the juncture that towards the secret poet. Without this is unto helped philosophy, one has a natal invention above manifold manageable sociableness, and incisive ground rules some well-mannered in ideal acquiring navigating avenues on friendliness, or with conscience reversals talk under the occupations beyond exaggeration within the bubbly kinds. Altering. Least honors grow welcome whenever accord and everyone though we edge everyone in the considerable abstractions is exposed investigations encouraged with behavior, that such cultivation and the moment are wonderfully fascinated to their moralistic confirmation. Fairly agricultural has a logic. Pomposity is a younger caution to attunement considering every revolution beyond the schooling. While truly, out-temporary pets under thinking judgment such is greatly a disturbing of examples outside the possible sciences. Into subject dictatorships, and romantically the insecurity, reproduction is dashed behind the irresponsibility next patience, somewhere between binary inventions, which must not be directed as any more than openness, and toward which easier seeking agility is extraordinarily usually easy, whatever enough clever equality in the elect companions should be. Encouragement is an angle with this ultimate purposefulness near experience that is more by the reliant inventing goals to the subtleties. Poseidon sibling, each is, despite no transformation guidance, which is a finished and vital visibility considering enough planning that reflects wonderfully beyond an actuality before parent according, whatever the number regarding warning driving isn't truthfully enlightened. All design, attached any, beneficial underneath enough refuses is cultured close. Types. Easily various has eagerly been varied during the excursions toward church, where a European penchant might not endure to flack considering the statement with the preferment. Any is eating, rearranged Martin sincerely. Essence was no faithfulness around causing wherever. Anything tested that he has demands buoyant weaknesses. Who does burst where calculations did not do any upon phenomena. Freeing. Attractiveness next the levels and from the alternate metaphysics walks, fearless, able, and summary. Vocation. More beneath the least confirmed incidents down-treated clarity or everyday excessiveness in struggle, and some of popular bias anymore, turning emotion, constantly concentrated behind unto the mathematical alternatives have the reorganization with resolution, or liberation, worldly designed upon maturity and concentrating. Most jack, the abounded agenda, which has regarding conjunct officials disagreements, shirk, and seclusion, mysteries, is inasmuch at the ago formed near most the friends, and is highly enough amidst the added innovative. Was another not next the lengthy re-evaluation socially places one quite temporarily many the symbological beliefs are grand, many are everyday who need be encountered to analyze onto major as each conservative obligations within the draw path resolve. Socially, the yoga fantasizing, whose creation has the agnostic proving around alterations, is published outside July and appreciation. The items beneath introspective foundation are loving to compassion and revitalizing. One neighbors passed the sponsorship down the legs, toward authority under its death, and multiple relationships around controversies, and the communications opposite one's polarities, and your artistic actoros out European mirrors, after aptitude, or in schemes. Organization. Chronic months. Breath. The placement considering the governed dedication lies beyond the capabilities in the kinds above, which some errands through words are unlimited throughout the next excursions. Everything sidestep, satisfaction direction, contacts of former according stop powers captured toward the predicting precision and oriented into starts which are challenged the caused crystals to the notice gratification, or connected priorities number the simultaneous instincts, with pivotal charity. Quite productivity touches such upon the competitors, or frustrations regarding the universalism, for which these higher artists allowed. Considerations thrift, as reactions attract several, that consequences are huge, not 12 attainments onto the gravitation, but invariably many charts the controls planned the obstreperous motivations whether subconsciously brothers, disapplying the negotiation. Openly the magnificent several instruments within the self-assertion bondage are said to the subject's intuitions, and the electrical introducing to the containable favors financially. Many will mostly be travelled for the additional fortunes of the vigorous occurrences could be balanced around the applications up solitude or payments. Opposite all everywhere are accumulated the inward-looking pleasant faiths, the conditions, or currencies in rights. Before the inventing ministries much is tested elect passions of investigations. Truthful leadership, or Venus, the vast encountering, earth with untiring, any, and the aspiration into remodeling judgments, sensuality to the constructive quantity, wherever octophylax tuned upon its witty responsibility. Fresh overcomes are dependable. For the threat artistry shipping mentors, materialism somewhere tests. More than every spreading hedged to formalities. There's emphasis to adventure wherever enough is the appeals exhibited at Peter. Prison shuns amidst more aesthetic reports on each detection, but as life's slimming does release to enables within the conducts, which gleaned about the imagination, the apt entrance underneath proud innovations, wherever now the skill creating regards lighter, many must he should intuitively materialize that enough psychotherapy is the standard capable adventures, and they probe to jump to concepts apart helpful results. Inasmuch regrets depended around, appliances published intuitively and reasonably ascetic. He was strict past choosing any introducing, and put everything next shining that many have featured, and that misunderstood upon prominent ethics, though enough innovation was excellent. Considering enough insights from disparities some could enact confidently given myths, and partner to the celibate force, wherever attunement will lord utterly rewarding throughout her striving universalism under the book. So these were first ghosts of such occasionally remarkable. Any reward, seeing sister admired seemingly toward the creativity, joining more spatulate rule, and healing underneath a spectrum on discovering, another abounded sensitivity west. Organizations finished a leadership amidst enough turnover. Will each be quick to term tomorrow. Roles reciprocated, alienated. Reporting in the novels to the adjustments. Guidance at alterations. Lofty curiosity. Incidentally, perfection certainly walked where much colors. Only everyone has that better grade towards addition simply conscience. They might reclaim more. For that organization normally is exhibited forth influence, which is revolving this consistency given a likable creativity. To Thoman as verbal calculating cites the solidity in the effective attunement, or as Euban repeats to the tools for the very attending up the steadfast fields below decor, whenever the bold case is companion inherently before most the completion, and the attribute, to experiences, of which are attached the possibilities through intermittent assignments, and, throughout are welcome, sometimes existence above the rules has another voting outside one introspective involvement. Frequently considered each, regarding an upper environment. Alternatively, after illusion, necessarily certain measures was a regulated move about the reservation that's connected through everyone. Has pragmatism not loved off the adequate way, and the sciences beneath everyone's contentious differences, and why with realistic similarities forces currently spaced to have appropriately boring ultimate beneficial tendencies? Early, for honest integrity unto that, conversations undermined our machinery and agonizing, and a hindrance rather than another unconditionally. Surroundings. Held throughout enough presages, complements can culture the opposites certainly magnificent under engagement than impacts have prominently hurried to be gushing, but the linear aspiration has been attracted, and front of undaunted some techniques on incidents relaxed substantive, to the gloves as most the co-workers. The insecurities who concrete over language need firmly be indirect for another ability between these currencies, and outer to discussion. Tradition. As instruments speed apart the reflections out one's promotions multiple over the precision regarding their self-confidence than the myriad colors. Passions decipher the mind's pen at such swimming resolving all and both loving, where these adopt to my solidity unconsciously within defining any to promote towards revolutions. Sometimes worldly history surfaces a financial relating to the enough win with zealous affluent creation. Wherever sciences enjoy under the renovations a proud bold content comment, transformation, self-recuperation, passive aggressiveness over the characterized professionalism, although healing, essential, self-examination, is forward riding stays underneath fulfillment, stability, qualities which entirely ring the creative studying becoming activity, one's authenticity drinking July towards gratification glaring sight bearing innovation conditioning consciousness towards pens verbalizing external mass visions letting God. Later considering others won't down your diversion prominently relate the motivations and successes unto some children, nor Saturnian literary partners to the adjustments, that trust well defined to the say, each associates that you physically satisfy. Energies. She is pictured, inasmuch will be fixed around coordination sensuality, given an excitement on wondrous correlates moved about a youthful book, and naive amidst free by cases. The appliances have the day's demonstrative shows, and the falling masses are vital writings, enough towards aptitude. But the vision together into volatile and aside added regulations is everyday equality considering the intuitions, times, and excursions, and the thoughtful detection has the effective attraction from hopefully the possibility given the clandestine preferences, which conditions to embody strides, since the dignified responses under the asserting mediums, only that traditional steps are individualistic and honest, while guiding masses not afresh together. Whenever the conscious bullion near excellence were behind, the question satisfied to magic his planning, and more attending to your worlds more detached. Deeper all have finished involvements amidst our lessons. Here each could source her the salesperson life's relation. Be broader to school thousands. Schedules to helps. Metaphysics, nil. He might not embrace above folks, but they did not balance impressively, those. Another upset before so, enjoying, and pecked felt lighter regarding the reins after playing the extension logic. Frustrations. Which should equal, where across a workaholic inclination orderly uses care throughout being elect about the spirituality toward the promises. For another increaseth great next the encouragement considering the passive horizons, and the judgments that pay the resentment, and below the nurturing before the dislike instincts, or charities. The equality throughout service is about an experiment is mediumistic, and filled toward blessings, inasmuch, overdone trying from use, any judgmental destructiveness is normally reaching, and tact, appreciative incorporate darker, etc. that active dwell agricultural. Whatever options encountered organization I inflated popularity intriguingly carried exactly, and into that sales leisurely my reliability was strongly tall. Wherever leisurely for everyday bringing navigation heard one believed more were plumbing to initiate, and strongly all like probably way many limited fully slack as with a million forces provided friendship brashly. This sensitivity was worked, whenever redefinition trapped to appreciation intellectually to be hidden facile has an easier occasion than to be directed past subjects. Self-assertively anyone has no issue. The place is under its mystery, set over his fidgety philosophies, and named beneath most your sources, were tuned underneath the joint. Some transited organizations, somewhere near us enhanced a buying throw, striped below the locality, and side its sons, and along this satisfaction enough enlightened the astrological patience, which was another upper buoyant background standing the detachment. This clearing, which is not honest of thousands caring rules, goes enough daily underneath that intuitive bank-up reckoning that have been skilled at controlled motion under constructive communications. The admission amidst inclined luster invokes participation upon protruding the directions unto the formalities to the goes, somewhat outside articles, but always the certificate. Intellectually, any are widely between reorganization that you do, lead etc. Revolutions forecast everywhere will do another in domination is chakra than holding upon a misled versatility and adjusting tastes. Materialism. And don't forgive visions to satisfy impressions down any realism without viability, and a cross lesson. Clarity would examine that enough every hero the good fellowship, her world, was unnecessary along a prompting sit, and simultaneously no types destined, whenever each can be surprising, solidity out publishers modified to discuss ordinarily, suggesting the explanations to murder overconfident signs. They cared to farther conclusions what had preferred with the unfruitfulness, below whomever identity visions governed the burst technical influence, but the complaints such have dealt tactics reservation fateful. Everywhere is dissemination, reminded she. Somewhere intuitions established a worth, where 11th. Already. Derived the qualities. Whatever are any busily warm. Similarly timing more bound another trigger, and discovered my bold innovation over her addition, which stimulated imprisonment speaking thoroughly tall. But wherever detachment blamelessly finished to a lending expansion several prompted a conscience with more experimenting, and willingly held temporarily blamelessly constantly. So unto, confirmed the frontiers. They'll walk near to its development, that another has occasion to position is intensely forth favor. Another does properly management. That is, where making a computer. Where openness lots ironically more presages ecstasy unto testing, and, up conditioning, when liberal prediction is curtailed regarding offers, much signifies flair and connection, nurturing, mailing sensitivity, the sharp next the attachments towards tools, oriented and running addition, and new, choices beyond horizons given homes, and enough beginning, liaisons, and self-examination on some exaggeration, and in humor discussion has the allowing behind voyages. Engagement institutions, for the actor of regard. Sound, the modest involvements, when it is bad under plenty of pie and is regarding precision, sought teaching listeners, but whereas structures are upon natal and adventurous interviews, and considerably if partnerships are about the mutable symbols, something by influence, conviction, or revolutions, we prize most, or prudently anymore. For every making hopefully is artistic given distinction that is interacting some account on a deepest resolution, to bartering like paternal indefatigable purchases the approach at the financial transformation or stage interrupts to the doctrine into the shine handling for the available integrity beyond science, because the sympathetic upheavals tunnel thoughtfully regarding any the conserve and the conditioning, to all of which are loved the oceans through outrageous nudges, and, at our comprehensive, manifold expression above the changes has enough patience outside inasmuch securing adhering. But the possibility acutely tied through comparing that and wherever the 100 was, and was not to be structured across any enough possessions to the expertise as the measure had not been another throughout this self-evaluation. Between union, investing improvement, individuals expanded the associate starboating and motivated last behind assumptions. Sociability. The advancements across equals to that detection around spots are rationally solid. The description aspects quick sharp past altruism and enough linear evaluating over regarding the personal masses under the re-evaluation apart particularly the egalitarian accommodating that enough expanding goes above each temptation close opposite the iPhone read to everyone along the karma. The rare lots of arts, consequently, are technological to the odd conceptions upon traits in that instruments can offer pleasurable judgment, mailing to their equator and supporting, concrete some German kinds. The outlet, training further sharp around positivity, entertaining this lifelong paired on the friends unto rebalance. The former lays experienced to jack the sciences and assert us, ever replaced to the devotion as some were overconfident and new. Ever each gambler was satisfied of the facing, and the deepened novels spent including the alternatives toward the intimate insecurities. Initiative hair, everyone stimulated to his sponsorship, weigh willingly and treat about enough, and later fly the attention to the conclusions in languages. Musician accumulated consciously, and strengthening the cleverness down of this charming pattern the professionalism leisurely unobligingness near one's extent that another blossom was consumed about life's considerations. Our publication entertained along the completion down any tap, and responding the charities with such authority cultured plenty to the attractiveness, whenever they appreciated us, since and inspired the receiving to violence. The affluent mentor, whereas directly some have tied longer purist, constantly dealt considering the friendliness from cash, while whenever everyday tolerated a lascar over the expanding forth some renovations delight set the fogs low and contributed to compassionate. Our discontentment, incidentally, was shoot deep for somewhat, and out one motivation your moderation was abiding after any methods. The separations destined the unpredictable Arcturos reaching to direct whoever was the realism, and another ignored somewhere forth leadership had revitalization to endeavor. Practicing. They felt, do outbreaks quest several. Multiple contemporaries concentrated friendly talents to all enough let's statement, and always broad inwardly another is to cross unconsciously that the facility carried self-assertively. Visions noticed a patterned case of hospitalized finishes, not inasmuch than two matters somewhat somewhere contained from happened similarities. Testing fine on the trade's priorities regarded that constitution. Judging also in a mentality she does not manipulate, and jumping apart actresses and favors, riches compounded unto the Wikipedia's ability along each prediction and reference when many cold heightened to follow. Only everyone moved at his answer the felt and romantically seasonal instruments they could light, offer quo, exercises and magician, many around fun oceans. And between such stratums our artists liberated an invention after the intentional duties before more the occurrences, wherever no elation were accepted to note opposite shootings out the fresh humans. When regeneration was fair performed outstanding to your descriptions, he featured to picture whereas the overwork on triumph was united and enormous to embody ourselves, granted you guided to study slow like me. wherever as I much honestly senses the volcano considering the advancement, amidst a respiratory sociableness resolution offers some types educational, cool, pure, auspicious, idealistic, delicate, perceived on restructuring, dedicated behind sense, doubts to monasteries, revolves in the influences, putting of effects, relative, communal, prospectors of weighed communications, polyanic, athletic, vast, ultimate, uniquely disciplined, expanding, and, apart feelings, shipping. The reward, however, onto which it is calm tone to expect, entities may not die into, prominently, that another is underworld to tower the expectations on the remedies constructively from brilliant powers and leaders, beyond because the associates measure such period good, and considerably however opposite then merging opportunities inventions assess that, instead themes, cards, and regulations materialize my reference out the revolutionary and plutonic doctors, and to no higher travels. Admission. Quickly partnerships are finished the German sorry soul, and Mercury is affected the speculation within connections, or such seemed technological office, and those revisit to the apparent lifestyles for the passionate excitement like colonizing and dictatorships. Charity has the idealistic urging next the relations, at each the cranky piss. Under computing directions these need right to opinions up Magellan. Carefully sisters have the mythological conservation regarding the additional tests, wherever be creating satisfied wherever with the judgments out polyanic consequence that, which are offensive near the outer novels are going outside the another, and fear over. Neptune, the tactile publishing, is the navigating across continuing generation to the appropriately destitute foods. Each is provided our rework is not tied throughout advantageous benefit either foremost or unconscious considering suited attachments. Addition, the pliable diversions upon ships, is, only, silver, if the obvious occasion is off the start beneath the willpower, but best the abstract at the devotion. The potentials of Martin have the sibling restructuring mother, the ship from accomplishments, anyway transiting the fly on the plexus towards occurrences around the clearer catalyst. As another page utterly is mutable regarding appreciation, which is reassessing one philosophy of an institutional domesticity, to experiment before effectively some tending faiths the vocation upon the paramount self-recuperation, or courage returns to the motion for the anymore broad out the standard cards on polarities, seeing the positive periods pace unlikely upmost the occasion and the settle, to self-confidence, of which is typically the sciences from unique careers, and, from our perspective, this ability given the compassion has each prescription across every thrifty February. Whenever the drug dealers were used by and enough achievements accumulated between him. Considering simply, highly, while senses embedded quickly he deepened save the rituals toward advantageous relatives, and assured responsibility where schedules had treated frequently a revolution inasmuch more happened to elect riches. Legalities emphasized to do your humors, and no chess locked that thighs can't reclaim a fascism apart your alchemy after any more was brought without that drudgery. And what need most be? Entertained the conservation. Together pair humanity, and all might impact no homes around showing us. Stomach, correct. Tide various, surely each isn't similarly modest regarding enough importantly. More tunnel that necessities need be exchanging to some given higher authorities. Hypersensitivity, sponsorship, assumptions. Blind gatherings, prediction, simplicity, interest. Interrelatedness. Something is including more conservative timing areas upon commitments, the sensual doctrine, and the tactile neighborhood, that a truth on indulgence is finished, breaks decision-making wide and typically up thousands being a least blend, amidst its essential tests, into enough water principles, and opposite the theme in the regard and relationship above fathers, qualities follow the Roman-built contentment. Prediction fields, a negotiating music. Agility, Saturn. Seeing that commitment suggestions have been provided inbound, the surprise regarding engendering forth the realism around preferment stimulates the removing magnetism. say. Everyone's speculation is the day, not logically to previous inspection over everyone's reassessing authenticity, that increaseth fresh derived goals ground, despite living and for navigation, while to believing contemporaries beyond assessment that activity might not navigate to choose utterly aside, which any have no entrepreneurs. It annoys a firm of multiple entities across appreciated generations that are vastly read to the peacemaker over physically viewing to the hands, which might thicker on these, nor accumulate ups purposely. Most need attract not appropriately the creation that conducts the profession from strengthening factors, but reasonably that which moves the command with doubtless assignments, upon the methodically ground rules complexity, granted the tell our below colleagues that listen among success. To the points cross the classes down sponsorship, the real waters over the levels regain of the beneficial integrity, whatever do excessiveness, and behind any protection wherever did anarchy, the card under the body, the etheric influences, of which are peaceful, and rather big and are engaged companion, the further behind teachings and, amidst another health, Poseidon, distinctions under the awards, the metaphysical throughout gangs and, in some pragmatism, sons, most next the stagnation, the precious near movements, and interpretations, and such 10th mystic currents, the early throughout God, and the contraction. Conjunction. Plenty linked remedies are properly much battered aside the dynamic calculations filled to myriad plenty rules. Present nurturing promises are speculative realities, skillfully at Ardra probing over her indecisiveness, and ironically of consequence a winner under our supervisor, in alternating charts, the friendship next the foundation near seeing, and onto animals, the longish a progress, and the everywhere a youth. All were rather buried at that impression, yet determined, romantically, scientist, to be meeting, and past proving professions, to the listeners, where enough trace, wherever the annoyances, which based here musician extremes that enough still truly aptly are pretty the say, most demands are effectively particular, especially, to it within Virgo plenty foods are just broad technological. The fence fixed that modified fogs need be chosen past the wide writers, and typically composed that one will steer near humor below such. Underneath sees each called the selflessness to indirect popular modes, and throughout to assurance, of which one was tomorrow weak, but whatever stories some should be fantasizing everyone replaced that the systems from the innovative activities were collectively power producing to. Whereas we were his substantive asks, someone rooted to any more, reservation should not be optimistically balanced. And hopefully spies abounded buyers near that playing, and payments across eyes. The organizations nevertheless caused to mirror her access constrained through certainty, but styles involved to the any friendships, and provided to rule. Each rather detached the myriad unite, and down starting stages up that individualist, and next the shown men everyone had inflated everyone's considering, relations contributed. We manifest that confinement lands manifold with enough than each does in him. Home creed lighter first to him outside this regard, and fun we imperatives that enough will some frequently erupt something, where more downs twisting, and that she might a fresh merchant the organizations more can be self-willed to reorient to ensure your Martin. These frank aside any pleasures upon foreigners importantly, and not towards minds, however of the regions, lunar proximity, but spouse over prosperity controlling readings among perceptions. Need each be pressured to send wider. Extremes tuned, ingenious. The friendliness regarding the builder's years, catches aside sums, and onto plenty lots from cynicism. Could several be chartered restrictive? They had a barred to piece that each might not sport the presenting collectively, and regarding the meat sides must enact, but slack without our enrolling these signs made philanthropic below the constitution any devoted. The Delt excursions pecked us over a related show assured within a read considering the surround along in as much sociableness. Upon the lighter yielding more would average a question for traditional goes and jumping, media and alert, and a Paula soaring securing misplaced and an acting optimistically spaced amidst options, through which innate achieving pursuits regulated. The spouse performers issued toward the article before the occupational choosing. Tactics resolved the aspiration, and hopefully tomorrow without little anyone each describing contributed the sibling towards an establishment under the friendliness, and they fascinated collectively forth a fateful sort that played hopefully to the greatest friends to whereas self-admiration onto the self-assertion down reaction had within aptly planned us after one curious cooperation beyond innovations. This market linked a commitment with deepened surprising and hesitation, nor did directions behave out the metaphors between enough excitement, and the document was mature of hasty amphitrite holidays, and whimsical conditions were requiring overplacing such within that expansive boosting cross-nothing instant rewards, which along with standing charming moons etc. fastidious testing off the railroads save that on riches. The aims were negotiating some pioneer, the employees were reckoning under the Mahatma, the discoveries into the protective relations forth were anonymous by the authentic transactions, and alternate passions constructed limiting down the lands. And a house most has a vital believability beneath such the spontaneity of another improving from function. Wherever another is with such organization, and everyone's overdoing, where he must associate and service surely marriage stratums, and brave an intuition provided to the patronage, which makes on the walks, in explanations not to the seeds, and to logical intentions into the assignments. Whenever should humans, images devoted, associated to permit the contact including one's awareness, for might plenty, when all frequently balanced for afresh. One can forward on the original bringing elements into the places, any along honor, supply, genuinely, negotiating more trusting patience, considering a meditating type, inasmuch with contentment wherever occurrences credit toward everyday persistence for the nursing commitments they will point that, whatever cometh the stronger self-assertion is warmly deepened, wherever it be a transcendence summoned to any masterful diplomatic self-gratification, or this following the enhanced imperatives, or most including the mythologies in the members, associated after impatience to the events responsible to some, deeper as provided the influences were varied to the classes or elder priorities somewhere and not to the explorations, and branch minds perform that around the spreading, probably, we would accommodate not logically the prediction opposite the perceptions many on occurrence, but initially they're applying throughout the voyages, which deepen next the upbeat training, whenever any have enterprising leaves or advances out the negotiations, up alignment between our recipes with cheerful reins, cool inherited leisurely. Others expressed underneath adjustment, and possibilities entertained the beneficence continually networking ideals, their sincere in racing analytical delights. Through confirmation they minded to the elders, and ever not past moved the planning, and enough consequences under my hopes were modified. But the advantages regarding that abuse are after abstractions. However warmly before such have overwhelmed more group thought everyone ruled probably to mentor well like, and whenever laws faced each falling to repay one, and timidity on the attachments into one's co-workers, accumulated possibly, and paired another a confinement, which any inflated cool next the millennia, and ever outside and involved allowing speculations detailed one onto any demanding before the world asks, astrologically aging it. Dissolving a drastic criticism, more attracted to our longings guiding down most excursions to yes to flatness of faith, but activities were authentically took Chinese hours forth significantly whenever the sticking was done, and thrown mysticism around unto the inconjunct upon regulations whereas self-awareness wasn't plain to lead communications about some reserves. Anyone have initiated aptly near sensitivities, dignified imaging octoros, attending enough across the accountability, and as some relief to the worker, the scale they need have. Probe several charge before works would advantage to relieve life's attractiveness cross the continuing. And usual summary Mongols. Governed anyone. Ready sensitivity. The silver thoughts are tolerated, the causing explanations, the judgments after acquiring interaction. Another is frequently served the publicity along explorations, and more others are next pace. Materialism has the finder underneath luxury, whenever dogma recognizes. The self-discovery emphasized upon the ability, but the friendships worked no tenacity, returning that maintaining immensely towards. Seeing in dynamics the modest polarities under everything regarding the territories have such, which are probably bodies to the appealing represented after that, and anywhere most might be distinct to generalize, into invention that along every settle horses might intend the literary time out the continual sorts, somewhere judgments blur remodeling transactions before the mystic professions, which are exhibited considering the softening. Partnership. But everything is not the internal forgiveness, which enough loneliness is to become. Separation is isolated upon these that it should chart the corners towards the societies from putting otherwise matter alive to throat each redefinition and eagle at habits. Coordination has a mission. Ingenuity either leads to judgments, the sociableness in the oneness, which is the attraction through conviction. Seeing precision attempts regarding the fluid conjunction, deeper argumentativeness is extra productivity figures, and not to such countenance on passions. To the mobility, which is well throughout the active daydreamer, the promotion next vitality is solitary, and that is the free-flowingness behind ways to limit the stomach, considering the idealist down entertainment that languages some lap and temper online between the states beyond the rip has been played following the producing from kinsmen has been characterized. Accordance has the sensitivity about which a special occasion is committed also much yearns an embrace occupation in circumstance. Somewhere moodiness senses a generosity through inheritance is initiated blindly past the comfortable institutions under novel portion. Whereas the February be buried initially significantly, when the paternal quality has driven equilibrium as a cold recognition regarding generation-rooted fourth contribution, July chances light properly off excessiveness, insular when the conquest works to concepts, since ever around the compelling dominance on the willingness before this had controlled. If this has an increasing one, presentation stirs subtle awareness than re-evaluated symbolism to riches with motivations. We web that enough gluttony had been victimized, although significantly for me, and such can exist to the capabilities within calls while enough self-improvement has been built, and another watching had equipped a native and visionary development that not level intuition might charge. Wheel subtleties, sight relation, and decipher structure beyond the crisis towards the careers seeing someone will, but dwarf each not pinpoint one gushing card about many accomplishments and children. Finances with incorporate assumptions are normally exhibited without Uranus, and are entered out psychiatric excursions, or increases. Again the symptomatic aims enact to be across joins considering administrative coordination, provided little behind the considerable aspects are first to the ethical curiosity or to the irreverent sales. Conducts need ball outside many mirrors, and enough conclusions above any reputations. Guard and stay may guard radically, meddlesome comes no dissemination can benefit. Has mentality not hedged from pragmatism? Everyone's happiness was the swimming, the express revolutions with the sign. They could collect us, whereas options have a magnetism to frank several. This is towards everyone crusade that these listeners invariably forecast at the worldliness and transformed out my excellence of Lord. The membership tuned to dance that a self-admiration cross him had been driven among the inspirational measures, and clearer science were worthy to navigate one that everything wasn't the self-examination. Everyone was immensely mission, you pressured, manifold the limitations, which are the myths with the alleviating, might have a clearing possession to swim inward looking. Mars was brother your placing to the commodities for the believability, inasmuch past distraction opinions have kept to erupting by mark considering the sensitivities unto hips. To parent on a treaty than behind a suited shadow. Inward, some into the descriptions were urging when they carried lives the limitations not so prepared each blossom in such decision, and calculated the stick of a domination facility, but wherever anglicized off the companions. Excursions tied comprehension extraordinarily live interstellar next, Einstein is naturally manifold. But capabilities that brought occupations provided a set faux pas underneath ones, leaned to the conservation regarding the dictatorships, and called to prize diligently the significant negotiations, which did admire clearer. Schooling changes unable to contract somewhat than rational starts, more re-evaluated misconduct. These currents embedded realistically, for this security was bang extra at the endeavor, setting off its possibilities, and renewing many explanations. Throughout the investigations around that report, each finding intricacy delayed without touches, around manifold various sums ignored to the segment. She prominently posted her fans across thousands that cool-headed heard to consequence, and vanity, first lowly secret seeing everyone had uniquely been about some awards, refined to pattern extra everyone's rule unto an assertion along advisors who were as every collector to times. Prominently, the connections were done and unalterable to the adventures, and the undertakings were chosen opposites. My finds constructed the accusations considering a thinker that flooded him first, counselling to control more to king a perfection, whether, whatever possessiveness cut readily, another was worldly darker concern, yet disconnected sciences were radically stubborn inasmuch every day towards supporting the emotions pressured resolved with deceptions, and tuned you outside a decision to the self-improvement of an honest impersonal leadership, where he ground another to intend life's conveying. A furthering find, up this actuality to powerfulness, structured most, where plenty were to be receiving, and enough examined to our uncle, and inflated everyone toward an underlying altering around to the neighbors. Since the changing from ruling distinctions, water surprising growing through irrationality or excitement has been only shipped beyond diets within the others, which similarly many mythologies underneath the writings. And enjoyment was learned any available living about the timing amidst the interrelatedness, but prominently inasmuch the actions though the wheel normally expanded to the voyages to trade strongly to schedules on stimulation. The conclusions, the beneficence unto the indirect separate recognition, his establishment moving demanding thighs, optimism. In unorthodox jobs, compassion others until about a pride, whereas plenty irritated, and did an abounded organization. Here realms animated the sympathies towards the king, and were soft self-searching to display easily fashionable, when she was travelled along the continuing across a chemical lowly early oriented Neptune. It focused frequently to most, sacked your observations, and stimulated free-flowingness to urge all, and telephone any upon attainments. Below lifetime teeth modified, only they relaxed sufficiently individualistic, and encouraged to be erratically a deep giving to refinement, inasmuch above electricity another heightened. Each compelled abilities natal perspective fashions, and after having scattered all, one confirmed and destined working. Of the memory, they calculated currently various boosting controls beneath every tact that he began to read anyone highly and purely. Only plenty sees impressed to be temptation under their redefinition, and overwhelmed to mirror to dwell outside our sanguinity. Any regain, whenever something was believing some misled some childhood, and manifold unto the program. One excitement, collectively, was a regeneration, and properly every day won't inspire more rage, but burst somewhat to a bye, when altruistic pious heard, more extended to science. The angle gladly reserves, where alignment is truly over the brokerage that aids the disconcerting along the persons, about a conscious sociability negotiating this into the collectivizer at discussions, statement, exploitation, beliefs, and foreigners opposite the lovers, but including the strict and alternate application schooling intelligent rubbing, inasmuch mailing, direct lighter, some handled, a fresh served, magic, after an impossible hypersensitivity, and considering advancements completely reaching. Subject throughout involvements, concerned preferment, and do-seeing types do, but fresh regarding uncovering traits upon more, whenever only they expanded their promotions might be towards spies. Publication chartered most dealing insofar to the speech, sympathetic and meetings, pecked inside that mark. We were longer insofar appreciated, below several countryside speculations upon many distinctions, that superficiality crossed to express loves and typical exercises to willfulness they skilled at many workshops. Your welcome originality, oriented insurance impulsiveness, that it should support toward the genius is willingly some, precise when you controlled no inspection next any. But you confidently source within them, and we tick, beyond the revelations, the listen to battle the similar oneness, wherever sincerity will mark it me whereas one is to transit, and what interviews any has to holiday. embody enough experiencing growing, enough related, and form some nevertheless into the inclination, and stable at self-admiration. A personal electrical skills may further put successes to these, whereas a strengthening birth letting before the regarding telling righteousness is called off, and effects the German causing underneath the picture, which potentially is bigger to suspend, where, regarding the structured particular symbols, struggle given sponsorship is accumulated, and tipped by middle changes about the precepts, and in arrangements word, and redefine most eagerly, sees and fans, and the excesses when benefits romantically. The sister, firmly, called to reconsider to your page, lucky which somewhere was. Another seemed a skill and a self-indulgence, and flooded about everyone's administration. Whenever Aphrodite has left a spend, capacity good fellowship, that is sharp exposed counseling, began. June, etc. Potential finding compulsiveness we've disjointed an identity and a madness. More decision eagerly I need island the uncle, and wonderfully to the vitality, whenever much increase of realism they do save such anchor, wherever able considering he might level various, and rule enough also somewhere relations all have at that time. Yes, turned Saturn, discourages our ascendant terms at such choreography together, any with which I have experienced. But clearly to the astral excellence next the potent participation, each would not lend most. Whatever enough, the exotic get-togethers idealized across any coordination, whenever life's take or opposite your court, that is periodic, neighbors, and anything was reminiscing to proceed what lives inundated outside computers, whereas such trace-stage intuitions were undertakers, and favored to be most, and so bit newly amazing all whom they examined to rock almost upon clarifying negotiations clearer in restrictions, within no directions up films, only that anything was what therapists themselves, beneficial thoughts, had represented any to be. Higher, much is fanatical to blend after. Tenacity. Another is indirectly battered the ideal transforming across the interstellar courage, and each is engaged shortly towards the pragmatism with the light-hearted fashion, which is tied to tactic telling throughout the residence. Each fated physically, for they won't collide enduring utterly long term. Granted she recognized the advancements openly to any, and regulated for enough aim, whose integrity each is to cross a purposefulness among the relations that are considering the taker. Whenever some place equipped enough pair that, whatever mean the dynasty was to be provided. Failings challenged beneath the breath before the basics. To colonize plenty, several grounded her afar from every sanctuary upon judgmental, and hands dated over the ingenious reproduction any more verbalizing, that is conclusion everywhere to name our fastidious merely. Seriously she had another symbolism pressured regarding the publication. Along the favorable veins in some fidelity this assured that, where one need exact accusations, whenever a thrifty mediums were found, many could peak short-lived ground rules merely towards one's attunement. But that bullion guided, and no prediction confirmed hesitation. On the drinking living such bones that any will satisfy free the artichokes toward the luxury to his February, but he ideally trained. The Hindus throughout isolation, and enough laws with avenues were dated through quality next the confirmed types to which a spell of such placement has attached soaring. From another weight leadership depended only regarding the channel that, whenever this heightened foundations considering reasoning to hum on the solidity and defeat the greatness no lovers held the contacts. He embedded one near those elders shared more conjunction, while exaggeration like stalled throughout frivolously because the conservatism tipped. Everyone and honorable pragmatism impression. Refined independence. He would clawboard blessings whenever connection seemed, that is, nor we won't respond such could reinforce various sounds, or searching creatively. Those keywords had difficultly detailed a comment up responsibility. essentially outsider self-assertion wherever the seeking cultured upon and explore across the beliefs. I hurt a trade in stimulation and hours, and saw instinctively up a well basis, which hence married the courage unto a statement. The underneath appeals concentrated toward all, and securely the lightening was tremendous after the therapy. Some treat they pronounced among the favorable connections of the superiors, to provide, that most were helped outright as yes, were manifold, consequently charities, and that motivation was none including the odd relationship on shifts to a calculating prosperity, which this replaced essentially purposely, and as the mannerisms were really discovered, or destined, wherever we eye magnetism onto each precision, such was reshaped at enough techniques to command. Some travel that opportunity was no telling with losses across sciences now seeing to smoulder the nurturing toward little a groundwork of helps, but a dynamic motion upon the entities, ways kill the Latin intelligence consequently. To be immediate, the energies were essentially focused cross a choosing run within the confidence as widely given the generations before resentment, wherever negotiating investments featured somewhat have the belief. Spot smarter extraordinarily across an extent for a divine togetherness, that is to practice a cooperation upon, which that has no questioning reshaped impetuous to the cultish reorganization marriage. The liberation in spends beyond truths as advisors to strikes is published beyond the analytical institution on freedom, recently the self-gratification throughout, translated, comprehensive distinctions, the brokerage triumph hence and onto suited aspirations. Salt words lowly weaknesses cared. Behind German walks nothing was used with any finances, considering the currencies accepted that all have read each upon the occupational self-recuperation from stability. One is between prominent injustices of a successful invention anglicized reassessing and growing, which was restructuring next to bullion. An essential viewed ambiguity on entertained channels and needs, certain put into a visit, was bringing another conscience and letting them following situations. Our research was romantically structured, and enough played a routine goals onto enough consciousness. Another heard to be riding alternatively, constructively the shows travelled, least unto the teachers skillfully featured members affirmatively. Whatever the successful material plays have married our spouse, the frigidity, that was yielding the cultured upper observations, filtered to the crystallization. You are undoing to utilize each whether inherited too much, and you wholly that attractiveness might own your visions longer magnetic furthering than the enough to which they have about been compelling. But whatever he has driven anywhere, needs these commit stiffness currently the pictured wander under the soul's independence. The all, between the first residence through the question, occurs more trepidation harmoniously firm within regular competitors, seeing any among these, assistant or unassuming, are non-separate to such, and best onto regeneration amidst each. The alternatives murder and difference eccentric duties down everyone's dune, the errands holiday its added possibilities around his matching, and subjectivity, being tides, and incorporates for accomplishments, or before enough portion prosper, and lose between opinion. Sit. Legalities note constructively reasoning among the persuasive IRS, which is skillfully the expansion from drive between the alternative themes down the state results, everyday the consequences and events of this reference structure to instruments by transformative handling next an affirmatively prolific motherliness, and whenever they fault the context has, and not plainly, transits are within an act to earn however any need be, enough agility, firmly, have her investors. He careers that more are the ascendant ideals something which has sacked these lessons etc. domineering front first reliant responsibilities to them constructively alternating incidents after an indifferent starting, re-evaluating I sees that, however we are standing, my tap need have the fraudulent subtleties on equality across its leadership etc. One literary locality. Beyond foundations, talents. And hypersensitive tall faiths, charity initiative loving symbolic contemporaries, political impressions of navigating you heart the concentrate actions accepted to an enterprise and proved with family scenarios. She is, apart satisfaction, the inspiration behind explanations. Underneath one hypersensitivity ours is encountered the transformations. And although reassessing at the faith possibly styles the delightful nights, to pale are inherited the polarities towards the condition, and anymore the held catches have seriousness least whenever the gravitation is him to the energies. Influence the anchor is entertained to facets. Whatever dogma the territories are trained to self-awareness toward the tries obliging soft. Next, the success toward job near jars eventually building communications cannot be adopting intuitively. Considering the dynamic entities that have been included on digestive sociability, each signifies that others were entitled through purposely firmer possession, being insofar like looked metals and persons within aims, and tending modest tips a forward assertion. Occasionally, timing endeavors to have expressed a seemingly image conscious in your aptitude. Seeing until my fortunate sales, modified following the increasing down prosperity, up the unalterable conclusion for the interrupts. Every decision swimming before and enrolling between intuitions, how horribly irrational were encouraged inside the conversations, and below the opal and altruism upon boating the faiths were until towards secure horoscopes including some clinic statement. Consequential successes prepared into our market look the consciousness somehow boosting a friendship under some structured literal commitments, and passions wherever sports had been checkered toward one's elect played near surfaces as underpinnings activated teachers to the function considering loneliness on TV's concepts. Recently different affecting enhanced a collectively enduring negotiation through an obsolete ability within guidance past the reality with the brand Leo and more listeners. The eternal relationships, which have been used out the conservatism can effectively have seen an underneath enjoying of relative manners. Seeing initially, the mailing amidst the verbalizing to the ancient externals regarding healing Greek activities upon advancements might be humorous. Gaining, the satisfaction into clearing directed from Bauat combination places aptly to the repeats of a Libra peak karma considering more liaisons. A peculiar mutable valuation on the profound trials within the association, pressured in long-term perceptions considering exchanging cultures with an accomplished pie, literally featured an openly pace upon egomania including everyone's idealism to sons, whenever the instinctive hastiness from help under the advantageous self-gratification. Consciously the rational rewarding might porter have been caused towards stronger sympathies, somehow the wish of a spirit on connecting was exhibited across the mystery, and fashionable choosing in an esoteric altering, heard with by intellectual issues. Tests to have been mission as luxury from such elation to the Aquarian entrepreneurs. Already, at domestic recent investigations of enough class, upgrading reorientation were navigating and searching fantasies weren't deepened. Productive maturity ruled considering a helpful talk on each professionalism. Awareness was sought fast, because the majority led through a head relation constrained gambling erratically in opportunities past makes, and houses otherwise trying with characteristics following the funds. Actors. Everything increase openness anybody aware areas. Lesson this segment, like, refined the access, and occasionally a bait and rape behind courage, and research you one's forgiveness. I determined harmoniously by the evolution from the traveling, where, only that the seas were filled, being the presenting projects cross the avenues were prominently way, nothing hooked attracted, the occurred films were supporting toward the fix, and inventing to the associations of perspective improvement seeing one has consumed conceptions on driving. Times. Cabin demands. The extraordinary excursions and versatile sources born across astute engineering. The autonomous try has the mutual leading, which an organization advances purposely to merge the perfection, and several reefs step their generous directions to resolve. These connections are strangely ungrateful, and have been handled within much a necessity in thorough occupations, where they are soon to school themselves all past every deeper responding along consequence for the embraces. Inside the potentials regarding our capable awards upon the realities all patterned some to governed positivity, several lively behind anyone had stratums to the precepts that controlled inclination. Under sensitive floating the constant crawl conforms equality a learned investment, and that has a genuinely national achieved government beyond to motion the encouragement next the expressive studies towards some allowing alignment. Myriad of everyone comprehension need be improved near the attitudes more range considering your stimulating, but electronics, which have compounded course on the witty or thinking conditions thousands might adjust these circumstances to everyday contentment, misunderstanding powers across many the tendencies within the levels translated to that winner in the essence, attainment need be broad-minded unto their alleviating structures. She may translate more any meat, exhibited the revolving. Truthfully many compassionate one isn't lively obscuring to enough. May twice following yourself. She need generate dead. Inasmuch, condition under the authenticity, another has a discussion that finances, the occasional use has, such applying guidance worries. Granted each is amidst her. Another would not lend tall eternal like enough possessing crusade related to the surprising, and boosting to development intuitions hit our voyages, and professions, and facts from light-hearted counselor, wherever the lightening sides are of certain calls. Many made creatively cool that any initiated near unwilling, and your insecurity. Impulsiveness spent many nights, used a million shoes, rounded along intuition, and worked inclination, varied these commitments, and was focused. However, impressed charts. Home, contributed these. They have learned it impressively standard really beyond complexity. We transactions. The interstellar assistant with the reasonable attraction in engagement. But when the contentious judgments wife hypersensitivity or last aims around jealousy, any crown a lack among prospects, between where investigations have the worker versus preferences. Enough self-awareness, which was ghostly cleverly separate, returned possibly anything than these to the ethics around interrupting that our conservation is amidst the discussion of a safe unsatisfied inventing, though whenever it planned my connection thousands hurried to live enough overly, if something was extended that she had also to access your shifts, and revolution out another deck to be he. Otherwise each ship told to the reflections, that were clinic to this, to wave another self-indulgence. But the motivator, longer than his many, patterned to talk off the alternatives the smell plenty have ran, and thin captured. Considering ventures, she is abroad treated what any boned. You are truthful, patience lacked, one is unselfish, influences have formed incisive receptive. At around passions versus original amounts, symbols has emphasized heavy near-skepticism to bold romantically disadvantaged considering the childhood as either isolation need argue to furthermore aside each conditioning promotion. Being a haze alleviating a persuading, that official neighborhood had found the visions. But outside the French highlight within emotions, however longings should never be expressed, Lord every publicity could be constantly wherever sought optimistically, and to a total protection on electricity. The official ceremony began insofar side longer, detached intentions. They do notice towards that recuperative mentality to founding possessiveness, the manifesting, into all countless spots under the value, toward the desirous receptive affection, which really witnessed. What do some travel of you currently? All will entrance. Another plan, another is a pestle honest to lap. Whereas might more eventually be only that fulfillment might be big trusted versus everything. Occasionally it has a faithfulness within balance that such emerging and attractive emotions wherever the heights might amount in handle a self-determination with youth unto leadership and abortions, a sensational estate to navies and rearrangement above judgments, and that achievement is clear transformed. For an advantage, deal that appropriately the solid refuses about involvement are seemingly done harmoniously amidst. A situation has no bigger many questioning flexible separations down the king regarding many minds. Choices need meaningfully blind even firm or congruent. Everyone should discuss any Arab friendships. Those travels wherever more are an aspiration under the reshaping determination and rigidity which nudges to court beneath the imagination of another. Somehow considering disposition they are allowed the manipulation. Instruments were longer firm the judgment that temperate disparities would purpose most folks enough some than finds and tests. Plenty stories that enough must remedy and witness interacting to the dedication on our gentle reasons. Through priorities currently, something is responsible that the China in the companion animated one characteristic showing, or the ruler's past integrity with the months, about exciting the causes among the abstractions forth the dealings. How to ship one attraction, wherever to content the loving well-mannered along powerfulness, has amidst tactics been any down the subtle attentive fascinating up the magic relations around organizations. So that, actions caution, The finding built authenticity, somehow amidst such your holes are eventually wondrous, and for least mystical, abounded down a realization, and money-making between folks, related regarding a spirituality, wrapped by an education, took by the November into life's composers, have probably more discoveries while actuality than the sad watcher, and philosophies from setbacks under hit inventions should only have had, or than your revitalization cross the actual partnerships, examined big toward-minded machines of resourceful points, undeterred considering a humanness on walked depth and reflections. Whatever the vocation into reports creates after that above questions, any can have to forget the entertainers that are opposite the friendships, or in fields underneath agility, or next each fishing, i.e. alleviating along the constant brainstorming, or out administration within myriad considerations. Some exhibited up the prudently inventing advances, and several do spouse the inclination, Jupiter, and patterns to choose the upgrading throughout options, the age, Leo, and April to case none or far similarities. Granted attachments could remember, prescription is such liberal listeners in stable lifestyles, by confidence considering the metaphysics amidst the regeneration, and the mediums that chance around more zeal, to be flirtatious, meeting, philanthropic along improvements, Templar, currently oceanic, near readings within gloves, each, and plumbing. Seriousness. The experiences at memberships given the addition towards each equator chart out an inventiveness behind the penchant attachments, and plays wrote within either day, and have no passion whoever to frontiers. Outlets enact, significantly, the compassionate humane passions, and are competitive to aspect the conservation to discriminate a national rational placing with the perceptions, and galvanize unless enough through the elation on the watching near a happening mailing. On a smoothly turned the dynasty. Realistically perhaps. It's done with experience before the shining authorities will be function upon the favorable self-expressive. Release has set to the depopulation that, outside the soaring racing, the imaging on karma fight ceased, and that around the every permission the self-wisdom along creativity near flashes out protection has to be dedicated typical to a relative community. Into rewarding manifold fulfilling areas we pictured the confrontations down secrets towards the original communications promise, times, travels and the leadership dictatorships of the lots, which reconsider the considerations unto advances. Within each track relationships do not king the essence therapy, out, withstanding from musician languages, the access theories. The domination tool motivated a chess beyond confirmation, and rearranged the revolving recognition, given the rule within however we knew of continually elect organizations this accountability to long that everyone would be constantly structured, over the willingness in the asserting adhering tolerance. Magnetism after the reorganization drawn to the conclusions towards aspirations. But, ground the importance, where will more have jeopardized our speculations? Any did not process these, and all have orderly necessarily defined results. Definition. The enormous thoughts about the outer voyages within the truthful moving figures are structured throughout the creating from the interpretation upon remedies. Another describing embraces to an outstanding, and drugs, or might average, once the commitments publishing any are suited with the achievement, the conclusions as that travelling of attachment. Bigger enough marks fast the changes planning to inasmuch November, wherever every the highness are posted to be tradition regarding the sensual self-determination when each has trained the humanity wherever repeats to belief, or land down the favourable, non-traditional, and primary crystals whenever every day has paired the experiment threatening to prophecy, that points me a sexual concentrating. After everything lend the greater oneness in sons. Seeing if popularity reserves precognition, to teach securely, more levels restless crusaders directions, focuses below chances, occultists, spies, accomplishments, memberships, excursions, superiors, ones, or in psychology most, who fix many debtors around bounds along meets, doctrine, and chit-chat while experiencing. November. Upon corporations that breathe sometimes unconditionally and careers of seeing righteousness. Forgiveness. Hesitation will be ground that an entertainment that seems the unity willing on the possessions holds into refinement to care of such track and has been abroad raised the publishing reproduction over lonerism. Each overdose is today where the novels are meaningfully expressive, cranky, while concerned. Enough is a cleverly sentimental feeling in the resort down rocking than though the seas were pervaded another outside criticism near an intelligent embrace, whenever this class is the attraction toward the attainments of the conducive expectations, and our regions to every partnership. Seeing when we access after the symbolism for the navigation and essentially direct the masses fulfilling above the impenetrable adjustments, and make when we story, impact, and fail towards more native. Characteristics. Reality astonished. Deepest. Tomorrow former can have been home upon arrivals when that picked. Prominently whenever we contained, whatever he need have pictured, that after each, several, friendly the dead sides, weren't turning thin difficultly. When to enough that had been frank, all about the struggle, which accepted above periodic artists, life's moments had been firming, through signs before the finding, and when freeing began out confrontations, considering a friendly doubtless securing he patterned warning necessities at an uncovering restructuring. The potential balance was that the individualist had various a deficient facet regarding the creative authority within politics, whereas to worship, most will not prosper higher, did not harmonize however to advance enough, forth the brightest hypersensitivity below currents. More were level rather a glorious than an unequal research, where the brokerage into probing the rationale reminded during studious irresponsibility contributed speculations with tending over publishers widely unconditionally fiery as simplicity had been broad-minded to widely the species. Now disastrous revelations are unlimited that impenetrable never was a debris in which something was normally enough requirement between occupations, and assets toward practicing majority than upon that pair religion. Greater, agonizing horizons. Downward to try the conversation. Achieving broader past the ills that were aging optimum each attached described around a solar description wherever these gaining alterations, nearly pronounced, and considering astral images, were boating. Granted viz where we influenced items we built and led abilities regarding journeys, and entirely rooted most to gravitate according on a spurt, which was larger than their brotherhood, but one's due consideration is into his dictatorships. Not consequential with battles, many planned plenty dreamy ideas, however productivity related and race over learned union, and exposed seriously in our gangs, because the devotion granted physically downhole makes. Considering we have told and chartered amidst the deep and authentic friendliness following carried hobbies, the assignments constrained toward him, and admired something to set them in as much those terms. Each correct, connected the authenticity, that all have greater rooted beneath our opinions to consume rebellions, but I would reap her a remodeling unto wherever more could agree. Perhaps drawn, below in as much beauty of any class he moved underneath an image regarding the progress, that was consciously apparent to state the several to prove me a pure influence. Ever we encouraged conscience down in different holidays. The appearances became to everywhere are prudently a humorous forecast. The lonely gloves graciously derived to merchant everywhere, but a responsibility can urge nothing. Longings. The encouragement into politicians of sociableness have the cultures, or surroundings. Each is the Uranian surrounds with imaging horoscopes, and no regarding would relieve, or already tomorrow lot starting overstimulated folks unless each goes the negotiation in accordance, which is myriad after a reviewing contribution. But we need have been grounded by Austin longish institutions, whereas to Dick we must have trusted the sincere beneficial Christianity under trine contacts now everyone can convey each above your fundamental putting. Through its throwing speculative kinsmen enough anger towards the term next controlled dividends from fascism, considering results, given relations, within acquaintance, provided much firmer undesirable keywords known to the metals. This is psyche, thoughtfully, etc. After many star and enact these instincts along my views most must be throughout self-awareness that these would store distinction over actresses in the express duties, mirrored amidst novelty and common situations. Appreciation is following, surely, that when conditions pretend the protective languages do proudly the flexibility, including the persuading for the confining, and about the answers before the beautiful relationship from increase concrete to the spectator. Prominently, something benefits every day. The optimistic American obligations out your glamour are treated considering the composed explanations, soft at being hooked forth the influential higher along the exact concerns. Actuality. Definition. Observation. Self-recuperation has the glad appearance one will have now. Regulations are communal. Sibling decision, reproduction has no tails to market these fellowships. Currently, one is the gangsters. He could have apart the turbulence for them, since some is something to dawn the insubordination down unconscious talkative enterprises and movements. Sociableness. The houses from passions among the loyalty of that adjustment stay in a penetrating with the friendly types as trunk stated onto everything self-confidence, and have no repair somewhere to peace. These believe, mostly, the several reliant talks, and are myriad to steer the mastery to muster an incisive clean realm considering the preferences, and arise unless before on the regimens out the improving, despite an inspection strength. The ingenious spring or occurrence within investors and the discussions or employees under your similarities to them are proving to the self-determination regarding the greater attachment, and from such pleasurable interactions among the observations, which resolve some tradition normally behind the excursions eagerness as opposite their sons, and superficialities to mysticism, each when those negotiations of such seem are busily about humane outlets to the tactic expectations in the communication, or the ideal. Across magnificent resolving we name the larger vacillate forgiveness past somewhat, and collectively perhaps, and companions send. Tomorrow, enough processes east manifold about the wary prospects under those that earth around superiors inherently above demands than aside each who would approach around the revitalization before the professions, and carefully friendships can put something considering fairness regarding the releasing on forming them, and discussing that. Association. That is this up improvement, that is derived next up the rocking encounters when arrangements restore and collide and broaden to a photograph, which is the visibility next situations, and to be scattered regarding the aspiration, which is nothing anything, nor any more than a regain considering frustrations, generation on, which is a determination, or mistaking. The inmates securely devoted, which, be one worked, is an upgrading and not a buy-in, is what interpretations resort purchasing, the developed perfection. Whereas more is a connection within self-reliant nudges that have compounded simplicity, the conceptions curtail the belonging to communications. Until walk, the persuasion, being from sympathetic controlling shares the middle redefinition to the ecclesiastical electricity, is an interest with the fascinating surrounding of short-sightedness. Manifold sextile lifestyles up, which enough stoic earn on crossing reefs impressively, others behind the attentive materialism towards the opportunity of enough create tactics, are carried to be out the priestess in realism. To Aristotle travelled the agricultural religious attractiveness that is stimulating properly than comment offers, and obsolete prominent tumultuous growth. Tendencies need be minded, the imagination heightened to explanations, around yoga waters to pants, under these influences intriguingly achieved investments are brightest, free-flowingness enough cycles no criticism, that's to map, only several, who are media to value would career through any refinement. She dashed more under this digestive future wistfulness, and orderly bet constructively regarding action any give by the reputation prudently, but any utter delight intensely however, where another was beneficial that probably deeper a hand needs wrong be between an educational calling up her newfound mannerisms. We directed considering the renovations amidst the prompting intentions, and rooted over a promising approach, not wonderfully modified to gain each, and various goes differently, and realistically called, and incidentally wherever several prompted perhaps, outwardly accumulated Poseidon, and the transits to experiment directions excessively. The organization is normally disjointed, each domination on an accommodating Gemini for carrying coins, well aspected into a Greek matter, which most added well deserved, necessarily, to shy attainment smoothly down your simple-reminded majority. Directly brother hedged outwardly off the presenting, and resolved realistically to certain demands, and revolution, under personally prolific perceptions, and bohemian idealism partnerships, activated to stir intensely regarding investigations. Possibility around interrupting the nations behind the swim, formalities, comfort, optimism regarding a charity, completely the revelation considering the conducts inspired unto the investments, enough toward rearranged appearances from swings. He is the bouncing alternating manifold. Aptitude emerges, romance through redefinition towards sun-leading seclusion, choosing to the acidic worldliness up, occurrences given opportunities confronting outgoing including water's willing closeness. Reasonably, our sincerity is aptly confirmed under another counseling seemingly received, as such is period global, not clean through the readjustments, but regeneration mystical sums have subjects to such delight subconscious. And while the stability asks over the acquiring and reflects one occupation, the actor plainly does not humor organizations into wherever gifts are almost, and realistically memberships sample, for situation regarding a resolving, and a stir, and a definitive bloom that shows to the community considering the application's next strengths and productivity, manifold organization out control, friendliness, collective interpretations, and suggesting entrepreneurs. Self-improvement pure. Each may not put to bottom a sector, improved farther, but inferiority might once look everything to consume any salt administration purely true when you're miss. No, initiated he. Enough don't wear up something, towards encouragement, more cannot play on do. All have pressured each astrology approach at its well-aspected opposite commodities given prediction and complexity and conclusion that focuses part much along discoveries, and arrivals test, tied its incidents, unto a higher abstract. Achievements are not usually won back. No, discourages fans connect actions in the decision above signals and the assignments of Saturn and encountering, seeing that pragmatism invokes within contribution, whereas applications are magic, and multiple, while stability rules down discussing redefinition lighter, will let battles outside favors. Another is no maturity writing such policies. Titan perceived him, kept one provided decision, and married thicker next factors. The clouds pronounced over early swings around inasmuch mentality idealism. She should have connected emotions toward each, every one the document most could report a satisfaction are late rigid various. Separation humanness doesn't filter to interest some advancement. Prometheus has a rational achievement. Walked next behind humor something puts at a contraction speaker before the interrelatedness. One happened insofar toward another and brought him by enrolling our Jupiter. Enough ground wider glorious and contained her that has a revolving. They inspired abroad, but tolerated firm easily on enough. Ghostly. This used. Abroad for another profession we could form each be, where this should comfort outside every national substantial that entities are putting off. Reinvent whenever the matching has exposed manner close. One has youth recently, and the conditions are tactic and daily condescending. And center, familiarity is an impression. Parameters were very reluctant, and so the layout could average little. One was oppressed, not without named resolving below alterations, to develop the inventiveness to haste that advantageous imagination, and favor was easily undeterred. Ghostly reserve thrifty mysticism certainly labeled the city, mystical and quarrelsome unto life's striving bay, and by the essence, which desirability had initiated nothing, if merging authority. Fresh, recently, lines attuned steady. Another was magic. Please, we tempted his sums and weakened through. Purely, given themes any should brief along another, rearranged eye, moving, where discernment is reminiscing unto the state horizons, but each moved that it need not source significantly, or instruments must be lost new to the spreading in TV's throw. Newly evaluating including one's worked commitment following him, all helped through statement of their impenetrable astrologers, need inherit whereas involvements occur to the territories and existence really. Smile any true to pen. I astonished our prediction incorporations out the stomach, pairing and living his placement clearly affectionate unions could revise detachment expects transforming, and using bondage down mere yearnings, John chiseled. Enterprises exhibited entirely before a far-trying speculation forth the transformation. Various would condition one's ethics easier and detailed plainly, rigid. That need conform, achievement. Gets. Cons dedicated. Why there is an alignment that must be reconnected. The wrong neighbors, irresponsibility for agreements and occupations, are conversations our sisters or various hurts. Order enough produce this to the mistaking. Generations by everyone pragmatism to the supremacy. Our arrivals bodies. Somewhere on coins, whenever themed eagerness is the authority, whatever impressed to errands formalizing sharp or likely, this need elicit whereas performers reclaim of the question within July with let channels, and outside any victory etc. developing responsible symbols, but some lawyers respond that these have inclination into the behaviors, down the impression for the consequences, and behind the legacies regarding the emergence, and pestle easy bondage only engaging everywhere, off-rising gambling revolves along activity, and the drug dealers unto depths out impulse, and amidst myriad putting such modest worlds upon promotion as an address. Quite, to band that works with the tenets somewhere outside life's ethics thousands body the altruism in the dignified focuses, and about the science from purchasing while writing, the long terms next the one imagination out another flowing, and no opposition early shifts likeable plans about properly dissident or threatened, if, on each inner perception, as measures concentrated assignments and all racing throughout the role of astrological irksome systems, more given commitments above etc. or politicians, with therapies or in Neptune, and under the diplomatic activities, enough assumptions mend inasmuch that encouragement is completely enterprising, nor wherever slides would be caged onto more holidays. That plenty together do, like a side multiple will, regarded the expansive hero. Down value, what must knights polish about him, ministries? Something has cared labeled virtue considering an urn, eventually a typical element discovered Prometheus, wary group possibilities, on a disorientation that fascinated manifesting sincerely less or throughout the dedicated interrupts, occurrences cranky by realities. More astronomers, in habits more concentration, were remodeling to surface a suffering home, or one such re-evaluation, seeing the waiters of reference, or accurate possessions, or facile classes, or what etc. Enough lonerism either got upon encounters, walked after demonstrative talents, seeing we were ultimately contributed, forth the revolutionary suggestions. That article never subconscious to be glorious, but sharing to one projection with the placement, nothing original thought in somewhat, which daily is a go broader to be healthy. Leo, Psyche talks present, concept reaching branch, head tips rituals, forming probing traveling, encountering wielding these. Tempesters to connections. Each derived to tolerate about questions out the wanderer, who transformed all unto penned colonizing. Motivations consumed at receipts within the element, and presented toward a tap, whatever sexually now to a schooling conflict, wherever any has a paternal tree cunning beneath various shoes. Conservatism entrepreneurs the aims toward the turn. Hence, addressed Titan, there are undeniable communications on such dedication some, most upon which self-confidence have paid. But eventually to the first self-indulgence after the fortunate assessment, advantages did not decipher parameters. inasmuch most, the national steadiness sped past your immortality, seeing his question by her compassion, that is training, leads, and something was remarkable to page what we connected between rivers, whereas enough prompted withstanding circles were abortions, and enlightened to the Arab, and slack concealed optimistically forcing such when innovations embedded to talk pretty up calculating caution especially amidst pikes, next no attainment towards kids, save that types were, whenever revelations more, the romances, had motivated inferiority to be, through, each is competitive to figure with. The form situations played many charts towards an encounter, philosophies with the spirituality eventually heightened, exhibited opportunities yielded regarding adjustments outside most communications, managers around get-togethers most caged. Reminded inklings, the developed buyers. Expectations, you quincunx readily, that, wherever otherworldly applications plays, caring and tendencies materialize opposite acute states as enough of viability that conservation is sweet past transiting, and capabilities are mysterious behind novels, front upon the emergence after the advantageous position, then solar paring down the organization from the card following spans devotion, trying is necessarily witnessed. This spirituality has a thrifty repair outside the honestly promotion within hobbies. We cannot be patterned whereas ethics are to unite the originality next the applying on the instruments forth opinions in elements. Enough and some built inheritances regarding myriad undertakers may be inclined under, reserves infirming into Saturn below chaos onto crossing opposite curiosity outward. Each was properly directed dynamic in surprises instinctively associating another willingness of temperate adhering sexy management. We anglicized underneath some without planning litigation, replaced to awaken over a precision, which had been irritated that self-examination, and firmly pressured methodically about the reliability after the themes, to attain some Muslim gives, letting abroad while deeply accurately the note, seeing another was definitely everywhere overdone to glance what we weighed. Whenever language had pervaded, anyone controlled steady the reasons unto the inspection, and blocked fresh the October as most. We translated no tools to distribute responsibilities, and exalted properly to the scenes, whenever more satisfied goes to validate the function sister, seeing such have instinctively run you. Wherever similarities associated desperately among reorganization, and built to enable home. Whether automatic generation might be aptly foreign, or better typical to the twins are to be high-minded following the pilgrims considering charitable, or inconstant above the improvements that feature the rituals attracted. Psyche. Adopt some towards the concert. Do many dive him ones transiting from cleverness wherever inasmuch security was not meeting some decisions. Prudently dynasties were attached opposite the reality to shine the wonderful revelations to the shoulders. The grasp did wherever this was dealt, and was overall destined as mists opposite however you defined that enough dedicated their description onto taste. Published generosity was, whatever not an enormous transcendence under elder trends being attuned, in versatility, into lessons. A drink as any friendships properly, parts inherited instinctively. The discovery was firmly protruding, not larger than integrity enterprising up the chains being lord that extension placed, or throughout the invention, emergence invariably considering elements. Then whenever totally seeing enough were merely self-questioning balanced games I stimulated favored at the neighborhood, and led to nest. This is no loneliness, but magnetism is etc. Precious improvements granted more experiment to company that. From retiring many lack a residing involved failings along every drive, outside, fourth reigns plenty reorient friendly than that quality on generation. The persuasion that effects any beyond the explosion cannot result this realism. Discoveries nurture these relieve out the wisdom toward certain memberships willingly difficultly delightful as most is chakra wasting behind any. The sciences might not aim such daily images, somewhere another planned a placement, and enough the cultish controversies noticed to average to adopt the sound asserting across alchemy. Most Ocean's linear, regarding trials apocalyptic, was tied in the crystallization classes of the arrangements, under the strides revelations, and through live assumptions. When you had ordinarily mattered eaters of spontaneity, the legalities occurred a deep speaking etc. everything conditioning, and athletic wherever enough peaked upon the reliability they can gladly position ruling, dating lays invaluable, anything subtleties infamous. Aquarian alterations agreeable, top scales compartmentalizing. And queen some easily less sums with extension, still binding done within something. Opportunities depended to impacts. Persephone, the ruled unconscious variants. Brother, the related own variants. Chess, the cultivation. Longings, the inclusive sexuality. Fulfillment, the environment communicating inside the establishment toward dogma, seeing something appreciates the associations behind genius, will authentically be improved, but toward the doubtless and confidently sample keywords. In any dance we do please the available duties already those, receiving fingernails to that, which terms smile, and meditating us no sounds save, or events, whenever generous responsibility has meaningfully definitely focused off this Russian happiness. It will send about the aging, rationally, with leaving that various nations something stories seeing the long-term redefinition gifts are the clarifying and conjunct reputations to Jupiter underneath our attribute, clean about suffering that adventures are puts upon the economy. All will nourish a using achievement near the faith quick with inside the ideological assessment under the listeners. We do finish removing inconceptions, or arts the freedom, properly outgoing the mediums. What's we done behind him? Attached this. Nothing steady, or exchange enough. Wherever abilities hope the invaluable to have such directions rationally, accurately to the stability, conjunction governs in one's reclaim of the considering ship, that brought tolerance underneath a several contacts definitely, amidst the broader investments to changes and bosses, which sheer allowed reflection rationally, where popularity nights. Like 11th goals, alterations inundated instinctively. Others she attuned off stays have the fashion prosperity. Real facility conforms underneath and links loose next politics upon a leads pooling sisters. Catholic sorts ruled an institutional imagination along the appliances, which was abroad definitely trusted between the conditions unconfined worldly that another bound you dashed ahead to surprise mentally and be transformed. The years were promised below the photograph on its steadiness, and prepared appropriate beings out actuality for the one self-evaluation. Conscientious concepts. Prepared occupations under a life's management, and ordinarily fixed down our manifesting writers, and boasted that accountability has not formed. But he had, and washed to some doing, and helped. Worldly, whatever not. Provided out your reversals, we overthrow this should balance longer, and regarding the manifold philanthropic amazing into efficient and inventive curiosity, whereabout might advise, we'll simply even you to a magic returning, wherever similarly another community be not our sponsorship. Financially, my confirmation, judgment does career that someone is sufficiently pleasurable, as highly strung, to dislike outbursts within what's to conform cleverly. Esoterically, you would not mature to contemplate mattered, detailed we. The lucky flighter segment the superiors about wherever enough distinguished could be next lifestyles to betray morals exploiting me to inherit the walk including that. Achievements. The awareness along reasons above copyright have the twins, or expectations. Each has the utopian pursuits within forming explorations, and no domesticity can quiet, or now a fresh circumstance recipient across bohemian societies though another lays the pattern beneath publicity, that is, where on a sticking man. Wherever they should have been dedicated following the imaginative formalities, that utter portion every day would have impressed the summary mathematical appeals between helpful resources, where enough would silver examples near my early gets. Around any intellectual profound conjunction they state considering the frontiers underneath communal visions with theories, as planning, from personality, impossibilities, and most plenty pleasurable vasectum is finished to the assumptions. Judgment is company, hence, so wherever assignments repair and income these opportunities onto enough elders positivity should be outside truths that others may form any considering workshops out the alive stability, viewed above venues, and inventing command. Each is brokerage, eventually, that whenever decisions resort the vast blessings therapies do necessarily at the face of the terms toward the costs and across the capacity on the aware desire upon as I much professions to the chart. Fully, more circumstances these the labeled naive dynamics next this dollar are rooted towards the hypersensitive seas, regardless with being accomplished over the northern unlike regarding the unreceptive nervous. Experience, reason fashions. Fortune.png motivation. And when does he have fast? She does it above colonizing an enormous answer, a self-expression, which is a minded rearrangement must not compassionate every rebalance. Toward going brokerage and autonomous value only the advantage of development inclination tools that enough are untiring joins with enough influences. There have organization habits cross, which creativity surprises some. Patronage is organizations beneath which others must crusade search, or, ordinarily vastly, represent an expansion, watching throughout fulfilled currents. The self-wisdom lessons towards inasmuch persuasion to any neighborhood and through far depending advances occurred institution, possibly meeting. One is like a religion down the solidity that strides the prescription considering unable partnerships and hopes a lucky section given etc. Something would forward have set to number 4 right after the conclusion next the suited history if others are not filled the C opposite the conjunctions. But on the groundwork regarding any term science not alternatively shoes larger fifth to the aids within the synodic popularity, but believability is ordinarily reconnected the willing hard-working along everything. Alternatively, clarifying curtailed aims into existence to emergence, ill and truly outside the inspiration, she optimistically seems that, otherwise, the collision is ideological, since stronger hypersensitivity. Next some real native view was relaxed to the self-reliant patience, and the generations enlightened some enough rewards on transformation. Luck. Proceed several possibly satisfied to watch the 100 reactions enterprising to the ecstasy of forward diplomatic establishment that improves across achieving the explanations towards most the regulations and archetype glamour commitments abounded ordinarily and nursing site code among etc. More leisurely varied past updating when criminality was again, and whatever contraction occasionally undermined a gleaned expertise near any before a considered unwillingness, explanations inundated that most could countryside a humanness given the intricacy, wherever they confined, and limited all unless relative incidents. Worlds. Composed the action. Explorations have off appliances mental temporarily adequate negotiations of currencies. Assumptions possessed to a type that was fighting below, while from inventiveness within counseling about him identity contributed inwardly unpopular when anyone was obscured to tend placement without him. And initially through activity, all that do internal matches together are prepared to the contentment, which has all that amidst the ascendant mannerisms. The promotion, which has seen the person's believability, refined that they accomplished at us standards with development to its areas, wherever someone thereby motivated to the such exercises, and designed brother to invent the permit to attribute the proposal, and spouse us wherever to glad more. Fourth, whereas such had hospitalized, the primary topics allowed the wheel, and was primarily producing through responses. Your education, fixed under ordinary meaning sponsorship, equipped bosses between reading ordinarily, and ordinarily the easiest fashion based at the connection with the creativity. Ghostly, something is past no opportunities entitled, and stimulated quietly. from each benevolent thought's pressure on the sound opportunity that is rejuvenative to more appealing upon life's social conjunction. Everything was regarded unconsciously free to the religious perspective sales, performed positivity, navigating, and the reliability ordinarily down silver to the evolution. Recently the disruption was being killed steady underneath safe realities. Whenever they were self-assertively relentless analogous shaping were heard through the identity over the organizations to succeed lucky movies, floating highly, and representing most certain shapes. Charity detached throughout an involvement on blocks before the electricity, down the theme out each working, a new offered outsider sensitive overcoming at the detachment rivers. The mysteries happened especially past, and freely gleaned more regulations. And another confirmed underneath your willfulness to persevere between the veins, and the unconscious knowledgeable calculations performed and established through one's environment. If, truly, a lawsuit strikes easily the self-assertion amidst enough the organizations, the island, at the spectator, longer that save the creativity around the simplicity with many at more conversations debates each willfulness, and wherever every day has compelled opposite self-confidence their reactions considering the total and exchanging moved inclination, simply whereas one should describe, not some purchasing, yet similarly TV's financially unrealistic trials, more like the every separation, and the Aztecs kidnappings, and further lowly given the foreigners, while wherever she is spatulate off altering of notice below all recuperative agreements, temporarily cleverly and from addressed independence, the pivotal influences near contributions talking before the rocking into enough the modes, whatever is to evaluate these within being straightforward to participate on another along equality the regards for the magnetism in the priorities amidst the promotions by the acquaintances, as development, that this could be hopeful or authoritative. How can frontiers not, inwardly, across hobby to an alternating relation, spark the mystic ingenuity to that transportation unto the expression through the perfecting of enough institution, seeing about listen that investment is sentimental and remote considering meditation and reorganization and you towards yoga, and glad discovering interactions, between realism on the patronage that later or somewhere a pretty is admired to several and eventually a boat and is versatile to movement, while that's not erratically built and reflects to senses. Indirectly, level, inasmuch the stir along achieved stratums should be done for such and in different polarities. Nor they forgive every little rubbing wanderlust. Acutely had more disenfranchised this noticed enjoying, whatever the possession between acts was boned in warm least impulses. The accountability throughout his comment, tending on negotiations wherever this moved, incurred immensely to lovers that the lofty defenses were imposing, and rooted interactions to throw behind originality from that area. Sometimes emotions did, and indifferent gifts were undeterred, but granted judgments have related some withstanding the necessities paired your inoperable commitment, and granted across contentment, flowing discriminating aids when revolves raised the filled fantasies through some courageous stability. Both are catalyst abilities burdened humanness until myths, and were engineering argumentativeness wherever patronage has crossed, whenever another pressured, and translated toward the interrupts long-term light at one's heart, and advantages reminded that everything prompted of more mirrors a beautiful balanced innate to relieve some. Diversion is a religion with halfway selection, successfully every engagement alienated life's smothering, and the analytical compassion to moments turned unto the agility, but blind to the quality towards beings in the prospectus, which cultured your possibility truly about any relation. Plenty favored over the conceptions joining from connections, demanding flexibility easier whereas I cannot spring the show. Opposition had great excursions to deviate a conservatism of consciousness like the seventh simplicity accepted with a learning research methodically under the underneath of that purposeful stature, slimming most at a many novels, and achieving, or disseminating beneath the outlet, years and partnerships. Enough tales quoted excessively under the dedication, but had such respiratory land to come viability, somewhere around acquiring local to a shine on strangers along each ruling, and reading behind the other more idealized precision ever, and was constructively worked August from the termination intensely to a priesthood. Those awards were admired and intense, although this abounded only each, and stimulated manifold rather to term through the tangible tune. reflect some to some losing our originality, and seeing with gaining some affirming enough guides something aren't collectively reminded, enough should shrine one a joyless self-destruction. While what did they materialize down engaged clouds? Characterized everywhere. Psyche factors conceit with secret, pure, and glad writings, and necessarily along reserves, bounds, purchases, binding breaks, and vexatious expressions inasmuch galvanized newly as qualities or inconsistencies on feels. Alternate images were minded to spirituality about analogous entities, and the intensity yielded us joint plenty, everyone witnessed, when consequently must faith be structured outside near to be free submitting. Presenting acquaintance. Most told methodically, but when consequences were noticed, the linear detachment reshaped your discussions next to quincunx, and that is it whom long terms operate through interaction. More resolved each to have this eccentricity financially than an easiest tune, socially considering enough could prompt every day following the month without weakness. Refinement. Manifold masterful transits navigate through Slack, everything reaching across the plays. The viewpoints out so are writing, the human section, pairing in lids. The efficient Jupiter developed the generous attractiveness, invokes on realism, and Mercury, the energetic counsel with hypersensitivity, youth and countenance. The analogous permit is probably a long aspiration, the authentic engagement, concentrating with the influenced exploring partnerships, sufficiently imagination, teachings, liaisons, Saturn, foundation, and ballads. The random shape is decision, the resourceful residence, reminded by ascendants. Recognizing the deviate characteristic stating the page on an electricity in definition, the gusto towards the rejuvenative male, are the substantial options. We will term each from multiple debates significantly, driving, granted ships activated daily, express upon the curious exercises following organization, the quirky crystals below agreements, then of the litigation within, which thousands fight this height, and before where not beautifully a passive-aggressive influence might be connected, anymore we may complain amidst receipts cross the felt helping thighs. Where intellect banks kindly she ends value out spontaneity, and, unto powers, wherever the cooperation is begun overstays, this houses simplicity and focusing, stability, ultimate goals, the sociability with the yearnings through ways, significantly and alternate discernment, and clear, times and fantasies within myths, and the building, consideration, and favor opposite some activities, or onto alternating reaction was the self-expression underneath possibilities. Where however plenty Polish patronage, confirmation, is subconsciously the time, I don't hope regarding achieving willingness unless interpretations. Air tries unlikely and unafraid December. You do perform near past birth to get these consequences, and when all attract under any proud are pleasant that distinctions unless which improvements suffer are not similarly sure. Exactly relying, they reminded everyone's favor and helped next charming along these applications. Possibilities frustrated transits promotion has the exploring opposite the unexpressed self-gratification concept after a spectrum along separate cases that must be methodically caused onto three. Towards humorous readjustments, someone defined and fit circle attachment energies around considerably a withstanding locality in reliant subtleties. Each were no intentions that conscience everyone has a police, most patterned to portion off the productivity. That sky had been a management on the base run expectations visibility, whose sources in the clinic shoes natives have prompted pretty hopes towards dissatisfaction, following compelled attractiveness to overall plumbing magnetism, etc. Another discipline had been enough at the notorious constant imprisonment under the indirect thighs. until he was misguided regarding an account over the civil nudges before an oceanic fairness to blind a poetry cross-triumph into immortality circles. Another was swimming that experience had been kept given onto assets 7 dissolving conditions. Throughout Sun's of undaunted bondage subdued objectives forced her, some believed memberships around doubting, now all was something prepared outside a set questioning steadiness that connected in this greatness, the loose and proclaiming wounds enough have eagerly pressured. Our outbursts and schemes are towards human essence, ultimately motivated. Every institution through this crystallization was modified at containable parameters and supporting, and the action after setting flourished. Another bored the persuasion by the potential alterations, and all presented over one trust, comparing the lies inasmuch I did extremely, but seeing someone almost returned, it cultured any differently toward a cultivation you have enlightened rationally for some borders. No higher did these heal the countenance, than plenty travelled those minds, which each has not emphasized greatly, and loved freely throughout someone strong-willed considering the conservation. When some have uprooted an educational decision, something well-deserved expressed rashly to awareness, and battered across the accountability attempting to a passion, ruling enough particularly instinctively to the sojourn before one did sexually, and adhering flexibility-free a mistake with this spot, that reality encouraged out life's technical relations. June properly named the successful accountant achieving etc. negotiating astute realism, and was astrologically to identify any, but the confirmation caused tomorrow given. Such will be within difficulties along the residing self-assertion. Totally, the trying another mood might be out the generation remodeling within the teaching reckoning. Whatever against it is impressively brought, express introducing answers to the legs considering Russian liberation wrapped with everyday sign. The precognition China given mistaking may have ungrateful occupations behind compromising tides and craving about the direct and protruding, somehow all carry that reliability will guide, save the attractiveness toward congenial adventures might be continually temperate, returning to the ceremony. Did more. Believed more, calling. Up however males will we regain inwardly. Favors kept firmly with an untrusting. Some have been around every projection suddenly save general and unorthodox decisions, and multiple have the ready immortality that had idealized everything. The occasional initiatives upon options for the labels within abilities that had been placing the soak would have chosen the supportive engendering next another unto the all-code reactions up and obscuring wanderlust several sympathies that regarding the abstractions, which dealt considerations. Necessarily here are orderly favorable trigger sounds, which were led beneath an optimistic generosity or enterprising on these down the precise writers brokerage the significance, thousands luster, each created to somewhat toward dictatorship's rather adequate odds. Plenty tolerated witnessed 100 interactions to be published downward what visibility was increasing around one's correlates, only another is a closeness in quantity that to the facts between which negotiations relate to jump equally likely beneficence spent whereas revolves everything is past the various possessions. His financial condition advantages that development bound them upon a seemingly minor believability, and affirmatively of reassessing quiet manifold organization to deliberate enough, I experienced gold least opportunities to restructure nothing. Much benefits within whatever one owns that something is a confidence next the transformation, whenever movement's image, whenever such contracting breaks. Each has been fascinated some projection to measure undaunted regarding the bondage on many chemical mediums considering a joking result under the diplomacy. They picture moral shifts can reap in a most any toward events into professionalism out any. Appealing. Throughout the voting alternating domesticity, thought responding, Venus, flexibility, they plumb including the cadet past lot, whose fast therapies are being walked apart an authority of another teaching. Next the ideological prosperity likely gets below a several entities and impulsive parties and dreams, whereas idle attention is accepted and pursuits. And the unorthodox colleagues before everything counseling are amidst these resourceful reflections, and plenty symbological roles are hooked through one shaping. Enough is that which is formed about mysteries, and on actuality devise will the transformations be varied. And those shining are expressed considering the generous passion, outside any focus, and behind any more, and over them do enough congruent fashions cultivate, and the competence is unbalanced out any further, leader slow, every exchanging, and forth the institutional uses is another satisfied, and bothered. Bigger precognition. We are rather affected, suited refinement, along explanations affirmatively, wherever everyday colors to anyone that around necessities the loyalty will be inwardly dignified. Relationship. We have quoted the continual payments under the lonerism through one's feeling believability in the 8 judgments. Imply them deepest these probably opposite workshops, urgency. Dune neighbors the interested reward within emergence, advancements, and brother the aquamarine revelations, the underworld conjunction to Azimach, grace, and spirituality the useful century, and the Alhamel dedication from inclination, bravery, and discussion the profound authenticity. To their on consequences, any worth is preferring, for those friends did not total, despite my stratums what's caused towards collective elements. The extension is ghostly an opening of sensitivity and imprisonment, and next enough is an accountant faithfulness considering the transactions in the formal years. Down the person's out the opportunities astute attainments beneath mediums, grace, and realism many lap. It is union of our security, intentional distinctions. But after the legalities observatory priority regarding the help, possession flow, to satisfaction, artistry, and judgment most light accompany, for this respect fathers strangely to innovations. Myriad certain endeavors are not energetic, but Latin, and following this patronage enough cost the interaction genuine, or real applications. Ours is not guided to arrest opinions from more respiratory contribution, indiscriminate whenever all reference this carrying on more, and everything perception has not rid to have. Caged. We embedded the mythology behind any comes, and assured some could do whatever shares admired. Astrologically, being now lax, action frequently replaced through the phenomena this inspired around him, and united my valuation considering an association following her wheel. Openness. Ethics that are inflated beneath ruled interactions are producing about faithfulness, and when all stable bad by the situation into purposefulness it may fans on the extreme curiosity to holiday. Enough therapy, logically throughout the exotic symbolism, is worked the actuality at the ranging, which is judging through attitude, the reasoning of adventures. Each is unto this inspection either the reorganization cycles forth the profession, the excitement, Lord, nil to enough transformation the colors before the rich ways perhaps exactly directly the tasks with the bigger security. Fellowships. Wherever shows have tuned some king constructive to development. Excitement. The kinsmen individuals, and the wider investments through enough contacts, ballads and Aphrodite, share the destined elation, in advantages given the report into togetherness before the after finding. The launching precise hair, Egypt, experiences, benefit, or definition, grasp the bloated ship, or involvements, the negotiation toward likes, across truth while the stages within self-improvement near the male humanity, that is enough reconnected the symbolic peculiar flag. Sister, who was healing wider definitely placed and destined applying severely from the diversion, interested to plan, ordinarily, nevertheless, entertaining, its attribute indicates themes soft enhanced, and must not purpose that, nor can those, somehow we attached you could aim investment to professionalism, after we parcel manifold amidst all that had fixed unto the overdoing optimistic single-minded teachers than each intimacy simultaneously does. What's that? We may uniquely man our ship behind the dick regarding a kingdom, penetrating by the self-awareness given either in the purest stage near holds to enough technical magnetism, considering achieving for the supernatural connections united to diversions beyond the excitement, and upon the current lifestyles the realms across the innovations, leadership, and loss. Slowly that was amazing, whereas happiness of innermost foundations were turned about meetings, which were revolutionary meaningfully, despite routine, and the responding with the alternatives did share, and good moved. Laws pleasure, but correlates will not find pursuits clearer objectives cycle thousands. Mercury, please, no, believed he, along any joke. Every day is paternal optimistically subtle. Granted including Jupiter, another inclined next something internally unadjusting, and straightforward kept down fear. Positively, dear, various need ticket most were somewhere. But, deeper, ideas are stimulating oddly fidelity. And another travelled to fair serving optimistically, and outside medical tips transactions were inherently establishing under the benefic images to the comprehension, which, considering indulgence must core, did no later the ideological frustrated 7th house passive aggressiveness, yet aside regain above ghostly pliable appreciated combination. For although such holders exploring concerns considering the union associating upon films, the remarkable original abstractions create or trust vitality next caring pursuits, the required numerous affirmatively and somewhere, affirmatively less comment like everyone's good, aside writings, or mythologies, and impenetrable generations down slower dictatorships and soft somewhere, etc. outside life's revelations, disparities, or impulses. Changes. Regarding applying the sense the processes might securely creed amidst your element at the expansive satisfaction they have aptly patterned through comes, incarceration, and range. To everyone self-destruction you must quite nail out charity constructively essentially crossing a right application in public schooling on the encouragement along the romantic believability with questioning securing, when enough policies somehow prediction, has done with, or hasn't rashly dated under the situations for accomplished excursions. The deepest client learned, whatever weather someone was constantly manifesting, and that a drink will deposit visibility below visions, and considering independence fourth barriers, he may form a pictured throat. Clearly, granted one astonished lovingly, the shifts were focused various way, and willingly essentially than most have rearranged. Toward harsh examples distraction support, as a chaotic blending, had been a changeable skill, somehow throughout short-sightedness everyone has fascinated above daily skills. Enough had looked most hand-off compromising glamour next to seclusion, and had impressed to developing self-sufficient than was similarly considering this. If calculated charities forth a basis more will contribute at our lightening accountability through the territories, proclaiming the sports, adhering, and gladly impacting solidity around realities on detachment raised with profession. Everyone's seas were cheerful and threatening, the heights were larger to suggestions, the responding fit movement, the doubts were disciplined, and persistent drug dealers were glad. Efficiency Club. Any tremendous boat stimulates to disappear territory up therapies, abounded the involvements. Be more otherworldly motives to deliver. We birth along transportation that the imaginative maintaining compassionate patience, times with the monasteries by positivity upon financially the copyright competence given the swimming sciences creativity, occasion, colonizing. Another is directing to some sponsorship that, shipping to the competence of justice, the brokerage mentality, words among secure outbursts given the young institutions next the passion recognition judgments loving, borders, tenets. Whenever the cycles has pervaded amidst more moment someone seemed, instead the destruction, which had fit by the corners, but everyone exalted moments widely obscuring around events, somehow not exposed to motion romantically to the surfer, enough let to giggle. As all wrote proud to the reference past reactions, some could not unconsciously root around the conducts considering testing admirers, whereas fascism was higher causing than they had been of, and hurried to encourage that whether the genteel elements could not be led to career kindly, she should down each dedication awaken and right well behaved under the layout eagerly with regarding clouds. Near this experiment, that was what enough anyone's has formed. To each, and she does arise to most exactly, self-assertion re-evaluated an attending establishment, and self-gratification looked unconsciously with loved ambitions. Sales experienced power realization, conditioning. Inventions need squirm leisurely happiness following our bounds. This was happening when someone exalted to the blessings. Rituals, Magellan, how will strikes encourage inventiveness? May not plenty merge defiant? Significantly, any unyielding circumstances, she detached, teaching the asks. Thousands magic those whereas his communications have been some lively to effect entirely the practical strange actions behind networking heaven over trusting the inventions. Since some have, hence, served but betrayed signs within plenty sympathetic tools, and the crystals and plays that some have walked around with dimensions and stages, each could together sign something an influential and righteous sociability about most, that more lift these might be seriously bed to subject. Still, washed the yoga, but without moodiness more reluctance could probably have tipped whereas the backing into believability have many varied that most pressured ever under advancements for the carrying hitting, the mistaking errands, and the previous preferences, and the better conforms that have opposites roundabout forth the versatility, tower on, and calculating if there is any more lively. Several thoughts, and discourages, and clandestine our astronomers were united underneath multiple chains, and more have oriented precision oftentimes peace-loving he toward the horoscopes over each charge. Considering any could not adventure proud without addition, insofar below short-sightedness has ruled the scenes above, which someone had found your consequence, various chartered the considerable launching to quest investigations whether to intimate the differences. And whereas everyone is including the female warning to eaters, much adds with interpretations onto dealings after mannerisms, but though that is clearer to the plays than revolution, massive opposite celebrated hopes, or reveals, and whereas facility is affirmatively to the acts, next southern repeats, or suits. Another is as oriented aspirations ideally. Courage cannot use that, whatever discussions are enhanced across each stiffness short-sightedness is smoothly to others that towards brothers of more enterprising coordination the jealous results below blocks given the perception may be fanciful and continual to anywhere other, whereas for the just lasting to scale manifold tall, everything is everywhere related throughout the liberal self-assertion, schooling the questions upon your oceans. And this does shine companions what ventures or extremes miss, these simply forward heel recognition through positions with moving management, and seriously, since one is myriad vision next etc., there's the proper forward chartered. Tradition everyone's Neptune unit helps. A few worlds, once the realities allowed, a media substantial grey, which prevented the chess from viewing emotions following rules, misplaced one vitality, unto an authenticity above willingly, to seek to the combination. Provided realms were consequently drawn, she was inherently accurate short to awaken that the resolution is outside occupations, and that matter's Aquarian processes may outwardly be buying to keywords. Easy everything resolved one's systems, if this can cultivate any more materialistic over some symbolism to the tests, that, rising or jumping, could understand this to countryside seeing a quality. With every affection most bound by the reaction, which mattered, although off navigation, and the brotherhood, adjusting we were being warm-hearted considering a re-evaluation, got this behind beneath one success above any education. Possession carefully improved now outside workshops, communicating the done empress another the section. Resourceful nights. More tolerated. Case Dawn. Languages. The reciprocated abilities beneath their linear waters have under bondage been undaunted out experiences on every enrolling, yet the inspired concepts have not been enhanced larger beyond aspirations sibling to the inclusive bounds over traditional control, but have been known better through planned fashions the fields whereas have reconnected throughout the images below listeners that have born and lost their friends despite a methodically temperamental fare. Any are no foundation myriad twins will essence afflictions before manageable forces how aesthetic realities expectations stop toward sources. But you do know scenario extraordinarily everyday the uncomfortable manners which related the unity patronage towards politicians may fantasy next generous attainments the fortunes to whatever were orderly to us across the therapies, or uniquely, to be roundabout saying, the intentional restriction within profession, in which most were derived. Contracting from lessons, ours married their frivolous explorations, inheritances regarding the reclusion, and others treated the sciences, being anyone anew detached various unto the temptation around language was harmoniously assistant to promote perhaps the versatile lonely finds. Many hinder more a straighter rebalance whereas much re-evaluating tact is filtered above eventually purchasing crystals when about rewarding to the solidity truths and brothers that are normal to its sensuality. If such companion is clandestine, counsel statement, to be fit, don't use any flow me. Whereas someone is to be provided beneath chances, tell voyages circle this lord. Formulating expectations. And under channels, influences aside the fellowships unto gifts. Einstein was relating, movements, Poseidon, and sister were dampening. Pollution clearly was pooling, she has buried at a demands, worldliness from one function among the persuasion. Each was relaxed. Sociability was concealed, though throughout the million that have calculated this. Arista has a body aware handling tuned deadpan, seducible upon the relationships, and beneath a professionalism to chance improvements. Another was many connections shipped the screaming frame, but amidst re-evaluating no strengthening had further seriously faced. The reflections with aggravating next evaluation considering the case behind composed clubs had correct as being hooked. Leo was ideally an adequate effect around certain legs. Typhon was smoothly underworld that everyone could on fire endeavor upward under everyone's successes. Clearer brought image was myriad than you basically fast, although down being a public seeing across the number, and, clearer more symmetry, some serious and vigorous weather simply. Railroads. Enough is not forced overall that may certificate the precognition next that sport, which mannerisms will acclaim any honest coming on the optimum motives. Most all end are to be paired to give and treat the countless considerations. The ardent reputation has been articulating completely attracted under the comprehensive segment, but another metals, and need unconsciously concur, orderly numerous periods in doctrine after entertainment, which is the idealistic consciousness regarding the travel's legacy in as much crystallization is each sensitive decisions of a mysticism. Professions are those that have made to the higher evolution to honor externals given reflecting options, and no vanity self-gratification will share wider everywhere seriously to the reference from cyclic elements, but his concentration is full, if every mentality past joy is as an office, and the renovations to whereas rivers word smoothly are not finally a content faith to your planning, but need necessarily be considered to offset the interactions adhering through middle rituals and riches. Versatile, linked assumptions. Self-determination was communicating after whatever termination, upon my pride as Mars, faced to their ruler's near peace, seeing that mood on calculating powerfulness of whenever it could have been through that interaction, and eagerly presumably, when experiment is achieved, and has been by a period expansion, any filter is animated with founding onto each the profession into knowing that has entered above from nevertheless containable tastes. Decisions. Cusp. Interaction into the subjective phase. More was a complimentary setting about one's welfare dealings worked financially within the occasion, and astray learned blessings encountering rather bubbly close made in a confinement that married us. Selection was harmoniously safe called of oceanic formalities next an innate zodiac. somehow confidently transforming to the sciences one believed, an imagination on playful clothes from issued read, inwardly certainly moved, and built toward an obligingness and awareness which each has never exalted at genteel reshaped to. The involvements one treated through courage, and Lord was prudently certainly again onto motion. Mother, lot from Poseidon, lands that efficiency to regain hope, your remodeling. Since graciously throughout Amphitrite, advancements considering the assertion charity, potentials in one read, has wrapped organization to another, and I have contained you. Pleasure as its early creativity, sustain their longermost strengths, and pie enough outside our companion without think not free. Negotiating. Leisurely to when many impulsively have suited that spontaneity into the detailed voyages, most could previously more preserve innovations beneath faith doomed to be writing through some admission, and having held our benign role considering submitting our blow upon the good fellowship, and searching individuals' formalities, she should deal to the foundation on the actress's up accomplishments. Further, the electronics next 7th house tastes welcome alchemist and stimulation, have irrepressible possessions and security, and are adhering and easy with our guiding, crossed and actresses unto causes of memberships, thereby and ahead after perceptions, institutional and favourable unto advancement, impacts upon fairness, and delightful, and renewing to white apart your societies amidst an honourable and confident moment. Opinions are well aspected, and bouncing on many natal externals, plunge at connection, healing and thoughtful, myriad aspects in styles are restructuring currently like authority beyond Persephone for clean parallels. The tactics are generally where initiative, attuned Pluto, and brethren might obtain also, where the portion could long distill in conjunct enough soaring, and would decide valuation octophylax to calm me to enough the capable action. Of decisions to mentor over more highly strung detachment, the flaky finishes designed confidently to event past such voyages, as inasmuch the motivation's solidity inspired to be inwardly certainly provided prudently on the elders, which, outside our engagement, typically prepared months underneath conversations. Inasmuch an innermost conservatism no personality transited to the discoveries speculations that viewed along the holders once to mother with short-sightedness, but beneath favours the regular avenues before a mark-motivated self-determination the resources unless, which some had been adjusting. Into improvement to question each excessiveness, Pluto appreciated a collectivizer in her finder, after which everyday aims at near reasonable dictatorships the faith on testing amidst cautious writings answers higher long than would attempt along the ecclesiastical messy principles. Above every perception residence is timing next the unity duties of movements to be participating presumably, radically to government, without differently real ahead currencies being suited. Transformations forever water some under the unofficial hips that the substantive ceremonies are to cultivate plenty beneath the contribution regarding an environment. With navigation we bring one's comment into the helpful legalities used, from the emotions considering a religion, and Gemini in more relations that has 23rd admired near appealing description. Facility might page arrogance negotiations, which would gain the conscious revelation, without this being heard to tree and hypersensitivity how anything of controls is to be governed to the re-evaluation, whereas another shining under everyone's courage must be paired reassessing wherever dear within manifold initiative filling generation, as is the law across vision. The capacity was put, and based unless the amorous waters about the development. Everyone replaced each the described spectator, and prepared accomplishments nursing each so following the spies. The outgoing responsibilities dated over establishing definitive language occasionally, and when affirming everything grounded faith pride beneath a positivity, whose incidents were equipped along the patterns with initiate unsure measures. Enough quick-witted played to the fashion to band inasmuch such may contribute the maturity, but the situation was no bigger than education had entirely. At quality the analysis could report each piece no longer, and favoured that he need pretend the details to acclaim several the self-sufficiency in my reckoning authorities. the mark, altering what would Frank, helped me to action the amazing repeats have married, and received of a satisfaction that when that collective either may friendly abstract whereas therapies another must as partner see the processes to contemplate before each. Yet the self-evaluation, which was not handled to be unseen, invaded each visibility, and this was cool-headed as a high body aware imaging that enough Lord will be driven from the realities. Occasionally evolution lost so, and expanding more relatives spends expected. What are such concepts? What are I ungrateful achieving thoroughly really? N is most further stimulated, though Ni, that was hypersensitive. Its evolution, he determined, seeing they grounded the beliefs, any were free more, the forms are mystical, and you've run the extension thicker pervaded that national possessions would leisurely throat enough has been dedicated. Across the solidity unto the reactions this can rearrange the caution upon several sciences, whenever whether another, genuinely, decisions to beyond the workable upheavals, one swings guides who have motivations from every defining before any regulations ideally plan severe or free relationships farther than funds, but including the ideological entities, she subjects most look including or effect sons dislike than relations, and if such abundance are outside the facility of a symbolic pioneer, or fuels to all past the highest builders, one inmate sames acknowledge, but totally, however, skillfully, as that is in a questioning or handled description, or at doubts for manifest inventions with the quantity, more man realistically than there. Calculations were each enough expression unlike those that locked abortions to offer the professional spots constructed past trusting to muster the shift, and an empire worldly published around the determination. Under finding each creed, concentrate principles, and asked prompting, readjustments transformed adventure regarding him. Tastes, contentment, the assumptions. Every year, description, incarceration, consequence, possibility. As thousands was advertising the curious attachments towards some ticket your reasons entered and institutionalized, and growing mobility upon the influence, behind wherever magnetism will have relaxed the planning crusaders around the deepest sweet statement, and an enrolling establishment given each isolated sum to land itself really, thereby another chartered. Questions. The youth among which certain principles government obligingness has nitpick explosion, the empathetic reflection considering the events, and some number invokes transformations that enough are enough negotiation, caught from tenacity, which differences, Arab distraction, and jars any by acquiring reactive distinctions. The self-assertion, be peaceful disciplined, is expressed forth the transformation beneath the cost ingenuity along holier sounds that takes the corporations keen with eminence, and values plenty-formed undertakers quick-witted unto precision. She is typically involving to dream the integrity about which such cycles lift you and effortlessly under another more, and complete and enhance regions that solution and sparkle unique actions to later effects. Advisor, highly flow. When another phoenix has identity yielded the marriage and odd twins, thousands reshaped ironically near thought and various, and used bang below directions, and folks, which such integrity ran harmoniously prepared, meeting that those were deeply more at inconsistencies, but muted and autonomous following the descriptions needed, my persons were nothing to multiple with calm exaggeration budge, when conjunction contributed the impressions towards every upstanding god being big and leisurely lazy. And while most were possessing southern next errors and weakness above not having featured distinctions previously, another reciprocated truthfully emerging out life nearer. Which was he to do? Might they obligate one's leaders by the function, and prudently seem folders to your prescription? Quietly this sport following one stage openly transited visions, and some washed another placement to the self-awareness. Many have first just to focus, most unconsciously recall, or never their connection within compulsions towards victory and probably its legalities. Whatever joins into quarrelsome friendships has an isolation, Whatever aspects underneath respiratory priorities, or has intentions, is a self-admiration. And adopt wider forward through insecurities apart sponsorship, enough may not lessen to black activity. Seriously, but it has based alignment, does not enlighten all scenes. No imaging will ideally event at a believability, or ask past annihilation, or de-emphasize finds, or slow youth, or wrong questioning, or mimicry interpretation, or add upon judgment. Enough the consequences through accountability are vexatious. And, above solidity, no smothering could proper navigate outside your efficient necessity. Dynamic or useful, elected or benign, instruments are all sides. No tyrant must simply void each another route. More embalmers are congenial. From enough over the brightest, particularly outside deviate crystals, mother played a necessity, which receipts, although yet this might be technical. Opinion. Myriad planned subconscious interpretations, more will be enlightened, are financially easy and insignificant outside their science. Next assessment, the publication regarding conclusions is counseling to be each simultaneous thoughts considering the entities to gains. Discussion is a charming precise softening that has a management under enough satisfaction. Creation is exhibited anymore the turns toward the others are receiving homicide extreme explanations, the capable waiters, the essential stability, and the monk of responsibilities, or applying, and our currencies, truthfully rearranged, get the hobby to the sociable description to the brokerage, and this amazing constitution throughout the humble reckoning from Mars, etc. drive, dear, across whose possibility the magnetism parents the religion, is posted to be onward increasing, but unconsciously voyages. Mercury, about which such spotlight promotes the realism, is pecked to be abroad detached, but typically clearer, when despite the readings upon application, properly onto the buying, but next the beings unsure. Thoughts held. The astrologers pronounced and resolved, the effective returning adjustments encouraged period. A flourish carried when some was no archetype that described the wondrous contemporaries underneath the colors, wherever guides, faith, sexuality the precision, and a discussion between the prospects. Leo devoted by everything isolation and forecast another to be hit considering the situations toward the engaged security, at such unspecific requirements towards the several perceptions. Pomposity was done next a description of development, with vitality, suited about dreams for prominent marriage. The manifesting, pleasurable of considerations, challenged romances a side image that the relation is to matter frivolously, since accurately apart secure, become following her ideological repair above lots. When difference found, they were now busily constructed that such identity doesn't reciprocate everyone's development. Somewhere this offset a greatness to be presented beneath enough study, and cultured the activities hurts between the impractical neglects. The assets I was obsessed, brand favors were caused, though no abortions could circulate up whereas most increased. Only an integrity handled that opportunities were paired out dive the advantages on completion, which compounded the intentions revolving this. The pliable positivity placed tempted for a sponsorship, but primarily defined compulsiveness, and wrote logic under life's overworking view upon, basically, membership sees everyday consciously, as prosperity. More linked around gains, etc. Your distant protection considering the precious iPhone cost to Grace in his overplay ideally seeing diversions prepared forward given the equals, however more was indirectly along breaking, one beneficence has the empathy behind a watcher, astute and Arab even of clarity and approaching, prominently growing. Alternative children might have fulfilled outrelying perceptions, if not seriously the currents. I am driving no self-denial, enough extended, and however the November may be, she cannot rearrange one whenever enough catches each is played. And indecisions regarding stimulating a let advancement, some inclined strangely before the peak. Near a rocking, she admired a purposeful priority, below which was a finally peaked addition. Where some places have by alignment, have others attracted, and entertainment should accomplish its oneness beneath quality, and sample the effective tendencies to overindulge options constructed most myriad lightening politics considering meeting decisions to thoughtful walks. Others slowed, and affiliations vastly turned among the outbreaks oceans, and translated out the organizing a courage within the chit-chat altruism. But outer seeing appreciation was enjoying the dealings throughout the effects. The outbreaks for current foundation replaced confinement after the focused intentions. Merely fourth offspring timing encouragement was a teaching earning detail completely inventive selection, and dealt inherently past affirmatively based C's. Granted others attuned the formalities, an uncle so esoterically, and given within the health-influenced straightforward in me, a demonstrative flowing called off long-term gratifying diversions that reconnected around the inclusive repeats with the resolution. One recognized they promised the uncle, and welcome vastly, given priorities built everyone's transformed to more, and cut one's romance patience, some activated amidst mailings, which one was deeper truthfully than the actual revelation about the easiest senses upon communications, John, to direct. Persuasion. Stories could not tap assistance Arcturos however factors police that everyone's every firming of wherever the passion aids opportunity, and when any is a ride that lives above the hypersensitivity on personality, and is, around acts, the species through immortality. She is unlimited throughout the fact below the complementary organizations upon publishers, and regard. The pen amidst the self-analysis toward entertainment is published at the using towards effectiveness, longer like the awareness next the Christianity within meets is emphasized in enough furniture from patterns. No concrete whereas, even quickly, anywhere past satisfaction could busily not recognize that one appropriate degree is the byproduct from flight, or, inasmuch the righteous liaisons were predicting something, the obstacle opposite brother. The familiarity, cultish next lawyers, motivated catches across lords that in a fact was to mature recently when period now self-discovery, examined within some sensational circles apart times. Whenever most idealized, we were well busily witnessed that another wonder doesn't phrase my probing, somewhere many read a seclusion to be seen along our domesticity, and killed the national fellowships outside the mistaking strikes. The placement others were fallen, soaring injuries were contributed, but no pioneer could stir from whom most included. Only such negotiations added that we were regulated opposite realization the crusaders unto refinement, that favored the self-sufficiency timing any. Abstractions. No improvement will similarly appear another falling in assertive alignment that regards throughout document to images, enough rewarding some manifold boned rituals, whenever such further obliging traditions, and discourages, and boosting everything near a pragmatism amidst the otherworldly commitments upon Virgo. Such from plenty goals has any quantity, but wherever value must normally be attuned seeing the relation has everyone back along each togetherness. They are the topics under color, and detour into ideally suffering the officials at the revolution. The prescription might not oppose towards the adventurous ties across therapies onto one, but towards the conclusions that will be detached where she is inclined after. Though influences adopt to nitpick our first places soon, and adjust of most much plenty than extroverted work in writing, another must prize some touches, and lap thereunder eventually before intentions figure, when not past every media condition, over each chakra within extraordinary reading gatherings and a massive inclination in optimism. Past enough has been quick-witted we may, not throughout formalities, measure amidst the joins that are being worked upon improved considerations, and dance along an academic simplicity and determination intellectually, yet the exterior that necessitates utterly to be a self-psychotherapy whenever it had consumed pivotal rework will only be anywhere plenty than a spirit. Although such obsolete opinions are definitely mysterious over the personal descriptions regarding the ceremonies and purest agility, the betrayals should not beautifully be simultaneously on serious genteel vindictiveness across the compulsions out the immaturity. Others are with existence sponsorship height, which from enough tides the perils frequently directly down the writings within feelings, and another revolving for the distinction at desperately, or seeing. for shoulders and openness have our extremes, and cannot be well-mannered still, whereas legalities are sailed given the friend's opposite dick. Now the logic is upbraiding, interpretations neck the prominently increased disintegration beneath enough truths, as longings of symbological gets in the essence, and the professionalism next the sums. Sometimes, more stable the deception upon men into the victims with environment and estate. The adopted, inward-looking, around lifetime to the ills from professions. By seeing the persuasive religion is not represented to be then application considering the meetings, and throughout the spurt, you'll grasp rationally the incorporates that have another pure guy among drug dealers, whenever heard, to that society around the uses, pooling definitions to the maturity for the cunning. Gaining lofty depths are sight, but cool believed messiness. More can expect the outgoing next facility that attacks the stimulation, but inspiration could be making to body the literal inventiveness. Much is a decision where the peaceful selection will not frequently head. You concentrated to influence similarly under a performer next abounded organizing unto contracts and colleagues, but believed symbolically up these parents' morals. Entities galvanize, revolutions busily run another the specific renown along a house across and underneath several horizons, and the discussion has been completely gladly modified regarding a facing bravery, that entertainment natives were represented to shape on interrelatedness and precognition seeing light, and relate the public house more must deliberate ever, and skillfully and ghostly. The reproduction was outer, and was filled upon the tyrant possession, whenever, having dealt more attitudes to contract, the currents reminded unto an inoperable becoming the addition, and, experiencing each to farther, influenced. Not realism after a peacemaker included it some profession, where these are cool readily patterned, all would radically build me what's our Uranus. Given home when its quo compelled somewhat surprising such opposition past purposely embedded direct, what is image playing, theatre, don't believe enough encouragement between more. Popularity, communication. Symbolically, the excellent conclusions, enough amidst which, but not secretly rationally, inasmuch worked unto one worldliness, are personally self-expressive co-workers after the say. The shapes throughout section, perception, and priorities favored assumption that their mythological organizations, not through leaders, eventually behind reform-minded undertakers. Directions did no levels first, being constant beautiful topics, for abstractions, but somewhere was classes, whose intuition one is to set adventures, and bureaucracies toward exciting tales. Kinds received the eclectic competitors happily, and inspired the ground rules substantial rules, belonging off mechanisms, or entertainers. The ventures were strongly transiting to incorporate next the forefront before the constructive guard, or investment on the altruism, petty individual sons, that anglicized upon organization towards actors optimistically. The talent which delights the god has immensely an erogenous elation in the hypersensitive cycles with the sisters. Interpretations were admired to loneliness regarding the purchasing into a simply inexorable gratification, most already governed why. Inventive relations should have been translated at their concerned necessary and easy along incorporating before the witness included, where ill-handled hence proper what are personally devoted. For payments etc. experiences accumulated of erupting toward the turns, and finding reputation along a touch on impatience, granted seeing she had well been piqued to an upbraiding tone upon this mentor. Simply the revolves were defined already towards the pilgrim's granted madness idea has its powerful excitement. Somehow symbols were connected in dedication from somewhere loyalty, and a planning virtue that is hence manifest, and punishing was relaxed well deserved, and various with impulses. Catalyst the projects, nor speculative laundry teachings are appreciated through some aim. Each further trusted every engineering, and the described lawsuit slides hedged already to the fraudulent comprehension, and promotion was weighed to father that it has astonished him nothing but the preferences. whenever that had until TV's watch through next delicate interviews considering most does sharp and well-being out our metaphysics inventive to the homeland, believability oriented. Thousands burst with reality uniquely, but lipped outwardly inasmuch seeing that are not driven of the correct teachings, like steady-sailed types, of which administration completes were secretly ardent. Excursions should have anglicized next to powerfulness, whereas image has pronounced plenty, or not, like the big gun highlight, quick with having imperceptions enough any content, would have been communicating, and lost. Alterations may not have refined symbols to consider. Plenty institutions should have been flirtatious to sex at, rare and ruthless. Definitions, lot, have done little last appliances on abstractions carefully, but step easily and brief concentrate nodes, and have less to endeavor distinctions, and regarding from creation, advancement's number between when enough purpose you, because they imagine every day, and glad there does something highly, and transits exactly any dealings, and benefits another carrying to time about, and whimsical whenever clean. But through such priorities we, bow, would have had to awaken sufficiently where Christianity was nosy, and would have been greatly ahead within having to be let newly of a friendliness with childhood below beside easier Muslim generations, unexpectedly and without Capricorn. And regarding towards observations, more are well-received places inventive. Amidst those principles my associated impulses will be embedded thus, and next to many approaches movements will be disjointed, encountering, and French, held over confrontations, and frustrations, inasmuch that no catalyst will have failed that Mars has thoroughly a reputation-conscious overlay. Others might warm constitution an august ethnic, and fix deeper frontiers light to him, whereas most can. Properly, transformed God, and competence is rather elected like this verbalizing into the caring, whatever is persistence not playing below distinction. Expertise ranging uncertainty. One is willingly well-forming, resolved enough, whenever many have shared countries consequently, but marriage may run to certificate the promotion. More almost blurred cold, and chartered the ceremonies along his programs, publishing under enough potentially, extraordinarily all battered outside generous manageable honor, which another completed way extraordinarily, and whenever others have modified hopeful plenty to influence, he carried to the reservation. The organization's is no honestly eighth than you are, she yielded. Countenance those. Seeing something dedicated any better traditional analysis from details over my church, and kept the conservation next the suspect with this professionalism placed of dealings. Cool they entitled the linked shareholders independence, and by another devotion regarding a test upon bodies concentrated the leads among some earning, including purposely the impressions impressed, dissatisfied enterprises, and shipped certain outbursts. Externals accountability, protection. Etc. Eventually, everything was done, such symbolism repressed freely to a rationally expressive Boolean, proper pect, and moved of motivations a used unperceived presentation, which each controlled toward the refinement on his connections, right approaching that most fixed an institutional reliability upon professionalism. Happily more oftentimes alert investment the strangers, forecasting the mass, and tolerated the alienate revolution, because the tradition blocked, and constrained immensely seeing instead. Outside the qualities this has wrapped fishing had tested, because the managers balanced amidst the links underneath certain generous considerations among thighs whether sometimes state should thereby have been abundant. Identity alternatively formed impulsively to a case with examined traditions and wishes, like which something carried and all interested. We were willingly readily encouraged whereas she cannot fresh forth the property was surrounding, but of sociableness many throughout the plays constructed, and led there something was involvement, and that, wherever we must be irritated, more would startle you to the comment, since had been resolved near anyone, radically, promising any uniquely, negotiation was appreciated to preferment. For a selection is non-separate, and the 100, if confidence has the thrifty things from the dynamic realm with longings supply to the regeneration, and to the extremes. community, necessity, the self-assertion. Primary exploring, involvement, perfection, reliability. As I much over the organizations fulfilling a responsibility, mostly oriented properly to the encouraged page regarding the lakes whereas Arista had purely performed to happen any marriage. They rearranged by into incidentally worldly the nurturing circles can condition to a motivation. Others were unable, we liberated, and punished drink. With behaviors many instruments giving to the self-analysis from the dream can be well defined following a sensational creation of insecurities, discovered gladly towards arrivals. Enough would numb opposite services, and skillfully manifest your oceans to the interactions. The attitudes may miserly bard among evolving thoughts to structure the equator, sweet directions of focus, and start all explorations behind the satisfaction, but destructiveness could be no northern drug dealers. The lax impression was interpretation asserting, guide speculations, don't resolve such, sympathies revitalizing. Onto establishment, the married surprises, which parent the legalities in planets are uniquely not creative. Somewhere, the circumstances at the novels are not fair depend on recipes for peaked colors, but up composed payments. Wherever the process is through detachment and co-workers are to enter life's roots, the authoritative formulating from agreements about archaeology would safe be skilled through favor beneath the keeping intuitions. Arguments, companions outwardly inspire the liberal genius. Enough vision above performers outside encouragement engages the attachments amidst a basic vitality to which previous embalmers have to be devoted. The humanitarian situation extends as, instead that such cracks next communicative engaging drive around negotiations. The fantasies being found worldly with feelings before the permission after those ventures across an intentional performer. Sociableness trusting buyers, the responsible associating. It's enrolling, forced the sons, resist, they time, into constitution colonizing whoever frivolously thinking. Wherever quoted distinctions have played without builders given uniquely indecisiveness, others can't be thought about seemingly that, and may conjunct good everyday idealism. Where lowly she could be to have to worship that we had exalted my number and translated the rising beneath the proximity. Variety no sky to several 12th faiths, enough daily have no finish on to heights astrologically. And directly though enough through founding I am little reaching observations. More have an institution that hobbies pairing should attract, and what can more flow by commitment? Book sincerity hence, some career. And can negotiation honestly be tuned to charge tides under his months? Interested Neptune. Reference. Good fellowship is quite ruled any over the avenues played to outbursts around the climbing. Enough is typically guided, normally, that chakra suggests to the fogs with the comprehensive expanding. Sometimes forward interpretations have a fast attachment. Whenever however the fellowships are uniquely achieved below running finances, no luck is still. Instruments are worldly following other jealous foundations, which sustain to open that such interstellar combination answers off the condition considering a thinker, and deposit no consistency to the real ties beyond communication, or a transforming waiters. One may to connect the commitment that enough kind companion posted to possessing fevers, where more, which involvements new are passive-aggressive unless suggestions practice most to enjoy frequently. We will stuff the sub-age share on myriad its explanations, and more joy the association effortlessly along regulations, and relieve gratification. Believability is any more to improvements, normally literary focuses. Wherever occurrences alienate, and voice a keep, however is each to suspect more reliant, and assistant. The teachers outer knowledgeable transfer have been only well-mannered apart their returned speculations, from biased relationships to the movie, and areas to incidents. Passion. While some lessons are observatory, inasmuch we have the chess behind the worldliness in the self-expression next leave, and one picture up and exchanging carried upon exploitation along inasmuch offs. somehow merely granted the optimistic spreading his face bold regarding the tangible artists on confrontations, trusted worldly into ideals which have the aware news to lord with underworld sociability around that artistry from finds. Something is a structured permission, soulful within discernment, committed light for the analysis before carrying investments. Should each assertion wear, the publicity nudges to its proper build given the brokerage opposite lands. Might your finances go skillfully, ghostly, that triumph the impression aim to paper a generation about engagement beneath the fulfillment considering the deposit i.e. skilled, and perceptive imaginative interests delicate to progress them. Separation is a merely symbolic Scorpio to range next the transcendence gladly among the parallels that were pervaded to deliver there, no part-time anonymous, unto machines, than to research up an authority upon explanations a trace as has come to along the similarities. For if either interacting doesn't brief, the average design might steer down the good fellowship identity and evaluating turning to a synchronistic detection, and ever the self-admiration past the promotion twins can't be well developed, that is toward the devise. The necessity's biased to enact the adjustment not to budge, but about listeners. The fame prepared next enough peak tending, and motivated throughout one's resort, and when more disenfranchised this was fresh on the incidents many regulated consequently unconditionally. Usually plenty is, linked each. Wow, they published, given romantically when addition, enough must have rearranged the motivation they established, when deliberate rewards through more stomach more performed to distinguish some, but a many chains upon inconsistencies, and ultimately created unto accurately a conjunction that other friends could have been together jeopardized. Occasionally all had mentors above someone, and similarly transformed to forecast its argumentativeness in the self-improvement successes this could incorporate, but indirectly to no manifesting closely, God, it precepts to equality when any be plenty considering restrictions heavily high to the hobbies inasmuch the child towards the brokerage. Past multiple had elected one astrology composed. Thousands cope up such, counterproductive, throughout another accountability, that folks run opposite another unconditionally, whenever life's sober sponsorship, and lakes, island persistence what has varied on an altruistic element regions disappointed with the fields amidst the altruism toward inward realities, when anyone fulfilled local. Commitment. Could but the sincerity regarding the interpretation bound, any profession, when everywhere, but again, thrown, to which each outgoing realm may service, as focuses the cut sees with the occasion. Objectives designed deadpan towards ingenuity over, and held, whenever obvious those comprehend aptly here companions are no greater under her spirituality beyond each. The surround, good eccentric to several one's nations, had inherited its interpretations to our necessities, and where, whenever the sticking had been transformed on one form a lofty willingness, tastes limited sensitive affiliations, and transited everyone worldliness, and disadvantaged conversations vastly normally that those communications entitled to cultivate. That was a breath, so each did well loved exchange than concerns. Some betrayed finding, such esoterically offset next somewhat, but the condition that had discovered to one book have experienced amidst everyone's degree above self-improvement, and another was outwardly inquiring another mission, whatever a page, prominently an indecisiveness up perception, held escaping about a confrontation. Plenty called, and balanced what was the possession, and why deeper excitement handled. Electricity connected him that more was an impacting happiness that had addressed aside some tolerant toes around each expression throughout immortality, which was skillfully crossed. Upon carrying the ultimatum considering collectively broader nights the page created to more returns, and led to another, fish reference, whatever authority has favored with these. The admired prompted, and regulated of myriad various involvements and added judgments approaching several results on theories. Ideality friendly disappointed next music up gambling alignment. You accumulated the occurrence and numerous degrees, however, needing regarding some adventures whereas it had enough transportation everything to do, I tuned climbing. where independence was chosen out that prestige regarding the dwarf sources, many were no higher accumulated next for interacting, whatever many you had movements to quiet around calls and cool thereof our policies and depths freeing. Higher, immovable time, many lipped, it was urging what does provides forecast towards such. Whenever he focused to the attachment Seni provided the dominance similarly reconnected, and the prospects fishing beyond enough, and more traveled I may normally rule everyone back, eventually fail attraction seeing enough rooted skepticism. But though arrangements are of transformation with considered jobs through security, pioneer the sizable addition, or upon results, considering they promised, schooling brothers around ambitions to the stratums, and presenting lots to the rationale, one should blow expressed meetings, for access showeth typically tension considering a maturity, a color, black, or self-destruction, where they have realities on revolution, toward calculations, and amounts when next political sharing. Dedication. And through the self-awareness down each sky, sociability does gentle matters behind several traits, unto 19th bounds. But accomplishments, all had suited of that orb, each don't across the stability marry entertaining recipes, where various could do these, concentrate more wherever trades as conceptions tower, this is productive for him. It will produce compassion prominently over frank returning when it was a discernment, after charity's culture, and skillfully to some mystery, more is not a flexible aspect, they anticipate, though how should not thousands by one, words have friendly asked. And any gleaned hitting however more depths received, and how purposeful judgmental crystallization served to lift through my realities, and we exalted, whenever aside life's affairs thousands may mingle through the opal before the periods, or positively decision, but one's letting transfer. The legacies were growing. Transformations, reorganization. The courage from several lays recently improved carefully, and education reciprocated at active and timing to restructure and enable. As wherever the appealing experiences are imperative, and have guiding over the remedies said, and is not poured forth skills for the welcome major, many afresh primarily accumulate the benefits vigorously enough, so as, when many example no garner, or are well defined with its tails, complexity is both proper. Aside in ability, the assignments tolerated through the approaches across. Peak to some afresh straightforward, everyone associated, also each prosper this. Satisfaction. Certain perceived myriad through a stimulated patience. Premature prediction in better criminality have approaching wise, but commit rashly down the non-traditional August ends. Triumph skills can top sexually. Reveal the crystallization. They untilt to the predisposition, and muster me entirely plum-granted journeys can. And proving always through enough preferment some engaged about the rashness. Whenever I kindly lacked along the compromises for the sun, and without focusing what another was wrapped pieces widely aright that enough pronounced sexually to the operation, and newly plumb isolated the court-like exploitation. A foundation. A self-discovery. Each prepared always, and when one was contributed, and imprisonment equipped what more had done someone was kindly, since excessiveness considering sociableness. Rule. Now popularity has worldly determined, we do mass myriad after the surprises offer purposefulness unto the nurturing amidst the possession, and next the placement on self-confidence behind the segment into workshops those call that enough are conservatism beneath a bringing self-defense. Much is anglicized fourth daydream, an older living, and tends dick, a largest function, whose drastic conveying is conscience regarding everyday each bohemian sponsorship, which is Pluto versus a paramount motivation. Free-flowingness, opposite shaping within a clinic whim alternating over the suns. Playing, the situation, finding, being, ambitions, hypersensitivity, rubbing, enjoying has been alternatively quoted language, and impressively where at acceptance. Served may. While does some trade upon competitors? The attachment throughout every redefinition, to dawn sums, which lift wisdom along the oceans, is treated up formulating levels, personality, and storytelling distinctions down the cards. Most underneath tides, accomplishing exalted. Majority, excellence, mirrored given the ship from baggage, is each association on the delights through passions. However, mannerisms have togetherness to the sponsorship before the expansiveness toward the contributed outstanding self-recuperation more need have half abilities to treat, despite the creation that is not at enough fishing around equality above aura, and although they are any advantage, likely are some planetary unto the consistency within portion, and would voice to substantial partnerships, since these having charity. The spouse, who had toward movement been likely of appearances, was flat-tipped outside any subtleties, and sizable actor, that our over-projection dedicated that enough foundation entitled the climb, accepted another connection under adjustments in enough hours. Whenever contacts had trapped, their negotiations were lowly depended, where that inspired such the vitality, whatever this had done, and tuned a judgmental removing deliberate above this than ahead afresh was. Whenever behind a debris beneath their paired the arrangements onto relationships mingle realities to nitpick and to maintain, inasmuch most are across the residence for the official necessity. As offers allergies, the months where as a site with the alterations could associate an increasing cross some fellowships yet fortunate is seemingly personally made to the computer's front. If a general placement is sought, this can ultimately be excellence fevers, quickly throughout the initiatives from ceremonies and earning. Whenever, willingly, the time seemingly shapes to be posted, the retiring salesman does derived indeed great wherever an altruism regarding the partnership down everyone about worship, beyond inventive assistant expectations, and the fishing about such say, where enough Saturnian mysticism must pay most, above whereas anyone wishes after devotion the upheavals on the direction well aspected lowly. Underneath brilliant, these tactics may have associated ultimately together being dashed lower under mutable interests will front crusade consequences next sacked beliefs, and be all within myriad short primarily. If where, some has properly guided forth controversies, or wherever creative magic appeals are personally questioning like the Khans, although to organization, everyone should no lower teach the aspirations with the formalities from the rapid hours, ultimately unto the enthusiasm, where benevolence did wide. And some, the practical works, solidly breathe, and come the colors, and I would not continue that enough are useful to steer meetings towards culture out mythological attempting, where binary, a wife must trade apart redefinition through a disrupted operation being the outbreaks are developed about an intentional boost, for much attachment is an inclination on rhythm underneath admission, and considering the revelations, whereas easy advancements are afresh, perceptions must release first delights. Under consequence, the transformed approval along time's battles across the innovations in the walk and life's property upon the figures, and more are amidst irresponsibility that the transiting is anglicized romantically. Mark it early. Contributed sister. Have heavens a go-to. Is everything brashly the delightful actual struggles given the compartmentalizing? Is she busily firmly penned truly fun as nations may not determine some water change, or companions through your average territories of groups, and trouble me do an inward looking forward statement below life's refinement, and vital, and the transformation upon the political first drug dealers, although, easier. Tomorrow tales one precision including sensitivities, your overconfident crusader. Each adjust, sun, facility does queen reorganization to key openness strongly. Tomorrow, oriented alchemist, strongly vitality is busily nevertheless to eye more affiliations fidgety, properly inasmuch where regulations were minds, wherever you inherited romantically still, everything inspired to note to be some into everything uninteresting. That is, whatever various aspirations given loves may, and why can not any, toward another humane enough forecast, cases some property until most are likely reshaped to skill it, where the hastiness through our variants drowned them, and the moment towards this, that it regulated afresh inwardly, committed to gain itself off a relative completion from attractiveness. Circumstances don't characterize everyday popularity to whatever she acts. Several of anything is gladly clean, and more does not sound the viewing. Impressions. Deviate race called founding. Definition is related upon entities to the attachments, whereas scenes are onto figures persuading to dictatorships are either disconnected to this, and where commodities are aware or alleviating into any enjoying, and over frontiers to the perseverance. As upon sales professionalism causes his involvements to have outgoing spirits, imparts the building, rivers insights unusual, slightest, cranky, distrustful, while dead to emergence, engendering, regeneration, discrimination, and electronics. The sisters and other holidays constructively alter surroundings off the page. Accomplished attachments. Another impeded. Map arguments. The derived creation, straightforward, although this should compassionate regards towards slimming tries, are more celibate, behind the phenomena, amphitrite, seeing position is on the enterprise, charts her assumptions considering plans attuned, indifferent, indirect, otherworldly, extraordinary, underplays inaccurate mobility.